But he wasn't. And we weren't. And I felt sick about it. But the worst was yet to come. When I got back to the Honolulu office, I found Pete Jeffries pacing the floor outside the radio room. His expression was grim. "Still haven't figured out those new call signals yet?" He glared at me. "You think you're funny?" The malevolence in his voice stopped me cold. "What's wrong, Pete?" "You mean you haven't heard?" "Heard what?" "We've lost Japanese carrier divisions 1 and 2. I felt sharp spicules of ice form in my stomach. "What do you mean, lost?" "Lost, as in can't find. They're gone. It's as if the sea swallowed them up. Divisions 3 and 4 are in the Marshalls and off Formosa, but 1 and 2? Shit, we haven't heard a peep out of them in days." "You mean they could be sitting up north of Kauai right now, and you wouldn't know?" Jeffries looked at me. "With their absolute radio silence and our shitty reconnaissance, yeah, they could be rounding Diamond Head right now, and I wouldn't know it." He laughed. "But don't worry. I'm 95% sure they're heading into the China Sea to do some dirty work there." Don't worry. That was a laugh. I called it a day after that. I didn't want to hear any more. I had an awful feeling those 2 lost carrier divisions were slipping around to our north and setting up for a strike on Pearl. But I seemed to be the only one in the entire Hawaiian archipelago who was worried about it, and no one would listen to me. December 3rd. I made sure to drive by the Japanese consulate on my way to DIO on Wednesday morning. Since we no longer had the phone tap, my little perch in the trees had suddenly graduated from a charade to a vital source of intelligence. What I saw made me glad I'd come. Smoke was rising from the consulate's backyard. A group of so-called assistant consuls were standing around a rusty garbage can, patiently throwing papers into a roaring fire. I hurried downtown to my office and put in a call to Bob Shivers at the FBI offices. He confirmed my worst fears. "Yeah," he said, "they were discussing it on the phone most of last night. They got the word from Tokyo to burn all code books except 1 copy each of Type O and Type L. How do you know?" "Because I just took a look in their backyard. They're following orders." "Look on the bright side," he said. "It means they'll be using PAK2 from now on. That's easier to decipher than the J series. But if you've got an ulcer and you really want to flare it up, check the messages Kita got from the Foreign Ministry yesterday." "What's it say?" "Do your own translation. I don't want to influence you." I hurried to the pile of deciphered messages awaiting translation and flipped through until I found one headed, "Japanese Foreign Ministry to Chief Consul Kita." I started translating. The message was a direct, undisguised espionage request. The most chilling section: "In view of the present situation, the presence in port of warships, airplane carriers, and cruisers is of utmost importance. Hereafter, to the utmost of your ability, let me know day by day. Wire me in each case whether or not there are any obstruction balloons above Pearl Harbor, or if there are any indications that they will be sent up. Also advise me whether the warships are provided with torpedo nets." In port. I had never seen the Japanese interested in which ships were in port. They had always been more interested in which ships we had cruising around. Why the sudden interest in what ships were anchored in Pearl? Why the interest in the presence of barrage balloons and torpedo nets? Unless... I put in a call to Thornton. He was in a meeting. I sent over a copy of the message with a note stating that Kita and his staff were burning their code books, and shouldn't we let SINCPAC know? Then I waited for his reply. It took him until late afternoon to get back to me. His reaction? "I see no great significance in this information." No great significance? Japan was burning her code books and destroying her own purple machines all over the world. That, to my mind, was the action of a country readying to go to war with the world. But if that wasn't enough, her Honolulu consulate was sending out daily reports on the numbers of ships in port at Pearl. In port. I hurried back to the house and looked for Meiko. I needed to put this crazy, miserable, rotten day behind me. And the only way I knew to do that was to sit on that frayed old couch in our tiny living room and hold her in my arms. Somehow, with her beside me, the world made some sort of sense. Not a whole hell of a lot, but more than it did without her. But she wasn't home. Her bike was gone, which meant she was over at Ala Moana walking the beach again. It was a fitting capper on the day. Meiko walked her usual route. Sometimes she thought that if it weren't for the tides, she would have worn a trench in the sand by now. She walked the low-tide waterline, looking for sea glass. She had hundreds of pieces at home, but was always looking for more. Brown and white and green were easy to find, but blue was rare, and red even rarer. The water was gentle here. Farther out, waves crashed on the coral reefs. Walking west, she glanced up and saw a man ahead of her, silhouetted against the lowering sun. He looked so odd standing in the water, fully dressed in a straw fedora, a shirt and long pants with the water lapping at the cuffs. He appeared to be waiting for someone. He was staring at her. She ignored him and refocused her concentration on the waterline. Men frequently approached her as she walked the sand, but she had become adept at making it clear she wanted no company. Frank, at least, understood her need to be alone at times and did not press to accompany her. Thank the gods for Frank. Sometimes she wondered what she had ever done to deserve him and wished she could do more to ease his burdens. She knew how he agonized over the growing inevitability of war with Japan, not for his own sake or even for his country's, but for her. He knew the pain it would cause her to live among Americans while they warred with her homeland. Meiko stopped herself. She had to stop thinking of Japan as home. Hawaii was home now. With Matsuo dead and everyone back in Japan undoubtedly believing her the same, she felt as if she had been cut free of Chu and Ko and all the other on of Japanese life. How could she have obligations to people who believed her dead? She looked up again and saw she was closer to the man. He was still standing there, staring at her. With the sun glaring behind him, she could not see his features. Since it was clear he wasn't going to move, she would have to go around him. She gave him a wide berth, averting her eyes as she passed on his landward side. As she came abreast of him, he removed his hat and turned toward her. Meiko! His voice was hoarse, but something familiar about it. She glanced up and got her first look at his face. Her knees gave way. Matsuo! She tumbled forward, but he caught her. As he supported her, she gazed into his face. It couldn't be, but it was. Those same intense eyes, that same broken nose. I've been waiting all day for you to come, he said, in a voice thick with emotion, nodding while tears filled his eyes as they filled her own. Yes, I'm alive. And so are you. With a sob of joy, Meiko fell into his arms and clung to him as if her very life depended on it. Matsuo, my Matsuo is back from the dead. I paced back and forth from room to room through the apartment. I picked up the advertiser, skipped the news, and went straight to the funny page. I looked at Joe Palooka and Lil Abner, but didn't read the words. All I could see were the illustrations, and they looked like they'd been done by the same guy. I tried reading my new copy of Raymond Chandler's latest, Farewell, My Lovely, but was too tense to concentrate. I listened to Jack Armstrong on KGMB, then turned it off. I was on my second scotch and water, but the liquor wasn't calming me. I needed Meiko. Where was she? She usually didn't stay out this long. I began to wonder if something had happened to her. Some wild drivers used that road to the beach, and she'd been on a bicycle. I was worried, and I was looking for something to do, so I decided to take a ride down to Ala Moana and find her. When they had finally stopped their sobbing, and when Meiko had recovered sufficiently from the shock to trust her legs, they walked back to the banyans that bordered the beach. They sat and told each other their own side of what happened that July day in 1937. "Poor Cho," Meiko said, when Matsuo had told her whose body Kiko had seen on the floor of his room. "I felt that way too at first," Matsuo said, "but no longer. His loose tongue led to our being discovered, and his suicide resulted in driving you away from your family and your homeland." Meiko was surprised by the bitterness in his tone. She had never heard him speak that way. She looked at him closely for the first time since he had revealed himself. She had been too awed and numb with shock and joy to do any more until now. Matsuo had changed. He had always had an intensity about him, a driving energy that seemed to propel him through life. But he was incandescent now, as if someone had twisted a knob and turned up the current flowing through him. "I've come to take you back," he said, holding her hands and looking deep into her eyes. "Back home." How many times during the years she had thought him dead had she dreamed of this moment? How many times had she fantasized that Matsuo would somehow appear before her alive and well and take her back home? Home. A cascade of images splashed before her. Mother, father, the house, the green islands of the inland sea, shrines, temples, Shinto festivals, bento lunches on the streets of Tokyo. And then she remembered Frank and gasped. The blinding joy suffusing her suddenly dimmed. She knew in that instant that she faced a terrible choice. "Matsuo, I'm married." "I know." She saw sparks in his eyes, but his voice was calm. "To Frank Slater. But that doesn't matter now." "It does matter," she said, feeling a brief flare of anger. "You married him in the false belief that I was dead. You can't be held to that." "We married each other in good faith. I made a vow. But it's more than that, Matsuo. He gave my life back to me when I thought there was nothing left. He's been very good for me, and very good to me." Matsuo watched her, nodding. "I see that. And for that I am indebted to him." He paused, then said, "Do you love him?" Meiko had been dreading that question, but she had to face it. "I'll never love anyone the way I love you, Matsuo. But yes, I love Frank. In a different way, with a different part of me." Matsuo looked away. She could see the muscles in his jaw working as he stared out to sea. His voice was bitter when he finally spoke. "What a fool I was. What a dreamer. I thought it would be so easy, like a scene out of a movie. I would reveal myself to you, we would embrace, and then I'd whisk you back to Japan, where we would live happily ever after. Matsuo," he turned toward her again, "you have to come back with me, Meiko." Part of her wanted to forget everything here in Hawaii and do just that. But another part called up the vision of a good, kind, decent man, sitting and worrying, waiting faithfully for the return of the woman he loved and trusted. "I can't just leave. I've spent 4.5 years mourning you. Now I find you're alive. I can't lose you again, Meiko. I won't. I mourned you too, and I never stopped loving you, and I want to go back with you, but I can't right now. You must. Will you think better of me if I desert Frank without a word of explanation? I know what I would think of myself. That gave him pause. Give me time to find a way to tell him. There isn't time, he blurted. There's less than a week. Although the sun was still warm on her skin, Meiko felt an icy blast of cold against her back. What do you mean? He looked away again. I shouldn't have said that. Forget what you heard. You're going to attack the American fleet, she whispered. That's it, isn't it? This weekend? Meiko, he said, his eyes wide as he gripped her arm. You mustn't even think that, let alone repeat it. But Frank expects it, she said. He's waiting for it. An air attack from the north on a Saturday or Sunday morning. He thought it might come last weekend. He barely slept the entire time. Matsuo's eyes had widened almost to the bulging point. You mean it's a trap? No, no one will listen to him. Matsuo seemed relieved, but Meiko felt as if the air had thickened, making it difficult to breathe. It's going to happen, isn't it? There's going to be a sneak attack, and then war. Not a sneak attack. We will declare war first, then attack immediately after. But why? Why? It has to be, he said, his expression growing fierce. The Americans have given us no choice. Meiko stood. There's always a choice. There has to be. You can't... She gasped as she glanced around the edge of the banyan trunk and saw Frank walking in their direction along the pavement that skirted the beach. Matsuo began rising to her side. What's wrong? Stay back, she said, not looking at him and trying not to move her lips. It's Frank. He mustn't see you. Go to him, Matsuo whispered. Keep him from coming any closer. I will be right here tomorrow afternoon, waiting to hear your decision. I don't want to decide, Meiko thought, but said nothing. Instead, she waved to Frank and ran toward him, biting back a sob when she saw his face brighten at the sight of her, loathing herself for smiling and acting as if nothing was wrong, as if nothing had changed. But everything had changed. Matsuo waited as long as he could. Finally, when the tension became unbearable, he rose to his knees and peeked around the trunk. He spotted Meiko and Frank about 50 yards down the road. Their backs were to him. They were walking away. As he watched, he saw Frank put an arm over Meiko's shoulders and hug her close. That simple gesture, the warmth, the intimacy, the possessiveness it implied filled Matsuo with a sudden blinding rage. He wanted to scream and sprint down the road to where they were. He wanted to rip Frank's offending arm from its socket and cast it into the sea. He drove his fist against the trunk and closed his eyes. Soon the rage passed, leaving him weak. When he looked up again, Meiko and Frank were out of sight. He slumped against the trunk. What was happening to him? He had never flown into such rages before. Not like him. Frightening. He had too much to do, too many responsibilities to allow violent emotions to threaten his judgment. Perhaps that was the problem. Too many demands coordinating all the intelligence regarding Pearl Harbor. And now, sneaking into Honolulu to meet Meiko, risking his family honor and his commission by fabricating a need to contact this U.S. intelligence officer's wife, saying she possessed sensitive information about the harbor defenses, and then not having the meeting go the way he had hoped. No wonder he felt as if he were about to explode. He replaced his hat on his head, rose to his feet, and walked down to the waterline, thinking. What if Meiko decided to stay with Frank? What if she mentioned his slip about the attack on the fleet? That would confirm the suspicions Meiko said Frank already had. And with Meiko's story to back him up, Frank could convince the fleet to scatter throughout the Pacific, making an attack on Pearl Harbor useless. Matsuo looked out to sea. The strike force had already covered more than half the distance to Oahu by now. What have I done? Meiko lay awake in the bed next to Frank. She had given up hoping for sleep. She felt as if she were being torn apart. All she could think about was Matsuo and what she had learned from him today. He had changed so, more intense, more driven than she had ever seen him. But she sensed that inside he was still the same old Matsuo. Yet she didn't want to leave Frank. How could she desert him? He didn't deserve to be hurt like that. And yet she realized she could not keep herself from Matsuo now that she knew he was alive. She wanted to be with him tonight and every night. She still loved him, had never stopped loving him. What am I going to do? The question tortured her. She whimpered softly now with the pain of it. "You okay?" Frank said from beside her. "Yes." How long had he been awake? "I just wish I could sleep." "Something on your mind?" He moved closer. "Want to talk about it?" Please don't be nice, she thought, feeling miserable and unworthy of him. Please don't be kind and understanding. I was thinking about war. And in a way, she had been. Matsuo's slip about an air attack on the fleet had cast a malignant light on his return. Don't think about that. He slipped his arms around her and hugged her. That's my job. But I don't want anything to happen to you when it comes. Don't worry about me. Guys in my line of intelligence usually get posted behind the lines. We work with radios, not guns. But what about this weekend? What if the attack you're expecting actually takes place? Please promise me one thing. No matter what happens, please don't go to the harbor. If it's on a Saturday or Sunday morning, and that's when it will happen if it happens at all, I'll be right here with you. But what if I'm not here? What if I'm gone? Then where will he be? She wanted to tell him what she knew, but that would mean revealing that Matsuo was alive and here on Oahu, and she couldn't do that. At least, not yet. Maybe not ever. They lay quietly, side by side in the dark. Soon Frank's breathing became slow and rhythmical as he fell asleep. But for Meiko, there was no sleep. December 4th. There comes a point when you have to doubt yourself. When everyone thinks you're wrong, maybe you are. When everyone suspects you're a little bit crazy, maybe you are. At least you have to wonder. On Thursday morning, I stood on the bulkheading by the Navy Hospital and wondered about myself as I watched Task Force 2, consisting of Pearl's last carrier, the Lexington, along with 3 heavy cruisers and 5 destroyers, crawl like snails through the narrow channel opposite Waipio Point on their way to Midway. We would have no carrier here until the Saratoga pulled in from Puget. I wish to hell all the ships were leaving. Then there'd be no reason for anyone to be interested in Pearl. But one glance to my right was all I needed to set my nerves on edge. 8 heavies. The battleships Pennsylvania, Arizona, West Virginia, California, Maryland, Nevada, Oklahoma, and Tennessee, lined up 2 by 2 along the eastern shore of Ford Island like clay pigeons in a shooting gallery. And more were due in this weekend. We would have more ships in harbor on Saturday and Sunday than at any other time since 4th of July weekend. Mentally, I capitulated. I was powerless, so I decided to back off. I'd let myself get involved to the point of obsession. Maybe I'd lost my perspective. Maybe it was time to sit back and let the big boys do what they were getting paid for. Maybe Admiral Turner had special reasons for filtering every scrap of intelligence through war plans and only trickling out what he considered absolutely necessary. Maybe Harry Thornton was privy to what Turner and Stark and all the Navy Department brass were up to and couldn't let me in on it. All my problems could have been due to the simple fact that I was in an awkward position. Because of my post in translation, I had access to a significant amount of intelligence regarding Japan. I probably knew as much as anyone on Oahu. What I knew had me worried, but I obviously didn't have the whole picture. Those who did have the whole picture did not seem to be worried. So, what was the point in making myself sick when I didn't know the whole story? It seemed to be affecting my marriage as well. Meiko was not herself. My fault, I was sure. My obsession with the growing inevitability of a Japanese attack must have finally taken its toll. She was like a coiled spring this morning, ready to break loose and bounce off the walls at the slightest jolt. She kept starting sentences and never finishing them. But things were going to change now. I was going to put this sneak attack business out of my head and just go on with my routine daily duties. I was going to get things back to normal again. Meiko tried to melt in the fervor of Matsuo's embrace, but she was too tight, too tense. She had found him on the beach and told him, "I'll go back with you." On hearing those words, he had shouted with joy, wrapped her in his arms, and swung her around. She wanted to share that joy, but could not. Not yet. She hadn't been able to find a way to leave Frank. "But not today. I need more time." "There isn't much." He stepped back and held her at arm's length. "It has to be now." She shook her head. "No, I can't. How much time do I have?" "You must leave here." He paused, his expression grim. "By Saturday night, at the very latest." Meiko felt a wave of nausea ripple through her stomach. She could barely speak. "Then on Sunday morning?" Matsuo said nothing at first, only stared into her eyes. Finally he said, "You have said nothing to Frank? About me? About the attack?" She could only shake her head. "Good. For a moment yesterday—" He waved a hand in the air. "Never mind. But listen, as long as you will be here a little longer, there is something I want you to do if the opportunity arises." "Oh, no. You wouldn't ask me. Please don't." "It's not as callous as it sounds. I'm not asking you to try to steal or extract information from him, but if the opportunity presents itself—" "No! How can you ask me to do that?" "It's not for me. It's for you." That stunned her. "For me? How?" He looked away. "I don't want my brother and his type to look upon you as someone slinking back to Japan because of the war, an errant child running home before the storm. I want you to return with your head held high." Meiko could see the truth in Matsuo's eyes. He was thinking of her. He truly cared how her homecoming was perceived, but he was asking her not only to leave Frank, but to betray him as well. "The attack will be launched no matter what," he went on, seeming to read her mind. "Neither you nor I can change that. But if you can just bring something, any scrap— Frank often brings papers home, but I don't think they're worth anything. I'll keep watch for anything useful, though." She felt she could safely make that promise, secure in the knowledge that nothing of value would be available to her. "Good." Matsuo smiled and patted the sand beside him. "Now, sit here and let me tell you of the life we'll have back in Tokyo." But Meiko barely heard him. An icy hand of guilt and fear had gripped her throat. "That man," she said, restraining herself from pointing. "The one in the flowered shirt at the water's edge. I'm not sure, but I think this is the third time he has walked by." Matsuo glanced at him, then away. "You may be right. I haven't been watching. My eyes are only for you when you're near." Normally, those words would have made her blush, but now they swept by her, unnoticed in the wash of her anxiety. What if she were caught with Matsuo? Then she would be responsible not only for disgracing her family 4 years ago, but disgracing Frank as well. "I must go." "Yes," he said in a low voice. "Go. We shouldn't meet here again. I drove through an area called Halewa Heights last night. I will go there after sunset tonight and the next 3 nights and wait until 11 o'clock. You need only to drive or ride your bicycle to a point just above the developed section there, and I will find you. But you must come before 11. After that, it will be too late." "Too late? Why?" "No time to explain now. It's best that you don't spend any more time with me here in public." He stood up. "Tonight. Come tonight. Please." With that, he strode away. Meiko noticed that as Matsuo walked in the general direction of the man in the flowered shirt, the man quickly turned and hurried away. With tension cramping her muscles and tying her intestines in knots, Meiko headed home. That night, as Matsuo waited in the consulate car, he stared down at Pearl Harbor spread out far below him. The view from Halewa Heights was perfect. With a simple pair of field glasses, he could see every nook and cranny of the East Loch, could almost count the antennae of the battleships lined up in pairs this side of Ford Island. His only regret was that the Lexington was gone. He and Yamamoto had hoped to catch one of the Pacific Fleet's 3 carriers in port, but with eight heavy battleships as sitting targets, it seemed greedy to ask for more. Earlier this evening in Honolulu, he had had a long talk with Yoshikawa, one of Naval Intelligence's agents assigned to the Hawaiian consulate as a minor official. They had met in the back room of a seedy bar on Hotel Street. He knew it was a safe room because the bar was owned and run by a Japanese agent. They had talked freely, at least Yoshikawa had. Matsuo mentioned nothing of what he knew of the attack. Only the very highest levels of the government and military knew that Pearl Harbor was to be a target. Consul Kita and his staff were in the dark, and Matsuo wanted to keep it that way. If they knew nothing, they could give nothing away, even accidentally over a tapped phone line. When Matsuo asked about any mention on the airwaves of Mount Niitaka, Yoshikawa had replied that yes, an enigmatic message had been received on Tuesday. They had no idea for whom it was intended, but it had read, "Niitakayama nobore 120 ya." Matsuo had nodded then, as if the message contained no meaning beyond the words themselves. But now, as he sat here on a dirt road above the skeletons of new houses on the rim of a residential area creeping up the hillside, he gazed at the bulk of the U.S. Pacific Fleet, lit up below in the dark, and heard the words echo in his mind. "Climb Mount Niitaka, 1208. That was the signal, the go-ahead to the strike force from Tokyo. Attack Pearl Harbor, December 8th. Matsuo knew that although the force had crossed the international date line, it was still running internally on Tokyo time, and December 8th, Tokyo time, would be Sunday in Pearl Harbor. He checked his watch. 9 p.m. In 58 hours, Japan's declaration of war would be delivered to the U.S. Secretary of State in Washington. 1 hour after that, the bombers of the strike force would be attacking those ships below. Matsuo waited and watched, searching the streets for a beautiful Japanese woman on a bicycle until his eyes ached with the strain. He waited until 11:15, and then forced himself to face the obvious. Meiko wasn't coming tonight. No sense in waiting any longer. The sub that was to pick them up would surface at midnight for 10 minutes only. If they weren't there in the inflatable raft Matsuo had in the trunk of the car, it would submerge and return in 24 hours. Reluctantly, Matsuo started the engine and put the car in gear. He hoped Meiko wouldn't wait until the last minute. They had only 2 nights left. December 6th, Tokyo. Hiroki stared around at the tense faces in the war room. Sugiyama and Nagano, chiefs of staff of the Army and Navy, and their vice chiefs awaited his words. They're frightened, he thought. The cold, hard reality of what they were about to undertake had seeped through their bluff, confident exteriors. They looked almost ready to back down. They needed some backbone. They had the advantage of choosing whether or not to fight, of choosing the time and place of battle. But that wasn't enough, it seemed. They wanted even more of an edge. Hiroki sighed. Perhaps he was being unfair. After all, these men didn't have his advantage. They hadn't listened to the seer, hadn't heard how the war would be won, despite seemingly unconquerable odds. They knew only that they were about to attack one of the world's industrial giants. "What news do you bring?" Nagano asked. "I have convinced the foreign minister to delay delivery of the final note another half hour." The chief of the Navy waved his fist in the air and shouted, "Banzai!" The others followed his lead. The import was clear. With the delegation arriving only half an hour before the attack and counting on a bare minimum of 15 minutes to read the declaration, only another scant 15 minutes remained for the Secretary of State to send a war alert to the Pacific. Sake was poured, and the Supreme Command awaited Hiroki's toast. "Tea and Washington," he said, and they all drank. Shimazu tingled with anticipation. He was well satisfied with the course of events. "Their cowardice serves our purposes well," he said, after Hiroki had told them of the Supreme Command's jitters. "The more the Pearl Harbor strike appears to be a sneak attack, the better." "Why is that, Sensei?" "Consider. The angrier the Americans are, the less likely they will be to agree to an early settlement, something Admiral Yamamoto wants, but which we must avoid at all costs. The order supports this conflict not merely for the Empire's material well-being, but to rid the East of white rule once and for all. There must be no ceasefire until that is accomplished." "Perhaps we will be lucky and have a further delay at the Washington end," Hiroki said. "But that seems unlikely. The message will be transmitted in English in our top diplomatic cipher. No translation will be necessary at our embassy." "I wonder about that code," Shimazu said. "Are you sure it is safe?" "Absolutely." Shimazu hoped Hiroki was right. If the Americans intercepted and deciphered the 14-part message, they would be ready for the strike force when it arrived. Japan's plans for a decisive victory could then become a humiliating defeat. But of course, Hiroki was right. The seer's visions had uniformly predicted stunning victories at the start of the war, and the visions never failed. How had he forgotten that? Caught in the maze of temporal matters involved in guiding Japan toward this war, was he losing sight of the spiritual concerns that had first brought him to the order so many years ago? Yes, he told himself, regretfully. Yes, I am. But I am doing it for the Son of Heaven, for the Empire, for the honor of the order. I will put these material matters behind me and seek that spiritual trail again, after the war. after the war is won. In the meantime, he had had a disturbing vision under the influence of the seer's drug. In a parting of the yellow mist, he had seen Meiko Mazaki returning to Japan. But how could that be? She was dead, wasn't she? Oahu. My habit was to spend the first Saturday morning of the month at the Pearl office. It was quiet then, the interruptions were rare, and I found it a good time to clean up all the loose ends of paperwork that had accumulated during the preceding month. The work went quickly. I'd managed to get a fairly decent amount of sleep last night, forcibly clearing my mind of any worries about impending disaster for Pearl. And it had worked. I'd awakened refreshed and buoyant to find Hawaii still at peace with the world. Meiko was still asleep when I left, but I planned to take her to the Battle of the Bands tonight. She liked American swing music, and I figured something like that would help pull her out of the funk she was in. I checked the wires after lunch. Some long messages were going from Tokyo to Washington in purple. Something was going on. More than ever, I wished we had some magic here to decipher it. I was just finishing up and readying to head back to Honolulu when portly, balding Fred Jansen, chief ship's clerk, hurried past in the hall. He must have spotted me because he stopped short and saluted. "Sir, is Captain Thornton available today?" "No, Jansen, he's not." I glanced at the clock, just shy of 1. Thornton was probably in his seat at the stadium right now, waiting for the annual Shrine Game to begin. The University of Hawaii was playing Willamette, and I doubted there was a man on base who didn't have a bet on the game one way or the other. "Is there a problem?" "Yes, sir." He held up a foot-long cardboard tube. "I found this lying on top of the safe." And I think it should be locked up over the weekend, but I don't have the combination." Neither did I. That was limited to the higher-ups in intelligence, such as Commanders Layton and Rochefort, and Captains Mayfield and Thornton. "Let's see what you've got." Jansen pulled a large sheet of drafting paper from the tube and spread it out on my desk. "I didn't feel right leaving this around." I could see why. A map of the harbor with the positions of every single ship penciled in and labeled by name. The torpedo and submarine nets were penciled in too. I rolled it up and slipped it back in the tube. "I'll take care of it." Obviously relieved to have the matter taken out of his hands, Jansen saluted smartly and hurried out. I intended to see that whoever had left this lying around got hell for it Monday morning. But meantime, what was I going to do with it? I could think of only one solution: bring it home. I locked up and headed for my car. Meiko concealed her dismay as she stared at the tube Frank had laid on the table. "Can't you take it back?" she said. "Honey, I explained that. I couldn't leave it lying around the office. But now it's lying around here. What if somebody steals it? Or it gets lost? Or the house burns down?" Frank laughed good-naturedly. "The first two will never happen. And, if God forbid the house burns down, well, then O and I will just have to draw up another diagram. Look, I'm not even going to hide it." He walked over to the refrigerator and laid the tube on top of it. "There. We'll leave it in plain sight. By tomorrow night, it will be worthless anyway. It changes day to day during the week as the ships go in and out of dry dock." "Then why don't we just burn it?" Her voice sounded shrill in her own ears. "Meiko, what's wrong?" he said, losing his smile. "I've brought home papers lots of times, and it's never bothered you like this. Are you all right?" "I'm just not feeling well, Frank." And it was true. The presence of the map sickened her, like knowing that a snake was coiled somewhere in the house. He stepped close and put a hand on her forehead. "You getting sick?" "I don't know. I'll be all right. I'm just so tired all the time." "Want to call off going to the Battle of the Bands?" She managed a smile. "If you don't mind, maybe I'll just go to bed early." "Sure, hon. Whatever you want. But if you're not better by Monday morning, I'm taking you over to the base hospital and have one of the doctors look at you." "Okay, sure. I think I'll go lie down now. Maybe take a nap before dinner." She broke away and headed for the bedroom, feeling as if she should be slithering along the floor, leaving a trail of slime. 11 o'clock. Meiko checked the phosphorescent glow of the hands on the bedside clock for the dozenth time in the past few minutes. It has to be now. She had gone to bed shortly after dinner, complaining again of being tired, and had lain awake ever since while Frank sat in the living room, smoking and listening to the radio. She tossed back and forth under the covers, not knowing what to do, knowing only that she had to leave tonight or never leave at all. But how? She had feigned sleep when Frank had come to bed half an hour ago, and now he was sleeping peacefully beside her. She lay a hand gently on his shoulder. Poor Frank. She had tried so desperately these past days to find a way to tell him, but it was hopeless. No words could lessen the pain of her leaving. She would have to sneak off like a thief in the night. Thief. Perhaps that was the key. She would steal the harbor diagram and let Frank think that was why she had left him. Would that make it easier? Would it be less painful for him to think she had left him for Japan rather than for another man? Knowing she was clutching at straws, Meiko doubted it. She kissed Frank on the cheek and then slowly, carefully, slipped out of bed. On the way out of the room, she grabbed the house kimono off the hook behind the bedroom door and then eased it closed. She slipped out of her nightgown and into the kimono, then turned on the light. She sat down at the kitchen table and wrote Frank a brief note that she prayed he would understand. She started out knowing exactly what she would say, but as she wrote, the words made less and less sense until she felt the sobs heave in her chest and the tears begin to stream down her cheeks. Finally, she crumpled it up and jotted down the first words that came to her mind. She left it on the table, then took the tube map and started for the door. She stopped with her hand on the knob and looked back toward the bedroom. There had to be more. Frank deserved better than this. The pressure built up inside her until she felt she would have to scream or explode. Why? Why did it have to be this way? She knew there was no answer. Her course was set now. There could be no turning back. Loathing herself, Meiko fled the apartment, found her bicycle in the dark, and pedaled at full speed toward Halewa Heights. As soon as I awoke, I knew I was alone. I felt the empty spot beside me on the mattress and knew that Meiko had not merely left the bed, she had left the apartment. It had that unmistakable empty feel to it. I jumped up, calling her name, though I knew I would get no answer. With my heart pounding in my throat, I hurried to the front room. The kitchen lights were still on, and the first thing I saw was the note on the table. It took a few moments for my eyes to focus. Dearest Frank, I have never lied to you, not once since the day we met in the Bon Marché until now. Please do not hate me for what I am doing. It is true. Forgive me. Meiko. True? Her obligation to the Emperor? What on earth could... And then I glanced at the top of the refrigerator. The tube with the Pearl Harbor diagram was gone. Oh no, I heard myself say. I felt as if I were crumbling inside. Oh God, no! Frantic, I ran my hand over the top of the refrigerator and craned my neck to look behind. No tube. I looked at the note again and saw 2 circular spots where the ink had run. They were still damp. Tears? If so, maybe there was hope. She couldn't have written it too long ago. Maybe I could still catch her, still save her from herself and whatever it was she thought Chu was demanding of her. I ran out to the carport. The car was still there, but Meiko's bike was gone. Only 2 ways she could be headed, the beach or the Japanese consulate. I decided to try Ala Moana first. I didn't know why. Perhaps because Meiko always seemed to gravitate toward the beach. I raced the car through Kalihi, barely pausing at the intersections. But in one of those fraction-of-a-second pauses, I saw something. I looked again, and it was gone, but instead of continuing on my way to Ala Moana, I idled the car and stared into the night. It had been far up the street, maybe 3/4 of a mile away, just a flash of movement under a street light. It could have been anything, a pedestrian, another car, or someone riding a bicycle. I turned and gunned the car. I knew I was wasting time, but something drew me that way. The street ran uphill and merged with Moana Loa Road. As I cruised along, I saw it again, and this time I knew what it was. Someone on a bike. I slowed and cut my lights. As I pulled closer, the lights of a car coming the other way plainly showed that the rider was a woman. A long cardboard tube was strapped to her bike's rear fender. Suddenly, it was hard to breathe. Meiko. Where was she going? What did she hope to accomplish by this? I wanted to gun the car ahead of her, cut her off, pull her from the bike, and shake some sense into her. But I didn't. Instead of flooring the gas pedal, I dropped back. If I stayed half a mile or so behind, matched my speed to hers, and let other cars go by as I hugged the shoulder, I could follow her without her ever guessing. She was obviously going to meet somebody. Somebody who had contacted her and subverted her against me and the country that had adopted her. I meant to find out who that somebody was. Matsuo paced back and forth in front of the car, smoking and checking his watch incessantly. Where was she? Time was so short. Only a few minutes left before he would have to head for the beach. If he missed the rendezvous with the sub, the war would be over for him. Pearl would be attacked tomorrow, and he would be stuck here, most likely imprisoned for the duration. If the attack was still on, he had no way of knowing. The agents at the consulate were not monitoring marine signals and did not know what to listen for anyway. And radio silence was so strict among the ships of the strike force that the sea could have swallowed it up during the night and no one would know. But the force could have been spotted by a reconnaissance flight, and, having lost the element of surprise, the raid would be called off and the ships sent back to Tokyo. None of that would matter to him, though, if he knew he had Meiko back. He hurled his cigarette butt down and savagely ground it into the dirt until it virtually disintegrated. What was he going to do? How could he leave here without Meiko? He knew where she lived. He was tempted to rush into her home and pull her from Frank's bed, but what would that prove? She had to choose him over Frank, or having her back would mean nothing. He was about to light another cigarette when he saw Meiko toiling up the hill on her bicycle. She was headed in his general direction, but would probably veer to her left to stay on the road. Triumph and elation shot through him, energizing him. He leaped to the car and reached inside the driver's window. Meiko's lungs burned and her legs ached as she forced her bike through the streets of Halewa Heights. It had been a ride of less than 5 miles, but it had been all uphill. The houses were beginning to thin out here. Most were dark and quiet, with parked cars scattered along the dark streets. How would she find Matsuo? It seemed impossible. And then, up ahead in the featureless dark at the end of the street, she saw a pair of car headlamps flash 3 times. She urged the bike forward, off the pavement and onto a hard-packed dirt surface. Cleared lots and partially built houses flanked her. Her tires slewed in the sandy dirt, so she leaped off and pushed the bike forward. Ahead, she saw someone running toward her. "Meiko!" The loud whisper was unmistakably Matsuo's. She threw down the bike and ran forward. He took her in his arms, and his embrace was like a vice, almost painful in its intensity. "I thought you weren't coming. I prayed to all the gods that I would not have to leave here alone." At least, he hadn't asked if she had brought along any useful intelligence. From the way he had acted on Thursday, she had wondered which was more important to him. "Get me out of here, please." She wanted to be far away, beyond the point of no return, to a place where, no matter how she felt or what she decided, she could not turn back. "Yes," Matsuo said, tugging her toward the car behind him. "Of course, we'll have to rush. We're almost out of time." "Wait!" She ran to her bike and pulled the tube free from the string that had secured it. "I brought a layout of the harbor defenses. It should be—" She saw headlamps, heard the crunch of tires on gravel, and looked up to see a car roaring toward them. As it skidded to a stop a few feet in front of her, she heard the driver's door open. She couldn't see who it was behind the glare, but she felt all the strength drain out of her in a rush when she recognized the voice. "Meiko!" I slammed the car into neutral and was out and running toward her before the brake took complete hold. I'd seen her startled face in the glow from the headlamps as I pulled up, but I'd also spotted another car and a shadowy figure behind her. The sight of that figure, coupled with the knowledge that he was trying to make a traitor out of my wife, disintegrated the last vestiges of caution or restraint. I charged. I ran headlong past Meiko and heard her shout my name as I threw myself at her accomplice. I was in a blind rage, ready to tear him in half with my bare hands. I wasn't sure of how big he was there in the dark, but I was sure the wild fire burning through me would more than make up for whatever I might lack in size. I was wrong. My attack was brought up short by a sledgehammer blow to the side of my neck. Fiery agony lanced down my left arm, and suddenly it seemed to weigh a ton. Before I could react to the pain, a fist like a battering ram drove into my belly, doubling me over, leaving me open to a crushing blow to the back of my neck. I went down and stayed down, racked with pain and unable to move. My opponent squatted down beside me. "Can't I ever be free of you?" I didn't recognize the voice at first. It spoke softly, in a tone that was neither mocking nor consoling, but it was cold and hard, filled with an anger equal to my own. Then I placed it. Had I been able, I would have screamed out my shock, my grief that I had been such a gullible fool. How could I have allowed myself to be so completely taken in by Meiko's lies? But I was lying on my side, clutching my belly and trying not to vomit. All I could manage was an agonized grunt. "Matsuo!" I could make out his face now in the spilled light from my car's headlamps. He didn't look any older than when I had last seen him at Berkeley. Meiko came up and stood over us. "Oh, Frank," she sobbed, and I could see tears glistening on her cheeks. "Oh, Frank, I'm so sorry." "You're never where you should be, Frank," Matsuo said in that cold, hard tone. "When someone needs you, you're gone. When you should be gone, you show up. And it is especially tragic that you should show up now, because I can't let you live." He grabbed my hair, pushed my head back, then readied his fist for a blow to my exposed throat. Meiko screamed and grabbed his arm. "No, you can't!" "There's no choice. You told me he expected an attack. Now that you've stolen a diagram of the harbor, he'll know a raid is planned." "We'll take him with us." "Impossible. There's barely room in the raft for two of us. There's no other way." Meiko shoved herself between the two of us. "I forbid it. If you kill him, You will have to kill me, because I'll go to the Navy and tell them myself." I saw Matsuo's incredulous expression as he stared at her. I couldn't understand Meiko. She had led me along, set me up, and now she was defending me. I forgot about trying to understand. The time she was buying me was helping. My intestinal spasms had stopped, and I was getting more feeling back into my limbs. Only one thing for me to do. I had to forget about Meiko and forget about getting even with Matsuo. I had to warn the fleet. If I could make it to my car, it had to be now. I pushed myself off the ground, staggered to my feet, and forced myself into a lopsided run toward the car. I heard scuffling behind me, heard Meiko shriek, "No!" And then I was in the front seat, thanking God I hadn't shut off the engine as I shifted into reverse. A cloud of dust spewed up from the spinning tires, blotting Meiko and Matsuo from view and enveloping the car as it slewed backward. Suddenly, Matsuo burst through the cloud and threw himself against my side of the car. Just inches from me, he caught the window post with his hand and managed to get his feet on the running board. I jammed on the brakes and almost tossed him off as I revved into first gear, but he held on by his fingertips. I started to roll up the window while making a sharp turn to the right, but before I could get it up far enough to dislodge his hand, he regained his balance. I saw him rear back with his free arm, and then I heard a deafening smash as the air around me was filled with countless flying shards of glass. He had smashed the window with his bare hand. I pulled the car into a sharper turn and tried to fight off Matsuo's arm as it snaked in the window and grabbed the steering wheel. I pounded on that arm. I pulled at his fingers, but he had the wheel in a death grip, holding it into the turn to bring me back toward where we started. In a last desperate move, I yanked on my door handle and threw myself against the door. The move knocked Matsuo off the running board. With his feet and lower legs dragging in the dirt beside the car, he finally lost his grip on the wheel. Suddenly, Matsuo let go of the car entirely and hurled himself away. I watched him roll in the dirt, then glanced ahead and realized why he had done it. The car was nosing toward a stand of trees. I stood on the brake, but there wasn't enough room to stop. The car skidded, started to spin, then slammed broadside against the trees. I was shaken, but still alert and able to move. I pushed my way out of the car and found Matsuo there, standing by the door, staring at me with murder in his eyes. As he drew his fist back, I only had time for one thought. He's going to kill me. Then his fist flashed forward toward my face, and the world exploded into 1,000 lights. Meiko nearly lost all control as she watched Matsuo approach with Frank's limp form slung over his shoulders. He can't be dead. Oh, please, Frank can't be dead. Matsuo must have read her thoughts. He's just unconscious. Meiko heard herself gasp with relief. What are you going to do with him? Matsuo glanced around at the partially completed houses. I'm not sure, but I have an idea. He dumped Frank onto the ground and hurried off to one of the lots. As he rummaged through the building supplies, Meiko knelt beside Frank and gently, gingerly began to brush the hair away from his face. Poor Frank, she whispered, feeling utterly wretched. This is all my fault. If I hadn't come into your life, if I'd refused to marry you, none of this would have happened. Matsuo suddenly returned. He had a hammer jammed into his belt and things clinked in his pocket. He lifted Frank and slung him over his shoulders again. What are you going to do? She asked, afraid of the answer. He had already turned away and started walking uphill. I'm going to find a place to put him where he'll be safely out of touch until morning, he said over his shoulder. Meiko followed, chilled and baffled by the change in Matsuo. He was like a raging, bloodthirsty animal. What had happened to make him like this? Was it her fault? Could those years of thinking she was dead have had this effect on him? Was she some sort of bad luck charm? Look how she had disgraced her family. Look at poor Frank. Did misfortune taint everyone she loved? She didn't know. She didn't even know if she wanted to return to Japan with this new Matsuo. She followed him into the wooded area uphill from the new construction, through the trees until they reached a relatively clear area. Only the stars and a half-moon lit the scene as Matsuo lay Frank on the ground next to a tree. What was he going to do? "Matsuo? I'll be through in a minute." She watched as he removed the hammer from his belt, then took something from his pocket. He raised Frank's forearm against the tree and held the thing from his pocket over it. She stepped closer and saw that it was a heavy 6-inch nail. She screamed out her horror as Matsuo raised the hammer. I awoke to cries of agony, my own. When my eyes could focus, I saw Matsuo straightening up to stand over me. Behind him stood Meiko, half turned away, her face buried in her hands, sobbing. My head and upper back were propped against the tree, the rest of me stretched out on the ground. My arm... The pain in my right forearm went far beyond anything I had ever experienced, ever imagined. It shot out of the center of my arm and pulsed back and forth between my shoulder and fingertips like liquid fire. I looked and saw a heavy-duty nail punched through the flesh of my arm 2 or 3 inches this side of my wrist and into the thick trunk of an ironwood tree. I retched, and the movement caused a spasm of pain in the arm, pain even more intense than before. The world swam around me for an instant. "I'm letting you live," Matsuo said in a voice cold and harsh for all the softness of its whisper. "For her sake. Because she wants it, and because she says you've been good to her. I'm allowing it for another reason as well." He pointed behind him. "Look down there." Through pain-blurred eyes, I could see the lights of the fleet in the east lock. "I've positioned you here so you'll have a balcony seat at the show tomorrow morning. I don't want you to miss a minute of it. Your country is trying to strangle mine. You've left us only 2 roads to follow, either exist on a leash or go to war. Tomorrow morning, you'll see firsthand the choice we have made. You'll watch the destruction of your Pacific Fleet." The import of what he was saying finally broke through the haze of pain enveloping me. There was going to be an attack on the fleet, and it was set for tomorrow. The final part of a declaration of war has already been sent to our Washington embassy. The Ambassador Nomura and Envoy Kurusu have an appointment with Secretary of State Hull at 1 p.m., Washington time. They will present him with the declaration, and shortly after that, our planes will be over Pearl Harbor. He paused, as if for effect, then said, "I am taking a chance leaving you here alive. There is always the possibility you could tear yourself free of that nail and warn the fleet. But I know you, Frank Slater. Unless someone comes by and frees you, and there is no one within earshot, you will still be right here tomorrow morning." He gave me one long last look, as if trying to read my face in the moonlight, then turned and strode away. He stopped at Meiko's side and said something to her, but she lurched away and came toward me. Moonlight glistened off her wet cheeks as she threw herself on her knees beside me. "Oh, Frank, I never knew this would happen. Please believe me. I never knew Matsuo was alive. I swear it." "We have to hurry, Meiko," Matsuo said in Japanese. "We are already late." "Please understand, Frank. I have no choice in this." Matsuo came up behind her, took her by the arm, and fairly dragged her to her feet. "It is true, Frank," she cried, as he pulled her away down the hill. "It is true." I lay sprawled against the tree and watched them go, catching a last backward glance from Meiko before they disappeared into the dark. I wanted to call to her, say something that would change her mind, bring her back. But my tongue was stuck against the roof of my mouth, and I was too racked by pain and grief to do anything more than stare after her like a mute idiot. After all, what could I say to counter the ancient, almost inborn imperatives of her endless debt to the Emperor? I was no match for Chu. Besides, there was another matter that had to take precedence. I had to get free and warn the fleet. I tried to shift my position on the ground and suddenly found my voice with a cry of agony. The slightest movement, even the most minute rotation on the spindle of the nail, resulted in an unnerving blast of pain that caused my vision to shimmer toward black. How would I ever get free? There was surprisingly little bleeding around the nail now, but I knew that would change if I ever did manage to tear my arm free. I'd pass out from the pain and probably bleed myself into a coma while I was unconscious. And then I realized I didn't have to get free. Matsuo had said the final part of the declaration of war had been transmitted to the Japanese embassy in Washington, 8 to 10 hours before the attack. It would be in purple, of course, and Washington had 3 purple magic machines. I would have laughed out loud if I hadn't been in such agony. We would have the message deciphered even before the Japs, and a copy on the Secretary of State's desk hours before the scheduled presentation. The warning would go out to all units in the Pacific, and when the Jap planes arrived over Oahu, they'd find Army interceptor squadrons in the air and a battle-ready fleet ready and waiting for them. The last laugh would be on Matsuo and his surprise attack. December 7th. "We're late," Matsuo thought as he paddled the raft out from shore. The other officers at Naval Intelligence had warned him about coming here, telling him it was a fool's errand, too full of risks with too many variables waiting to betray him. And they were right. Nothing had gone according to plan. He wished Meiko would say something. She had been so quiet during the headlong drive down to the beach from Halewa Heights, and now she sat slumped in the front of the raft in a daze. "Meiko," he said finally, "don't you understand? I did what I had to do." Her voice was like ice and sharp as a January wind. "I will never understand what you did. I have never seen such brutality, and I will never forget what I saw you do. Matsuo, how could you?" He had been brutal with Frank, yes, but the situation demanded it. This was not a game. This was war. Couldn't she see that? Matsuo stopped rowing and checked his watch. Almost 12:15. So late. The sub could have come and gone already. Most likely it had done just that. So here he was, floating in a raft off Oahu, a United States territory which, 8 hours from now, would hate and fear all Japanese. With him was a diagram of the harbor that was to be attacked in the morning, and the woman he had loved as long as he could remember now thought of him as some savage beast. What else could go wrong? They waited in silence, but still no submarine. At 12:30, he picked up the paddle and prepared to row ashore. His best hope was to get back to the car and drive to some remote part of the island's mountains to await the outcome of the attack and the war. Perhaps they could find a place to hide for a year or so until the war was over, and then return to Japan. As he lifted the paddle, the sea to port began to boil. Suddenly, a conning tower burst up toward the moonlit sky with water cascading off it on all sides. Matsuo held his breath. Is it mine? Then the upper hull broke the surface, and he saw the miniature sub and the seaplane lashed to its after deck. Relief swept through him like a comforting breeze. They were safe. Commander Fuchida lifted his gaze from the diagram and stared at Matsuo, his soft brown eyes glowing. His thin lips curled into a smile under his short bush mustache. This is a most remarkable achievement. Matsuo had been received with more than a little reserve aboard the carrier Agaki, flagship of the strike force. And rightly so, he thought. After all, he would have been suspicious, too, of a man and a woman arriving by seaplane and claiming to have a map of the harbor that was the object of an attack known to only a privileged few in all of Japan. Despite the letter he carried from Yamamoto, signed personally and sealed with his hanko, he and the harbor diagram were still received with suspicion by the ship's officers until Fuchida had entered the wardroom, embraced him, and introduced him as the finest intelligence officer in all Japan. Suddenly, he was among friends. It is mostly due to the efforts of Meiko Mazaki, Matsuo said. He wished Meiko were here in the wardroom to see the reverence with which the pilots treated her contribution to the attack, but she had locked herself in the cabin that had been assigned to her and refused to come out. You are sure these positions are accurate? Fuchida said. I cannot speak for the submarine nets, Matsuo said, but I have seen the ships in the harbor, and they are situated exactly as on that map. Then there are no aircraft carriers in port? The commander could not hide his disappointment. No, the last one left on Thursday, but 8 heavy battleships sit there along the central island, waiting to be sunk. A murmur ran around the room as the pilots of the vertical and torpedo bombers pressed more closely around the table. Matsuo drew Commander Fuchida aside. I'm a little bit worried, he said. Fuchida raised his eyebrows. About what? Our target. Doesn't it strike you as strange? 96 ships in port, 8 of them battleships lined up like targets. The fact that the strike force has not seen one ship or reconnaissance plane during its entire journey, even this close to the Hawaiians? And now this diagram of the harbor, identifying and locating every single ship in the East Lock, isn't it all just a little too perfect? Perhaps, but I prefer to think of it as American overconfidence. Who would dare to attack us, they say. Hours from now, they will learn. I just hope it's not a trap. Fuchida shook his head. No trap. And if it is, we will fight our way through it and out of it. We have contingency plans ready in case the surprise element is lost, he bowed. But I appreciate your concern. One more thing, Matsuo said, as the commander began to turn away. I understand one of the fighter pilots is sick. Fuchida nodded. An ear infection. He can't be allowed to fly. I will take his place. I don't know, Fuchida said slowly. I will have to think about that. Matsuo knew this was a typically Japanese way of saying no. He pressed the commander. If it was a dive bomber, I wouldn't ask. I don't know the first thing about dive bombing, but I am fully trained in the A6M, trained by the Admiral himself. I have taken part in the planning of this operation since the Admiral conceived it, and I claim the right to take part in its execution. Fuchida hesitated, and Matsuo's heart sank. He desperately wanted to strike back at America, at Frank Slater for having had Meiko, at all the Mick McGarrigles and Japanese exclusion leagues and alien land laws, at the land of 1,000 daily slights whose people had treated him like Eta, at the land that had forced his country into this desperate act. Then the flight commander's face broke into a smile like the sun pushing from behind a cloud. "Of course. You have earned it." Matsuo bowed low, his exultation lifting him like a wave. He hurried to Meiko's cabin to tell her the good news. He knocked on her door repeatedly, but there was no answer. He tried the handle, but it was locked from the inside. Either she was sound asleep or feigning it. He suspected the latter. He ached to sit with her and make her understand his actions, but had no time. Takeoff time for his fighter wing was only hours away, and he had so much to do before he was ready. Matsuo spent the next 2 hours being briefed on the flight plan. The assault force would consist of 353 planes, attacking in 2 waves. He would be flying one of the fighters providing cover for the first wave. Takeoff time for the first wave was 6 a.m. The second would take to the air an hour and a quarter later. As he donned the fresh uniform he had been given, he could hear the roar of the plane engines as the mechanics turned them over and gave them a final tuning on the flight deck above. He was given a special breakfast of sekihan, red beans and rice, and a cup of sake for a ceremonial toast. He raised his glass with the others, but only touched it to his lips. Instead of drinking it, he left it as an offering on the Agaki's portable Shinto shrine. He hung the clipboard with his flight plan around his neck and tied a white hachimaki around his head before he donned his flight helmet. On the way down the corridor, he was handed a bento containing rice balls, pickled fruit and fish, chocolate and caffeine tablets. The box lunch trembled in his hands as he trotted up the stairs. He would need no stimulants to keep him awake this morning. He felt as if he were coming apart with excitement. He stepped out onto the deck amid the roar of all the idling engines and felt the cut of the salty east wind. The sky was bright as the sun began to peek over the horizon, a sign, a portent, the real-life model of the Japanese flag. The stiff wind raised heavy, white-topped swells on the brightening sea. Pearl Harbor was 230 miles south and slightly east of where he stood. He hoped the sky was as clear there. A deckhand pointed him toward his plane, and he ran for it. He used the familiar routine of climbing into the cockpit and preparing for flight to calm the almost unbearable tension mounting within him. He let the thrum and shimmer of the running engine pulse through his body. He loved this plane, a Mitsubishi A6M2 Zerosen, the best fighter in the world. Not the fastest, not the most powerful, not the most heavily armed, but it could outmaneuver and knock down anything else in the sky. He checked his instruments, closed his cockpit hood, and waited as the Agaki and the other 5 carriers turned into the wind. He watched the other fighters take off one by one, then it was his turn. He fought a swirl of vertigo as he nosed toward the end of the deck and saw its rhythmic rise and fall above and below the horizon as it fought the swells. He gunned the engine for all it was worth and shot down the deck. He was airborne before he reached the end, and then he was climbing at 45 degrees. A sudden exhilaration swept through him, and he began to laugh. He laughed all the way up to the holding level, where he circled protectively with the other fighters until all 43 of them were in the air. Then the bombers began to take off. Matsuo chewed his lip as he watched the endless fluffy white expanse of cloud cover below. The sun was bright and warm here at 15,000 feet as he kept watch over the 140 bombers of various types a mile below. But where was Oahu? 90 minutes flying at 180 miles an hour, the Hawaiian archipelago should have been directly below. But who could tell? Lieutenant Commander Itaya was in charge of the fighters, but he and everyone else was following Fuchida's lead. Were they worried too? Or did they know exactly where they were? Due to the absolute radio silence they were maintaining, Matsuo could only sit back, hope for the best, and follow the leader. And then, as if by divine design, the impenetrable clouds broke open and the sandy shore of a lush green island burst into view far below. He had burned the coastal outline of Oahu into his brain and immediately recognized Kahuku Point, its northernmost tip. Right on target. Matsuo waited for the signal from Uchida. If he fired his flare gun once, it meant they had the element of surprise on their side. Twice meant surprise lost. Suddenly, it came. A single flare. Matsuo saw the dive bombers drop toward sea level, readying to spearhead the assault. He waited for the fighters to begin dividing into assault groups as planned, but Itaya's plane made no move. Had he missed the signal? Then came another flare. Did that mean surprise lost, or was Fuchida repeating the single flare for the fighters' benefit? Matsuo felt a twinge of unease. If surprise lost was the message, were they blithely gliding into a tiger's den? Too late to worry now. Itaya was peeling off with his group toward Hickam Field. Matsuo's group leader was dropping down toward the valley between Oahu's two narrow mountain ranges. Matsuo followed. He would know soon enough when they reached their target, Wheeler Field. If the Army P-40 fighters based there were in the air and ready for battle, he would have the answer to his question. As the 7 planes in his group streaked over Schofield Barracks, Matsuo studied the troop quarters below. They looked quiet enough. Just what one would expect on a sleepy Sunday morning. Maybe it wasn't a trap after all. Matsuo checked his watch. 7:54. Almost 1:30 p.m. in the American capital. Already Monday in Tokyo. The 14-part declaration of war had been delivered by now. Nothing more to do but follow through with the plan of attack. He looked ahead and saw the triangle of the intersecting runways at Wheeler Field, dead center in the island. No turning back now. Let the war begin. I had lain awake all night as the pain in my right arm subsided from a white-hot coal to an icy throb that made me feel as if a part of me were dying. All night I had watched the harbor, waiting to see the ships start weighing anchor and moving out to the open sea. But nothing happened. The lights on the big ships remained stationary. All that moved were the running lights on the skiffs and ferries shuttling between shore and the anchored fatties, and after a while they too became still. I waited for the dawn, hoping I'd been wrong, that I'd missed the departure of the likes of the Arizona and the Pennsylvania. But as the sky lightened, I saw them, all 96 of them. A faint ray of hope came with the sun. Maybe the attack had been called off. Maybe the declaration of war was never sent. As the sky continued to brighten, I figured that had to be it. A last-minute settlement had been reached. And then I heard the sound of planes. Matsuo followed his group leader in a shallow dive toward the Wheeler airstrips. To his surprise, he saw P-40s lined up in neat rows on the apron, their engines quiet, their propellers still. He felt a surge of relief. No trap. They aren't waiting for us. No trap. He dove toward the dormant aircraft, strafing them with a 20mm cannon in his wings. He saw the P-40s shudder and crumble under the onslaught of lead. Some exploded as their gas tanks caught fire. It was over almost as soon as it had begun, like target practice. A few of the planes managed to gain the air, and after a brief dogfight or two, the survivors streaked off to protect the harbor. Once again, he was assailed by doubt. Too easy. Too damn easy. Matsuo's group left the P-40s burning on the ground as they roared south to join the attack on the harbor. Matsuo held back. He circled Wheeler and made one last low pass to check on the damage they had inflicted. He was satisfied that few, if any, of these planes would ever fly again, and was about to turn south toward Pearl Harbor when he heard a metallic spang against his fuselage. He looked down and saw a lone American soldier standing on one of the landing strips, firing up at him with an automatic pistol. Matsuo loosed a burst from his 20mm cannons to frighten the man off. The bullets tore up the paving on either side of him, but he stood his ground like a statue, pistol raised, firing round after round at Matsuo's plane. Matsuo veered off and circled the field again, watching as the man calmly ejected a spent magazine and loaded a fresh one. Matsuo came at him again, lower this time, straight at him. Still, the man refused to budge. He raised his pistol and began firing again. Matsuo had him in his sights. All he had to do was press the trigger on his stick to fire the 7.7mm machine guns above the nose, and the lone American below would be torn to shreds. But he held his fire. He found something precious in that man below. His defiant courage spoke to Matsuo, struck a resonant chord within. He could not kill him like this, from high above with such an immense advantage and firepower. He veered off and dipped his wings in salute. And he thought, if America had many soldiers like that one below, Japan was in big trouble. But why weren't there more like him scrambling for their planes? It seemed as if the entire island was asleep. The declaration of war had been delivered. Hadn't anyone been warned? Puzzled and disturbed, he flew south toward the harbor. It was 8:20. The first wave should have been through with its attack. The second would be arriving soon. He saw the smoke long before he saw the harbor and decided to veer eastward before inspecting the damage. He wanted to check Halewa Heights first. I sat there on the ground, pinned to the tree like some goddamn insect, and watched the carnage. The torpedo bombers came in first, swooping in low toward the ships on Battleship Row, dropping their explosive fish, then veering off. Then came the dive bombers, and finally the high horizontal bombers. I saw black and gray bursts of anti-aircraft fire begin to blossom in the air, but too late. Too damn late. Suddenly, the Arizona exploded. One moment it was there, bravely weathering the attack. Next, its whole front end detonated, shaking the very ground under me as its forward magazine took a direct hit and sent fiery debris 1,000 feet into the air. God, the men aboard! Her crew must have numbered 1,000. How many could have survived that? Ahead of her, I saw smoke gush from the Oklahoma as she began to capsize, and still the attack went on, relentlessly, until the entire harbor was engulfed in smoke. And just when I thought the Japs had to be out of bullets and bombs, another wave appeared to renew the assault. What was happening? It was all wrong. The declaration of war should have been decoded and the fleet warned hours ago. This was all my fault. I had known about the attack. I had lain here all night, figuring the people with purple magic would relay the warning, but they hadn't. Someone, somewhere, had screwed up. I could have made the difference. I could have raised the warning, but I didn't. Instead, I chose to spare myself the pain of pulling free of that nail. I sat here and wasted all that time waiting for someone else to do it. In a blind rage, at Japan, at Meiko and Matsuo, but most of all at myself, I tried to yank my arm free of the spike. The volcanic pain that erupted through me made the world dim and waver. As I fell back against the tree trunk and watched the swimming sky, I heard the drone of a single-engine plane. I looked up. A lone fighter with big red suns on its wings and fuselage came over the trees and circled twice above me. I didn't have to see the pilot to know who it was. Matsuo looked down on the wooded slope high on Halewa Heights. Frank was still there, fixed to his tree as Matsuo had known he would be. A boy without honor grows into a man without honor. He banked away and flew over Honolulu, noting that it was virtually unscathed by the attack. Perfect, he thought, as he circled around toward the pall of black smoke that marked the east lock of Pearl Harbor. Everything had gone exactly as planned. Only military targets had been hit. He wanted to get a look at the damage to the fleet before he rejoined his group at the rendezvous point. He brought his Zero in low from the east, cruising over the oil tanks and then the naval hospital before he banked north toward Ford Island. His heart thudded in his chest as he saw the carnage there. The east lock was in shambles. His attention was immediately drawn to the line of battleships along Ford Island. They had received the brunt of the attack and were barely visible through the roiling, oily smoke. 2 of the battleships had already been sunk, and another was on its way down. He saw men scrambling up and down ladders and around the still operable anti-aircraft guns and across the overturned hulls, or swimming frantically through the burning water. And he saw so many other men who weren't moving at all, as they lay on the decks or floated face down in the harbor. Even if the attack were called off now, it would already be a success. He should have been cheering, but he could not find his voice. The searing, tearing horror of all the death and violence below seeped into his cockpit and engulfed him with its stench. He tried to shake it off, tried to force a sense of triumph and vindication by calling up visions of Mick McGarrigle's sneering face, but it didn't work. Instead, he found himself remembering Mrs. Worth, who had saved him from that mob in San Francisco almost 10 years ago, and wondering if she had a son and if he might be trapped on one of those ships down there. And suddenly, he was seeing Frank's face as he left him nailed to that tree last night. By all the gods, had he really done that? Had he really taken a spike and driven it through another man's arm? A man he had known since childhood? Choking back the bile that surged into his throat, he pulled back on the stick and sent the Zero into a steep climb, away from the carnage below, far up to where the air was clean. Soon, he was high over the open sea, heading for the rendezvous area 20 miles northwest off Kanea Point. He was low on gas and hoped he would meet a bomber or 2 there. They had homing devices and Zeros did not. Without them, he would never find his carrier. He found 2 horizontal bombers circling. He fell in with them and began to follow them north, hoping to escape forever the terrible devastation at Pearl Harbor by leaving it far behind. But the memory of those burning ships and all those dead men and the others struggling so desperately to stay alive followed him all the way back to the Agaki. The great carrier had been as silent as a floating coffin since the planes had taken off this morning. But now Meiko heard the sound of running feet and excited voices. She opened the door to her cabin and peeked out into the corridor. Empty. Yet from somewhere above she thought she heard cheering. She decided to go see. If nothing else, it would get her into the open. Despite the stale air in her quarters and a queasy stomach from the ceaseless roll of the ship, this was the first time she had ventured outside. She had heard Matsuo knocking before he left. She had crouched silently on the other side of the door, wishing him away. She hadn't wanted to see him, not after what he had done to Frank. He wasn't the Matsuo she had left on Sagami Bay. He had become a brutal stranger. And yet, since the planes had roared off at dawn, She had done nothing but worry about him. The cheering from the flight deck doubled in volume. It was 10 a.m. Could the planes be returning so soon? She hurried up the stairs. The air on the deck was deliciously fresh, and the mid-morning sun made her blink and rub her eyes. All around her, crewmen cheered and waved their caps as they pointed to the south. Meiko squinted into the light and saw nothing at first, and then she spotted them. Dark specks above the horizon, coming in fast. They straggled in alone and in small groups, many with sputtering engines starving for gas. As she watched, a Zero's engine died in the air as it waited to land, and the pilot had to ditch it in the swells near the carrier. She was relieved to see him jump from the cockpit and swim toward the lifelines that were quickly thrown overboard. He wasn't Matsuo. As each plane hit the deck and rolled to a stop, a cheer rang out from the crewmen as they rushed to push it out of the way of the next arrival. And as the jubilant pilots jumped out of their cockpits and down to the deck, they were surrounded and quizzed on their exploits. But where was Matsuo? She didn't see him among the returning pilots. Her chest constricted. Had he been hurt? Shot down? She watched a two-seater land, a bomber, she thought, and then a lone fighter came in, its engine coughing and sputtering. As it rolled to a stop, she waited anxiously to see the pilot's face as he sat motionless in the cockpit. Finally, he stepped out on the wing and jumped down to the deck. He brushed off the well-wishers who crowded around and moved hurriedly in her general direction. She saw now that it was Matsuo, but his face was so pale and strained she barely recognized him. She was sure he didn't see her. As she watched, he went to the railing, leaned over, and vomited. And when he was through, she saw him fold his arms on the railing and press his forehead down against them. She waited. Eventually, he seemed to sense her presence. He looked up, and she saw his tortured eyes. "Meiko," he said in a rasping voice. "What have we done? What have I done?" She held out her arms, and he almost fell into them. His grip was so tight she could barely breathe, but she said nothing. The old Matsuo, her Matsuo, was back, and although nothing was ever going to be the same again, everything was going to be all right. Part 5. 1942 to 1943. 1942, the year of the horse. January, Tokyo. Meiko huddled with her parents around the kotatsu. Winter was settling in. Thought the house was cold, but the three of them drank tea and laughed as they warmed their feet. Meiko would not have cared if there had been icicles on her nose. She felt so good being back home. All through the journey, she had feared she might not even be allowed through the door. She had had no doubt that her mother would welcome her back with open arms, but father? She had been prepared for a cool, even cold reception, or no reception at all, a blank wall. The tension and longing within her had risen to an almost unbearable level with every passing league as the victorious strike force brought her closer and closer to home. Matsuo had been a great help, reassuring her and building up her self-esteem. She had allowed him into her cabin after the mission, and eventually into her bed, where they made love again after 4.5 years. At first, it hadn't been the same. Despite the warmth, there had been desperation, and the awful specter of Frank Slater spiked to that tree with the infinite hurt in his eyes. But across the days of their journey, they had been able to renew the bond that had joined them since adolescence. She had spent her first few days back in Tokyo in Matsuo's apartment while she waited for word as to whether her father would accept her back into his home. She met Matsuo's friend, Shigeo, whose jubilation over the success of the raid was uncontained. She need never have worried. Her father folded her in his arms and wept with joy. To him, she had returned from the dead. Of all the many changes, the biggest had been in her father. He was grayer. He walked with less of a limp and less of a droop to the right side of his mouth, but Meiko sensed a real change within. Where he used to talk incessantly of politics, he no longer even mentioned the subject, despite the almost hysterical euphoria sweeping the country in the wake of the Pearl Harbor attack and the ensuing cluster of victories against British, Dutch, and American forces. Instead, he concentrated on family matters. With the feeling around the kotatsu so warm and easy, Meiko decided that now was the best time to make her announcement. "Matsuo and I are going to be married." She saw her mother lower her eyes and her father avert his. "I expected this," he said. "I pray you do not oppose it." "Matsuo is a fine man and a clansman, but I must confess that I had hoped to have nothing more to do with the Okumo family. I am glad for you." Meiko understood. As much as father wanted to see her married, the Baron, Hiroki, and especially Matsuo were all painful reminders of her indiscretion. He wanted all that behind them. But she was also sure that he was painfully aware that his only daughter was all but unmarriable now. She had been the wife of an American. She had revealed that during her first week home. But he could not know how that had changed her. After experiencing the equality and independence of the American woman, how could she ever assume the role of the meek, subservient, 3 steps behind Japanese wife? She was a misfit now, suitable for marriage only to another misfit. "We will be happy," she said. "You will have to face Hiroki. It is inevitable. They are brothers." "I will not see Hiroki unless I wish to," she said, with what she hoped was enough bravado to hide her sudden nausea. "Matsuo has promised. If Hiroki must be seen, Matsuo will see him. In fact, they are together now." This is too much to bear, Hiroki thought. He gripped the underside of his desk in his office on Sanno Hill and stared at his brother seated across from him. The rage within was like a living thing, fighting to burst from his skin and launch itself at Matsuo. But he contained it. He did not shout. He did not raise his voice. He barely frowned. "Isn't it interesting, brother," he said in a voice of icy calm, "that you should accidentally find this woman in Hawaii? Even more interesting that you should bend Imperial Navy transportation and personnel to your personal use to bring her back to Japan." He noted with satisfaction how Matsuo stiffened at the suggestion of malfeasance. "Ah, my brother, I can still read you like my first ideogram." "She had access to invaluable intelligence. She brought it with her." "So I have heard. You knew her very presence in Japan would be a source of constant insult to me." Matsuo's presence had been a source of irritation and embarrassment through the years, but knowing Meiko was dead, food for the scavengers of the sea bottom, had made that bearable. Now... "Yet you did not hesitate to bring her back. And as if that were not enough, you now tell me that you intend to marry her. Is there no end to the loss of face I must endure? Must I suffer not only her presence in Tokyo, but her marriage to my brother as well?" "I'm sorry you feel that way, but it changes nothing." Hiroki felt his control begin to slip. "How am I to endure this stab in the back from my own brother? Certainly, I shall never recognize that queen of whores as my sister-in-law." Hiroki immediately regretted his words as he saw the change in his brother's features. Matsuo's normally soft brown turned cold and stony. Hiroki could almost feel them flicking over his body, planning where to strike the killing blow. He saw murder in Matsuo's face, and it sent a quake of terror to Hiroki's very core. "You will never speak of her that way again," he said in a low, flat, menacing tone. "Is that understood? Never." Before Hiroki could answer, Matsuo went on. "And on the subject of stabs in the back, that is what the Americans are calling our attack on Pearl Harbor." Hiroki was relieved at the sudden change of subject. He leapt upon it. "The delay in delivering the 14-part message was purely clerical. There was difficulty in preparing a properly legible transcription, and, consequently, the message was delivered late. A mistake, purely unintentional. But most fortuitous. Truly the gods work with the order. The world does not know that. The message was delivered while the attack was in progress. Japan is seen as a craven, cowardly nation." Matsuo's eyes clouded as he spoke. "We attacked sleeping men who believed they were at peace with the world. We have lost face as a nation. I am ashamed." "I am not." Hiroki relaxed into the blasé exterior he had cultivated over the years. "It was unfortunate, but it is over and done with. Besides, it allowed us an unprecedented victory. We've dealt a death blow to their Pacific fleet at negligible cost to us." "They're not dead yet. Did you hear that hypocrite Roosevelt? He called the raid unprovoked when he knows full well that he did everything in his power to push us toward war. Even the isolationists who used to be against him are on his side now. I had hoped that they would obstruct any war legislation, but even they are shouting for Japanese blood." "Let them," Hiroki said with a laugh. "Our navy is invincible. Nothing can stand before it. In less than a month, we have taken Guam, Wake, and Hong Kong. We have 100,000 men on the Malay Peninsula. Manila is ours, and we have squeezed General MacArthur onto the Bataan Peninsula, where we will crush him. In a few weeks, we will move on Burma and Borneo. Nothing stands in our way. We control the sea from Africa to Midway." "For how long?" "For as long as we wish." "I fear not. The Germans are stalled outside Moscow. Fighting has ceased all along the Eastern Front while they are in winter quarters. Britain gets a reprieve while the Germans bolster their forces in Russia. That, in turn, allows America to concentrate her energies on her hated enemy in the Pacific, Japan. Let them come. Pearl Harbor was but a taste of what we can do to them. If they want a full serving, they have but to ask. We will drive the British and the Dutch and the Americans out of the Orient, and we will keep them out, forever." Matsuo stared at him in silence, slowly shaking his head. "You have no idea of what we are up against here, do you?" "I know how the war will end," Hiroki thought. Japan housed so many fearful types like Matsuo, especially in the Diet. If only he could share his knowledge of the seer's visions. If they all knew what he knew, there would be not a single faint heart in the empire. Hiroki saw no point in debating the matter any further. He stood, a signal for Matsuo to leave. "And now I must get back to my scheduled appointments." "Of course." Matsuo rose and bowed. "I've already taken up too much of your valuable time." He left without another word. Hiroki remained standing at his desk after his brother was gone. He did have appointments, but all he could think of was Meiko and how she had looked the last time he had seen her, naked, lying next to his brother on the floor of the garden cottage. A wave of desire swept over him. He had put her out of his mind almost completely, had nearly forgotten she had ever existed, and then the shock of hearing she had returned. Why had the gods allowed her to come back? Why was she even alive? Alive. How he would love to change that, to beat her senseless, slowly, methodically, to take her and throttle the life from her as he poured himself into her. And even then, would that be enough? He shuddered. He had a new girl in Yoshiwara, one who made Yukiko look tame by comparison. There would be blood tonight to help wash Meiko from his mind. For he had too many responsibilities, too many crucial decisions waiting to be made, too many people clamoring for his attention to allow a mere woman to occupy his thoughts. As Minister of Military and Economic Coordination, he knew he held a position unique in the history of Japan. The pressure of the responsibilities was enormous, but the power... Hiroki doubted that even the greatest of the Tokugawa shoguns had wielded a tenth of the power he now held. The zaibatsu, great and small, were after him daily for permission to set up branches and businesses in the captured territories, and for first crack at Borneo, Burma, Rangoon, and the Philippines when they fell. In consultation with Shimazu, he coordinated their industrial efforts with troop advances and with available labor supplies. They were relentless in their greedy attempts to be first in line to scoop up and exploit the newly conquered resources. They never left him alone. The calls, the messages, the gifts, the invitations to dinner, to geisha houses, the pressure was enormous. So was the responsibility. Securing Japan's prominence in the world was, after all, what the war was all about, and he was at the heart of it. He could not let some pathetic female interfere. And yet, even as he pressed the buzzer to signal his secretary to send in his next scheduled appointment, he saw Meiko again, naked, lying next to Matsuo. February. Meiko took a token sip of the third cup of sake and put it down. The Baishakunin, maiden of the shrine, removed the cups. Meiko raised her head and saw Matsuo gazing at her with glowing eyes. She knew she was beautiful in her ornate headdress and bright red silk wedding kimono. They turned and faced their families. Her mother and father were there, pleasant-faced but not smiling. She sensed how they were inhibited by the presence of the grim-faced Baron Okumo. At least Hiroki was not here, but then he had not been asked. Shigeo and other friends from naval intelligence were all around, beaming at them. With the traditional Shinto ceremony now over, the Baron extended them perfunctory good wishes, then departed. As she and Matsuo walked out under the shrine's vermilion torii and slipped into their chauffeur-driven car, she wondered at how differently things were progressing. Had this been 5 years ago and she was marrying Hiroki, she would be heading toward a large, elaborate marital banquet with hundreds of friends and relatives, during which she would change her clothes numerous times to show herself off. Today, the traditional banquet would be limited to family and their few friends in a small private room in a restaurant in Chiyodaku. Meiko leaned against Matsuo and didn't care. A tribunal had ruled that her marriage to Frank in Hawaii had no legal standing in Japan and that she was free to marry whoever would have her. And now they were man and wife, just as they had always hoped. She closed her eyes for a moment and floated on the bliss of a cherished dream come true. "Matsuo," she said after a moment. She had something to tell him. Now, alone in the back of a chauffeured car seemed as good a time as any. "We've never really discussed it, but do you want children soon, or should we try to wait?" "I want them as soon as you want to have them," he said with a smile. "How about you?" "I don't think I have much choice anymore." "What do you mean?" "I mean that sometime this summer you will become a father." She watched his eyes widen and his jaw drop. "You mean you... us... we?" She nodded, praying he would smile or laugh or take her in his arms. He did all three. "Are you sure?" he said as he held her. "Of course. A mother knows these things." Mother. She was going to be a mother. Such a strange way to think of herself. She had always pictured herself with children, and now it was coming to pass. She had never been pregnant before, but she felt different. And she had all the signs, the tender breasts, the morning nausea. No doubt about it, she was pregnant. This is wonderful, but when did it happen? Aboard the Agaki. Matsuo beamed. My son was conceived at sea. What makes you so sure it's a boy? A father knows these things. When does he arrive? Sometime in September. He hugged her close. What a sailor he'll be! Meiko reveled in his joy, but thought, what matter whether the child was conceived on land or on sea or in the air? He would be a symbol of their love, someone to cherish all their lives. They kissed. April. Matsuo stared out the window at the blossoming cherry trees dotting the streets and clustering in the parks around Sanno Hill. Like the blue-smocked clerks and government office workers wandering the walkways on their lunch hour, he tried to draw tranquility from nature's beauty. But try as he might, he failed. With the reports he had been hearing from the field, he wondered if he would ever find true tranquility again. He turned from the window and lit another cigarette. He had been waiting here in Hiroki's office for nearly 2 hours now, and his patience was gone. Hiroki had made himself almost inaccessible in the past few months. The only one in all Japan less accessible was the Emperor himself. The meeting with his brother had been scheduled for 11 o'clock, and here it was almost 1. He had work to do. Radio traffic had risen among the ships of the U.S. Pacific Fleet lately. They were planning something. If he had the key to their codes, he would know exactly what, but as it was, he could only monitor the level of activity, be watchful, and wait for a break. Something was going to happen soon, he was sure of it. Yet, no matter what it might be, the matter he had to take up with Hiroki had greater long-term importance. He would wait. Just then, the door opened and Hiroki walked in, dressed as usual in a long black kimono. He barely nodded to Matsuo as he walked to his desk and sat. He looked older. Flecks of gray were appearing in the sleek black of his hair. Matsuo waited for an apology or explanation of his lateness, but Hiroki merely removed his hanko from his pocket and began stamping documents. Matsuo swallowed his anger. Our meeting was at 11. My conference with the premier dragged on longer than I had anticipated. What did you want? Matsuo stepped over to the desk and leaned on it, placing his hands over the papers on his brother's desk. I want your attention. Hiroki's head snapped up, and for an instant Matsuo saw anger and, yes, even a flash of hatred in his face. But then it was gone, hidden behind the perpetual mask. Hiroki sighed and laid the hanko on his desk. Very well, you have it. Please be brief. What did you want to see me about? Bataan. Hiroki smiled. Our greatest victory so far. We humiliated the British by taking Singapore, and now, with the fall of Bataan, we have handed the United States the greatest military defeat in its history. The Emperor is very proud of his military forces. Is he proud of the way they treated the prisoners they took? Hiroki's smile vanished. We do not concern the Emperor with such details. Complete disregard for the Geneva Conventions is more than just a detail. Since his return, Matsuo had heard sporadic reports of brutality against military captives and civilian populations. He had assumed them isolated incidents, an unfortunate but unavoidable horror of war, any war. But after a while, he began to sense a pattern. He was investigating them in detail when the reports came in from Bataan. They painted a picture of unrelieved brutality. Nearly 70,000 American and Filipino prisoners, all of them weak from hunger, many of them racked with malaria and other jungle diseases, forced to march without food or water at bayonet point like a herd of cattle through 65 miles of jungle. Those too weak to march were buried, some while they were still alive. Those who couldn't keep up were bayoneted or clubbed to death and left along the way. Only 60,000 reached the prison camps. It's got to stop. How can we hold up our head as a nation if we persist in such atrocities? The prisoners had to be marched through the jungle. The railways were totally inadequate. We were prepared for 25,000 and were faced with almost 3 times that number. We thought they would have their own rations, but they didn't, and our troops had only enough along to feed themselves. There was no choice. I don't believe that for a minute, and neither do you. There is always a choice, and this is not an isolated incident. You are supplying prisoners of war as slave labor to the Zaibatsu in the conquered territories. Hiroki shot up from his seat. What concern of yours is that? You are an intelligence officer. You should limit your concern to naval intelligence. Besides, how can you have respect for these mewling creatures who surrender so easily? They have no honor, no courage, no pride, no shame. Do you know that after they have surrendered and been impounded, they actually ask us to inform their families that they are alive and imprisoned? Do you believe that? A Japanese soldier with the misfortune to be taken prisoner and who could not find the means to kill himself would want his disgrace at being captured hidden from the world. This was not the first time Matsuo had run into this sentiment. It had been most prominent when news had come that General MacArthur had fled Corregidor for Australia. Every officer Matsuo knew had heaped ridicule on the general for not standing and dying with his troops. Matsuo had tried to explain MacArthur's reasons, but had invariably failed. Now it was so important that he make Hiroki understand. They don't think like us. When they've fought all they can and they're outnumbered and victory is impossible, they surrender. They see no shame in surrender when it becomes obvious that their objective will be lost, whether they fight on and die or stop fighting. Hiroki's features reflected his repugnance. That is obscene, unthinkable for a Japanese soldier. He knows that he must sell his life dearly, to take as many as possible of the enemy with him before he dies, and then save a last bullet for himself. That is Bushido. But Westerners know nothing of Bushido. They come from a different set of religions and values. They view life differently from us. We've got to understand them if we are going to live with them after this war. Hiroki's expression became smug. I prefer to act from the assumption that they are going to have to learn to live with us after the war. If this open flouting of conventions continues, the Americans will not brook any talk of peace until, as one officer recently put in an American newspaper, the only place Japanese will be spoken is hell. Such bravado from such a weak-willed race, Hiroki said with a laugh. No wonder our troops are scything through them like so much wheat. I am only sorry that we did not go to war with these pitiful Western nations sooner. We should have banished them from the Orient long ago. As for peace terms, we will dictate them when the time comes. Mark my words, brother. The day may come when Japanese is spoken not in hell, but in Washington. Matsuo realized that persuading his brother was hopeless. Hiroki was so convinced of Japanese invincibility that it was like talking to a block of granite. Yet he had to keep trying. Is there no way I can convince you that we should observe the Geneva Conventions? Why should you bother with me? Hiroki said blandly. Because I cannot get in to see the emperor. Premier Tojo controls all access to him. Not only are private conversations forbidden, but I have been refused general audiences with him and am blocked from attending imperial conferences. So I have come to you. Next to the premier, you are probably the most powerful man in all Japan." As he saw Hiroki puff up slightly, he decided to pursue the appeal to his brother's pride. "One might even say, due to your intimate contacts within both the army and the navy, and within the major Zaibatsu, that your power exceeds Tojo's. That is why I've—" Matsuo was cut off by a series of deep, booming explosions from outside. As air raid sirens began to wail, he hurried to the window where his brother joined him. He saw nothing at first, then came the staccato bursts of anti-aircraft fire and the sound of a plane. Suddenly, it roared into view overhead. Matsuo recognized it at once. "It's American!" "Impossible!" Hiroki cried, pressing his face against the glass. "A B-25 bomber!" As the plane turned south and disappeared from view, he turned his attention to the noontime crowds and watched them wave and cheer, thinking no doubt that the Japanese Air Force was putting on some kind of show. But this was no show. He saw smoke begin to rise from the industrial quarter in the lowlands to the east. The Americans were here. They had penetrated the sacred airspace over the imperial palace. Matsuo had an uneasy feeling that the war was going to be different from now on. Meiko strolled the Ginza at Matsuo's side, her hand in his. Matsuo was quiet, lost in thought. She didn't know what he was thinking, but she knew he had been deeply disturbed by the American bombing raid last week. She tried to break him out of his reverie. "You'd never know we were attacked, would you?" she said. He looked at her. "To look at the buildings, no. But look at the faces, Meiko. That's where the damage is." Meiko looked and had to admit to a subtle change. Since the stunning success of the Pearl Harbor attack, Tokyo and the rest of Japan had been in a state of euphoria. Western dress, while not forbidden by law, was frowned upon and had all but completely disappeared by the beginning of the year. Women and most men wore kimonos. The men who didn't wore a military-style olive-drab jacket and a fatigue-like cap. The dress had not changed since the raid, but Matsuo was right. The eyes had changed. Meiko sensed a hint of concern in the euphoria. "See it? It doesn't matter that the physical damage done was negligible. The raid was a success. The American papers credit a man named Doolittle, and they are playing it for maximum propaganda value over there. But what it has done here is show us that we can go on believing in the invincibility of our armed forces if we wish, but we can no longer consider our defenses impregnable. The war was far away until last week." "Is that what's been on your mind since the raid?" "That and other things," he sighed. "I think it's time to end the war. We've accomplished all we set out to do. We're secure from Indochina down through the East Indies, across the Philippines and out as far as the Solomons, Wake and the Marshalls. We have booted America and Europe out of the Orient. It is time to step to the bargaining table." Meiko's heart leapt. "That would be wonderful. How soon?" "I don't know." He lowered his voice. "Not soon, I fear. Admiral Yamamoto has argued for it strenuously, but the Supreme Command seems intoxicated by its successes. They're talking of taking the rest of New Guinea and then moving on to Australia." He shook his head. "New Guinea, I can see. But even in the unlikely event that we take Australia, we haven't the manpower to hold it." "When will they say enough, Matsuo?" "Perhaps never. If we bring the war to an end now, we can dictate most of the terms. If we allow it to go on too long, I fear someone else will be dictating the terms." Meiko wasn't thinking about terms. She had more immediate concerns. She remembered the panic that had engulfed her at the sound of the air raid sirens and the sound of the explosions, the contractions in her swelling womb. The raid had opened her eyes to the frailty of this city. She looked at the buildings around her and thought of their own home. Wood. Everything was made of wood, and old wood at that. Tokyo had been rebuilt in the mid-20s after the Great Kanto quake and its resultant fire. That meant that most of the houses in the city were made of wood that had had 2 decades to dry out. Tinderbox houses divided into rooms within by paper walls, wooden floors covered with mats of straw and rushes. Dry, seasoned wood everywhere. Tokyo was a maze of kindling. Everything was flammable. She looked down. Even her shoes, her geta, were made of wood. Was there anything in Tokyo that would not go up in flames at the touch of a match? She shivered and leaned closer to Matsuo. I want this war over. I don't ever want to hear a bomber over this city again. Neither do I. And I certainly don't want our child to be born in a war, to grow up in a city that might come under attack at any moment. Our child. Meiko ran her free hand over the swell of her abdomen. She was about 4.5 months pregnant, but yesterday the midwife had said she looked nearly 6 months along. Meiko had nearly fainted. That couldn't be. December had been the first month she had missed her menses. November's flow had been scanty, but it had come. Oh, by all the gods, it mustn't be. It must be our child. She glanced up and saw Matsuo looking at her strangely. Is something wrong? Of course not. Why do you ask? Because, he said with a faint smile, if you squeeze my hand any tighter, at least 2 of my fingers will fall off. She laughed and loosened her grip, but the knot inside remained as tight as ever. May, Hashirajima. The map room of the Yamato was immense. Matsuo gazed around and tried to calculate the number of tatami it would take to cover the floor, but found it impossible in such darkness. The only light was pooled in the center over the plotting table, where the captains and senior officers of the combined fleet watched intently as groups of ships were moved around the map of the Central Pacific. Matsuo watched and waited for Admiral Yamamoto to take him aside. After analyzing the intelligence reports from the Battle of the Coral Sea earlier in the month, Matsuo had asked for an urgent audience. The admiral had invited him down here to his fleet's anchorage south of Hiroshima to meet him aboard his 80,000-ton flagship, the largest battleship in the world. "Do you see my strategy for Operation MI?" said a voice at his shoulder. Matsuo turned and bowed to the admiral, then glanced back at the plotting table. "I believe so. This will be the decisive battle, an immense battle. I am committing 8 aircraft carriers, 11 battleships, 22 cruisers, 65 destroyers, 21 submarines, and hundreds of planes to the action. We will crush the Pacific Fleet at Midway. Let me show you." He bellied up to the table and pointed north to the Aleutian Islands, where they trailed away from Alaska like the vertebrae of a huge spine. "We will make a feint here at U.S. soil, Dutch Harbor, on June 3rd, drawing their attention north. On June 4th, we will begin bombardment of Midway Island, and in the course of taking it, we will wipe out what's left of their Pacific Fleet." Matsuo stared at the plotting table, awed by the enormity and complexity of the operation. 6 separate attack forces engaging in interlocking offensives. Timing was critical. The expense was mind-boggling, the risk enormous. All for a 2,000-square-acre speck of coral in the middle of nowhere called Midway. The deck space of the attacking ships no doubt exceeded the surface area of the entire island. Yamamoto drew him aside and spoke in a low voice. "This will end the war. From Midway, we can cut off the American supply line to Australia and directly threaten Hawaii. After this victory, my status will be such that I am positive I can convince Premier Tojo to seek peace terms with the United States. Without Australia as a staging area for a counteroffensive, and with Hawaii in jeopardy, the Americans will come to the table. The war will be over. Japan will have all she needs to assure her primacy for the next 1,000 years." Matsuo closed his eyes and sent out a prayer. If only that could be. He stepped closer to the Admiral. "Then it is all the more critical that you listen to what I have to tell you. It could affect the entire outcome of Operation MI. Yamamoto's eyes narrowed. "Come to my quarters." He followed the Admiral to his cabin, where he refused a cup of sake but lit a cigarette instead. They both settled into well-cushioned chairs. "Speak," the Admiral said. "I believe the Americans have broken our naval code." "Impossible." "Exactly my sentiments until our defeat in the Coral Sea 2 weeks ago." He saw Yamamoto's head snap up. The press and the radio were full of accolades for the Imperial Navy's glorious victory off New Guinea, and in truth, on paper, the battle appeared to be a victory. The Americans had lost the Lexington and suffered serious damage to the Yorktown. They had come out the decided loser in tonnage sent to the bottom of the Coral Sea. But one simple fact remained. The object of the attack had been to capture Port Moresby, which would have led to control of the southern coast of New Guinea, allowing them to threaten northern Australia. But despite all the damage the Imperial Navy had inflicted, the Americans had stopped them. Port Moresby was still controlled by the entrenched Australians. Matsuo was sure that Yamamoto was aware of this. A curt, reluctant nod from the Admiral confirmed it. "The Americans were lucky." "A little too lucky. In all the hugeness of the Pacific, the fact that they should just happen to concentrate their carrier strength in that particular area at the very moment we are launching an offensive against Port Moresby is more than I care to lay off to mere chance." "The naval code is too complex. I can't believe that they have broken it." The Admiral was right about the complexity. The naval code was an intricate, multi-layered system employing 5-digit codes from one book which referred to Japanese ideograms, which were, in turn, added to another 5-digit group from a second code book. The idea that Americans could penetrate such a labyrinthine system seemed unlikely in the extreme, but Matsuo had his reasons for believing it had been breached. "I think they got their break after Colonel Doolittle's raid on Tokyo. Most of the available ships from the combined fleet were sent out in pursuit of the carriers that brought the U.S. bombers. Radio traffic was high and, as you know, a radio operator's style on the key is like a signature. If the Americans were listening, they may have been able to identify call signals and ships, names and positions, and to work out a decoding formula from that." Yamamoto shook his close-shaven head. "I still don't believe it possible." "Nevertheless, it would not hurt to implement the new code before Operation MI. There's no time." Matsuo fought to keep an impassive expression. He had previously recommended that a change in codes be implemented by May 1st, but had been told then that there was no time. The change had been pushed back to June 1st, and now he was being told that it would be pushed back again. "Sir, it might mean the difference between victory and defeat." "No more so than a delay of even a few days. We know the Yorktown is in Pearl Harbor for repairs, and we know that 2 other Pacific Fleet carriers are in the waters off Australia. A delay could allow the Yorktown time to return to service, and those other two carriers to be repositioned near Midway. Now is the time. He slammed his hand repeatedly on the arm of his chair. Now, now, now. We will take Midway, and after we do, I shall make certain that it is the final battle of this war. Matsuo inclined his head in deference to his superior's wishes. He knew Yamamoto's reputation as an audacious gambler who rarely lost when it counted, but in his heart he felt the admiral was courting disaster. June 1st, Tokyo. A disaster! An unmitigated disaster! Shimazu watched as Hiroki vent his pent-up emotions. With clenched teeth and wild eyes, he raged back and forth, waving a tally of naval damages suffered off Midway. Shimazu knew the details. The Americans had somehow anticipated the attack on the tiny island. The two U.S. carriers thought to be safely away off the Australian coast had been there waiting, as had the Yorktown, miraculously repaired and seaworthy after the terrible damage she had sustained in the Coral Sea only weeks before. This time, the Yorktown had not escaped. She had been sent to the bottom for good. But an empty victory when measured against the losses inflicted on the combined fleet by the American submarines and torpedo bombers. 4 carriers, Agaki, Hiryu, Kaga, and Soryu, a heavy cruiser, 2,200 seamen, and 234 aircraft lost, and worst of all, Midway Island was still controlled by the Americans. So now it begins, Shimazu thought. You seem to have forgotten, he said when Hiroki had quieted down, that the seer had predicted losses after the initial victories. You should have been ready for this, should have expected it. But he could not blame Hiroki for his reaction. The seemingly endless cascade of victories during the first 6 months of the war had lulled them all into a false sense of security. There had seemed to be no limit to what Japan could accomplish. He, too, had begun to doubt the bleaker portions of the seer's vision. But no longer. There is a bright side to this defeat, Shimazu said. It will strengthen the imperial forces, leaving them more wary, less cocksure. He pointed to the reports in Hiroki's hand. Leave those here. They will be burned later. It won't do for the public to know about this setback. Our people have become almost blasé about military victories. They are not prepared for a defeat of this magnitude. Steps will be taken to soften the blow, Hiroki said. The Emperor, especially, must be protected from this news. I believe the best course of action is to play up the successful capture of the 2 Aleutian islands, Attu and Kiska. I know that expedition was a mere diversionary tactic, but it is now the only positive result of Operation MI. All reports must emphasize that Japan has a foothold on the North American continent, and all U.S. citizens tremble with fear. Yes, Hiroki said, brightening for the first time. An excellent approach. I'll instruct the Minister of Information immediately. And how goes the search for the scrolls? I am meeting with Yajima this afternoon on that very subject. Good. Shimazu smiled inwardly. He knew that Yajima had requested to see Hiroki a number of times since the beginning of the war and had been refused. But that had been before the Battle of Midway. Yajima and the search for the secret of the Kuroikaze had suddenly increased in importance in Hiroki's mind. Good. Now, if he could only divine the significance of his latest visions with the seer's drug. The past 2 times under its influence, the mists had parted to reveal a child, an infant boy. Some great importance seemed to be attached to him, a focus of power. Who was he, and why so important? Hiroki bit back a cry of shock as Yajima entered his office later that afternoon. It had been almost a year since he had seen him, and he had changed so drastically. The former characteristic fullness of his face was gone. His round cheeks were now hollow and sunken. His once plump body was thin to the point of emaciation, and a black disk covered his left eye. They bowed, and as Yajima seated himself in the chair across from the desk, Hiroki noted that the fourth and fifth fingers on each hand were missing. "Welcome, my old friend," he said through a tight throat. "You've changed." Yajima's smile was skeletal. "I am drawing nearer to my goal. Yet I must confess that the nearer I get, the more impatient I become. You know how I have longed to move beyond the fourth circle in the order. For 16 years I have denied myself the honor." Hiroki was stunned. If Yajima had decided to move up in the Kakureta Kao, he would no longer be able to search for the scrolls. "I'm sure you will bring as much honor to the order beyond the fourth circle as you have within it. When do you join the fifth circle?" "Why, not until we have found the scrolls," he said with a puzzled expression. "Was that not our agreement?" "Yes," Hiroki said, bathing in relief. "But your hands, your eye." That skeletal smile again. "Ah, but I can turn a page as well with 3 fingers as with 5, and I can read with 1 eye as well as with 2, and I can walk as well without toes as with." Hiroki hadn't noticed Yajima's feet when he came in, and he had no desire to look now. "I felt," Yajima continued, "that I was cheating the order. I could not give up one of my senses entirely and continue to search effectively for the Kuroikaze scrolls, but I could forego portions of my senses. This would leave me better prepared to join the inner circles after we found the scrolls. I have been fasting as well." He smiled again, horribly, beatifically. "It is all working out so well." Hiroki swallowed. "Yes, that is quite evident. But I feel ashamed. I have not been bearing my share of the burden of the search. That is why I called you here. I wish to take a more active part." "But you have done much already. You have provided me with funds and have opened doors that would have otherwise remained closed to me. And you are so busy with the war and matters of state. Everyone in the order is proud of you and the honor you bring to us all. What you are doing is so close to the Emperor's heart. I would feel less than worthless, a selfish traitor, if I dragged you away from your duties. I assure you, old friend Yajima, that finding the Kuroikaze scrolls is a matter of state. Now tell me, how close are we?" "Very close. I have traced Monk Okamoto as far south as Onomichi." Onomichi. That was indeed far south, on the inland sea. "You don't think he might have hidden the scrolls on one of the islands, do you?" Hiroki was relieved to see Yajima shake his head slowly. The inland sea was dotted with countless little islands. If they had to search each one of those... "Nor do I think he crossed to Shikoku or Kyushu. The old temple records I found in Onomichi tell of a monk of the order stopping for a night's rest, and mention that he was so weak and sick that they urged him to stay longer, but he pushed on. I feel..." Yajima closed his remaining eye as if watching a vision playing against the inside of his lid. "I feel he finally stopped in Hiroshima." Hiroki wondered if Yajima had tried the seer's drug, tried it more than once, in his quest for the scrolls. "Then that is where we will search." "We?" Yajima's sunken features lit. "You will come with me?" "Of course. You have borne this burden alone for too long." "But your work here for the war..." "I know. Hiroki sighed with what he hoped was genuine-sounding reluctance. "I will have to return here from time to time, but when I do, my heart will be with you as you search." Yajima leapt to his feet. "We will find it soon, I know it, and then the Emperor shall have a weapon that will devastate all who oppose his divine will." His voice softened. "And I shall be free to take my place in the inner circles of the Order, to start the final road toward the face." They agreed to meet in Hiroshima at the end of the week and begin their search of the temples and shrines there. After his old friend left, Hiroki sat and stared at the blank white wall across from his desk. "Yajima, Yajima, you poor man. How can you be so anxious to allow yourself to be whittled away? The future of Japan was here, in this office, where the spoils of war were being divided between the service chiefs and the industrial giants. And as Hiroki faithfully executed his duties in seeing that the windfall of resources opening up in Indochina and the East Indies was put to proper and efficient use for the good of the empire, he made sure that a share of those riches came to the Order, if not in outright cash, then in the form of interest in the financial and industrial concerns exploiting the new resources. He gained, too, but in a less material way. Hiroki did not intend to lapse into obscurity after the war. He would be owed many favors by Japan. He would be independently powerful. He would no longer need the support of the Kakuretakao. But he had not reached that stage yet. He still needed the Order behind him to maintain his present post. And to cement that support, he needed to be with Yajima when the scrolls were unearthed. August. The pains started low in her back and radiated around to the front. Sporadically at first, then with a definite rhythm. "False labor," Meiko thought in a panic. "It must be. It's not my time yet." She had grown so large over the past month, so unwieldy with her big belly and her swollen ankles, yet still she had clung firm to the hope, the belief that this was Matsuo's baby. But with these pains and the sudden gush of water as her membranes broke, she could deny the reality no longer. She told Matsuo to get the midwife. The concern on his face was mixed with joy, wonder, and anticipation. She prayed she would see that same joy when this day was over. The pains continued, becoming stronger, closer together. The midwife, Michiko, arrived. She banished Matsuo from the room, then began to prepare her for labor and birth. She bathed her and then tied 2 silken cords to her futon. When the pains became worse, strong enough that they might force her to cry out or moan in pain, Meiko grasped one or both and pulled as hard as she could until the contraction passed. For birth was a private affair and not to be publicized. As the contractions grew and coalesced, the midwife moved the baby's tiny pallet bed to the side of Meiko's futon. She plumped up and straightened the new, freshly stuffed quilt and coverlet Meiko had made herself. Meiko stared at it during a respite from pain and felt her eyes fill with tears. So tiny. Soon the life inside her would be lying there. How sad and empty she would feel to be separated from the little one who had been kicking and turning so actively within her these past few months. But how good, finally, to see and touch that little one. She knew she would want to cuddle and clutch the baby to her all through the night, but also knew that a baby must have its own bed. It would be a bad omen for a child to come into the world and not have its own bed. Pain blurred the thought, and soon the contractions ran together until finally, with the midwife's prompting, came a final searing pain she thought would tear her apart, and then it was over. Relieved and almost empty, she lay gasping and drenched. waiting for that sound, that dear, sweet sound that had to come any second. And then a choking, vibrato wail filled the room. "Is the baby all right?" "Yes," the midwife said. "He's beautiful." "Let me see him. Oh, let me see him." "Just let me clean him off." Meiko heard the sound of splashing water amid the cries, and then Michiko was kneeling beside her and offering a struggling, towel-wrapped bundle. She saw the jet-black hair matted onto the big round head, saw the skinny neck and the tiny fingers clutched under his chin, saw a little ear and tiny nose and gleaming brown eyes as the infant was turned her way, saw the red birthmark flaring up from his left eyebrow toward his hairline. Meiko wanted to cry out, wanted to push the baby away and hide him from sight, but could not. He was hers. She loved him instantly and would shower him with all the tenderness and devotion he deserved. He was hers and Frank's. Lighter contractions ensued, and Michiko went to work while Meiko clutched the infant to her. The afterbirth was soon delivered, leaving Meiko with a final empty feeling. She sensed movement about her and looked up. Michiko was at the shoji, sliding it back. "A boy!" Matsuo darted into the room, wide-eyed and beaming. He knelt beside her, his hands moving spasmodically in the air, as if he wanted to do something with them and didn't know what. He glanced at the bloodstains on the futon, only partially hidden by the coverlet, and his smile vanished. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." "Please don't hate me." Matsuo looked at the midwife, who smiled and nodded in agreement, then back at Meiko. His proud grin returned. "And our boy? Is he as perfect as his mother?" He reached for the baby. "Matsuo," Meiko began, but didn't know how to finish. She couldn't hide the truth, and it would be unforgivable to try, even if it were possible. She released the child and held her breath, watching Matsuo's glowing face as he held up the squirming bundle. She saw his face change, darkening like a sunny garden falling under a cloud, saw the smile melt away, the warm, loving eyes turn to stone. "Oh, Matsuo," she said through a sob, feeling as though her heart were tearing in two. "I didn't know. Truly, I didn't." With stiff, wooden arms, he handed the baby back to her. She tried to read his face. She found no message in his usually mobile features, frozen now into a mockery of calm. But his eyes, grief there, and such pain, such crushing hurt. Without a word, he turned and left the room. "You may raise him here," he told her the following morning as they sat at the low table and sipped tea. Thank the gods, Meiko thought, as she held the sleeping child in her arms. If Matsuo were a traditional Japan man, he would have banished her from the house. As it was, he had left the house. He had disappeared yesterday and stayed away all night. Meiko had spent the night alone, crying at times and cursing her fate, but all the while staring at the gentle new life lying in its tiny bed next to hers, listening to him breathe, watching him squirm. With the light of the new day, Matsuo returned, unshaven and bleary-eyed. She tried to catch the odor of sake on him, but found none, nor the perfume of another woman. Had he merely wandered the streets all those hours? She hesitated to ask. "That is very generous of you," she said, searching his face for a clue to his feelings. "I thought about it all night. The child is blameless. He can live and grow up with us, but I cannot allow him to have my name." Meiko bowed her head. That was only fair. It was more than fair. "I know how you must—" "No!" he snapped. "You cannot know how I feel. How could you? I've been by your side every day, watching you swell, feeling a baby I thought was half mine kick and turn under your skin, thinking of names, thinking of his future, wondering how good a father I'd be. Yesterday you gave birth, and today you have a son. Yesterday I waited and paced and sweated in the outer room, and today I have nothing." Meiko could hear the pain in his voice, and it cut through to her soul, for she was the cause of it. "I'm sorry. I didn't know. Please believe me." "How could you not know?" "The possibility crossed my mind only in the last few months." "And you said nothing to me?" "How could I? Besides, I didn't believe it was true. I didn't want it to be true. If you believe nothing else, believe that." He stared at her, his face a mask. "I was his wife," she cried, "in all ways. And I loved him as a wife should love a husband." Matsuo pointed to his temple. "I can accept that here." He pointed the finger toward his belly. "But not here." He slammed his hand against the floor, startling the baby in her arms. "Am I never to be free of Frank Slater?" "Neither of us are to be free of him. It came to me as I waited for you to come home. The boy is a sign from the gods that neither of us must ever forget Frank Slater or what we did to him. How we raise this child will somehow mend and heal the damage we did. I am going to name him Nakanaori." Nakanaori. Reconciliation. The name had come to her with the first light of day. "We will never see Frank Slater again," Matsuo said. "I think we will," Meiko believed it. "I think Nakanaori will bring us back together one day and undo all the wrongs we have done to each other." Meiko watched Matsuo's eyes unfocus. He seemed to be peering into a place far away and long ago. Was he seeing a frightened boy running from him when he needed his help, or was he seeing a grown man nailed to a tree? She looked away and took comfort from the baby warm against her. November. Hiroshima. Hiroki leaned over Yajima's shoulder and read once again the fragment they had unearthed as it vibrated in his old friend's trembling, mutilated hands. "And he shall thus be deprived during the course of 2 days of his entire senses. He shall have no feeling on his skin or in his deeper tissues anywhere upon his person, no sensation in his tongue and eyes, nor in his ears, nor in his nostrils. Thus shall he become a focus for the black winds. When his sleep ends, the black wind will rise and blow until he sleeps again. Woe to the enemies of the Son of Heaven who dare to—" That was all there was to the fragment. Yajima turned to him with a shining eye. "Do you see, Hiroki? It mentions the Kuroi Kaze by name." Hiroki nodded. His elation was tempered by exhaustion. For months now he had joined Yajima at intervals to sift through the many shrines, large and small, in Hiroshima and its northern suburbs, following scant clues down blind alleys. When Hiroki was not searching, he was hurrying back north to Tokyo to consult with Shimazu, manage his post, and keep abreast of developments in the war. And those developments were not good. The Americans had invaded the Solomon Islands last month, an archipelago of swampy, disease- and insect-infested coral lumps due east of New Guinea, the southeast extreme of the empire. They had established beachheads on Guadalcanal and Tulagi, had even gone so far as to build an airstrip on the small corner they held on Guadalcanal. Despite regular bombings and suicidal frontal assaults by the Japanese infantry, the Americans were holding on and consolidating their positions. It was only a tiny chink in the imperial armor, but it made Hiroki more anxious than ever to find the lost scrolls. Against the logic and reason of his everyday dealings with the military, he had come to see the Kuroikaze as the key to the war. This tiny, ancient Shinto shrine at the base of Mount Futaba, with its weathered, crooked torii, looked to be just one more dead end. But a torrential rain had begun outside, and this had seemed to be as good a place as any to wait out the storm. It had yielded the first hard evidence that their 15-year quest would not end in total failure. "Yes, I see," he said. "But where is the rest?" He and Yajima had combed the rear chamber of this shrine, but had found only this long, thin scrap of parchment among its records. "We shall find the rest if the rest still exists. If this is all that is left, perhaps it is enough." "But it doesn't tell us how to raise the Kuroikaze." "I believe it does. It tells us of a man stripped of every last one of his senses, and that he becomes the shoten, the focus of the black wind. The surgeons of the order can easily create such a state." Hiroki was almost caught up in Yajima's exhilaration, yet something held him back. "But the members of the innermost circle are stripped of their last senses before they are sent to see the face, are they not?" "Yes, but this is different. Don't you see how it all fits, Hiroki? The inner circles of the order give up their senses over a period of years, but a black wind shoten gives up all of his at once. He is abruptly thrust from all contact with the physical world. He can't feel the futon under his back, doesn't know if he is sitting or supine, can't see or hear or smell or taste. He floats in an endless, featureless void, and it must be from that void that he draws the Kuroikaze and sends it against the enemies of the Emperor. Our temple surgeons have the skills to put a man in that state. We can do it, Hiroki. The black wind can be ours to command again." "If only you are right, Yajima." Then a discomforting thought occurred to him. "It will take a very special sort of man to subject himself to such an ordeal. Who do you—" The glow in Yajima's remaining eye provided the answer before Hiroki finished the question. "I would be honored. In fact, Hiroki, I don't think we should search any further today. We should hurry back to the temple and present this remnant of the scrolls to Shimazu immediately. Won't he be proud of us? This will bring enormous honor to our sensei. And if I may be so bold as to ask you this favor, my dear friend," Yajima said, bowing low, "allow me to beg Shimazu for the honor of being the first to become a shoten of the Black Winds." Hiroki's throat was suddenly too dry for speech. The thought of those knives cutting into this man he had known since childhood, separating him from all his senses, he repressed a shudder. He might have tried to dissuade Yajima, but knew from the look in his eye it would be a futile exercise. Yajima hungered to offer himself as a sacrificial lamb to the knives of the order. He pitied him, and yet envied him, for he knew what he wanted and was going to achieve it. "Does this mean—" Hiroki felt his throat thicken. "Am I to lose my oldest and only friend?" "Never. Even if I cannot be at your side in the flesh, I will be with you in spirit, and together we shall crush the enemies of the Emperor." "How can I object then?" he managed to say. "You have devoted yourself more fully to the search over the years. You should have your wish." Yajima bowed again. "Hiroki, you are too kind. I also think that you alone should have the honor of presenting the fragment to the temple." A tear trickled down Yajima's right cheek. "You would permit me that honor?" "I insist upon it." Hiroki did not say that he was reluctant to stand by idle and silent while Yajima offered all that he possessed to the order. "Oh, Hiroki, I will be there alone, but I shall not let Shimazu-sensei or the elders forget for a moment that this fragment would never have been found without you." Hiroki thanked him and watched him hurry off. Poor Yajima. Always in such a rush to sacrifice himself, so intent upon the next life that he lost sight of this one. Not Hiroki. Something told him that much more needed to be learned about the black winds, and he would keep searching until he found the remainder. Let Yajima hurl himself upon the altar. Hiroki knew he had too much left to do in this life before he gratefully accepted the next. 1943, the year of the ram. January, Hiroshima. Hiroki returned to the Shinto shrine where they had found the fragment. Desperation was a hammer pounding at his skull. He had been to at least 30 of the major shrines and temples in an ever-widening gyre from this point, but had found nothing new. He was losing hope. Either the scrolls were gone forever, rotted to dust or destroyed, or the ancient monk had hidden them too well. The search was made even more difficult now by the fact that he was searching alone. Yajima had remained in Tokyo at the temple this trip, and there he would remain forever. He would be unable to leave the temple after the order's surgeons finished their work on him. Hiroki preferred to be elsewhere while Yajima was being cut off and locked away from the sensory world. He found Tokyo unpleasant in other ways. The Supreme Command had given up on Guadalcanal. Of the 40,000 troops poured onto that jungle island, less than 17,000 survived. Far more had succumbed to cholera and other diseases than to American and Australian weaponry, and it was a popular saying around the Imperial War Room that Japan had lost to the jungle, not to the Americans. But Hiroki knew differently. While the workers in the new factories studding the countryside toiled in round-the-clock shifts, they could match but a fraction of the tide of ships and tanks and planes and food surging from America. American soldiers, thousands of miles away from home, with their sturdy clothes and tents and miraculous K-rations, were better housed, clothed, and fed than many Japanese civilians. Yamamoto's prophetic words before the Imperial Conference on the Tripartite Alliance echoed in his mind. "We can give the Americans the fight of their lives for 6 months. After that, they will simply overwhelm us with their material superiority, no matter how bravely we fight." Although it was vociferously denied in Tokyo, Hiroki knew that Japan had lost its initiative. His belly rebelled at the thought, but he had forced himself to face it. From now on, it would be a war of attrition until the Kuroikaze could be brought to bear on the enemy. Yajima and many in the order were sure they had finally regained the secret of the winds. Neither Hiroki nor Shimazu was so sure. The oral tradition of the Kakureta Kao seemed to imply that a chemical potion of some sort had been used to raise the black winds. Surgery was never mentioned. Hiroki had failed to convince Yajima to wait a little longer before he went under the knife, but he had never stopped looking for the rest of the scrolls. He no longer wanted to think about Yajima. Matsuo came to mind. His whore queen wife had borne a child, but apparently not Matsuo's, if reports could be believed. Yet Matsuo let the mother and child remain with him. Truly, his brother was a twisted one. Hiroki set his candle down and peered about the rear chamber of the shrine. A tiny room carved from the natural rock of the mountain against which the shrine had been set. They had pulled everything from the shelves, even looked behind them. He could imagine no place left to look, yet something had drawn him back. He let his gaze travel over the crockery and utensils littering the floor or appended on the shelves. Why had he come back? Why did he have this vague sense of foreboding? Had they missed something here? Impossible. They had turned the chamber upside down. There was nothing left to... The candlelight flickered off something smooth and yellow inside one of the urns lying on its side on the floor under a shelf. Hiroki leapt forward, grasped it, and almost dropped it as a gray mouse squeaked and darted out. He turned it upside down and shook it. Only dark little droppings fell out. It was empty of further rodents. He held the mouth up to the candle, and there it was. Old, yellowed paper, curled and crumpled inside. Hiroki's heartbeat picked up its tempo when he recognized the brushstrokes of the ideograms. He reached in with 2 fingers and gently, gingerly removed the strip. It was stained with a combination of mouse urine and feces, and gnawed in many places, but no mistaking it. He had found another remnant of the scrolls. He began reading the few areas that remained legible and realized this was from a section immediately preceding the remnant they had discovered last week. He could find no sentence intact and could make no sense of the content. One pair of ideograms showed up repeatedly in the text, however. Kodomo. Hiroki leaned back, wondering why it appeared so often in conjunction with creating a black wind. Suddenly he cried out and leaped to his feet. He knew. He stood in the tiny stone rear chamber, shaking with horror. He had to contact Yajima. He had to stop him. Hiroki would have raced for a phone, but he knew it would do him no good. No telephone in the temple. He ran from the shrine like a man who had seen a ghost. He had to get to Tokyo immediately. Tokyo. The next day's dawn was tinting the sky with a gentle pink when Hiroki's train pulled into Tokyo Station. He hailed a cab and made the driver race to the temple. After he was admitted through the heavy carved doors, he ran through the candlelit halls to Shimazu's spare quarters and pounded on the door. The monk slid the door open. "Sensei," he said without preliminaries. "Yajima, is he? Have they?" Shimazu stepped aside and motioned him into the room. He pointed to a dark corner. "He is here." Hiroki was suddenly weak with relief. He stepped toward the corner. "Yajima, thank the gods I arrived in time. He can't hear you," Shimazu said. Hiroki's relief evaporated in a cold blast of remorse. "You mean the surgery has begun?" "It is finished." "Then he is locked away from us forever?" Shimazu nodded. "Completely and forever. He has no ears to hear our questions, and no tongue with which to answer them if he had. He has given us his remaining eye as well as his senses of taste and smell. His spinal cord was severed as high as we dared, cutting off all feeling and control to his body. The nerves to his head and face have been severed as well." Hiroki felt as if he were shriveling and shrinking inside his skin as he listened to his master's words. He lifted a paper lantern from its hook and brought it closer to the corner. He caught his breath as he saw his old friend. Yajima was propped up on cushions into a rough semblance of a sitting position. He looked like a limp, tattered doll. He was dressed in a clean, black kimono, and his arms and legs were neatly arranged, but Hiroki could tell there was no power or feeling in those limbs. His right eye was patched now as well as his left. Below them, his face hung loose and expressionless. A thin line of saliva dribbled from a corner of his slack lips. Suddenly, a low, shapeless moan filled the room. Hiroki leaped back. The hairs on his arms and the back of his neck stood on end. "I thought you said he could not speak." "He cannot. His tongue has been removed, but he still breathes. He cannot form words, but he can make sounds. Sounds he cannot hear." "Is he in pain?" Shimazu smiled. "He is beyond pain forever. He does not even know if he is lying or sitting, supine or prone. He dwells now in a state beyond all care, in a void beyond all sensation." "And has he been able to raise up a black wind?" Hiroki's voice sounded dead to him. He already knew the answer. "No," Shimazu said. "Tragically, no." He looked at Hiroki with a puzzled frown. "Why do I sense that you are not surprised?" "Because you are wise and know me well." Hiroki sighed and returned the lamp to its hook. He preferred Yajima in the shadows. "I found another piece of the scrolls just hours ago in Hiroshima." Shimazu's eyes lit. "More? You've uncovered more?" "Just a fragment." Hiroki pulled the envelope containing the fragile piece from his kimono and handed it to Shimazu. "But I think it explains why all the surgery on Yajima failed to produce the kuroikaze." Shimazu pulled the fragment from the envelope and held it up to the lantern to read it. Then he turned wide eyes toward Hiroki. "Can this be true?" Hiroki nodded. "I see no other way to interpret it. He started as Yajima's low, formless wail filled the room again. He stared at the darkened corner. Yajima's mind was alive in there, trapped and utterly isolated within that useless body. Soon he would be completely mad, if not already so. "Children," Shimazu said, his tone still incredulous. Hiroki dragged his eyes away from the drooling lump of flesh his old friend had become. He concentrated on the new fragment, praying the hope and excitement of the promise it offered would wash away his pity and grief for Yajima. "Yes, the new fragment leaves little doubt that the ancient members of the Order used children to focus the black winds." Shimazu was silent a long time. Finally, he spoke. "Japan is filled with children." July. "What's happening to us?" Meiko thought as she trudged along the unkempt streets of Tokyo. A year ago, she could see no sign that the country was at war. Now it was everywhere. The entire city was scarred and pockmarked. Everywhere she looked, every 20 paces, she found holes and trenches, in the alleys, in the gardens, in vacant lots, along the sidewalks, some up to 10 feet long, none more than 3 feet deep. These were the first and last line of defense for the city's 7 million residents against enemy bombings. No bombers had appeared over Tokyo since that single raid in April last year, but who could say it wouldn't happen again tomorrow? All around her were signs of how the war was unraveling the delicate fabric of Japanese life. The countless country folk dragged into the city to work in the factories caused crowding that was almost unbearable. Queues were everywhere, for rice, for tea, for cloth, for train tickets, for bicycle tire patches, for everything. The kimono was fast becoming a relic of a more elegant past. The new government-approved look for the woman was the monpe, a cross between army fatigues and harem pants, tight at the waist and ankles and billowing between. And the city. Meiko's heart broke for her beloved Tokyo as the army dismantled it by inches for scrap iron. Handrails and lampposts seemed to disappear overnight. Grills were pulled off windows. Boilers, radiators, and pipes were stripped from old buildings. Abandoned cars were devoured, skeleton and all. Meiko wondered what damage was left for American bombers to do that hadn't already been done by her country's own military. She queued up behind a truck for her regular ration of milk. Usually she sent Nakanaori's nurse out for it, but Sachiko was sick today, so she had come herself. She wondered if she should have brought Naka along instead of leaving him home with Matsuo. Ever since he was 30 days old, when she had been sure that his life was firmly locked into his body and had presented him at the local shrine, mother and son had been virtually inseparable. She double-sashed him to her back, one band under his arms and the other under his rump, and they were off together to wherever she had to go. She loved her parents, had loved Frank, loved Matsuo, but had never imagined she could ever feel so at one with another human being as she did with Naka. Almost a year old now, he had spent most of his short life literally looking over her shoulder, pressed against her where he could share her warmth, and she could feel every breath, every heartbeat, every move he made. She loved that little boy so dearly, more than life itself. She wished Matsuo could share that love. He avoided Naka. Meiko had feared that his coolness might put the little fellow off, but it seemed only to make Naka gravitate toward him all the more. Matsuo had not allowed her to refer to him as father in front of the child. But since they lived together, and because he had begun to speak his first words at 10 months of age, Naka had to call the man of the house something. Matsuo's proper name was unacceptable, of course, but after much trial and error and endless cajoling, he had finally agreed to allow himself to be called Oji-san, uncle. Despite the wall of rejection Matsuo had erected between himself and the child, Naka constantly asked for Oji-san, saying the name over and over. Naka was with his Oji-san now. She had left the two of them together to give Naka a chance to work his little boy magic on Matsuo. Sooner or later, Matsuo would have to yield, but now she wondered if that had been such a good idea. Matsuo had been so depressed since Admiral Yamamoto's death. She worried about Matsuo. He was alienated from his brother, estranged from his father, and he had few friends. He had worshipped the Admiral, but now he was gone too. Matsuo seemed so alone, so out of place. She ached to help him, but there didn't seem to be anything she could do. An urge to get back home was growing swiftly within her. She feared the frustrations she sensed in Matsuo might break free when only he and Naka were in the house. Meiko was sure he would never take them out on a child, and yet she knew Naka was at a very trying age. She shuffled her feet impatiently and willed the milk line to move faster, but it still crawled along at a snail's pace. Matsuo knew he was in a black mood. He didn't try to shake it off. He preferred to wallow in it. He liked the state of physical paresis and mental paralysis it offered. It allowed him to sit cross-legged here at the table and sip tea without the slightest twinge of guilt. What was there to feel guilty about anyway? He had codes to break, ship and troop movements to track, espionage agent reports to evaluate, but he was here at home doing something much more important. He was playing nurse for Frank Slater's son. Naka smiled up at him from the floor, then began to crawl away, his pajamaed legs rustling along the tatami. All the gods surely knew how he loathed the child. Why didn't the child loathe him in return, or, at the very least, fear him? But no. Naka had only smiles for him, and hugged his leg when he could reach it. Matsuo forced his clenched jaw muscles to relax and took another sip of tea, barely tasting it. Frank Slater's son. He had hoped he would get used to that fact. The shock had worn off, and the disappointment had settled into a bitter lump at the back of his throat, but the sneering irony of it remained a white-hot coal behind his eyes. Nakanaori Mazaki, the embodiment of that pain, had just pulled himself up to a standing position along the side support of a nearby shoji. He seemed proud of himself. He had a big, round face, dark eyes, and unruly black hair that Meiko combed down in bangs over his birthmark. He looked at Matsuo now and grinned. "Oji-san," he said, with his tongue thrusting over the last syllable. Matsuo only stared at him, wishing the child had never been born. Naka turned and slowly, carefully made his way along the translucent paper surface of the sliding door. He seemed afraid to walk free and never stood without support. Probably normal for an 11-month-old, but Matsuo had his own interpretation. A timid soul, just like his father. Matsuo turned his thoughts inward. He knew his mood was directly attributable to Admiral Yamamoto's death. The news had struck him like a mortar blast. The sanest officer in the Imperial Armed Forces, the best strategic mind in the Orient, perhaps in the world, had been lost to Japan. On April 18th, the Mitsubishi bomber that was taking him to Bougainville on a personal inspection tour of the bases in the Solomons had been pounced upon and shot down by 17 American P-38 fighters. The Supreme Command, in an effort to conceal the importance of their victim from the Americans, withheld release of the information until late May, when the Admiral's ashes had been brought back to Japan. Matsuo had stood on the dock and wept as the small white box was ceremoniously unloaded from the battleship Musashi. Matsuo, of course, had learned of the tragedy immediately. He had also gathered from the celebratory tone of a few radio messages monitored shortly after the incident that the Americans were perfectly aware of the identity of the man they had shot down, and in fact had lain in wait for him. More evidence to bolster Matsuo's contention that American intelligence had shattered all of Japan's codes and ciphers, and that a completely new system had to be designed and put into use. But his demands and his pleas were given only lip service. "Yes, you are probably right, and work is progressing on it even as we speak, but now is not the time to disrupt communications." Matsuo had his suspicions about the incident. He knew the Admiral had been terribly frustrated in his attempts to convince the Supreme Command to offer peace and stop the war while Japan still held some advantages. Yamamoto saw the war now as one prolonged battle Japan could not possibly win against the likes of America. Certain defeat lay ahead on the present course. Since Yamamoto could not change that course and could not honorably resign, only one option was left open to him. Although he would never voice it, Matsuo suspected that Yamamoto knew his announcement of an aerial inspection tour would be intercepted and deciphered. Perhaps he had seen death in combat as preferable to watching his beloved Japan ground into the mud by the ever-growing power of the American war machine. Japan had lost a national treasure, and Matsuo had lost a confidant. Whenever the Admiral had come to Tokyo, he had called Matsuo, and the two would have dinner together. They would discuss the progress of the war, or lack of it, in candid terms. Yamamoto was the only high-ranking officer with whom Matsuo felt safe voicing a frank opinion of the conduct of the war, for he knew the Admiral shared those views. Now he was gone, and Matsuo felt more isolated than ever. He had Meiko, of course, but hardly anyone else. Perhaps it was because of her that he had become isolated, for he did not share the Japanese male's casual attitude toward extramarital sex, be it with mistresses or prostitutes. His fellow intelligence officers used to ask him along regularly for a night on the town, but he always refused. Geishas were boring, and he could not dredge up any interest in visiting the bordellos. He had turned them down so many times that they no longer bothered inviting him. Only Shigeo came around regularly, and his thoughts were interrupted by the sound of tearing paper. Matsuo looked up and saw Naka poking his little index finger through the polished paper of the shoji. He dragged it downward, leaving behind a long, ragged tear. Matsuo cursed under his breath. "No, Naka, that is bad. Don't do that." The child glanced at him over his shoulder, then turned back to the shoji and poked a new hole with his finger. Matsuo's self-control rent with the sound of the tearing paper. He was up and halfway across the floor with his hand raised to strike when Naka turned toward him again. The innocent smile that beamed out from that little round face, so pleased at being able to puncture and rip the paper, stopped Matsuo in his tracks. Naka twisted his body toward Matsuo and held up his arms. "Ojitan!" he said, still smiling. Matsuo felt his anger cool and dissipate like breath in a January wind. The shoji was fair game for toddlers all over Japan. He had poked his share of holes in Nagata's as a child. He had to control this rage within him. If he didn't come to terms with it soon, "Ojitan!" Suddenly, Naka was walking toward him, on his own, free, unsupported. His first steps. Why wasn't Meiko here to see, to catch him? And why was he coming toward Matsuo with outstretched arms, weaving and wobbling like a drunken dwarf? He was going to fall, and Matsuo didn't want to catch him, didn't want to so much as touch the child. Yet Naka was looking up at him and grinning so proudly. Then his foot caught on the edge of a tatami, and the smile disappeared as he plunged toward the floor. Matsuo dropped to his knees and caught his outstretched hands before he landed. Grasping him only by his fingers, he balanced Naka on his feet again and let him go. Naka immediately fell against him and threw his arms around his neck, then rested his head on Matsuo's shoulder. "Ojitan!" With a will of their own, Matsuo's arms went around the child and gingerly embraced the little body, fearing to break it. He was amazed at the waves of emotion swirling through him, especially the warm and protective feelings for this tiny boy who was half Frank Slater. They frightened him, and he worked to dam them up, to hide them away. He almost succeeded. Then Naka leaned back and looked him in the face. He smiled and patted Matsuo on the shoulder. "Ojitan!" Matsuo could not help himself. He hugged Naka against him. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "Sorry for hating you. You no more chose your father than I chose mine." He pushed the startled child back and brushed the hair off his forehead, revealing the red birthmark. He smiled at him, and Naka smiled back. "Frank Slater's son. Little man, could have done better, but you could have done worse, too." Meiko paused as she reached for the handle on the front door. A high-pitched sound echoed from within. It sounded like a child's screams. She almost dropped the milk as she ran inside. Naka lay on the floor of the main room. His face was a bright red, and he was screeching with laughter. Meiko stood back and tried to comprehend what she saw. She would have been less surprised to find a traveling kabuki company set up and performing in her home than the incredible scene being played out before her. Matsuo crouched behind the shoji directly to her right. The paper of one of its panels had been completely shredded. He had poked his head all the way through the ruined panel and was grimacing at Naka, sticking his tongue out to the side and twisting his face into bizarre expressions. Naka screeched again, then rolled over and laughed from deep in his belly. "What is going on here?" Matsuo's face lit as he looked up. "Meiko, watch what he can do. You have to see." He scurried around to Naka's side of the shoji and lifted him to his feet. He pointed him toward Meiko and let go. "Go to your mother." Meiko watched in awe as Naka lurched toward her with outstretched arms. Joy burst free in her as she laughed and gathered him up and held him high in the air. She swung him onto her hip and turned to Matsuo. She could barely speak. "You taught him?" "Of course not," Matsuo said, beaming. "He taught himself. And look what else he taught himself." He took Naka from her hip and placed him before the shoji, then stood back by her side to watch. Naka ran his hand over the translucent surface, then methodically, decisively, poked his index finger through the paper. He looked up at Meiko and grinned. Meiko cringed at the tearing sound as he ripped a long gash in the shoji. "Have I gone insane?" she said to Matsuo. "No," he said, looking into her eyes. She saw a new softness there, one that had been missing even through her pregnancy, missing ever since that fateful day on Sagami Bay 6 years ago. "Then have you?" He laughed. "No, I'm saner than I ever was. It's just that He seemed to search for words. "I think I've wasted too much of our time wishing I could change the past. Nagata used to tell me that a wise and happy man is one who reveres the past and learns from it, but never tries to live there. One can change only the present and the future." Meiko threw her arms around him. "Matsuo, do you know how much I love you?" "Still? You must have started off with an enormous amount if you can have any left after all I've done and said since I found you again on Oahu." "I have an endless supply for you." She kissed him and snuggled in his arms, feeling safe and warm and right as they watched Naka make new holes in the shoji. Over the sound of tearing paper, she heard Matsuo say softly, "You have a talent for naming children, too." November. The ether was wearing off. Hiroki watched as the child's respiratory rate quickened. Only its diaphragm and chest wall moved as it lay on the futon. No other muscles were capable of voluntary movement. He waited for it to cry out, a sure sign that consciousness had returned. It? Actually, the child was a he, a 3-year-old he, but Hiroki found it easier, more comfortable, to think of these children as things. A simple mental accommodation that allowed him to get through the day. Hiroki felt that somehow there had to be a better way, but until they found it, this would have to do. So many children, so many surgeries, so many failures. Even the order's surgeons were beginning to doubt. They never said as much, but after so many years among the masked members of the Kakureta Kao, Hiroki had learned to read movement and posture as most people read facial expressions, and he had begun to detect a certain cynicism in the surgeons. Who could blame them? After toiling daily on child after child without once producing a black wind shoten, even the most devoted monk would have to question the validity of the procedures. But they had to succeed. Even as they stood here, the Americans were storming through the Gilbert Islands. Makin and Betio had already fallen, and Tarawa would soon join them. Japan's bravest men were being overwhelmed. Nothing could stop the Americans now, except maybe the black winds, and even that. A low moan escaped the child, then rose in pitch to an amorphous shriek of terror. It was conscious now. Before the ether had put it to sleep, life had consisted of touch and taste and smell and sight and sound, a sense of corporeal existence. Now it was awakening to an existence devoid of all those things. Now it was aware, but trapped forever in a formless black void, cut off from all its senses, floating in an endless sea of unimaginable terror. Hiroki shuddered at the anguish in the sound. What that child must be experiencing, what it must... Something was happening. Dread clawed its way up Hiroki's spine with icy fingernails. He did not know what had changed exactly, but everything in the room was suddenly different, malevolently different, and darker. Yes, the light from the lanterns had dimmed. "What's happening?" he said. The surgeons looked at him, confusion showing through the eye holes of their masks. Shimazu said nothing, but Hiroki could sense the sudden tension in his posture. And then the light began to fade more quickly. The temperature plummeted as an inky mist congealed out of the air, swallowing the glow from the lamps. The mist began to writhe and undulate in a breeze that seemed to spring from the very walls of the closed room. As it rose in velocity, he heard Shimazu cry out, "Kuroi kaze! The black wind is rising!" "The sedative!" Hiroki shouted, pointing to one of the surgeons. "Give it now!" The old monk quickly tied a tourniquet around the child's arm and grabbed a pre-filled syringe. As the wind continued to rise, Hiroki watched the surgeon's trembling hand plunge the needle into the arm and empty the clear fluid into the vein. No, he missed the vein. He saw the skin rise alongside the vessel as the sedative infiltrated the subcutaneous tissue. It would take 10 minutes at least before it took effect. They would all be dead by then. Hiroki lost his footing and slipped to the floor as the wind rose to a howl. "The ether! Get the ether and knock him out!" "It's downstairs!" one of the surgeons cried. From the corner of his eye, he saw Shimazu crawling toward the child, fighting the wind that shrieked in their ears and tore at their clothes. He grabbed the child's foot and pulled it closer to him. Hiroki saw the flash of a steel blade in his master's hand, saw it rise, saw it plunge downward. The room brightened and the wind faded to a breeze, then disappeared. The monks picked themselves up from where they had been strewn about the room. They laughed and shouted banzais to each other as they clustered around the body of the child. Hiroki held back. He did not want the sight of that bloody little corpse to dampen the exultation flaring within him. Japan would win. The seer's predictions were holding true. They had brought back the black wind. Now that they had had a taste of success, they would redouble their efforts to produce another Shoten. There would be no near-catastrophic laxity next time. Why this one had succeeded after so many failures, he could not say, but they would find out. They would harness the elemental fury of the Kuroi Kaze and use it to drive the Americans all the way back across the Pacific. Part 6. 1944, the Year of the Monkey. March. Balajuro Atoll, Marshall Islands. It was hot in the hut, and I was thirsty, so I took a generous pull from my canteen, savoring the burn of the bourbon as it went down. I needed that. Knapp and Ahern, the two others with me in the hut, didn't even look up. They used to nudge each other and point to the canteen when we first got here, but they were used to it now. They knew I had been with the HYPO team at the beginning of the war, and that carried a lot of weight. Besides, I did my share, so they let me be. I was still in intelligence, but hanging on by my fingertips. Things had changed. I had changed. On the eve of the war, I had been a deeply committed, super-competent go-getter of an intelligence officer. The world back then was a verdant, sun-dappled forest that teemed with life, and the future was a ripe piece of fruit waiting to be plucked and relished. Now life looked to me like a limitless plain, stretching away in all directions, unmarred by hill or tree or anything that rose above shoe level. I was alone on that plain. I had no place to go. But it didn't matter, because I didn't have the will to move, not the slightest desire to be anywhere. No matter how many people surrounded me, I was alone. And when I drank, it was usually alone. I didn't hide it from myself or from others. No excuses, no whining, no blaming fate or anybody else. No gnawing obsession, no driving compulsion. I was a drunk because I wanted to be. And I was very methodical about it. I drank as much as I could whenever I could. The pains told me how badly I was tearing up my guts, but that was okay. If I had been a Jap, I would have committed seppuku after the MPs found me and freed me from that tree overlooking Pearl. But I didn't have the nerve to drag a knife through my guts, so I was committing seppuku my own way. It was lots slower, but the result would be the same. Gradually, over the past year and a half, I had been shunted away from the center of intelligence work, until I was now posted at a listening post on a lonely atoll in the Marshalls. Balajuro wasn't such a bad place, if you didn't mind malarial swamps surrounded by jungle so thick and stratified that sunlight never reached the ground, leaving its floor eternally wet. With each step, the ground slurped rather than crunched underfoot, sending snakes and insects and slimy wet things better left unidentified crawling and slithering away, or buzzing into the air that was already so full of insects you wanted to keep netting over your head whenever you were outside, lest you inhale them by the lungful. I almost wished the Japs had had a defensive force on Balajuro like they'd had on Kwajalein to the north. Admiral Hill had pounded Kwajalein from offshore for 3 full days, leaving its jungle a smoldering ruin. But he had just waltzed onto Balajuro and claimed it. That was why the jungle around us was alive and kicking, ever challenging us to battle as it doggedly worked to reclaim the little airstrip and the clearing where we were quartered. I shared the listening post with 2 other men, Radioman Everett Ahern and Ensign Sam Knapp. Ahern was all of 21, dark, long-boned, and thin as a rail, with traces of his teenage acne still specking his face. Knapp was closer to my age, blond and baby-faced. We had been cooped up out here for a month, but we got along well. The work was pretty boring most of the time. Monitor, decode, and translate, then pass on a summary of the intercepts, but we knew it was important. The right bit of information could pinpoint a Jap supply convoy or save 1,000 lives during an assault. Since Midway, no one in intelligence took anything for granted. Funny how things work out in intelligence. After I got out of the base hospital at Pearl, I joined Rochefort's hypo unit. We worked like slaves, trying to break JN-25, the Japanese Navy's prime code. I was feeling pretty rotten about myself, and about life in general then. That was when I started doing some serious drinking, but I confined it to my off hours. When I was with the hypo team, I gave it 100%. Better than 100%. Because I wanted to get back at the Japs. Oh, how I wanted them to pay for what they had done to Pearl. All those ships, all those men. I hated everything and everyone Japanese. So we sweated and we cursed, and we got nowhere for over 4 months. Then, from a completely unexpected quarter, came a motherlode. From April 18th to April 21st, Yamamoto had practically every ship in the combined fleet combing the Western Pacific for the carriers that had helped deliver Doolittle's token raid on Tokyo. We figured out the call signals of the ships, and since we knew what they were after, we added a lot of new pages to our paltry JN-25 dictionary. The new insight into the code allowed us to anticipate the Japanese move on New Guinea and stop them in the Coral Sea before they got to Port Moresby. It gave us warning of the assault on Midway. Instead of getting suckered into the trap they were planning for us, we were ready and waiting for them when they arrived. We whipped their asses at Midway, and they'd been on the defensive ever since, all because of Jimmy Doolittle's one-way flight over Tokyo. I suddenly realized that Sam was speaking to me. It seemed they had got into that favorite wartime question. Where were you when they attacked Pearl Harbor? I gave him a quizzical look, and he repeated his question. I said, you were right there at Pearl during the attack, weren't you, Frank? Saw the whole thing from start to finish. That where you got hurt? Ahern asked, nodding toward my scarred-up right arm. I held it up and looked at the pair of nickel-sized scars, one on top, one on the underside. The docs put me up at the Naval Hospital on base and did what they could for my arm, keeping the wound open and draining so it healed from the inside. I got away without an infection, but I still couldn't make a tight fist. My ring finger wouldn't flex all the way. I'd had to answer an awful lot of questions from the security people. It was humiliating as hell, but I told them the truth. A Japanese agent had come to my house and stolen the maps of the harbor. He nailed me to the tree to keep me from following him. Nobody asked me about my wife, and I didn't volunteer anything. I had learned to stop thinking about Meiko. If I had just enough booze in me, it was almost as if she never existed. But what I hadn't learned to forget was the sight of the flames and the smoke and the earth-jolting thuds as those ships blew up on that clear, quiet Sunday morning. I held myself at least partly responsible for every name on the long casualty lists. I couldn't blot those guys out. Not yet, at least. Got this not far from the harbor, I told Ahern. I was on the other end of the island when they hit, he said, manning a radar station. Yeah? Where? On Kahuku Point. We were checking our mobile rig against the Army's Opana station. On Sunday morning? Didn't you pick up anything? You bet we did. His youthful face became animated. We were supposed to close up shop at 7 a.m., but just as we were about to shut down, we caught this huge blip on the screen about 140 miles north, 3 degrees east, and coming our way. It looked like a lot of planes. We figured it was that squad of B-17s we were expecting, but just to be sure, we checked with Opana, and they had it too. Didn't you call it in? I said, feeling myself tense up. Sure, called it in to ONI and to the plotting center. And nobody did anything? I could not believe this. You got it. They told us, don't worry about it. So we didn't. But just for practice, we followed them until we lost them in the hills at about 7:40. Shit, I said. You had them. God, you could have warned the harbor. Ahern slumped back in his chair. I know that now. But we thought they were ours. We reported it and were told to forget about it. What could we do after that? Nothing, I said. But Jesus, to think we could have had almost an hour's warning. We could have had more than that, Sam Knapp said. From whom? The Japs themselves. Their 14-part message. I waved him off. The attack was already well underway when those sneaky bastards delivered their lousy declaration of war. Right, Knapp said with a knowing smirk. When they delivered it. What's that supposed to mean? It means we had it intercepted, put through purple magic, and typed up long before they marched into the State Department. Bullshit. How the hell do you know? I was assigned the ONI office in D.C. when the Japs attacked. Scuttlebutt was that we'd had the first 13 parts of the 14-part message deciphered since 1900. Heard the same thing from a friend in the Army's Far Eastern section over at G2. They told me it looked bad. Said they didn't know what the 14th part would say, but after reading the first 13, it didn't matter. The Japs were breaking off relations. It was war. I was getting interested now. You mean to tell me all this was deciphered and typed up by 7 o'clock Saturday night? That's what they tell me. And you just sat on it? Hell no, Knapp said, his face reddening. Not me. I learned this later. I hear Commander Kramer took a copy right over to the White House. It was in Roosevelt's hands by 10 p.m. I did some fast calculating. 10 p.m. Eastern Time was almost 16 hours before the first shot was fired over Oahu. 16 hours! If we'd had purple magic at Pearl, we would have had all that time to get the ships dispersed and ready to fight. How about the final part? The whole message was transcribed and circulating around the State Department by 7:30 Sunday morning. That's fact, not rumor. That was 2 a.m. at Pearl. Still plenty of time to get the fleet ready for battle. Why didn't anybody tell us? Ahern was saying, his face slack with astonishment. How come nobody warned us? Because it never happened that way, I said, as much to convince myself as the kid. It's all hearsay. It's wild bullshit that gets started when bored guys sit around in wardrooms and mess halls and monitoring stations. I paused to let that last one sink in, waiting for something to happen. I guess you're right, he said slowly, then grinned. Sure. Who'd believe FDR'd leave the whole Pacific Fleet sitting in the harbor if he knew the Japs were coming? He looked over at Knapp. Right? Knapp shrugged. Only telling you what I heard. The talk drifted on to other matters, most especially how I was going to spend my week's leave in Hawaii. I smiled, made comments, nodded when appropriate, but my mind wasn't on the conversation or my coming leave. I was thinking about what Matsuo had said to me on Halewa Heights after he nailed me to that tree. The final part of a declaration of war has already been sent to our Washington embassy. The neat way his words dovetailed with Knapp's paranoid ramblings now made me more than a little uncomfortable. It opened the gates and let out all the old questions that had plagued me all through 1941. Why weren't we given enough air recon ability? Why didn't the Honolulu DIO have a purple magic machine? Why were all of Captain Zacharias's warnings ignored? Why had he been stowed out of the way aboard a heavy cruiser? Why were so many ships allowed to sit in port at once amid so many danger signs like the change of call signals twice in the preceding month, the burning of code books, the disappearance of carrier fleets 1 and 2? On and on they went until I physically shook them off. It didn't matter. It was all over and done with. No one would ever know for sure, least of all me, so why lose sleep over unanswerables? I took a long pull on my canteen. I was supposed to have been airborne by 4 in the afternoon, but the PBN-1 sent to pick me up developed engine trouble on landing. We didn't get into the air until well after sunset. But I was finally on my way. I was the only passenger on the plane, and before I settled down for a nap, I gave the island one last good look. Balajuro was shrinking behind me, a lopsided ring of tarnished gold and onyx set in dark water streaked with silver moonlight. I wouldn't miss it for the week I'd be away. One island, like one day, seemed pretty much like any other out here in the western Pacific. As I turned away from the window, something in the air down below caught my attention, and I looked back. A tiny cloud had appeared over the island. It looked innocent enough, hovering there a few hundred feet above the edge of the atoll's coral-rimmed lagoon, but something about it struck me as wrong. It was black. There's no such thing as a black cloud. Smoke can be black, but clouds are water vapor and reflect the light around them. On this perfect night, with a near full moon over the eastern horizon, that cloud should have been silvery white. Clouds can look black from the ground when there's enough of them to block out the sun or moon, but I was above this one, and it was black. Intensely black. I looked for signs of a fire below on the island, but saw no flames and no trail of smoke leading up to it. And the cloud was growing. Even as I watched, I could see it enlarging from within. It looked almost as if this black substance was being pumped into the air through a hole in the sky. Its surface heaved and boiled, as if racked with some terrible inner turmoil. Fear rippled along my skin as the temperature in the cabin seemed to plummet. This was more than just a meteorological curiosity. Its blackness was too intense, too hungry. It seemed to devour the moonlight around it. Something was terribly wrong down there. I lost sight of Balajuro and the cloud as the plane angled away toward the east. I jumped up from my seat and hurried to the pilot's cabin. It took a little doing, but I convinced him to bank around to the south for one more look. As Balajuro hove into view, I gasped. The cloud was huge now. The entire lagoon was covered, and it was spreading over the jungle. "What the fuck is that?" the pilot said. I reached for his radio. "I don't know, but I'm going to call down and find out." I got Ahern on the air. "Yeah, of course we see it. Some freak typhoon. Never seen one come up so fast. You'd better get moving, see if you can outrun it." "Ev," I shouted into the mic, "that's no typhoon. It's only over Balajuro, like it's sitting on the island." "What?" I heard him say through a burst of static. "It's blowing like hell down here. You can barely—" More static. Then, "Feels so cold, Frank. And there's something funny about this wind. It's no use." And then the speaker filled with static, and we lost him. "What do we do now, sir?" the pilot said. The question startled me. I realized I was the ranking officer on the plane. Not a position I wanted, but nothing I could do about it now. "Keep circling, but keep clear. I don't want to get any closer to that thing than we are now." "Don't worry about that, sir," he said. I looked at his face and saw my own unease mirrored there. Something about that cloud poked at the most primitive levels of the brain. Every instinct screamed, "Stay away." "Maybe it'll move on," I said. "Then we'll go down." But it didn't move on. It continued to spread inexorably over the island, hovering there. I expected to see flashes of lightning or feel the plane buffeted by storm winds, but all was calm, too calm. The cloud was settling as if to smother the peaceful little atoll. I got on the air to Tarawa and was finally connected to an officer with some authority. His name was Abrams, and he was a captain. When I described what was happening, I heard him curse. The air was full of static, but I was sure he said, "Shit, another one?" "Pardon me, sir?" "Never mind. Just stay the hell away from that cloud." "This has happened before?" He ignored my question and said, "Anybody got a camera on board?" "I don't know." "Well, find out. And if so, get some pictures of that thing. I'm sending out some support." "Support? Support against what?" "Don't ask questions, Lieutenant. Just stick around till we get there." "Captain," I said, "I don't Holy shit," the pilot said. I looked out at the cloud and felt my knees go weak. It had changed. It was still hugging the island like a starfish over a clam, but it was expanding upward, stretching past our altitude and on up toward the stars. It became a vertical column of black, an onyx pillar soaring into space. It seemed to reach up forever, casting a line of shadow far to the west along the moonlit surface of the Pacific. As we flew through that shadow, it was as if the moon had ceased to exist. I tried to swallow, but my mouth had gone dry. This was beyond science and nature. We were watching a nightmare. And then it was gone. The blackness thinned and evaporated like mist in the morning sun. One moment it was there, towering over us. 10 seconds later, it had vanished without a trace. The pilot and I sat and gaped at the suddenly empty air and at Balajuro, visible once more in the gleaming, placid surface of the Pacific. It was as if nothing at all had happened. I grabbed the radio mic and tried to raise Ahern, but my call went unanswered. "Let's get down there." The pilot threw me a worried look. "You really think we should, sir? I mean, Tarawa's sending backup. Maybe we should wait." I shared his reluctance, but Knapp and Ahern were down there, and so were lots of others. Their radios were out, and they probably needed help. I pointed to Balajuro. "Down!" We did 2 flyovers and saw no signs of life. No lights, no fires, no movement in the darkness below. I was becoming increasingly uneasy. Even if all their power was gone, someone would have waved a flashlight at the sound of our engines. "Land this thing." In response, the pilot veered off toward the water. "Where are you going? The landing strip's down there." "Yes, sir, but the strip's pitch dark. No telling what I'll run into before we roll to a stop. We're safer on the lagoon." Good thinking. The PBN-1 was amphibious. We'd be foolish not to take advantage of that. As the plane skimmed and settled onto the surface of the lagoon, I heard a dull staccato thumping against the lower hull. It slowed in tempo as the plane slowed and stopped when the plane came to a halt. "What was that?" The pilot shrugged. "Sounded like something in the water." I got a flashlight and opened the hatch while he pulled the inflatable raft from its compartment. As soon as I leaned my head outside, I knew something horrible had happened on this little island. "Hold it," I told the pilot in a hushed voice as he struggled with the raft. "Listen." "Listen to what?" He came up beside me. "I don't hear anything." "That's just it. It's quiet." I heard the gentle lap of the waves on the coral rim of the lagoon and against the outer shore to windward, but that was all. No insects buzzing, no birds calling, no animals moving through the brush. "Is that bad?" "Damn right it's bad. I've been on this rock for a month and can't remember a single second of quiet. But now, God, it's like a tomb." I angled my flashlight down at the water. "Christ!" The pilot followed my stare. "Damn! Look at that!" The water was loaded with fish, puffers, tangs, small sharks, rays, eels, crabs, squid, jellyfish, and a horde of others I couldn't identify, all floating belly up on the surface of the lagoon. "Dead fish," he said in a low, awed tone. "That's what was hitting against the hull when we landed." I had a feeling even the coral and plankton were dead. "But what killed them? I've seen plenty of big storms before, but never seen one leave a fish kill like this." "That was no storm," I said, feeling very cold inside. "Did you see any damage when we flew over the compound? See any fallen trees?" "It was too dark." I looked around. The only thing I could see that had changed was the jungle. Changed not just in its silence, but its very shape. I could see it silhouetted in the moonlight, and it looked somehow different. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I knew it didn't look like the same jungle I had left earlier this evening. Suddenly there was a sound, a plane, a couple of them. The radio crackled to life, and the pilot ran for it. "It's that Captain Abrams from Tarawa." I went forward and took the mic. "I want you off that lagoon and away from Balajuro, Lieutenant," Abrams told me in clipped official tones. "Sir, I had friends on the island. They may need help." His voice softened just a touch. "Believe me, Lieutenant, whoever was on that island is beyond anyone's help now." I had pretty well figured that out, especially after seeing all the dead fish, but it raised a lump in my throat to hear him put it into words. I hadn't known Knapp and Ahern long, but they'd been good men. "Cruise to about 2 miles offshore and anchor there for the night." The pilot grabbed the mic from me. "I'm already overdue at Midway, sir. Whatever orders you had are countermanded as of this moment. You are to anchor as instructed. You will both be debriefed immediately. Over." The pilot looked at me and shrugged. We both knew we had stumbled onto something big, and now we couldn't get out. Balajuro was dead. I had known that last night. I hadn't known just how dead. The Navy Department men who spent half the night debriefing the pilot and me, the pilot's name was Tom Kendall, and we were becoming fast friends, aboard their flying boat were oblique as hell when I asked them about it, so I got the idea I'd be seeing something pretty grim in the morning. I still wasn't prepared for the reality. The jungle was brown, and it drooped. That was why its outline had looked different in the moonlight, all brown and wilted. The leaves and palm fronds drooped in death. The jungle looked as if it had melted and shrunken overnight. We coasted our PBN through the dead fish on the surface of the lagoon. Captain Abrams was waiting on the shore. He was standing in a group of about 10. A few were uniformed, but most were in civvies. "The first thing I want you to know," the captain said, returning our salutes as we stepped ashore, "is that everything you saw last night and everything you will see today is top secret. Everything. That clear?" He was dark, whippet lean, and his hands darted around like hummingbirds when he talked. His New York City accent was even more pronounced in person than it had been over the radio. "Yes, sir," we said in unison. "Good. Now, I want to prepare you for what you're about to see. I'll begin by asking you what's wrong with all those fish out there on the lagoon." "You mean, besides their being dead, sir?" Captain Abrams' tone was icy. "Obviously." I thought about that a moment as I watched the tropical sun beating down on all those white fish bellies. Then it hit me. No smell. Exactly. But dead fish should stink by now. His voice was low. Not when all their bacteria are dead, too. The enormity of what had happened on Balajuro was beginning to sink in. "This isn't the first time this has happened, is it, sir?" I said. He gave me a hard look. "No, this is the third. But you and Kendall are the first to actually see anything of it and survive." "Some new sort of weapon the Japs are trying out?" He nodded. "We thought at first it was a gas or something along that line, but after hearing what you two saw, that was a lot more than poison gas, sir. That was—" I didn't know what to say. I wanted to say it was strange, alien, supernatural, something that didn't belong in this world. But that sounded melodramatic and maybe even a little bit crazy. I was glad I wasn't the sole witness. With every passing hour, that towering column of black cloud seemed less real, less possible. Without Kendall to back me up, I'd be doubting my own memory by now. "It was what, Lieutenant?" Abrams said. "It was a catastrophe, sir. An unnatural catastrophe." "You've got that right, and it only gets worse." He motioned us to follow him. The other half of Abrams' team had landed on the airstrip this morning. As we walked along the jeep path through the jungle to join them, I couldn't escape the feeling that I was in a dream. The silence and utter lack of green heightened the nightmarish effect. The path was littered with dead insects, birds, and occasionally a rodent or small monkey. Nothing moved in the brown foliage. Even the moss on the trunks was dead. It was like a fake jungle, a sterile Tarzan movie set created by a demented, colorblind designer. The stillness, the lifelessness, it wormed through the skin and into the soul. It might as well have been on the moon. And it was worse in the compound. The air about the clearing was funereal when we arrived, and with good reason. I watched a crew of medics carrying sheet-covered bodies from the Quonsets and shacks across the tarmac and onto their special transports. "Everyone?" I said to Abrams as a loaded stretcher was carried by. "Everyone. We've yet to find even a cockroach alive after one of these wilts." "Wilt? Is that what it's called?" "You got a better name for it?" I looked around at the drooping jungle. I shook my head. "My two friends, Nap and Ahern, I'd like to—" "I don't advise you to see them. We'll have them all identified by dog tag." "I just want to be sure, sir." I was getting used to the look he gave me. "Be my guest." I went over to the radio shack. I didn't want to look at any corpses, but felt I owed it to those two guys. We'd worked together, and I thought they might have done the same for me if situations were reversed. Two sheeted forms lay on the floor. Without allowing myself any time to reconsider, I went down on one knee beside the nearest and slipped the sheet off his face. Nap, but not as I remembered him. His features were basically the same, but his face seemed to have shrunken. His whole body seemed smaller. It was as if the wilt, or whatever, had sucked the very life out of him. No pain in his face, no fear in his expression, only a great sadness, an unplumbed hopelessness. I checked Ahern. He'd looked shrunken to begin with. Now his skin looked like it was sticking directly to his bones, and his expression was the same as Nap's. "Kinda gives you the creeps, doesn't it?" I looked up. Abrams was standing in the doorway. "What do you mean?" "That look on their faces. They've all got it. Every corpse on every one of the 3 islands hit by the wilt. They all look like that. I almost wish they'd have that look of unimaginable horror you read about in cheap pulp chillers." I didn't tell Abrams that I happened to like those cheap pulp chillers and still read them whenever I could find one. But I had to agree with him. This hopeless, lost look. In a way, this was worse than horror. A breathless civilian appeared at the door beside Abrams. "Captain, we found something. A child." "Alive?" "No, dead. But he's Japanese." They took off at a run. I covered up Nap and Ahern and ran after them. One of the sailors had noticed something dark floating at the rim of the atoll. He'd gone over to investigate and found the child floating face down just under the surface of the fish-filled water. He looked about 3 years old, and he was special in a couple of ways. He was Japanese, not supposed to be any Japs of any age on Balajuro, and it looked like he was starting to decompose. No one could explain either. I looked down at the bloated little body. I didn't want to get too close, but I could see some fresh surgical scars on him. He appeared to have been mutilated. Where the hell had he come from? As I watched, I saw a live crab ride a wavelet in from the open ocean onto the coral and scuttle the rest of the way into the lagoon, where a feast waited. Death had laid claim to every living thing last night, but already nature was setting the gears in motion to restore the balance of life and death on the atoll. For the first time since the attack on Pearl, I wasn't thinking about my next drink. I wanted some answers. About the wilt, about this Jap kid. I took Abrams aside. "I want in on this." "What's that supposed to mean?" "This wilt thing. You've got a team chasing it around. I'm volunteering to be a member." Another one of those looks from Abrams. "You started the war as Lieutenant J.G., and here you are the same rank after almost 2.5 years of active duty. What does that say about you?" I knew it said a whole lot, and none of it good. Promotions came thick and fast during a war. I held my tongue, and he went on. "I talked to 2 of your former COs last night. They say you're not as reliable as you used to be." "That's because I've stopped caring what my COs think." Abrams pursed his lips. "That's not exactly what I'd call an extenuating circumstance." "Look at it this way," I said with a shrug. I tried to appear casual, but I really wanted this. For the first time in a couple of years, I was feeling a tug of interest from something other than the bottle. I didn't want to let go. I'm a guy who's got nothing to lose, but I'm also a guy who's seen a wilt in action and lived to tell about it. How can you go wrong? Abrams gave me an appraising look. You've got a point there, but none of it matters. Why not? Because you and Kendall are automatically on the team. Anybody who's even heard the slightest whisper of a rumor about the wilts is on the team. We're keeping a firm lid on this. We don't want anyone to know about it. You really think this is a Jap weapon? I couldn't believe anything human had had anything to do with what I'd seen last night. It seems to be playing that way, and if it is, we could be facing big trouble from here on in. We don't want any scare stories started, so as far as the Fighting Man and John Q. Public are concerned, there is no such thing as a wilt. Clear? Very clear, sir, I said. Why don't we have a drink on it? May. The Black Winds are an unqualified success. Shimazu looked up from the fresh photographs of a devastated atoll and watched Hiroki's face. His features were animated as he described the total desolation of the smaller islands upon which the children had been set. The fires of hope and fervor in Hiroki's eyes had been dampened since the tragic experience with Yajima. It was encouraging to see them blazing high again. But we need more shoten. The surgeons are working to exhaustion. His student knew full well how intricate and involved a process it was to create a shoten. There are many failures. Too many. For every success, we have 10 failures. There must be another way. There is, Shimazu said, catching Hiroki's eyes. Find the rest of the scrolls. I know that, sensei, but they elude me. The deployment of the Kuroikaze was entirely in Hiroki's hands. Its means and methods had to remain a secret from the Supreme Command and the Emperor, especially the Emperor. If he ever became aware that mutilated children were the shoten of the Black Wind, he would certainly forbid their use, no matter how badly they were needed. As with so much of the conduct of this war, it was best not to burden the Emperor with unpleasant details. I take it that it is not yet time to hold an imperial conference. Shimazu looked forward to the day when the Kakureta Kao could stand before the Emperor and be hailed as the saviors of Japan. Then they would be elevated to their rightful place as guardians of the Empire, and could begin the task of purifying Japanese life of all taint of Western influence. After being denied their proper glory for the defeat of the Mongol fleet in the 12th century, and after their failure to overthrow the shogunate in the 16th, their time had come at last. All the centuries of waiting were ready to bear fruit. The sweet taste of victory and vindication was on his lips. No, sensei, not yet. We first must gain a major victory. And when will that be? I don't know. I cannot launch an effective Kuroikaze assault without an arsenal of shoten. How can I gain offensive momentum when the surgeons can provide me with but one shoten a month? It is an impossible situation. The Mongol fleet was destroyed by a single Kuroikaze. I humbly remind my sensei that this is a different situation. The Kuroikaze are not well suited for the modern style of naval war. They were best in their ancient use, against a massed army or navy. But this war, with its battles shifting from island to island, with the enemy's troops and ships scattered over thousands of square miles of ocean, I need many shoten, enough to set them up on a whole string of islands, enough to throw the American troops and commanders into a lather of confusion and terror so that I can sneak a shoten into one of their command posts, or into the center of one of their task forces while it sits at anchor. But that is impossible under the present circumstances. The scrolls will be found in time, Shimazu said. comfortable in his faith in the seer's visions. He'd had other, less comforting visions, however. The nameless child kept reappearing. He had come to suspect that it was Meiko's child. Why was it in his visions? Why did he sense danger from it? "But until they are," Hiroki said, "we shall need more shoten, many more shoten." "Bring us the children, and we shall give you your shoten." Hiroki hurried back to his office from the temple. Even with no new conquests by the imperial forces, his duties as Minister of Military and Economic Coordination filled every minute of the day. When he arrived, he found Matsuo waiting. His younger brother was dressed in his navy uniform. He sat in the chair next to the desk, reading a newspaper as he waited. Hiroki thought he looked tired and drawn. They had seen each other rarely during the past year. "Yes, dear brother," he said with a polite bow. "How may I be of assistance?" Matsuo stood and returned the bow. "I have learned of the devastation of 3 small American-held islands. I have heard their destruction is somehow linked to the Kakureta Kao. May I ask how?" Hiroki hid his surprise. How had word leaked out? But Matsuo was in intelligence and reputed to be very good at his work. Still, it was disconcerting to learn of a leak. He had been so careful. The trial runs of the Black Winds had been carried out under the tightest security. Only the Naval Chief of Service knew why a skeleton-crewed submarine had been placed at the Order's disposal. For each mission, Hiroki had personally overseen the loading of the altered child upon the ship. The sedated shoten had been encased in a wicker basket to hide him from the prying eyes of the crew and escorted to his destination by 2 members of the Order's outer circles. Hiroki had wanted to go himself, but Shimazu had forbidden it, saying he was too valuable to the Emperor and the war effort. The shoten was landed and hidden near the shore. The submarine and the acolytes then quickly retreated. When the sedative wore off, the Black Wind rose. The crew was isolated between missions. Still, rumor had leaked out. He supposed it was inevitable. "I must swear you to secrecy in the name of the Emperor if I tell you." "I swear in the name of the Son of Heaven," Matsuo said with a bow. "Very well. We have loosed the Kuroikaze upon the Americans." He watched Matsuo's eyes widen. "The Black Winds? But I thought—" "You thought they were a folk tale. So many do. But I assure you they are not. Japan and all the world will know how real the Kuroikaze are when we learn again to fully control them." Matsuo's face reflected his concern. "The Order can't control them?" Hiroki hurried to explain. "It has been centuries since a Black Wind has been unleashed. No one alive has any experience with them. We are readying a full assault against the Americans soon. It will crush them." Matsuo looked as if he wanted to believe that, but his voice held little conviction. "That will be wonderful. Maybe it is not too late to salvage something from this war." "We shall salvage victory." It irked him that his own brother was losing faith in the war effort. "We shall see. I am curious as to how these Black Winds are called up. Perhaps if the Order shared the secret with the Navy—" "It is forbidden. The Kakureta Kao is the guardian and wielder of the Black Wind." Matsuo smiled. "Somehow I knew you'd say that." He glanced around the office. "You have been well?" "Thank you for your concern. Yes." They talked for a few moments about topics of general interest, each avoiding the subject of the other's personal life. Hiroki was tempted to ask after Meiko's child, to question the mark on his face, and ask how closely it resembled the one Matsuo had described on the face of his boyhood friend, Frank Slater. But even though he would have dearly loved to reopen a wound that might have healed by now, he resisted the temptation. He feared his brother. And besides, this was merely polite conversation between two men who were linked by blood but no longer shared affection or interest. He tried to bring the meeting to a close. "I'm short of time, brother. If you would be so kind to excuse me." Matsuo rose. "Of course. I'm so very sorry. It seems there's a shortage of everything these days. Out on the streets, it is the necessities of a civilized existence. In here, it is time." He held up his copy of the Daily Yomiuri. "According to today's paper, there is even a shortage of children in a certain quarter of the city, the same quarter as the Kakuretakao Temple. Children are disappearing from schools, from playgrounds, from their yards, even from their beds. Isn't that strange? Would the Order know anything about that?" Hiroki felt himself tense inside. What's Matsuo getting at? Does he suspect something? He studied his brother's features, but could see no suspicion there. Could it really be just an idle question? "Why do you ask?" "Just curious. Little seems to pass without the Kakuretakao's knowledge. I was just wondering if the Order might be able to aid the distressed parents." "The Order is presently concerned with the Emperor's war," he said stiffly. "That takes precedence over everything else." "Of course. I'll let you get on with your busy schedule." Hiroki found himself trembling after Matsuo had left. No one must ever know of the children. Anyone who found out could not be allowed to live, even his own brother. July. Saipan. The wilts were still baffling the hell out of us. They seemed to occur with complete randomness as to time and place. 5 of them to date, and so far only Kendall and myself had seen one and lived to tell. The brass was getting worried, afraid that if word got out about this Japanese superweapon, about how whole islands were denuded of life by something no one could fight, it might demoralize the war effort. Unfortunately, we were no closer to an answer now than 4 months ago when Balajuro died. The pressure was on our team, and I was spending every sober moment on it. And I seemed to be having more of those sober moments. Working on the wilts left less time to think about Meiko and Matsuo, and the less I thought about them, the less I wanted to drink. I had combed through all the before and after intelligence reports in the areas around each of the wilts, and had come up with one common denominator. I briefed Abrams on my thoughts. Before each of the 5 wilts, there's invariably a report of a lone enemy sub in the area. "You think that's significant?" Abrams said. "We spot lone subs all the time." "But they're usually on the prowl along the shipping lanes or headed toward an anchorage. These aren't. Before 4 of the 5 wilts, a sub was spotted heading directly away from the island in question only hours before the wilt struck. You could explain that nicely if it meant they'd planted a device to cause the wilt. Sounds reasonable. But what's that do for us?" "It puts us on the lookout for nip subs sneaking seaward from islands we hold." He snorted. "Do you know how many you're talking about? We expend an awful lot of man-hours watching for subs in critical areas. Do you have any idea what it would cost us in manpower to be on the lookout in non-critical areas?" "We only have to watch one island," I said. "This one." "Saipan? What makes you so sure? So far, they've only used the wilt on Pancake Flat atolls. This is a big island. It's got hills, mountains. How do we know the wilt will even work here?" "Can we risk assuming it won't? Besides, I think there's been enough death here already, don't you?" Abrams nodded. "No argument there." We were both silent for a moment. The cost of taking Saipan had been horrendous. 50,000 lives, we figured. 3,000 of them ours, the rest Jap soldiers and civilians. The civilian deaths had been the hardest to take. The women and children had hidden themselves in the caves on the northern tip. When the military defense was snuffed out just 8 days ago, they killed themselves by the thousands. Apparently, they had been told horror stories of how they would be treated by Americans. I heard battle-hardened Marines whisper of seeing mothers with children in their arms throwing themselves off the 800-foot Morubi Bluffs. Saipan was the capital of the Marianas and of tremendous psychological importance to the Japs. They'd held the island for almost 30 years. It had been their central relay station for communications throughout the South Pacific for all that time. They called it the Gateway to the South. I said, "We're on prime real estate. From here on northward, you've got the Bonins and the Izus leading right up to Tokyo itself, like a trail of stepping stones, not to mention the fact that we're now in B-29 range of their mainland." "I'm well aware of that," Abrams said impatiently. "That's why we busted our asses to take this rock. So what?" "They want it back," I said. "They want it back real bad." He stared at me. "I think you're on to something there. We'll set up a sub-watch. We'll catch the sub as it's coming in, or if we see it running off, we'll comb that end of the coast to find whatever it is they use before it goes off. You'll lose a lot of good men that way if the wilt starts before they find it. You got a better idea?" He pulled out a cigarette as he tried to stare me down. "Sure. Send one man in. If you can get a fair idea of where the Nips landed, you can evacuate that end of the island and send in that one guy. Who knows? He may be able to find it in time. If he can't, you've only lost one guy." "And who's going to volunteer for that?" He struck a match and lit his cigarette. "Me." I waited to see what Abrams would do. Would he laugh, or would he take me seriously? I watched as he held the lighted match and stared at me. Held it until it burned his fingers. With a curse, he shook it out and dropped it. "You? What are you, some kind of nut?" "I'm the best man for the job. I've seen the wilt in action. I know what to expect. I'll know when it's starting and when to turn tail and run." "You've seen enough to know that running won't do you a damn bit of good. You must have some kind of death wish or something." That wasn't so. I didn't want to die. I never had. But something had changed since the Saturday night before the Pearl Harbor raid. Until then, the very thought of dying had terrified me. I'd had so many things left to do and see. Now, death was okay. I wouldn't look for it, but if it came, no big deal. As far as I could see, I hadn't much lying ahead worth getting upset about. No death wish. I've got a safety hatch planned out. Abrams went for the idea when I explained it to him. The sub was sighted 2 nights later. It would have been perfect if we had been able to catch it coming in. We could have captured their wilt device and found out what made it tick. But the sub sneaked in unseen. We spotted it leaving, though, making a beeline away from Saipan's northeastern shore at 23:32 hours. A pair of destroyers gave chase but lost it. I was on the beach at 23:50. While choppers, transports, and jeeps moved all the occupying troops south, I began my search. It would have been easier in daylight. Even then, almost anything could have stayed hidden among the craters and shredded palm trees left in the wake of the hellish pre-assault bombardment a month ago. It was high tide, and the sand above the waterline was still so chewed up by AMP tracks that I had no possibility of picking out old trails from new. So there I stood with my puny little flashlight, looking up at the moonlit slopes of Mount Tapochau, and more than a little daunted by the task before me. No time to stand there wondering. I ran up to the edge of what was left of the jungle and began the search. I didn't know what I was looking for, but I figured there was a good chance it was metallic, so that was what I concentrated on finding. I walked in lengthening arcs, moving deeper and deeper into the shattered jungle. Everything smelled of death, like a wilt had already struck. Dead animals and dead humans were buried in all that debris. They had died over a month ago and must have provided a feast for scavengers. But even now, when the onshore breeze waned, the unmistakable odor of putrefaction rose up like a ghost. At those times, I mouth-breathed and pressed on. I was quickly coming to the conclusion that I had made a mistake. This was an impossible task for one man, too big even for a platoon. But I pressed on. I was all I had right now, and it was too late to turn back. And then it began. It started with a prickling chill along the back of my neck. I froze and waited for it to go away. It didn't. It spread across my shoulders and down my back. I spun around but saw nothing at first. Then I noticed a dark spot in the moonlit debris off to my left. It seemed to be moving, growing. I realized it was a shadow and looked up. There it was, a black cloud roiling, racked with violent swirlings and eddyings growing in the air. I ran toward it. I figured the device generating it would be directly below. If I could get there in time, maybe I could disable it. Months ago, I had seen another cloud like this from a plane. From that viewpoint, it had seemed to spread slowly over Balajuro. That had been an illusion, for as I looked up now, I could see the cloud expanding at a terrifying rate, swallowing the moon, the stars, all of the sky. Before I had gone 100 feet, the cloud settled over my end of the island like a canopy, engulfing me in darkness. The breeze changed, not only in direction, but in quality. It came from the center of that cloud. This was no briny puff of trade winds off the ocean. This air was stale, cold, musty, wet, and sour, like an updraft from a forgotten dungeon of the soul. I rubbed my eyes and coughed as a wave of nausea swept over me. The breeze grew to a wind, the wind to a gale, tearing at me, roaring in my ears, roaring through me. It seemed to moan, a sound of such heartbreaking despair that I felt a sob rise in my throat. I fought against the tide of the wind for about a dozen feet, and then stopped. No use. I'd never make it. As I stopped, I looked around, startled. The wind continued to howl by me, buffet my face, tear at my clothes, but the bombed-out jungle was still and quiet. Not a leaf or a frond or a blade of grass so much as dipped in a breeze. Suddenly, I felt very cold, and I wanted to be away from here. Over the past few months, I had convinced myself, despite what I had seen over Balajuro, that the wilts had a rational, scientific explanation. Now I knew that wasn't so. Nothing was rational here. I had to get off this island. I had to get back to the beach. I turned to run, but my legs wouldn't carry me. Suddenly, I couldn't go on. "It's just no use," I heard myself say. I felt so tired all of a sudden, enveloped in a fog of exhaustion. The beach was 200 yards away, but it might as well have been 20,000 leagues. I'd never make it. Strange emotions wafted about me and then clung. Emptiness, abysmal loneliness, eternal unfulfilled longing. Everything was hopeless, infinitely hopeless, and shot through it all was a formless, abject fear, a silent howl of terror that resonated in the darkest corners of the soul. I slumped to my knees. "No use at all." That sounded familiar. I tugged at the memory until it finally came free. Ahern had said the same thing over the radio while the wilt was hitting Balajuro. Was that it? Was this desperate inertia part of the wilt? Before it sucked the life out of you, did it first take all hope and will? I didn't know what the cloud was doing to the jungle. It was dark, and there didn't seem to be much left to kill after the offshore barrage, but I knew what it was doing to me. I fought to my feet. So weak. Just standing upright drained me. I was afraid now. Really afraid. I lunged toward the beach in some combination of a stagger and a stumble. And all the while the hopelessness kept dragging me down, crying out in my brain with my own voice. It's no use. You'll never make it, so why even try? It's all so futile, so hopeless. You might as well just lie down and give yourself over to the inevitable without this senseless struggle. But I forced myself on. From somewhere under the dank, stifling cloud of depression, a tiny spark of anger urged me on, wordlessly, but no less relentlessly. I clung to it. They weren't going to beat me down again. They weren't going to make me give up. Not this time. And with the anger came hope. There was a chance to escape. I could make it. All I had to do was put one foot after the other in the direction of the beach, and soon I'd be at the motorized launch anchored just beyond the breakers. So I kept forcing one foot in front of the other. The wind tried to force me back. No matter which way I turned, the wind always seemed to be in my face, pushing at me, impeding me. But I kept going. Eventually, I reached the beach. I lurched into the gentle surf. The water was refreshing. It seemed to clear my head. The violence of the wind seemed somehow diminished here. Squinting through the darkness, I finally picked out the launch and struck out for it. I was feeling stronger now, and the further I got from shore, the stronger I felt. The boat was soon within reach. I pulled myself over the gunwale and reached for the starter button. As the engine roared to life, I cut the anchor rope, threw the engine into gear, and pointed the prow toward the open sea. As soon as we were moving, I pulled the signal pistol from its compartment and fired a flare into the air. Only after the bright red glow had lit up the sky did I dare look back. The black wilt cloud was still there, darker and more ominous than ever, growing, spreading along the beach in either direction, working its way toward the mountains. Explosions thundered to my left. The Indianapolis, lying offshore, had let loose with her cannon. As the first shells riddled the near jungle, I could barely make out the orange flashes through the blackness. The roar was deafening, and then suddenly the blackness began to thin, break up, fade away. Once again, moonlight lit the beach. We combed the beach and the jungle the next day. We found nothing out of the ordinary except the corpse of a small Japanese child. He had been torn almost beyond recognition by the shelling of the beach. Around him were the remnants of some sort of wicker basket, almost like a tiny coffin. I recalled the other child's body we had found on Balajuro and wondered if there was a connection, but brushed off the thought. How could there be? November, Tokyo. Hiroki savored the quiet and solitude here in the lower level of the temple. There was a timelessness about Shimazu's quarters. They looked the same today as they had over 30 years ago when he first stepped through the door. He took comfort in that stability, for change ruled the city outside. A relief to find comfort in anything these days. Simply shutting oneself off from the outside world for a moment or two was a joy. But the events of that world had a way of worming their way into every thought, every action, even here in the depths of the Kakureta Kao temple. "The war is all but lost," he told Shimazu. He heard his sensei cluck. "Has the emperor directed his children to surrender?" "No, but—" "Then the war is not lost. Don't you remember the seer's words?" Hiroki had repeated them over and over in his mind 100 times a day for the past year. He did not need to hear them again, but he did not stop Shimazu. "And then, when all looks blackest, blackness will save us. The Kuroikaze, born by a noble firstborn, shall return full force to strike down all who oppose the imperial will. After the blackness will come the blinding light of the Son of the Sun." Hiroki wanted so much to believe that, but the disasters of the summer, the fall of Saipan and the rest of the Marianas, the defeats in Burma, the start of American high-level bombings on Japan itself, had resulted in Premier Tojo's forced resignation despite all the efforts of the order to keep him in power. The fall was proving even worse. The Americans had thrust through the Palaus and into the Philippines in a seemingly unstoppable drive, leaving a mortally wounded Imperial Navy foundering in their wake in the Leyte Gulf. "I don't see how the situation can become blacker. Our army is outgunned and outmanned on every front. Our navy is in ruins. Our supply lines are shattered. Our best pilots are dead, and the ones we have left are now using their planes as bombs." "Ah, yes," Shimazu said. "The kamikaze. I suspect they are not as effective as expected." Hiroki still marveled at the numbers of men in their late teens and early 20s volunteering to pilot the suicide planes. They vied, begged for the chance. If one were destined to die in battle for the emperor, what better way to do so than to steer thousands of pounds of explosive into the deck of an American carrier? It was honorable, graceful, dignified, clean, quick, and glorious, and utterly painless. "They are very effective. They've inflicted terrible damage on many American ships, but not enough to turn the tide of battle in our favor. They will continue to inflict serious damage, but—" Hiroki sighed. Once again, the same old story. "But there are simply too many American Hellcats flying protection for too many American ships, with too many anti-aircraft guns firing too many rounds at our limited number of kamikazes. We simply cannot stop their advance." He was reminded of Matsuo's warning before the war. America will bury us with her resources and her productive capacity. Little brother had been right, although Hiroki could never admit that. "The Supreme Command is calling for wholesale use of the Kuroikaze," Hiroki said, "but the Americans have learned how to protect themselves from the black winds. Their radar and sonar are everywhere. They spot our Shoten-carrying sub and immediately send battleships to the area. They bombard the coast as soon as the Kuroikaze manifests itself. They flatten the jungle in the area of the growing black wind and abort it before it reaches full force by killing the Shoten." How maddening to have the supreme weapon, albeit in short supply, and yet be thwarted in its use by these barbarians. "We will slow their momentum by more conventional means, then," Shimazu said calmly. "They have penetrated only our outer circles of defense, but our inner circles are much denser. We will stop them. It will be as the seer has spoken. They will be on Japanese soil in less than a year." Shimazu's voice rose. "Then we shall defeat them here. They will have to send 1 million or more troops ashore. The black wind will wreak havoc on their armada before they land, just like it did to the Mongol Kublai Khans 700 years ago, and it will be waiting on the beaches to destroy those who should get that far. Will they bombard their own troops on the beaches? We don't have enough shoten for that, Hiroki reminded him. We will, Shimazu said, smiling serenely. We will. Hiroki wanted to scream and pull at his hair. He wished he could take his master by the shoulders and drag him outside into the real world where he would hear a different story. But he merely bowed. Yes, Sensei. Part 7. 1945, the year of the rooster. March, Tokyo. Meiko lay in the dark in Matsuo's arms. She should have felt safe and secure, but instead she was like a tightly coiled spring. She closed her eyes and tried to sleep, but the sound of the wind surrounded her, enveloped her, penetrated her. The weather had certainly been freakish lately. Just last Sunday it had snowed, blanketing the threadbare, war-weary city with a flawless coat of pristine white. Yet even then the bombers, Bisang, as the people called the B-29s, had come, invisible above the snow clouds, dropping their packages of fiery death through the gentle flakes that muffled the sound of their passing, lighting sleeping neighborhoods far away with flames that suffused the snow-thick air with a cherry light. That had been just 5 days ago. The snow was gone now, melted away in the nightly heat of the firebomb raids and the glow of today's warm, fresh weather. Spring was making its usual surprise entrance in Tokyo. But the wind concerned her. It had started as a breeze in the morning, stiffened to a gusty wind by afternoon, and by sunset was a full-force gale, nearing hurricane proportions. She watched it lift and warp the bamboo sudare half raised across the window, listened to it rattle the shoji and fusuma, and whistle through the transoms. The folding screen in the front room had blown over so many times tonight that Matsuo had finally left it flat on the floor. Meiko listened beyond the wind, above it, searching for another sound. But wind was all she heard. As 11 o'clock approached, she began to relax. Maybe they wouldn't come. A lone B-29 had flown over the city this afternoon on reconnaissance. The Americans knew what the weather was like in Tokyo today. Maybe they wouldn't come this time. And then the sirens began to wail. Matsuo bolted upright beside her on the futon. Oh no, not tonight. He leapt to his feet and ran to the window. Not tonight! Meiko followed him. The wind roared against their faces as they looked out toward what was called the plain side of the city. Their home was slightly more toward the mountain side of Tokyo. They left their lights out, as did all their neighbors and everyone else in the city, but kept the radio on, tuned to station NHK. Nothing happened for a while, but Meiko allowed herself no false hope. The radio said a particularly large air flotilla had been sighted heading this way. They waited together. Meiko checked on Naka from time to time, but he was sleeping peacefully, as only a 2.5-year-old knew how. When she came back to Matsuo, she could feel the tension in him as she leaned against his arm. Every muscle fiber in his body seemed to be on alert. Around midnight, they saw the first firebombs drop through the sky. The leading B-29s marked out the target areas with long burning incendiaries. They plotted a huge square on the plain side, down in the Tokyo flatlands, where the big factories squatted with the countless huts of the workers who toiled within, huddled around them like hordes of suckling young. Soon the second wave arrived, carpet-bombing the marked areas. The B-suns were invisible in the black sky, but trailed wakes of flame along the ground like waves behind a boat. Horrified, Meiko watched the wild spread of the fires. Soon, all the lowlands were alight. The wind whipped the fire heavenward in vortices of flame. The sky was alive with sparks. The tinderbox city had been ignited, and the radiance of its burning lit the underbellies of its attackers miles above. The smell of burning wood filled the air. And then the fire began to spread beyond the markers. "It's coming this way," Matsuo said. Meiko felt her heart cramp and pause in her chest. "Will it reach us?" "Look at it. Unless some miracle stops the wind, it will be here in no time." She thought of Naka sleeping in his bed and fought the panic that crept in from the shadows. "What'll we do?" "I'm going outside." His face was grim in the approaching glow from the flatlands. "We have water. Maybe I can save the house." "Maybe?" Meiko thought as she hung on the window and watched the approaching fire. "We need more than a maybe." Matsuo could feel the heat as soon as he stepped outside. The air was alive with sparks. He uncoiled the hose and turned it on. The pressure was pitiful, not enough to water the garden, let alone soak down the roof and walls. He checked the rain barrels at the corners of the house. The snowfalls of the past 2 weeks had run off the roof with the sudden warm spell, filling the barrels to the rims. He dipped 2 buckets into the nearest and set them in the backyard, kissing Meiko's worried face as he passed her at the window. Then he stepped back and surveyed the roof. The curved wooden shingles were ripe for a fire. He pulled out a ladder and climbed, taking a bucket of water with him. The gusts were hotter and stronger up here. He had to hold on to an eaves to keep from being blown off. He turned his back to the wind, yet still the smoke stung his eyes and choked him. Larger sparks and bits of flaming wood filled the heated air. He wet his hair to keep it from being singed, then tossed the bucket of water over the shingles and watched it trickle down to the gutters and back into the rain barrels. "Maybe this will work," he thought. He could keep the roof wet this way without wasting much water. But as he shielded his eyes and risked a glance toward the east, he cried out in alarm. The fire was almost upon them, like a living thing, leaping over huge gaps of the city in its westward trek, lighting spotty fires here and there in its haste to engulf the entire city. Matsuo looked down at his puny bucket, then looked again at the approaching holocaust. It only took a second to decide. He tossed the bucket into the garden and scrambled down the ladder. "Meiko!" he cried, rushing into the house. "Get Naka! We're leaving!" "I have him!" He could see the little boy clinging drowsily to her neck. "Can't we save our house?" The hour cut him like a knife. They had been here only a few years, but they had been good years. It was a good little house, neat, trim, full of memories. Their house. And now they were going to lose it. Only the kami of the house can save it now. Nothing a couple of humans can do will make any difference. Grab what you can, and we'll run for it. Besides Meiko and Naka, Matsuo could think of only one valuable he could not leave without. He ran to where Nagata's daisho sat on its katanakake and thrust the 2 swords into his belt. Everything else was replaceable. So hot! Meiko ran beside Matsuo as he carried the crying Naka through the smoke-layered, fire-rimmed streets of Tokyo. At times the very air seemed to burn. She was dressed in a light sleeping kimono and feared it or her wooden geta would burst into flame. Every so often, Matsuo would stop at a water barrel and insist that Meiko immerse herself in it. Then he would do the same. Finally, he would dip Naka's quilt in the water and wrap him up in it again. Naka didn't like being wet. He cried constantly. She was about to protest the repeated dunking when she saw a woman running down the street ahead of them with a child bundled in a quilt and lashed to her back. The bundle was burning. Meiko wanted to cry out to her, but she turned a corner and was lost in a sheet of flame. Confused crowds clustered at every intersection, knots of lost, terrified faces, unable to choose which direction to run. Matsuo pushed through them. He seemed to know where he wanted to go. "We've got to keep moving upwind and crosswind," he shouted above the roar of the flames and the blistering gale. "Which way is that?" she said. The wind seemed to be coming from all directions. "How can you tell?" He looked into her eyes, then away. "I'm guessing. Let's hope I'm right." They passed brave firemen trying to fight the endless blazes with failing water pressure. The air grew hotter. Suddenly, to their right, Meiko saw a pillar of flame swirl and funnel into the air. Then another. Then two more. They hung there, twisting and whirling and stabbing at the city below, drinking up the heat and spewing it back. Tornadoes of fire. She had heard of such things in the fire that followed the Great Kanto earthquake in 1923. Tatsumaki, they were called. Dragon tails. As they crossed an intersection, she saw Tatsumaki lash out at a spot down a side street, causing a whole block of houses to glow from within like paper lanterns, then burst into flame as they were sucked up into the mad, fiery vortex. Matsuo led them through Asakusa at a run, past the temple to Kwannin, the goddess of mercy. The park around the temple was ablaze, the great ginkgo trees burning like giant torches. And from within the burning temple itself, Meiko could hear the screams of the devoted trapped there. The fire knew nothing of mercy. Matsuo led them to the banks of the Sumida River, where he pressed her and Naka through the throngs lining the bank. The fire on the far side was burning just as wildly as the district they were fleeing. The whole of the sky glowed a bright orange, as if the earth had drifted too close to the sun. There were no shadows anywhere. "What will we do, Matsuo?" For the first time now, she was afraid they might die. "Take my hand." Holding Naka against him, he pressed through the crowd and onto a bridge. "But it's burning over there, too." He stopped in the middle of the span and clutched her to him as he leaned on a support. "We should be safe here. This bridge is made of steel. There's nothing on it to burn." But it could get hot. As the Tatsumaki lashed the city with their maelstroms of fire, as the very air around them seemed to burn, filling with smoke and ash and flaming bits of wood and paper, the bridge grew more and more crowded. The steel of the structure grew hotter and hotter. The heat in the air, the hot steel against her, the press of the crowd, Meiko felt as if she were suffocating. "Matsuo, I can't breathe. And look at Naka." The little boy's eyes were rolled back and his head was lolling. "We're going to die here." She saw Matsuo glance left and right along the span of the bridge. Even if there were some place to go, they couldn't budge. Further up the river, the steel of another bridge was beginning to glow with the heat. "We have to jump," he said. She looked down at the dark waters below. In the light of the flames, she saw charred debris, and was that a body floating by? She looked back up at Matsuo, and the panic she felt must have been clear in her eyes. "Trust me. I'll get us through this, all three of us, but you've got to believe in me." She felt the strength in him, took courage from the determination to live in his eyes. He helped her up on the railing and then gently pushed her off before she had time to change her mind. Her mind screamed, "Naka!" But her body arched itself into a dive and she hit the water cleanly. She took no time to savor the blessed coolness of the deeper water, but fought her way back to the heated surface. Something splashed just behind her as she gulped air, and then she heard a child's coughing cry. "He's all right," Matsuo said out of the dark, and then he was beside her, letting the child clutch her neck. "Oh, Naka," she said, struggling to keep the two of them afloat. Matsuo helped by partially supporting them. "Don't fight the current," he said. "Just follow it downstream." She struggled, half treading, half swimming, moving along the heated water of the sluggish Sumida. A nightmare journey, drifting past the horribly dead in the water and the dying on the bank. Lacy fingers of steam reached up from the water around them, catching and holding the red light from the flaming city. It would have been beautiful were it not for the screams and cries that filled the air. Along the way, they were joined by other swimmers, some who lasted, some who fell behind and sank from sight. She reached out for what looked like a charred log floating nearby. She grasped it and it rolled over, revealing an open mouth and teeth at one end. She screamed and kicked away from it. Meiko stopped looking around her. She narrowed her world to Naka and Matsuo and herself and the river. She knew if she let her surroundings dwell in her consciousness, she would go mad. She and Matsuo took turns supporting Naka and gradually left the flames and heat behind. Eventually, she found herself slumped, wet and cold. She had thought she would never feel a chill again, on a foul, muddy bank within sight of Tokyo Bay. The water of the Sumida was lower than she had ever remembered it. Had it boiled away in places upstream, or were the canals and channels that fed it clogged with bodies? Clutching Naka against her, and clutched in turn by Matsuo's encircling arms, Meiko watched the city continue to burn as swollen and charred corpses floated by. And still the B-29s kept coming. Despite the inferno below, wave after wave sauntered unchallenged through the air to drop ever more incendiaries on the agonized city. They finally ran out of bombs and planes at around 3 a.m. The wind gradually died, and the fire gradually burned itself out. The all-clear sirens sounded at dawn. Matsuo stood in the remains of his house. He had left Meiko and Naka at the Mazaki home, luckily spared in the uphill Akasaka section. Nothing but a smoldering ruin was left of the home he and Meiko had called their own. But this was a small loss on the scale of last night's horror, and he knew that scale. As soon as Meiko and Naka were safe at his in-laws, he had hurried to the unscathed diet building. Chiyoraku, the district encompassing the imperial palace and the government offices, had been spared. From the uppermost level of the diet's sturdy tower, he looked down to the plain side of Tokyo. The sight left him weak and sick. Even though he had been surrounded by the fire last night, he had not grasped the full extent of its toll. A haze of smoke still covered the area. All the homes and factories and parks and trees had been reduced to a blackened smudge. Central Tokyo had been leveled. Although he lived here, he had never considered the city home. He felt he belonged most in Kyoto, but seeing Tokyo like this tore the heart out of him. He went down to the streets. Dazed by the enormity of the devastation, Matsuo walked from the periphery of the fire area toward its center. Nothing was left standing except an occasional steel frame, a rare concrete pillar, small sections of stone wall. Here and there a tree trunk or telephone pole stood black and stark against the white pall of smoke that permeated the air. He passed charred carts and burned-out hulks of cars, and then he began seeing bodies. A few at first, huddled in doorways or in the ditches that were supposed to protect them. The odor of burned flesh grew, competing with, then overcoming, the smell of burned wood. Bodies littered the street, more and more of them, blackened, wizened, contorted shapes. Some had been virtually incinerated to ash. Others appeared to be merely charred, but, when touched, dissolved into feathery fragments that wafted away on the breeze. The bodies grew in number as he walked on. They were everywhere. Countless thousands of blackened corpses, sometimes piled so thickly that they choked intersections. He had heard whispers in the halls of the Diet about the early death count. Already 100,000 dead or missing, with the total rising hourly. Estimates were that the figure would double when all the reports were in. 200,000 dead, almost all of them civilians. Matsuo knew how the Americans felt about the Pearl Harbor attack, but their anger could not justify this sort of atrocity. Only the east lock of the harbor had been hit. Honolulu had been spared. Matsuo had been there and had seen that for himself. Not a single bomb, not a single bullet had been aimed at the city. Only military targets had been struck, only soldiers killed. Granted, they had been sleeping and had had no warning of war, but the fact remained that they were all members of America's armed forces. The women and children and workers of Tokyo who had been incinerated last night were not soldiers. Yet the planes had kept coming, dropping their incendiaries hour after hour. Anger bubbled up in him when he thought of all the crisp, flaking corpses in the street, the bigger ones clutching the smaller ones protectively, futilely. Isn't it enough that they overwhelm us in battle? Do they want to erase us from the face of the earth as a people too? This war had to be stopped. We cannot let this go unavenged. We must strike back. Shimazu sat silently amid the smell of scorched wood and watched Hiroki fling himself about the room, expending his rage in all directions. The fire had burned itself out in the temple's district, but the temple had not escaped unscathed. The roof had caught and burned through on the east side, spreading to the upper floors where the seers and the surgeons lived. All three of the seers and many of the surgeons had perished. His heart was heavy with the tragic loss to the order. He had known those monks all his life. Curse these American dogs. If only I had enough shoten at my disposal, Hiroki said, I'd take them to America myself and place them throughout Los Angeles and let those Americans know what it is to die in their homes and streets. We do not have a safe way to transport shoten the 5,000 miles to America. Shimazu wondered idly what would happen if an altered child awoke on a submarine and began to generate the kuroikaze there. Nor do we have any to spare, especially with the loss of so many of our surgeons in the fire. Why didn't the seers warn of this? Shimazu shrugged. He was so tired. What is the point of such a question? The seers are dead. We cannot ask them, so why ask me? Hiroki did not respond immediately. He seemed sunk in gloom. He began to mutter, more to himself than to anyone else. The temple is damaged, we have no more seers, and not enough surgeons left to produce the shoten we need. The Americans bomb us at their leisure. We don't have enough petrol to train new pilots properly, so we teach them enough to get themselves airborne and crash their craft into an enemy ship. He looked up with haunted eyes. We are lost. Remember what the seer said, Shimazu reminded his pupil. But even he was having doubts now about the outcome of the war. Iwajima was about to fall. Manila had been taken earlier in the month, and it was only a matter of time before the last Japanese regiments were obliterated from the Philippines. With few minor exceptions, the inexhaustible American war machine had retaken all of the floating worlds Japan had seized a mere 3 years ago. And with the Third Reich at its death throes in Europe, it was only a matter of time before the Great Bear of Russia turned its hungry eyes toward Japan. The emperor was more tightly encircled by the white barbarians than ever before. There had to be a way out. Shimazu sighed. It is too bad the seers never looked backward. Perhaps they could have told us where the scrolls were hidden. Hiroki jumped up and stared at him. Look backward? Why didn't we ever think of that? We could have had the scrolls years ago. We tried that, But apparently, once one has looked forward with the seer's elixir, the past is closed to him. Shimazu could not remember much experimentation by the seers in the area of looking backward. The past was considered a matter of record. It was always the future that claimed their interest. Has anyone who has never looked forward tried to look into the past? Not that I know of. Then we must try. We have no new seers. I will take their elixir, Hiroki cried. Shimazu studied him intently. Surely Hiroki was the Okumo brother who would bring the glory to the order. But you still have your eyes, Shimazu said. I will not permit you to give them up. Relief was evident in Hiroki's face as he replied, Perhaps I won't see as clearly as a seer, but surely I will see something. You have no training. You won't know how to control your visions. How will you guide them to the point in time you desire? How will you focus it in the proper place? You may be endangering yourself for nothing. We have to try. There has to be a way. Shimazu shook his head. It seemed hopeless. Hiroki had not a seer's years of experimentation and experience behind him. He would not know how to obtain anything useful out of... Shimazu suddenly remembered how the seers held the new children when they were first brought to the temple. They used contact with the child itself to guide and focus their vision. Perhaps that would work for Hiroki. There may be a way. Anything, Hiroki cried. I'll try anything. Hiroki drank the steaming elixir in slow, steady swallows. It was bitter and yet had a thick, cloying sweetness that almost gagged him. He forced it down, then waited for the blindfold to be tied over his eyes, blocking out the sight of Shimazu and his quarters. When it was in place, he lay back on the futon and waited. His skin was damp with fierce sweat. What if the elixir damaged normal vision? Who would know? Until now, it had only been used by seers, and they had their eyes removed long before their first dose. He couldn't bear to be blind, led around by the hand, dependent on others. He would commit seppuku before living like that. Was there any hope of success? Was he risking his eyesight recklessly? Open your hand, he heard Shimazu say. Hiroki did, and felt a scrap of parchment-like paper pressed against his palm. What is that? One of the scroll fragments you found. I want you to hold it while you are in the trance. I have good reason to believe a relic such as this will guide your vision to the right time and place. Aren't you afraid it will be damaged? The ideograms on it have been copied and recopied elsewhere. Its message is preserved. Hiroki closed his fingers gently around the fragment and tried to relax. Shimazu said, Think of something that happened an hour ago, then something that happened yesterday. Guide your vision backward in time. Point out the direction you wish it to follow, and pray it will lead you the rest of the way. He lay in silence on the futon, waiting, thinking, concentrating. A glowing yellow fog rose behind his eyelids, but he could see nothing else. Time passed slowly in the formless glow within the blindfold. How long would this take, if it worked at all? Nothing was happening. Even the nausea was gone. He was about to give up, to sit up and remove the blindfold, when he saw a faint shadow within the fog. Hiroki stiffened and waited, not sure if he had really seen it or imagined it. It came again, darker this time, lasting longer. He wanted to shout to Shimazu, but held his tongue, afraid he might disturb the effect. The shadows continued to darken, and through breaks in the fog, colors began to appear. Okamoto, he thought, trying to direct the vision to the ancient caretaker of the scrolls. Find me Okamoto. The colors began to solidify into shapes, more clear-cut images that remained just beyond his grasp, taunting him. Suddenly, he was looking through the eyes of another, walking down a street. Hiroki felt his arms and legs fly about and slam against the futon for support as vertigo spun him like a top. His body knew it was lying flat, yet his eyes were telling him that he was up and walking. It was disturbing, disorienting, and he could not close his eyes to shut out the images because they were already closed. Gradually, the seasick feeling passed, and he adjusted to looking out at the world through the eyes of another. His excitement grew as he tried to recognize his surroundings in the fading sunset light and realized that he was in the past. The road was packed dirt, alive with quaintly dressed pedestrians and bouncing, rattling carts drawn by either ox or horse or human. The 16th century would have looked like this. Was he behind the eyes of Okamoto himself? But if so, where was Okamoto? Hiroki watched carefully, trying to pick out a landmark, a familiar mountain or horizon, but it was getting so dark. Soon, his host lit a lantern and carried it ahead of him to light the way. Finally, he stopped his trek and set the lantern down. They were at the building site of a small structure. A foundation had been started, and a deep alcove of sorts had been carved out of the volcanic rock of the hillside it abutted. Hiroki watched as Hans took up a shovel and began to dig in the earth of the alcove. He heard and felt nothing, but sensed weakness, a deadly weariness in the arms wielding the shovel. The bites into the earth were shallow, and the shovelfuls of dirt trembled as they lifted from the hole. Finally, the digging stopped. The hands produced an oblong urn from a sack. Its narrow mouth was sealed. The hands placed it in the hole and filled the dirt in after it. After that was tamped down, another hole was begun. The arms seemed weaker still, and the vision blurred and wavered at times. A second urn was buried, and then a third hole was started. But when this hole reached half the depth of the first two, the vision shimmered and went black for a few heartbeats. Hiroki broke out in a cold sweat all over. Something was wrong. Had something gone amiss with the elixir? Was it wearing off? Or was it Okamoto? He remembered Yajima saying he had found evidence that the monk had been ill during his southward trek. Was he dying? Suddenly the vision returned, more blurred than before. He saw the hands struggle with the third urn, saw them push it into the shallow third hole and cover it with a thin layer of earth. Then Okamoto was turning, crawling from the alcove, reaching for the lamp. Again the vision swam and faded to a darkness so absolute that Hiroki knew instinctively that there would be no return to light. Hiroki tried to lift his hands to remove the blindfold, but they wouldn't move. He tried to call Shimazu's name, but his tongue was frozen. Terror ripped through him. Was he dying like Okamoto? Was the vision carrying him along into death too? He struggled to turn, to call out, to move even a finger, but he could not. He was falling, tumbling through an empty, hungry void that had no end. His mind screamed, and suddenly he heard his voice screaming. Hands were on him, and Shimazu was saying, "What's wrong? Are you all right? What do you see?" He felt his own hands move, dart to his face, pull off the blindfold. Light, blessed light. Shimazu hung over him, his impassive green eyes staring down through his mask. I was dying. I almost went down with Okamoto. And then he recognized the alcove in the vision. It formed the rear chamber of the shrine where he and Yajima had found the fragments. The scrolls were buried under the floor of the shrine. "I know where they are!" Hiroki shouted. "I can find the scrolls!" April. Commander Hiroto, Matsuo's immediate superior, handed him a small cup of green tea, saying, "We have reason to believe the Americans are nearing completion of an atomic bomb." The words jolted Matsuo. "I thought they were still years away from success, sir." Commander Hiroto sipped slowly. He was a short, brawny man with very short hair and cheeks so round and full that they seemed to squeeze his eyes closed. He was an old hand at espionage and intelligence. Matsuo liked and respected him. He swallowed and shook his head. "We all thought that, but word from General Arisue's office—" "General Arisue," Matsuo began, but the commander silenced him with an upraised hand. "I know what you are going to say, but hear me out first." Matsuo settled back. He knew Major General Seizo Arisue as an unprincipled, supremely ambitious man who used every opportunity available, and as head of Army intelligence there were many, to line his pockets and further his political ambitions. Anything from that man was suspect. Two separate sources in Lisbon, double agents, confirmed that the American atomic bomb project, centered in a place called Los Alamos in the state of New Mexico, is in an advanced stage of development. They suspect that a prototype will be ready for testing this summer. How does Lisbon know all this? Because an American named David Greenglass, a technician at the Los Alamos site, has been selling blueprints to the Russians. If the Americans can produce a working atomic bomb, Japan is doomed. Matsuo was unimpressed. "I don't see how an atomic weapon can do any more damage than their firebombs did last month." The sight of those piles of charred corpses still haunted his dreams every night. "I disagree. The March incendiary raid used 300 bombers, dropping firebombs for 3 hours, and was helped by gale winds. You remember what Dr. Kakihana said when he was here? One atomic bomb dropped by a single plane could wipe out a medium-sized city." Matsuo closed his eyes and tried to imagine a single bomb causing the horror of destruction he had witnessed that night. It was inconceivable. But Dr. Hidetaka Kakihana from the University of Tokyo was world-renowned. He had spoken to a select group of intelligence officers at the Naval Club a few years ago. He had said then that an atomic bomb was 10 years away for Japan, but maybe less for America, depending on how many expatriate German physicists they had working for them. However, he had thought it would take the Americans at least another 5 years. Apparently, he had been wrong. And Matsuo remembered something else Dr. Kakihana had mentioned: radiation. This was something released by an atomic bomb that would cause sickness and lingering death, affecting as many or more people than it killed with its immediate blast. One plane, one bomb, and every city in Japan would have its own 10th of March. Not on my homeland. I can't let that happen. They haven't tested it yet, he said, looking for a bright side. They may never get a working model. Commander Hirota leveled his gaze at Matsuo. Can we rely on that? No, of course not. Is there any way we can get our own set of blueprints? Obviously not from the Russians. They aren't going to share with us, and it is unlikely that this Greenglass will sell to us. He is probably a communist. We've always relied on the German spy network within the borders of the U.S., but with the Third Reich all but dead, organized German espionage in America has fallen apart. Since we have no reliable agents in place, we are left with one obvious option. He fixed Matsuo with his stare. Send someone to America. Matsuo felt a trap door opening under his chair. He fought to hide his dismay. And that someone is me? Who better? You grew up there. You've traveled the country. You can speak English just like a native. If anyone can pass for an American, it's you." "I hate America, sir," Matsuo said carefully. He was phrasing this as delicately as he could. "I would prefer not to go back there." "You are the best man for the assignment." "If you will excuse my boldness, sir, I do feel I can better serve the Emperor here." "You have been chosen. It is true." Matsuo repressed a sigh. It is always true. He rose and bowed. "When do I leave?" "In 4 to 6 weeks. A submarine will be requisitioned and specially fitted to take you to the western shore of the United States." 4 to 6 weeks? Is there enough time to set up contacts and— "This is an emergency mission, Okuma-san. A desperate gamble. We will arrange what we can, but while you are there, you will be on your own much of the time, deciding what to do on a day-to-day basis. Playing it by ear, as the Americans say." Commander Hiroto nodded. "Very apt." He paused, then cleared his throat. "We are counting on you, Okumo-san. We don't expect you to bring back even part of the secret of the bomb, nor do we expect your mission to result in any effective sabotage of the project. It would be truly glorious if you could accomplish either, but I am aware of the severe limitations you will face merely by being Asian. Simply put, we need to know how far along the Americans are. We need to know if they've had a successful test. Their success will change the whole complexion of the war, of all wars to come. We need to know because the day may come soon when they threaten our cities with atomic destruction unless we surrender. We must know if that threat is real. Hundreds of thousands of lives may depend on your success, Okumo-san." Matsuo felt the walls of the room closing in. He was willing to do anything for the war effort. If he thought it would truly make a difference in the outcome, he might even go so far as to ram an explosives-loaded Zero into the deck of an American carrier, anything short of returning to America. "I know how you feel about your days in America," Commander Hiroto said, "and I would not ask you if I knew of some other way." Matsuo bowed to his superior officer, acknowledging the truth of his words. If Commander Hiroto saw no other way, then he would accept that. But his heart shriveled at the thought. They were sending him back to America. "Wonderful news on 2 fronts, Hiroki said, bowing before Shimazu. "The transcriptions are complete, and President Roosevelt is dead." "I am aware of both," Shimazu said. "For a while I was afraid that this country bumpkin named Truman might offer more favorable terms of surrender. That would swing tremendous weight to the side of the defeatists in the Diet. Even the military might cave in. But true to the vision, President Truman is as much of a warmonger as his predecessor. He, too, insists on unconditional surrender." "The war goes on," Hiroki said, "and with the scrolls transcribed, perhaps we shall begin to change the tide." Hiroki could not hide his elation. 2 of the 3 scrolls were once again in the possession of the Order. The 3rd did not seem to matter. Although the earth under the floor of the shrine in Hiroshima had been thoroughly excavated, the 3rd was never found. He had to presume that it had been accidentally unearthed sometime during the past few centuries and was now lost for good. He had feared that some vital bit of information might be missing and had barely slept during the days and nights the Order's scholars had labored over the scrolls, transcribing the cascade of ideograms, many of them archaic and no longer in use, into more usable language. But that laborious task was now completed, and it was clear that the first 2 scrolls held all the information needed. "I ask that the full transcription be brought to you here for your perusal," Hiroki said. "Yes, very kind of you, but that will not be necessary." Hiroki looked questioningly into those green eyes, then smiled and bowed. "Ah, yes, sensei. You too have been reading the transcribed pages as they have fallen still wet from the brushes of the scholars." "No," said Shimazu. "I read the originals the night you brought them back from Hiroshima." Hiroki hid his annoyance as well as his wonder. Shimazu never failed to amaze him. To translate such an array of ancient ideograms at a glance was an extraordinary feat. To say nothing of it demonstrated a great wa. But Hiroki wished his sensei had at least mentioned it to him. He could have been spared so much anxiety if only Shimazu had deigned to inform him that the scrolls held all they needed to know. But then, of course, he hadn't thought to ask. "Do you think the 3rd scroll contained anything of great value, sensei?" "No. I believe the 3rd scroll was very short. I gather from the references in the first 2 and from the fragments we have that it was merely a summary of the others." That meant they had all the answers. The scrolls told how to distill an extract, an ekisu, that would turn any child into a potential black wind shoten. No more arduous, time-consuming surgery. No more useless deaths on the operating table. Just a sip of liquid. "That is most heartening to know. I intend to oversee the compounding of the ekisu as soon as we can assemble all the ingredients. Some of them are esoteric, to say the least." "True, but they can be found. We may have to send someone to one of the traditional apothecaries in China for a few ingredients, but that should not take long." Hiroki thought he had better hurry someone off on that mission. No telling how much longer Japan would control any territory in China. Shimazu said, "You have, I imagine, noticed the recurrent mention of zashu in the 2nd scroll?" Hiroki had wondered at the use of the term. It meant mongrel. It appeared to have great significance to the authors of the scrolls. "Yes, although I confess that in my hurried, piecemeal reading of the transcriptions, I did not fully grasp its import." "Perhaps the finer points of the author's prose were not carried through to the transcription." Hiroki could almost imagine a condescending smile behind the silk mask. He bowed. "Enlighten me, sensei." "The strongest, most destructive black winds are formed by a zashu shoten, a child of mixed lineage, with one parent Japanese and the other from one of the lesser races." "A zashu shoten? There are many mongrels available among the Koreans. A half-Japanese, half-Korean child will meet the criterion." "So will a half-Japanese, half-American child," Shimazu said. "Well, yes, of course, but—" Suddenly, Hiroki was aware of his sensei's eyes boring into his. Was he missing something? And then he remembered. "Meiko's child." Shimazu nodded. "Yes, that one would make an excellent shoten, and we can draw a certain amount of pleasure from the delicious irony of the very Americanness of the child being used as a weapon against the Americans, don't you think?" "Yes, sensei." He thought he sensed more than irony in Shimazu's desire for this particular child. Why? But irony, delicious or otherwise, meant nothing to Hiroki at this moment. Meiko. She had hurt him, shunned him, shamed him. Here was a chance to strike back. Perhaps it would even be necessary for someone to slit her throat during the course of the abduction. His honor would be satisfied then, but it wouldn't be enough. Better for her to live, to be wounded as she had wounded him, to feel the pain of loss as he had, to know what it was like to have someone she thought of as her own snatched from her grasp forever. But no, this was beneath him. He would not lower himself to take her precious little mongrel child merely to exact revenge. He would do it for the war, for Japan, for the Emperor. It was true. "But we must not be hasty," Shimazu said. "We have no need of the child until we have the ekisu, and I would not wish to deepen the rift between you and your brother." "He would not know who took the child or where it was taken, sensei." Obtaining this particular child was suddenly very important to Hiroki. "He is an officer with naval intelligence," Shimazu said with a reproving tone. "Some say he is one of the finest intelligence officers in all Japan. Do you think you could hide the child from him for long?" "Would he even look, sensei? I sense that he suffers the mongrel's presence begrudgingly. He has refused to give it his name." "He may have grown up in America, but he was raised in the Bushido tradition. Will such a man passively suffer the loss of face inherent in having a child stolen from his wife, from under his roof, from his implicit protection? I think not. He will fight to prevent that." "He will be defeated. I will see to it." Shimazu shot to his feet. His anger radiated through his mask and robe like an unbanked fire. "Did you sacrifice your ears to the order without informing me? Have I not told you 1,000 times that there is to be no bloodshed between you and your brother?" "Yes, sensei," Hiroki said, shaken, bowing meekly. And for the 1,000th time, he wondered at Shimazu's fervor in this regard. "But if, as you say, Matsuo will leave no stone unturned in his quest to retrieve the Zashu child, what are we to do?" "We shall wait. Your brother is leaving Japan on an espionage mission to the United States." Hiroki was shocked at the news. "I did not know." "He only found out recently himself. During his absence, it so happens that we will be moving the temple to another city." More shocking news. "Where, sensei?" "I have not decided that yet. Tokyo is coming under increasingly heavy attack. It appears to be only a matter of time before this structure is razed by American incendiary bombs. We need a new city. A number are under consideration. When I decide, I shall tell you, and that is when you may take the child. Your brother will be away, and by the time he returns, the order will be well established in its new quarters. The trail will be cold, as they say. He will find nothing to connect the order to the disappearance. Not even your brother will be able to pick up the scent, if he returns at all." "That is a most excellent plan, sensei." Hiroki yearned for the day when his hand-picked squad burst into Meiko's home and pulled that foul mongrel from her grasp. Soon, he promised himself. Very soon. May. "I have a terrible feeling about this," Meiko whispered as she huddled in Matsuo's arms. There are no secrets in a Japanese house, and the knowledge that only a flimsy wood and paper barrier separated them from her sleeping parents had made their lovemaking hurried and self-conscious. Tonight, she could not find the inner peace it usually brought her, a peace she needed so desperately. "What's wrong?" Matsuo said. "I don't want you to go." "I don't want to go. You know that. But I must." "Am I going to lose you?" The thought brought tears to her eyes. She shuddered, and Matsuo held her tighter. "You're going into a huge country filled with millions and millions of people who will all want to kill you." "And I worry about you and Naka. Even though you are in your father's house, I will have Shigeo look in on you from time to time to see if you need anything. Don't worry about me. I'll be back." "Will you?" She dared not give voice to those words, but she could not help thinking them. That fear had haunted her since yesterday when Matsuo told her. In that instant, she became convinced that something awful would happen while he was gone. But it was just an irrational fear, she told herself, over and over. Just a silly fear. "Naka and I will be waiting here for you. We'll go to the shrine every day to leave rice and an ema for your safe return." She clung to him in the darkness. "Oh, Matsuo, my love, don't let them hurt you." Matsuo sat in the darkness with the daisho propped across his folded legs, his hands resting gently on the scabbards. Leaving the swords here was like leaving a part of himself behind, but he could not risk losing them in America. He gripped the scabbards more tightly. "What can you tell me?" He closed his eyes and dozed, praying to the kami of the blades for one last sword dream before he left Japan. When the images finally came, he was disturbed by what he saw. Frank and Meiko together again. He did not know where or when, but they were together, and he was not present. The memory of the dream was a leaden weight in his belly as he left for the harbor the next morning. The Central Pacific. "Smoke on the horizon!" Matsuo heard the clatter of feet running on the submarine's wooden walkways and opened his cabin door to see what was happening. He headed toward the bridge. The I-85 was making its way eastward from Yokohama, running below the surface on battery power during the day, knifing through the Pacific swells with its diesels at night. They now were somewhere between Wake and Midway. Naval intelligence had wanted a direct run to the United States, but headquarters had demanded that the sub be fitted with maximum offensive capacity. Matsuo, too, wanted as brief a voyage as possible, but had to admit that the chief of staff's reasoning was sound. With fuel oil so precious in Japan now, the greatest tactical advantage had to be squeezed from every drop. And so, the I-85 cruised eastward at top speed, but kept its periscope up in the event that an American supply convoy hove into view. And now it had. Matsuo watched the 4 young kaiten pilots, not yet out of their teens, cluster around Captain Yanagida, begging to be allowed to enter their craft. The captain considered their pleas, then nodded his agreement. With loud shouts of "Banzai!" they ran aft to their quarters. The captain looked at Matsuo and shrugged. "The targets are too far off for conventional torpedoes." Matsuo signaled his understanding with a bow, then returned to his cabin. He knew what was to follow and could not bring himself to watch. The standard after-deck equipment, reconnaissance plane, catapult, and deck gun, had been removed from the I-85 and replaced with 4 kaiten torpedoes. The 4 youths, heads banded with bright hachimaki, would down a cup of sake at the ship's shrine and then crawl through a tube from the control tower to his personal kaiten. Once sealed inside, he would cast off, never to be seen again. Each 8-ton craft was a human-guided torpedo, a sea-going kamikaze. The kaiten almost eliminated the element of chance that plagued conventional torpedoes. Its pilot could steer it toward a convoy, pick out a prime target, and aim for a strike amidships. Evasive maneuvers by the target were useless. The kaiten had a 30-mile range and would follow the ship wherever it ran until it could detonate its powerful warhead against the hull. The convoy's only hope was to sink the kaiten before it struck. Matsuo concentrated on what was to come for him. Once in America, he had to locate Koe, his contact. No one in intelligence knew who Koe was, but he had been transmitting ship movements in and out of San Francisco Bay since June of 1942. His messages, boldly sent in uncoded English until the revised codebook was passed to him via Panama in 1943, had been valuable at first, but quite useless now, what with the Imperial Navy far more concerned with what American ships were doing nearer to Japan. Yet he kept transmitting, brilliantly, courageously, defiantly, from the very heart of San Francisco. And still his identity was an enigma. He was known only as Koe, the voice. Matsuo heard more banzais, faintly this time, then a clanking on the deck, then silence. Eventually, the captain came to his cabin. "We are underway again, and we are lighter, so we should make better speed." Matsuo nodded silently, trying not to think of those 4 fervent boys piloting 32 tons of machine and explosive toward the American convoy, dying for a cause that was already lost. Word had come just as he was boarding the I-85 that Germany had unconditionally surrendered. That meant all the war resources of the white world would be withdrawn from Europe and brought to bear on Japan. The little cluster of islands, no bigger than California, now stood alone. He turned his thoughts to Meiko. Leaving her had been the most difficult thing he had ever done. Here, in this propeller-driven underwater coffin, he felt more alone than ever. He wanted to be home with Meiko beside him. But his home had been reduced to a pile of ashes, and his country was being ground into the dirt by American bombers. Japan could stand and fight like no other country before, could make America modify its call for unconditional surrender, but not if America had an atomic bomb. Japan had to know, and the Supreme Command thought he could do it. Why? There was nothing special about him. Why me? He closed his eyes and prayed he would see Meiko again. June, Pacifica, California. Matsuo stood poised on the ladder under the conning tower hatch, waiting for the captain's signal as the sub rose toward the surface. They had hovered tense and silent just above the seafloor for the better part of 3 hours, while American surface craft cruised above them. Now the captain was at the periscope, turning it this way and that, scanning the surface as the I-85 continued to rise. "Now!" he shouted. Matsuo began spinning the hatch wheel. Seawater poured in on him, but he fought his way up against it to the air and the dim light above. Only the upper half of the conning tower had broken surface. Through the fog and the fading light of dusk, he caught sight of a pale strip of beach 150 yards away. In a rush, he pulled his belongings clear of the hatch and slammed it down. He could hear the sailors below tightening the wheel behind him as he caught a swell and began swimming to shore. He was barely a dozen feet away from the tower when it gurgled and sank from view. Clad only in his fundoshi, Matsuo swam as fast as he could. He needed what little light remained from the day to keep his bearings. Once darkness fell, that bleak, deserted shore would be swallowed up by the night, and he might spend hours swimming in a circle. He rode a breaker onto the sand and then hurried across the beach to the shelter of the hills that jutted into the swirling fog. Quickly, he tore open the oilskin-wrapped bundle that contained the disguise prescribed by Koe. No surprises within. He had already tried everything on, and it all fit. First, he pulled on the old shirt and pants and the old American tie shoes, then smeared a thin coat of pale, Caucasian-toned grease paint on his face. The white wig and full beard followed, then the dark glasses and hat. He had to admit it was quite an effective ensemble. The shaggy hair and beard masked his features, the dark glasses hid his eyes. With a telescoping white cane to complete the picture, he looked like an old blind man, an old American blind man. Now to head north to San Francisco to meet Koe. After a 3 or 4 mile walk along the sand, he climbed uphill and stepped onto the streets of Parkside. He followed them into Forest Hill. New homes clustered where there had been only woods before. The city had grown since he had left it 13 years ago. He crossed the panhandle of Golden Gate Park and entered the western addition. He kept to Fell Street, skirting Japantown as he made his way toward Market Street. Market Street had changed, especially the theaters. Many of his favorite movie houses of old were closed or gone or operating under new names. New buildings and new signs and new model cars on the pavement, but the Muni buses still ran back and forth along streets with more hustle and bustle than ever. He walked until he neared the hairpin intersection of Market and California, then cut up to California and started the long, steep climb to the crest of Old Nob Hill. It almost seemed a shame, really. Japanese cities were being reduced to rubble and cinders, while San Francisco grew and prospered unscathed. And yet, he found the timelessness of Nob Hill somehow reassuring. Something from his past was being preserved. He looked around. It was all still here, all so familiar, as if he had never left. Everything was just as he remembered it. Grace Cathedral was just as granite block cold and majestic as ever. The old Union Pacific Club still looked like a stolid brownstone library. The hotels, the Mark Hopkins, the Stanford Court, the Fairmount, buzzed with activity, apparently booked to capacity. Standing here in the fog-diffused light from the street lamps, smelling the brine of the bay, listening to the rasp of the cables under the street, he felt a peculiar fullness growing in his chest, in his throat. He fought it, battered it down. He did not want it, refused to recognize it. And yet it persisted, growing stronger despite his best efforts to smother it. Finally, it threatened to overwhelm him. It felt like home. No! Japan was where he belonged. Kyoto and all she represented was the city that had claimed his heart and where he knew he belonged, where he would someday live. Why then did the streets and the buildings and the very air of this city on the shore of hated, accursed America wrap him in her arms like a mother welcoming home a long-lost son? Helpless before her, Matsuo had no choice but to accept the embrace. He had come home. After a while, he stumbled down Leavenworth's steep incline through Russian Hill, dimly aware as he neared the waterfront of the lights of Alcatraz growing from the midst of the fog-enshrouded bay. He was to meet Koe on Jefferson Street. No particular block or intersection, just Jefferson Street. Not very precise, but perhaps that was wise. Anyway, he knew Jefferson wasn't very long, running no more than 5 or 6 blocks along the waterfront. So Matsuo hobbled along the littered sidewalk, trying to look infirm and blind, shuttling slowly back and forth between the red-brick Del Monte Cannery and Powell Street, first one side of the street and then the other, stopping at times to watch the late-coming fishing boats unloading their catches for the day, then continuing on his way. He didn't know how long he walked or how many circuits he made, but he was despairing of ever making his contact when he glanced up Taylor Street and saw his mirror image approaching. Matsuo stopped walking. He leaned against the building on the corner and pretended to feel about in his shoe as if searching for a pebble. The other white-haired, bearded old man with dark glasses paused in front of him. "Where are you from, Mac?" Matsuo gave the prearranged answer. "The floating world." The other turned and headed back up Taylor. "This way." Fighting the unfounded fear that he had been betrayed and was being led into a trap, Matsuo followed the man for a number of blocks, around a couple of corners, and then down a narrow alley, barely wide enough for 2 men to walk abreast. The other unlocked a door, and Matsuo followed him inside. "Here we are," the man said, turning on the lamp in a small furnished room. Matsuo closed the door behind him, but kept his hand on the knob. Yes, here we are. But who are we? Koe! He pulled off his white beard and wig, revealing a face that was pure Japanese, and vaguely familiar. Sachi! Matsuo cried as he recognized him. His face was scarred and he was leaner, harder, much tougher looking than when Matsuo had last seen him almost 20 years ago. He pulled off his own beard and wig. It's me, Matsuo Okumo! Sachi's brow furrowed as he studied Matsuo's features. Then recognition dawned. From Izumi-san's store! My God, it's really you! Matsuo began to bow, but Sachi leaped forward with a grin and pumped his hand. To see a Japanese face after all these years and find out it's someone I know! It's good to see you too, to know you're all right, Matsuo said. But of all the Japanese in America, you're the very last one I would have suspected of being Koe. Sachi's smile remained, but it suddenly looked forced. Well, just goes to show how you never can tell how things will work out. Matsuo's instincts told him to let the matter drop, but he had to know. He had to be sure about Sachi. But you were the all-American Nisei. You never cared about Japan, never even wanted to hear about it. You told me you wanted to forget it ever existed. His grin dissolved into a tight-lipped grimace of pain and anger. Yeah, well, that used to be true until our glorious President Roosevelt decided the American Constitution didn't exist for me. He signed an executive order. Anyone with even one Japanese grandparent was outlawed from the West Coast. They've always hated us here, Matsuo said, remembering Mick McGarrigle and the adults who spawned him. Here, yes, but this was done in Washington. We had nowhere to turn. We knew what to expect from swine like Hearst. He laughed harshly. And did he turn tail and run? Closed up his mansion and fled the coast with his tail between his legs. But it wasn't just the Hearsts who came after us. Even so-called liberals like Walter Lippmann got on the Jap-hating bandwagon. Never one act of sabotage anywhere along the West Coast, but Lippmann said that was because we were all waiting for our chance to do something really devastating. FDR and Walter Lippmann, champions of the little man. He spat. Hypocrites! I did a dance when I heard that rotten old bastard had died. He paused, controlling himself with difficulty. They gave us 5 days to settle our affairs. Then we were to be evacuated. We were allowed to take along only what we could carry. So we sold off our cars and possessions with plenty of our good California neighbors ready to buy at the bargain prices we had to take. Some even tried to haggle us down further. How my mother cried when she sold her curved glass china cabinet and everything in it. I'm sorry, Sachi, Matsuo said. But Sachi was not finished. Matsuo sensed that a long pent-up rage had finally found a vent. They herded us like animals into fairgrounds and racetracks, searched us like criminals, then bundled us off to relocation centers. But everyone knew they were concentration camps. They put us in tar-paper shacks and deserts where the sun baked us in the day and the wind froze us at night. He lowered his head and his voice softened. Yet even there, amid all that ugliness, Japanese gardens created from bleached wood and desert flowers began to appear alongside the shacks. His eyes flashed as he looked up at Matsuo. It was a land grab. California farmers have been trying to get us out of farming since the turn of the century, and this was their big chance. They gobbled up our farmlands as leases and mortgages expired or went past due because the people who had tilled them for years were locked away in concentration camps. How did you manage to stay free? I allowed myself to be rounded up just like everybody else. We figured it had to be a mistake. Our country, our president wouldn't do this to us. But after 2 months, it finally got through my thick skull that this was the way it was going to be. It didn't matter that I was born here, that this was my country just as much as it was Hearst's or Lipman's or FDR's. Tears started in Sachi's eyes, but he quickly wiped them away and took a deep breath. My country thought I was shit, to be scooped up and thrown in a garbage can. If that was the way they wanted it, that was the way it would be. I decided to escape. Nobody else would come with me. They all thought their dear President Roosevelt would change his mind any day. I tunneled out and became Koe. He looked away. I would have fought for America, Matsuo, died for her. I loved her. I always thought of her as my country. But she told me in no uncertain terms that she wasn't. Matsuo didn't know what to do or say. Sachi was a grown man in his mid-30s, but at this moment he looked like a broken-hearted little boy. He tried to lighten the mood. Well, at least now I know why all your messages were in English. Yeah, Sachi said with a hint of a smile. I never did learn Japanese. He shrugged and seemed to compose himself. Anyway, FDR's executive order was rescinded back in January. Issei and Nisei are free to leave the camps. But a lot of them have no place to go, and many of the ones who did leave have been harassed and brutalized. My mother's still there. She's afraid to come back. So save your disguise, my friend. It's not healthy to be a Jap in San Francisco. Sachi made coffee for both of them on his hot plate. Matsuo would have preferred tea, but Sachi hated it and didn't have any. Then, very briefly, transmitted the prearranged code word to signal that contact had been established. After that, they began taking turns manning the headphones to monitor the shortwave receiver for radio instructions from Panama on whom Matsuo was to contact for information from Los Alamos. "How have you survived?" Matsuo asked, wincing at the bitterness of the thick, black, unsweetened coffee. "Begging, mostly. I play my old blind man role and pick up loose change that way. It's a good disguise. I've found that healthy people don't really look at you if they think you're damaged in some way, or not entirely whole. Kids will stare, but adults allow themselves only a quick glance and then look away." He pointed to a puckered scar on his cheek. "I do this with model airplane glue. I'll show you how later. Anyway, when I can't beg enough, sometimes I steal, like the hot plate, clothes off a line. One way or another, I get enough to get by. My rent is cheap, and I've learned to tolerate hunger." "I brought American money," Matsuo said, glad to know he wouldn't have to go out on the city streets with a tin cup. "But I meant how you've managed to avoid capture." Sachi smiled. "Almost didn't a few times. I've got a portable transmitter in a beat-up old suitcase I carry around to different parts of the city to make my broadcasts. Rooftops, church steeples, graveyards, Telegraph Hill, even the Presidio Wall, you name it. I've transmitted from it. Never stayed in one place very long, and I never went to the same place twice in the same year." "You're a brave man," Matsuo said, meaning it. Sachi shook his head. I'm an angry man. Hell hath no fury like a man betrayed by his country." Matsuo dozed, then took a turn on the receiver. When his shift was up, he handed the headphones to Sachi. It was morning, and he wanted to stretch his legs. He had crossed the Pacific in a cabin on a submarine, and this tiny furnished room seemed hardly bigger. "Just be careful," Sachi said. "Since you won't be begging, leave the white cane here and use the hickory one by the door. Just remember to move slowly, but keep moving. You don't want any attention from the cops." Matsuo reveled in the air and light as he made his way down to the docks. When had he last seen the sun? As he crossed Jefferson Street, he glanced up to his left and stopped dead in his tracks. He had seen drawings of it before leaving San Francisco in 1932, and grainy black-and-white photos of it in newspapers since its completion, but nothing had prepared him for the sight of those monolithic red-orange towers and the ribbon of roadway gracefully spanning the gap between. The Golden Gate Bridge had been lost in the fog last night, but now it held him spellbound until a horn blast and a horse, "Trying to get killed?" from a passing Ford alerted him to the fact that he was standing in the middle of the street. He hurried over to the wharf and leaned against a wooden rail, staring in mindless wonder at the bridge's audacious beauty. When he finally had his fill, he looked to his far right and saw another new bridge, this one going to Oakland. It looked longer than the Golden Gate, but somehow it was just a bridge. The red-orange one here was a work of art, as well as an engineering marvel. He turned and nearly cried out as he saw a white tower jutting up from the top of Telegraph Hill like a gun barrel. That hadn't been there before. In a state of mild shock, Matsuo wandered along the Embarcadero. San Francisco had changed so drastically. It hadn't been apparent last night in the dark, but there was no hiding it now. So much busier. Before he left, it had been a collection of neighborhoods where everybody seemed to know everybody else. Now it was truly a city. Had the war or the bridges done that? He came to the ferry building. At least that hadn't changed, although he doubted it was 1/10 as busy now as it had been before completion of the Bay Bridge that loomed over it. He set his watch to San Francisco time by the tower clock and headed for Chinatown. That hadn't changed. He passed through Nob Hill again and began a tentative journey down the slope toward the Western Addition, afraid of what he would find there, or rather, what he wouldn't find. To all outward appearances, perhaps to someone speeding through in a car, Japantown was unchanged. People were shopping and walking and lingering in doorways, and the Victorian houses still hung their turrets out over the sidewalks. But even a cursory inspection revealed no Japanese faces along Geary and Octavia and Post Streets, where in the past Caucasians had been rare. All the signs over the shop doors and in the windows were now in English, but here and there an old painted-over ideogram had bled through. What had been Japantown was still full of the living, but to him it was a ghost town. Matsuo wandered through the different neighborhoods, seeing change everywhere. Eventually, he found himself in the Tenderloin. On a whim, he found Mrs. Worth's apartment and knocked on her door. He was sure she wouldn't recognize him. After all, 13 years had passed since she had taken him in and stitched up the wound from Mick McGarrigle's bullet. But he wanted to see her face once more and know she was all right, or find out if she needed anything. No answer. So he knocked again. A man stuck his head out a window on the floor above. "Can I help you, mister?" His tone was anything but solicitous. "Yes," Matsuo said. "I believe I know this tenant. Is she in?" The man's face softened. "Betsy? Gee, fella, I'm sorry. She died last month. Heart, they say. You an old friend of hers?" Matsuo bit his lip, afraid to trust his voice. 1 month. He had missed her by 1 month. He could only shake his head as he hurried away. He walked with his head down, not caring where he was going as long as it was away from that empty apartment. When he looked up, he noticed a familiar facade across the street. The sign on the window glass said, O'Boyle's. He crossed over and glanced in the window. It looked pretty much the same, even to the pool tables at the rear of the main room where he had crushed Mick McGarrigle's throat. Why was it that the good things had changed for the worse and the bad things remained the same? The change in time zones was playing tricks on him. He was tired and depressed. He felt alone and vulnerable here. This whole mission seemed like a fool's errand. What did the Supreme Command expect him to accomplish? One man against the mightiest war machine in history. It was utterly hopeless. He pulled himself together and started the steep climb toward Nob Hill. But he had to try. Tokyo. We have found new housing for the order until the war is over, Shimazu said. Hiroki bowed. Where, sensei? Hiroshima. It appears to be a favored city. Very few bombing attacks. The American incendiary raids are coming so frequently here, even in broad daylight, that it is only a matter of time before this structure burns to the ground. Besides, the scrolls remained safe in Hiroshima for 400 years. The elders have taken that as a good sign. What of the ekisu for the kuroikaze? Hiroki said. I have everything assembled. The final ingredient, a rare alkaloid from the root of a plant found only on the Chinese mainland, had come in. All was ready. We will begin mixing and distilling the ekisu when we resettle in Hiroshima. The order will move within the week. You should take the American zashu from the woman before then. Hiroki felt a ripple of disquiet. Matsuo will not be a factor, Shimazu said. I have communicated with the Navy Chief of Service. It is unfortunate, but the Navy cannot spare a submarine to pick up your brother from America. That was all there was to it. We're moving. Get the child. Your brother is to be stranded in America. Hiroki bowed again, unsure for an instant how he felt about that last part. He no longer loved Matsuo and knew that he had gone to America on a fool's mission that could be used as tinder for the defeatists in the Diet. But he was still, after all, his brother. He straightened. What did Matsuo matter? The war was all that counted. Hiroki turned his thoughts away from Matsuo to Meiko's mongrel. He knew that on this particular mission he could not sit here and wait for the temple guards to return with the child. He would have to lead them personally to the Mazaki house and oversee their every move. A thrill of anticipation coursed through him as he pictured the guards sneaking through the house like shadows and spiriting the child off. But somehow that didn't satisfy him. Better to see them breaking through the walls and tearing the little mongrel from Meiko's arms. She would scream in terror at first and wail in grief at her loss later, and in her soul she would know that it was her own fault for mating with a white. The vision of such a union flashed before him, and he thrust it away, repulsed. He went to choose the men who would accompany him. He would select them for skill at stealth, but that was not an absolute criterion. Meiko adjusted a light quilt over Naka as he lay sleeping on the futon. The days were warming with the approach of summer, but the nights were still cool. She sat back on her heels and watched him for a moment, as she did almost every night. He lay spread-eagle on his back in an open, all-embracing posture that perfectly expressed his innocent acceptance of the world around him. Living with her parents these past few months had not been easy. They knew of Naka's American father, and their coolness at first toward the child had not helped. But if Naka noticed their aloof attitude, he had not shown it. He would climb on Mother's lap and hug her, and follow Father out into the garden and try to help him dig and weed. Soon they were looking for Naka, taking him everywhere, and now they openly adored him. If only the problems of the world could be solved so easily. Naka, she thought. In 2 months you will be 3 years old. It seems impossible. Where has the time gone? She left him in his peaceful slumber and went to her own futon in her old room, and there her thoughts drifted toward Matsuo and she wondered how he was faring in America. Was he safe? Was he hurt? Was he still free, or had he been captured? Would she ever see him again? She had no way of knowing. She hoped he was sleeping as peacefully as Naka. Strange to think that here it was nearing midnight, the day almost done, and over there it was nearing dawn on a new day in San Francisco. She felt herself slip toward sleep and welcomed it. One more day gone, one less day before Matsuo returned. Hiroki felt something almost nostalgic about returning here to this house in Akasaka. How many times had he come here with his father during the years he and Meiko had been pledged to each other? How many hours had he sat within? How many meals had he shared here? He pushed those thoughts from his mind. This was not a social call. He directed the driver along the willow-lined streets. Akasaka was uphill and west from the Imperial Palace, one of the few areas of Tokyo that had not been extensively damaged by the bombers. The Imperial Palace was another. On a quiet night, when the bombs weren't falling and the smoke from whichever part of the city currently aflame was blowing the other way, one might almost forget the war here. Hiroki waited while the two guards, Masashige and Tsuneo, adjusted black stocking masks over their already masked faces, then donned his own mask. 2 openings for the eyes, all else covered by long-sleeved sweaters and loose-fitting pants. Anyone in the household who saw them would be unable to provide a single detail linking them to the order. The car was left idling at the curb while he led them around to the east side of the house. He had had the Count's residence under surveillance and knew where the child slept. He let Masashige assist Tsuneo and him through the window, then left him stationed outside. Inside the room was enough light from outside to reveal the small form of the child sleeping soundly on his futon. All was silent in the house. So far, so good. Hiroki found himself trembling with tension. Until now, he had kept his distance in these matters, never actually going into a home for a child, preferring to let the guards do that sort of thing while he waited outside. He now fully appreciated the wisdom of that course. He was convinced he had been foolish to give in to the compulsion to come along this time. What if the child woke up and started screaming? So many things could go wrong. What if they were caught? The disgrace, the ignominy. Considering this little adventure from the distance and safety of the temple, he had almost wished for a confrontation. Now all he wanted was to be done with the task and out of here. He calmed himself. The worst thing now would be undue haste, especially with everything going so smoothly. All they had to do was gag the child, wrap him tightly in his quilt, and hand him out the window. The only sound so far had been the slight rattling of the shrubbery as they had climbed in, but that had drawn no attention. The shoji over the window had slid open with barely a whisper. Their bare feet drew only the faintest rustle from the tatami. But as Tsuneo drew the gag from his pocket, his elbow brushed against the shoji next to him. They both froze. She was awake in the dark and didn't know what time it was, how long she had been sleeping, or even if she had been sleeping. But she was awake and alert and strangely tense. Had something roused her? She lay still and listened. Nothing. All quiet. She closed her eyes and looked for sleep again. As she drifted back down, she heard a scrape. She drew herself up to a sitting position and listened. It had come from where Naka was sleeping, just on the other side of the shoji. Was he up? Maybe his bladder was full. She spotted the shadow as she rose to her feet. Meiko paused and squinted through the dark. Just enough moonlight filtered through the trees and into the house to cast faint patterns on the floor and walls. But there, on the shoji that separated her quarters from Naka's, was a very solid-looking shadow. A chill spread over her skin, slowly, like a breeze across pond water. Were her eyes playing tricks, or was that the silhouette of a man? Meiko blinked. No, just a... The shadow moved, and another joined it. She screamed and leaped to her feet. As she ran for Naka's room, she heard an answering wail of alarm and fear from her child. She rounded the fusuma on the fly and confronted a dark looming form that blocked her path. Behind it, she saw a squirming shape being lifted out the window. She screamed, "No!" She ducked under the arm that tried to grab and hold her and lunged toward the window. The dark figure there turned and swung a fist at her. The side of her head exploded with pain. Her knees buckled, but still she moved toward the moonlight, toward the window, toward her son. Another blow to the back of her neck drove her to the ground. She tried to rise, but all the strength seemed to have gone out of her. She began to cry with what little breath she had left, not with grief, but with frustration, because she wanted to get up, wanted to get Naka back, but her limbs would not obey her. Suddenly, her body was rising, but not of its own power. The dark figure was lifting her by the front of her sleeping kimono, holding her up in the moonlight. She could see no expression on the formless black shadow of the face, only two glittering points where the eyes would be. But she could sense the fury radiating from the body. Why does this stranger hate me? And then his right arm rose, paused, then flashed down. Another explosion of pain, then blackness. But before the blackness, she saw a mark above her assailant's right wrist, a hollow hexagon with a meshwork center. She knew that sign, the mark of the kakureta kao. Meiko had vague memories of the rest of the night, of her parents rousing her and raising the alarm that brought the police, of describing the kidnappers and the events of the night over and over, of seeing the growing opacity of the officers' faces as she described the tattoo on her assailant's wrist, of being left alone in the cold gray light of dawn in the empty room with only Naka's rumpled futon for company, of sobbing uncontrollably and asking, "Why? Why?" As soon as it was light enough, she went out to the streets. No cabs were about because of the gas rationing, so she walked down to the Ginza where she found a rickshaw and told the driver to take her to the Kakureta Kao temple. He looked at her strangely. Meiko was not sure if that was due to her bruised face or her destination, but he knew the way and trotted her there. She saw the smoke from blocks away, but since fires were the rule rather than the exception in Tokyo these days, she attached no special significance to it until the rickshaw turned onto the street of the Kakureta Kao. The temple was burning. Meiko ran up to a fireman playing a weak stream of water over the flames. "A bomb?" she said. The fireman shook his head. "No, just a fire. Some of the neighbors say they saw the monks setting fire to it themselves before they left." That had to mean that Naka was somewhere else. "Where did they go?" "Don't know," the fireman said with a shrug. He was obviously overworked and overtired from fighting American-set fires, and more than a little annoyed to be called out for a fire set by Japanese. "On the way here, we passed a big black truck heading south. That might have been them." Meiko hurried back to the rickshaw driver and convinced him to follow the road indicated by the fireman. She had him stop every few blocks to ask about a black truck. Finally, they found someone who had seen it. It was still traveling south. The rickshaw man took her to the southern city limits but would go no further despite her pleadings and offers of double and triple fare. "Too dangerous," he said. With no other option besides walking, she had him run her back to Akasaka where she pleaded for the family car. Her father gave in with less of an argument than she had expected, even going so far as to offer to drive her. Meiko talked him out of that. She didn't want to endanger him and leave mother alone. But father did bring out all the tins of gasoline he had buried among the rocks at the rear of the garden as a reserve in time of emergency. This, he said, was a true emergency. And so, dressed in one of her mother's oldest kimonos, Meiko headed south as fast as the road would allow. Bombed out in many areas and washed out in others, overall in poor repair. With agonizing slowness, she made her way past Sagami Bay, where her family's summer home used to be, where she and Matsuo had first made love, past white-capped, imperturbable Mount Fuji, and down toward Nagoya. She never saw the black truck, but it left an indelible trail. Everyone along the road remembered the passing of such a large non-military vehicle in these times when gas was so tightly controlled. They treated her with great respect, assuming, she guessed, that she was a person of great importance to have the fuel to drive a car. They mentioned a number of similar black trucks traveling the road yesterday, but only one this morning. For a moment, as she approached Nagoya and saw the expanse of raised buildings and charred ruins beyond the city limits, Meiko thought she had come full circle back to Tokyo. She experienced an instant of elation, for something like this could happen only in a nightmare, which meant all this was a horrible dream, and she would awaken in the morning to hear Naka talking to himself on the other side of the shoji. But it wasn't Tokyo. It truly was Nagoya. She cried a little, but kept on. Yes, they had seen the truck not too long ago, still headed south. She rode out with a renewed spirit. She was gaining on them. She could feel it. She only prayed that all this was not for nothing. What if her little Naka was not in the truck? And what was she going to do if and when she caught up to the truck? Meiko didn't know. She only knew she had to do something. She worked her way down along the coast, then followed the trail inland, passing south of Kyoto in the afternoon, noting with relief that although the factories around it had been bombed into ruin, the ancient heart of the city, the soul of her country's culture, had been spared. The work of the gods? Or did the Americans have other plans for Kyoto? After their merciless bombing of other civilian centers, she could not imagine they had a humanitarian motive. But the why was not important. What mattered was that something of the old Japan might survive. Certainly, little of modern Japan was left standing, but the greatest toll was in the people. The misery she saw in the faces she passed broke her heart. Was there anyone left in the country who had not lost something or someone? Something precious was dying here. Her land was being reduced to a physical, cultural, and spiritual wasteland. The car sputtered and died outside Kyoto. Meiko began to cry when she saw the fuel gauge on empty. Her father's gas hoard had carried her 250 miles, but it wasn't far enough. She couldn't give up now, not when she was this close to catching them. Only one thing to do. She dried her eyes and began walking. North of Osaka, she was able to catch a ride in a farmer's ox-drawn cart. He took her all the way to what was left of Kobe. The ancient city lay in ruins. She was able to buy a bicycle from an injured man who could no longer ride it. She could make better time along the road than any truck. She could weave in and out of the traffic and skirt the bigger rips and tears in the pavement. Her spirits lifted. The trail led back to following the coast again, this time along the inland sea. As she rode, Meiko was only dimly aware of the timeless beauty of the mists and countless islands passing to her left, a source of inspiration for artists since the dawn of civilization. Father had brought her here many times as a child, telling her that its vistas soothed his spirit. Maybe someday it will soothe mine too, she thought. But not now, not today. Until she had Naka back, no contemplation of still waters would calm the storm in her soul. On and on southward, through Himeji as darkness fell, then on to Okayama, kurashiki, onomichi. Her head buzzed with pain. Her legs ached constantly, and at times the cramps in her thighs were so agonizing she had to stop the bike and walk them out. The dark forced her to slow her pace. She hit more of the holes in the road, and every bounce amplified the pain in her head until she thought it would explode. But she kept on, and it was outside Mihara that Meiko found the truck. If not for the pre-dawn pallor of the eastern sky, she would have missed it. She was almost past the truck when she noticed its dark, canted outline at the side of the road. Meiko approached it carefully, like a doe approaching a sleeping tiger. The rear door to the cargo area hung open. Empty. Meiko wanted to cry then, but did not have the strength. All her physical and emotional resources had dried up. She leaned against the open door and stared dully into its dark interior. Where had they gone? She would never find them now. Something moved within. Meiko leaped back as a voice spoke from the echoey darkness. "Nothing here, so don't waste your time looking." A wizened old man, dirty, bearded, clad in baggy factory work clothes, crawled to the edge of the cargo door and eased himself down to the ground. "Did you see them?" Meiko asked. "I watched them all night as they tried to get it moving again. They thought the problem was with the wheel. I could have told them from the very beginning that it was a broken axle, but they treated me as eta when I first spoke to them, so I said nothing more." "They left?" "Finally." "Where did they go?" She could barely breathe. He had to know. "I heard them speak of Hiroshima." "Thank the gods. Were there children? Did you see children?" His head nodded vigorously in the dim light. "Yes, 3 or 4. Adults, too, but they kept their faces turned away from me. I only saw the man who was driving, but I have never seen him before." He looked around. "There was a time, you know." Yes, Meiko said. "Please excuse my rudeness, but I must find these people. Did they get on another truck?" The old man laughed. "No, an ox cart came and took the people and their possessions away." "The children, too?" "Of course. Who would leave children behind in the night?" "How long ago?" "Not long. Shortly before you arrived." Meiko leaped on her bicycle. "1,000 thank yous," she cried as she began to ride off. "Someday I will repay you." "Better make it quick," he said with a laugh. "Not much time left. And about that ox cart, it's most unusual. It's yellow, just like the sun." Meiko waved and rode off. Her front tire went flat an hour later. She did not even pause. She rode on the wobbly rubber until it shredded and fell off. Then she rode on the rim. The racket was terrible, and the vibrations from the road even worse. But Naka was ahead. She could sense his nearness, and every minute was precious. Hiroshima astounded Meiko. It was whole. Not a bomb had dropped here. The white walls and black-tiled roofs of its suburbs, and even the ring of factories along its periphery, remained untouched. It was as if there were no war in Hiroshima. She'd had no sleep in 30 hours and had traveled 400 miles, half the length of Honshu in that time. She moved through a haze of fatigue and anguish as she crossed the Ota River and entered the city on foot. How many miles had she walked? She couldn't say. She had given up her bicycle after the rear tire ripped open, and now she trod the streets with bare, bloody feet that felt swollen to twice their normal size. The hope of dawn had been dashed in the light of day when she saw the crowding of the city and realized 200,000 or 300,000 people lived here. How could she find one small child? And yet, in her heart, she knew she would find him. And she knew she must get him away from here. She did not know why, for Hiroshima seemed a blessed place, a place favored by the gods and spared by the B-29s. Yet the very fact that it remained untouched by the war's otherwise unchecked destruction made her uneasy. She sensed a warning there. But she kept moving, searching, and as she walked, she saw that her first impression was only partially correct. True, Hiroshima was untouched by the American bombers, but not undamaged. The heavy hand of the war was evident everywhere she looked. The streets were nearly empty of motorized traffic, and, just as she had seen in Tokyo, all available iron and steel that could be safely removed from bridges and lampposts and railings and grills had been stripped from the city. Rows of houses had been laid waste, dismantled to their foundations, not by bombs or artillery, but by soldiers and adolescents creating fire breaks under orders from the Ministry of the Interior. Perhaps they could halt the wild spread of a fire, but not, Meiko knew, with a wind blowing like the one in Tokyo in March. Everywhere she looked, she saw vegetables growing, in backyards and front yards, in narrow alleys, in pots and urns. Anything that could hold a handful of dirt became a miniature garden. Even the roofs, the tiles atop many a house, were banked with earth and planted with greens. The people of Hiroshima had taken to heart the Ministry of Agriculture's decree that it was the sacred duty of every citizen to help provide food for the war effort. Meiko wished a few patches of unscorched earth remained in Tokyo. Perhaps fewer would be starving there. She came to a bridge and stopped at its center. Which river was she crossing? This city was cut this way and that by branches of the Ota River, and those branches were spanned by over 1,000 bridges. She was confused. The sun was rising high in the sky, but she didn't know what time it was. Somewhere, someone was heating suimono, and the delicate odor of the clear broth flooded her mouth with saliva. How she would love a bowl now, along with a shady patch of soft earth where she might sip slowly and relish every drop. Meiko closed her eyes and swayed. She was hot, hungry, thirsty, weak and exhausted. She could no longer feel her feet, and she dared not look at them. What was worse, she was lost. She seemed to be in a factory warehouse district, but instead of bustling with workers and activity, only a few people and carts passed to and fro. She wanted to crumble where she stood and weep, but was afraid she would never regain her feet again. Where was Naka? How would she ever find him in a city this size, whose streets she didn't know, whose people were all strangers? How? She wanted to scream. And then a spot of yellow moved in a corner of her vision. She snapped her eyes left and saw what appeared to be a bright yellow cart set against the wall of a 2-story building 3 blocks away. She ran toward it, or tried to run. The best she could do was lift her feet just far enough off the street to keep them from dragging. The fading sign on the wall of the building identified it as a tin factory. Surely no one from the Kakureta Kao would be in such a place, so she dared not hope that this might be the same cart that had taken the passengers from the black truck back on the road. But perhaps the owner knew of other yellow carts and where she might find them, and through them she might find Naka. But first she had to find the owner of this cart. She stepped up to the door and knocked. When no one answered, she began pounding on it. Hiroki peered through the grimy window to see who was banging so persistently on the side door. At this tight angle, he could tell it was a woman and little else. He looked around for one of the acolytes to answer, but saw no one. He could not use one of the guards because they were masked, and that would give away the secret Shimazu insisted they protect, that the Kakureta Kao order was now centered here in Hiroshima. The Supreme Command knew, as did the city police and the army garrison at Hiroshima Castle. But the public knew nothing, and all agreed that a lot of annoying and possibly dangerous curiosity could be avoided if matters were left that way. Hiroki ground his teeth and went to the door. Since the woman obviously was not going away on her own, ignoring her only seemed to make her pound harder. He would have to chase her off. He yanked open the door and looked at the miserable, bedraggled creature that stood there. A beggar? Most certainly a persistent one. She looked at him and cried, "Hiroki!" That voice, beneath the shock and awe in its tones, no, it can't be. He stared at the woman, trying to see past her disordered hair and grime. It looked like Meiko, but her face was disfigured, discolored by more than dirt. He detected fresh swellings and bruises around the eyes. He leaned against the door jamb, suddenly weak with the memory of how he had taken out his fury upon her last night. Did I do this? Oh, by the face, is this my doing? "Where's Naka?" she said, her voice rising to a scream. "Where's my son?" The words brought back his composure in a rush. How can she know? It isn't possible. He pulled her inside. She struggled out of his grip, but he managed to shut the door behind her. "I don't know what you could possibly mean," he said, in as calm a voice as he could muster. Meiko's face was livid as she stared at him. Her teeth were bared as if she were about to leap at him. She was a different person. He had never seen her like this, never imagined she could react this way. It excited him. "Yes, you do. 2 people from your temple stole him from his bed last night." "How can you say—" She bared her right forearm and pointed to a spot a few inches above her wrist. "I saw the mark!" Hiroki swallowed. Curse that tattoo. "Anyone can copy a tattoo. I want to know how you found me here." "I followed you and your black truck all the way from Tokyo." He was astounded. "But how?" "In a car, on a bicycle, on foot. What does it matter? I found you. Now give me my son." He looked at her feet and gasped at the dried blood and dirt caked there. Yes, he could truly believe she had followed him from Tokyo under her own power. He marveled at her strength of spirit, her tenacity, all for a wretched little Zashu. What a wife she would have made him. "Answer me!" she cried. "Where is Naka?" "I cannot tell you." Meiko pounded her fists against his chest. "You can! A man saw children taken off your truck. You can! You—" Suddenly her eyes rolled back in her head and she collapsed on the floor. Hiroki quickly knelt beside her. She was still breathing, but unconscious. From the look of her dry, cracked lips and sunken eyes, he guessed she had collapsed from exhaustion and dehydration. He lifted her into his arms and carried her to his quarters. Meiko awoke with a pounding headache. She was lying on a futon. She sat up and saw she was in a small, candle-lit cubicle. "Ah, you're awake. I saw you stirring and knew it wouldn't be long." Hiroki knelt before her, holding a bowl of soup piled high with soba noodles. A pair of chopsticks lay across the rim. Of their own volition, her hands reached out and took it from him. She ate quickly, efficiently, her hands shaking with hunger. She finished the noodles, then tipped the bowl to her lips and drained the broth. While she was eating, she noticed that her feet were wrapped in bandages. She inspected them now. "I cleaned them for you," Hiroki said, with a faint, almost timid smile. Meiko found that hard to believe. "You? Personally?" "Yes. I applied an herb ointment under the bandages." She could not help but be touched, yet she was still suspicious. "Why would you do such a thing for me?" "Oh, Meiko," he sighed, and she sensed genuine sorrow in him. If only our lives had worked out differently. We could have had such a good life together. But that one summer day ruined everything. She said, I never had a chance to apologize to you for violating your trust. She did not say that she had violated his trust in her heart for years before that August day. That was inexcusable, and as inevitable as the rise of the sun. Hiroki spoke in a soft voice, as if half in a dream. If not for that day, we would have walked the same road here in Japan. You would not have had to banish yourself to Hawaii for all those years. In her mind, Meiko suddenly saw Frank's face and felt a rush of warmth. But the thought of Frank brought another name boiling to the surface. Naka. Where is my son? She said, struggling to her feet. How could she have forgotten even for a moment that he was missing? She stood over the startled Hiroki. I demand that you return him to me. No one demands here. That voice. The words were spoken barely above a whisper, yet Meiko froze at the sound. Someone had entered the cubicle. A tall, thin, high-shouldered figure stood in the doorway. Pale green eyes with tiny pupils peered at her through the holes in his silk mask. Hiroki shot to his feet and bowed. Sensei, this is... I am perfectly aware of who this is, said the soft voice. What I wish to know is why she is in a place where women are forbidden. She followed the last truck from Tokyo, Sensei. The eyes turned from Hiroki, and Meiko felt their full impact as they assessed her up and down. They battered her, bored through her, stripped her of any pretense of bravery, and laid bare her fears. She was naked before this monk. Finally, the eyes released her, yet she remained dumbstruck. And why would she do such a thing, Okumo-san? He wouldn't speak to her. It was as if she were some sort of animal, or an item of clothing or furniture. She is searching for her child. She seems to think he is here. Really? The eyes turned back to her, and Meiko saw amused puzzlement in them. Why would anyone go to all that trouble for some wretched little zashu? The dripping contempt in the monk's voice broke the thrall that had held her mute. All caution, all humility and reverence burned away in a blast of rage. How dare you speak of my son that way? I want him back now. Show me to him at once, or I will go to the police and— Do not waste your time, the monk said, without raising his voice the slightest. The police have been instructed to keep clear of this building at all costs. They will obey those instructions. Then I'll go to— The Army and Navy already know better than to get involved. And your husband is in America. He seemed to be reading her mind, answering her questions before she asked them. A sense of helplessness all but overwhelmed her. She turned to Hiroki. Is this the great Shimazu-san you told me about all those years? This is the man you admire so? She saw Hiroki's body stiffen, saw his face go slack at her boldness. She didn't care. Perhaps it was her fatigue, or the years of living with Frank, an American, and then with Matsuo, who had never learned to act like a meek, perfectly compliant Japan man, that freed her tongue now. Whatever the reason, she hoped it would bring some sort of response from Hiroki, something to confirm Naka's presence here. Do you admire someone who waits until a woman's husband is gone and then steals her child? I am ashamed of you, Hiroki Okumo. Perhaps that day in August was the best thing that ever happened to me. That will be quite enough, said the monk in his soft tone. His eyes were as cold and hard as emeralds. I cannot show you your son, but we do have children staying with us. I can let you see them if you wish." "I wish," Meiko said, wondering what the monk hoped to gain from his offer. Hiroki said, "Sensei, I don't think—" "She seeks a child. I will show her many." He turned and walked through the doorway. "Come." Meiko followed him into a hallway lined with rooms and offices, then down a stairwell. To her shock, she realized she was on the second floor. On the ground level were a few small subdivisions and a wide expanse of dusty, dirty floor where drilling and cutting machines stood still and silent on every side. "We are turning certain children into weapons," the monk said as he led her to the largest. He stopped at the door, took a lighted candle from its sconce, and handed it to her. "We have no electricity in this area as yet. You will need this. Those within do not." He held the door open, and Meiko stepped through. First, the odor, urine and feces. The air was thick with it. Next, the sound. If the human voice could rasp and rustle like a fall wind through dry leaves and yet still convey the miseries of the damned, that would be what Meiko heard. She hesitated, fighting an instinctive revulsion, then stepped inside. Her bandaged foot struck something and she held the candle low to reveal a wooden boardwalk, almost like a trellis. She stepped upon it and raised her candle to find the source of the odor and the sound. Bodies lay on the trellis. Small, wasted, naked bodies lay motionless with flaccid limbs and slack faces. Only their chest walls moved with their respirations. Otherwise, they might have been pieces of sculpture. "These are our failures," said that sinuous, so calm voice from the doorway behind her. "We feed them as best we can, keep them as clean as we can, but they are the last failures. We will soon have a new method. A few sips of an ancient ekisu will allow them to become what we intended them to be." With her heart pounding, Meiko held the candle closer. They had no eyes, none of them, just empty sockets. Their nostrils had been sealed, and in the open mouth of the one nearest her she could see no tongue. And from that open mouth came the hoarse rush of air that would have been a wail of fear or grief or terror, or all three, if the child had had a voice. That mad, voiceless cry was repeated all across the room. Feeling as if her blood were congealing, Meiko began backing away. She saw the candle fall from her nerveless fingers, but it was like watching someone else's hand. She nearly tripped coming off the boardwalk, and her head fell back and slammed against the wall. She slid sideways, she found the door, and then reeled into the light. She dropped to her knees and retched. "Beast!" "They will win the war for the Emperor," said that voice, and for the first time she sensed emotion in it. "No sacrifice is too great to that end. The finest young men in Japan are clamoring, vying for the chance to give their lives for the Emperor. How dare you moan for your puny, misbegotten child?" He turned. "Okumo-san, show her to the street. The presence of one with so little regard for Chu desecrates this place." She barely saw Hiroki's tortured face as he led her to the door. "That won't happen to your son," he whispered. "He'll just have to drink something." His last words to her as she stood out on the street were, "Be strong. It is Chu." Chu. Always Chu. That would not work anymore. These monsters had to be stopped. But how? She believed what they had said about the police and the military being no help. Hiroki had often boasted about the Order's far-reaching power and influence. Even the newspapers would be useless. The Ministry of Information controlled everything that was printed. Certainly, they would not allow this sort of story to see the light of day. Only one man in all the world could help her get Naka back, and he was in America. Meiko began walking. She had to find Shigeo. He would know when Matsuo was returning. She had to get word to him. July, San Francisco. Matsuo sat on a bench by the wharf, reading the Sunday Chronicle. The sun was barely up, and he had the view of the bay all to himself. He lit a lucky strike. He could not get used to luckies in a white pack, and rifled through the pages, hunting for something of interest. He was tired of waiting. So much time wasted doing nothing. It was driving him mad. And all the news from the Pacific, good for the Americans, bad for Japan. He couldn't bear to read it anymore. He turned to the funny pages. He read The Captain and the Kids and Joe Palooka first. They were pretty much as he remembered them from his college days here. Gasoline Alley had the same look too, except that Walt was older and fatter. But the Gumps were unrecognizable. He liked a few of the new ones, especially Dick Tracy, with characters like Breathless Mahoney and B.O. Plenty. He folded the paper and sneaked a finger under the false beard. His real beard was filling in, but was maddeningly itchy at times. He scratched for a few seconds, then snatched his finger away from his face. Someone was watching. A seedy-looking man leaned on the back of the bench, staring at him. He stood with his hands in the pockets of an old tweed jacket that looked as if it had been used to clean a dock. He wore equally filthy overalls and an undershirt which might have been white once. He sat down close on Matsuo's right and kept staring at him. "That's a fake beard, ain't it?" he said in a low voice, full of wonder. Without a word, Matsuo stood up and hurried away. "Hey, I'm talking to ya! What ya hiding?" Matsuo ducked into an alley and sprinted for Sachi's quarters. "Present for you," Sachi said as Matsuo entered. He indicated a flat package wrapped in brown paper. "Word came right after you left that it was ready. I picked it up while you were gone." His false papers, no doubt, and maybe some information on Los Alamos. A note inside said the Navy would be unable to send a sub back for him. The enclosed was the best Panama could do to get him back to Japan. Damn. He looked and found the identification papers and orders for one Mariano Cruz, a 34-year-old Filipino galley helper from Baguio on Luzon. The identification card showed a grainy black-and-white photo of Cruz. He had a vaguely oriental cast to his features and was bearded like Matsuo, but there the resemblance stopped. Cruz's face was darker and broader, and his nose flatter. He seemed to have rougher skin, too, although that might have been an effect of the photo. Sachi examined the contents of the package with him. "Panama's pretty much on the ball, wouldn't you say?" "They should be," Matsuo said with no little pride. "I set up that office. We used Panamanian agents throughout the Southwest here, where Spanish is almost a second language." He looked at the photo again. "But I'll never pass for him," Sachi said. "Don't be surprised. You give that beard a few more weeks, get out in the sun to darken your skin some, and you'll pass. Don't forget, we all look alike to most whites." Matsuo looked at Sachi to see if he was joking, but he seemed serious. He put the photo down and picked up Cruz's orders. They instructed him to report to the galley of the heavy cruiser Indianapolis at Hunters Point Navy Yard on or before 6 a.m. on July 16th. "The Indianapolis?" Matsuo swallowed hard. "I've got to return to the Pacific on a U.S. Navy ship? How was he going to get away with that? And so soon? The 16th was less than 2 weeks away. According to the letter with the order, Cruz had been on the payroll via the Panama office for 3 years. Looks like his orders came through in a rush, Sachi said, reading over his shoulder. Something's up. Maybe there's some sort of emergency out in the Pacific that we don't know about. Matsuo thought of the kuroikaze and wondered if the kakureta kao had finally managed to turn it into an effective weapon. But I don't know any more now than I did when I arrived. This is insane. I can't go back with nothing. He spotted another envelope in the package. Inside was a short note. The Panama intelligence net had learned from a German contact in Los Alamos that the Americans were planning to test a nuclear weapon at a desert site in New Mexico called Alamo Gordo. The time of the test was 2 a.m. on July 16th, the same day the Indianapolis was leaving. He shoved the papers at Sachi. 4 hours! How can I get from New Mexico to San Francisco in 4 hours? You don't have to. Maybe somebody else can be found to witness the test and let me know if it is a success. You can't miss that ship. You might not be able to get papers as good as these again. If you don't board the Indianapolis, you might have to ride out the rest of the war here with me. Someone else can monitor the test. Who? Sachi shrugged. How about me? I can come back here afterward and radio out the information. No good, Matsuo said. How would we know it was really you on this end? And convincing the Supreme Command that the Americans have a working atomic bomb will be difficult enough in person. Trying to do so on the basis of a radio transmission will be impossible. I was sent here to find out if the Americans really have an atomic bomb and what it can do. If I don't return with first-hand information, this whole trip will be a waste. I've got to see that test. You can't. There's no time. There's no way. I'll find one. You just get the word back home that I'll be returning on the Indianapolis. Tell them to make arrangements to pick me up off. He consulted the letter from Panama for the ship's itinerary. It was stopping at Hawaii, then moving on to Tinian in the Marianas. Tinian. I'll jump ship on Tinian. All right, Sachi said reluctantly. I just hope this code is secure. Don't worry, it's secure. That's what they said before Midway. Overconfidence, Matsuo said, remembering his warnings to Admiral Yamamoto. There's no evidence that they've broken this code. But you don't know. The Americans broke our top diplomatic code in 1940, and we didn't have the slightest inkling for years. Matsuo laughed. 1940? That's impossible. Sachi shook his head. Not impossible. True. I sit here lots of nights with nothing to do, so I listen to the shortwave. I heard a couple of intelligence officers talking about purple magic. It took me a while, but I finally gathered that purple was their code name for our top diplomatic code, and magic was a machine that deciphered it. The Americans had been privy to our top-level messages since the fall of 40. But that can't be, Matsuo said. We sent the final section of the declaration of war to our Washington embassy a good 8 hours or more before we attacked Pearl Harbor. If the Americans had been able to decipher the message, the U.S. Pacific Fleet would have been warned and waiting for us. The very fact that we caught the fleet sleeping is proof positive they hadn't broken the code. Sachi's expression was troubled. You've got a point there, but I don't know, he rubbed his eyes. Logic is on your side, but the men I heard seemed to take it for granted that the diplomatic code was broken. It was old news for them. They were more concerned with breaking other codes. Matsuo said nothing. He had to respect Sachi's expertise at espionage. His continued success as an operative in the heart of San Francisco was testament to that. But he could not accept that the diplomatic code had been broken more than a year before the beginning of the war. That would mean the American government had known the content of the entire 14-part message 8 hours before the attack on Pearl and had not warned the fleet. Their silence would indicate that the American president and his cabinet had purposely placed the fleet in jeopardy. Matsuo remembered his feelings that violent Sunday morning as his Zero swooped over the hills of Oahu, the uneasy feeling that everything was too perfect, that they were flying into a trap. He remembered his relief when he found all the American planes neatly lined up on their runways, waiting to be riddled by his cannon. Now he wondered if it might not have been a trap after all, a trap of another kind, drawing Japan into war in a manner that would so inflame the American people that they would hurl themselves headlong into the conflict they had steadfastly avoided for years, despite a president urging them to take arms. No, Matsuo thought. He could not imagine an American president so cold-bloodedly sacrificing 3,000 sailors, no matter how badly he wanted to fight Germany. He pushed the nagging questions from his mind. He had more important problems to consider, like how to get from Alamogordo to San Francisco in 3 hours. Albuquerque. "You want 3 pairs?" the lady at the counter said. "Yes, please," Matsuo said hoarsely in his best old man voice. "My eyes are very sensitive to light, and I don't like to be without extra pairs." "Okay, that'll be $2.97. Matsuo passed her 3 singles, and she handed him a brown paper bag containing 3 pairs of sunglasses. After taking his change, he dropped the glasses into the large shopping bag he carried, then made the long walk down to the sandy field surrounding the municipal airport outside of town. He stretched his legs out on the ground and leaned back against a rock. To passers-by, he would look like an old codger basking in the sun and watching the little planes take off and land. And in a sense, they would be right. That was exactly what he was doing. Since arriving by train last week, he had lain here and let the sun darken his skin to bring it closer to Filipino coloring while he studied the activity in and around the airport. Now it was late Monday afternoon, and things were quiet. He had studied all the planes, looking for the one he wanted. By yesterday, he had made his decision. A Seversky S-2, a sleek little speed plane whose owner flew it like a race car, tearing up the sky with flagrant disregard for wartime restrictions on the fuel he burned. He either had close connections with the local rationing board or had managed to document some sort of war-related use for the craft. Matsuo had called the Seversky company this morning and learned some details as to speed and range. It fit his needs perfectly, especially the optional electric ignition, which he knew had been installed in this particular plane. He had seen the owner start it up yesterday without a mechanic to give the prop an initial turn. And best of all, the owner took it up on Saturday and Sunday only. He never showed his face all week. At 5 o'clock, he watched the mechanics and attendants leave. He checked the pockets of his coat. The toolkit and wire cutters were there. He had the extra sunglasses, a change of clothes, his Filipino identity papers, and a sandwich, all in the big bag. He had an American .45 automatic tight in his belt. The plan was simple. Bypass the ignition switch, start up the plane, and head down the runway before anyone could stop him. Alamogordo was a few degrees east of due south from here. He had state maps of New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada, and California for the trip back to San Francisco, but the most important map now was the topographical of Otero County he had stolen from the Albuquerque Public Library. He had studied it exhaustively until he'd found a suitable spot in the Alamogordo area where he ought to be able to land behind a rise about 25 miles from the test site. At least on the map, it appeared suitable. He would not know for sure until he got there. He checked his watch. Timing was everything. He had to get there just before dark so he could use the last light of dusk to land. If he was too early, his plane might be spotted on the ground. If late, he'd never find the site in the dark. The watch again. 5:30. Tension knotted up inside him. Time to go. He rose and started across the sandy field toward the tarmac. He approached the sleek little racer in a roundabout way, keeping it between him and the airport buildings. He hopped up on the wing and took a quick look through the glass into the cockpit, then pushed back on the canopy. It wouldn't budge. Locked. He had expected that. He would either pry it open or, if that failed, break the glass. He was reaching into his bag for the heavy screwdriver when a voice stopped him. "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Matsuo looked up over the canopy. A mechanic in greasy coveralls and a peaked cap was trotting toward the plane with another man coming up behind him. The latter was chubby with a neat little brush mustache. He wore a brown leather aviator's jacket and had a white silk scarf around his neck. Matsuo recognized him, the owner. What was he doing here on a Monday night? "Just looking," Matsuo said hoarsely as he lowered himself stiffly from the wing. "He has no right being here," said the owner in clipped tones. "Call the police and have him arrested for trespassing." Matsuo edged his hand toward the pistol in his belt, but saw that the mechanic was unenthusiastic about bringing the police into this. "Aw, don't do that, mister," Matsuo said. "I didn't hurt nothin'. I just saw this little beauty buzzing around up in the sky yesterday, doing all those fancy loops and turns, and I just had to promise myself that I'd come out here today and take a closer look at her." He ran his hand along the dark blue fuselage. "Never saw anything so beautiful in my life." "Yes, well," Matsuo heard the voice soften with the swelling of his ego. "That's all well and good, but you were standing on the wing. You could have damaged something." "Oh, I'd never do that. And I'll never go near it again, I promise. It's just that I always wanted to fly, but, well, my eyes kept me grounded. Just let me stay for now and watch you take off and maybe do some of those tight little rolls you did yesterday. Okay?" The pilot expanded his chest. "Very well. But stay well back when I start up." "Oh, yes, sir. I will. I will." Clutching his shopping bag, Matsuo took one step back and waited while the owner keyed open the canopy and climbed into the cockpit. This wasn't what he had planned, but he had to make the best of it. There came a high-pitched whine as the propeller made a slow turn, then a cough and a cloud of smoke as the engine roared to life. Matsuo let that cough be his signal. 2 steps and a leap brought him up on the wing beside the cockpit. Before the owner could say a word, Matsuo had the muzzle of the pistol pointed in his face. "Out!" Matsuo shouted over the engine noise. "Out now, or I'll shoot you where you sit!" The owner's face turned a sickly pale, but he didn't seem to be able to move. Matsuo grabbed him by the collar and yanked him out onto the wing with him. The mechanic had been crouching under the plane, ready to pull the wheel chocks. He now came around the tail of the plane and stared at them. Matsuo pointed the pistol his way. "Over here!" As the mechanic hesitantly came forward, Matsuo kept the pistol to the owner's head and climbed halfway into the cockpit. "You pull the chocks when I tell you, or I'll blow his head off. And don't think I'm bluffing. I just robbed the First National in town. I shot the guard there for trying to be a hero, and I'll shoot this guy." That must have sounded tough enough. The owner whimpered, and the mechanic swallowed hard and nodded. Matsuo held the owner by his long silk scarf and slipped the rest of the way into the cockpit. He glanced over the instrument panel, smiled at the full fuel tank, set his feet on the rudder pedals, released the brakes, then nodded to the mechanic. He allowed 15 seconds for the chocks to be moved, then eased the throttle forward. The plane began to roll. He released the owner's scarf and said, "You can go now." The owner stared at him in shock, looking like a man who had just received a reprieve from death but didn't quite believe it. "Run!" Matsuo shouted. The owner jumped off the wing and ran. Matsuo gunned the plane forward toward the runway. He glanced at the windsock over the tiny control tower and turned away from the wind, praying no one was coming in for a landing. Everything looked clear. He taxied to the end of the runway and turned. This was an unfamiliar plane, and he wanted all the pavement he could get. He pushed the throttle halfway forward, and the little Seversky roared ahead. He gave it more gas, and it fairly leaped into the air. The acceleration, combined with the giddy climb and the relief at being up in the air and on his way at last, made him laugh. As he hurtled into the sky, he glanced down and saw the owner shaking a fist at him. Matsuo waved, banked right, and headed due north. Alamogordo. A storm was coming. Lightning flashed, starkly illuminating the desert below. Matsuo lay on a rocky, wind-hewn ridge with 3 sets of sunglasses lined up one after the other over his eyes and stared expectantly toward the Trinity test site, some 25 miles away across a broad, flat expanse of sand. He was worried. 25 miles seemed far too great a distance to learn anything of value about the power of the atomic bomb, especially at night through all these tinted lenses. Dr. Kakihana had told him to shield his eyes at all costs, no matter how many miles he was from the test site, but this seemed ludicrous. He knew what the doctor had said about the power of this weapon, but Matsuo could not quite bring himself to believe it. He must have been exaggerating. No single bomb could have the unimaginable destructive power Dr. Kakihana had described. Still, his reputation was such that Matsuo kept the multiple pairs of glasses in place. 2 a.m. came and went. At a quarter after, Matsuo began to wonder if it had failed. Could he allow himself that hope? But what if the test had only been postponed? If delayed even an hour, he would have to leave without seeing it, or risk missing his ship. The only way to cross the Pacific these days was in an American ship. If he missed the Indianapolis, he might not get back at all. He pounded his fist against the rock in frustration. Everything had gone perfectly until now. He had stolen the plane, feinted to the north to throw off pursuit before turning south, then managed to land it just before dark on a rutted dirt road crossing the desert floor. He had steered it off into the brush and made his way up to this ridge where he had a view of the test site. His timing had been flawless. Why couldn't the Americans be as precise? Nothing was happening. Failure or delay? How could he know? He had to wait. No choice but to give the test as much time as possible. If he returned to Japan not knowing, his entire mission would have been futile. And if the test was a success, he had to see for himself. He was pulling the sandwich from his sack when the flash came. For an instant, he took it for a particularly bright bolt of lightning, then realized that no lightning bolt had ever burned so brightly or so steadily. Light like the noonday sun ballooned from the desert floor. Bright, intolerably bright. Even through the layers of lenses it drove spikes of pain through his eyes and into his brain as it chased night from the desert. All around the fireball, clouds condensed, rose, expanded, layered out, then burned away one after the other in a succession of instants. The fireball looked purple at first, then green, then blazing yellow as it began to rise, drawing clouds of smoke and debris in a tall column in its wake. It slowed and hovered at maybe 8,000 feet, with the dust clouds surging up and spreading out around it to form a huge flattened dome. And in the depths of that dome, he could still see the red and orange fire flashing and raging. It hung there, looming over the desert like some huge and hideous poison mushroom. Then came the sound of the explosion, a clap of atomic thunder that struck him like a physical blow. The shock wave followed closely behind, shaking the ground and vibrating one of the pairs of sunglasses off his face. Matsuo barely noticed their loss. He lay transfixed on the trembling ridge, gaping at the cloud as his numbed mind battled to comprehend what he had seen. Dr. Kakihana had warned him of the bomb's unimaginable potential power, but no words could have prepared him for this. This was the fire of hell unleashed on Earth. This was the end of war as the world knew it, the beginning of a new age, or the end of all ages. Matsuo felt his control suddenly evaporate. He scrambled to his feet and ran down the narrow, rocky path to the desert, slipping twice and once almost falling off the edge. He had never felt so afraid in all his life, afraid for himself, for Meiko, for Japan, afraid even for the future. Japan had to surrender. He could not let what he had just seen on the desert happen in a Japanese city. With trembling hands, he started the Sev S2 and coasted along the desert floor and up into the night sky. He had a long leg north-northwest to Goldfield, Nevada, then a shorter hop due west to San Francisco. He stayed low, pushed the throttle to the limit, and shot through the air. No laughter this time. He was shaking. He flew like all the demons of hell were after him, while the purple afterimage of the explosion danced in the air ahead. San Francisco. Made it! Matsuo paused for breath as he recognized the mound where he had left his duffel bag and a change of clothes. It had been a hellish trip. Landing at the airport without clearance hadn't been so bad. It was pre-dawn and air traffic was virtually nil, but the engine had been running on fumes, and he had almost killed himself running the plane off the north end of the field and fleeing on foot through the dark marshes. Now, after a breathless slog through miles of wetlands between the airport and Hunter's Point, Matsuo could rest for a moment before he became Mariano Cruz. He froze in his tracks. Someone was waiting on the mound. He huddled in the wet grass for a moment, straining his eyes through the dim, pre-dawn half-light. With relief, he recognized Sachi's old man with the bad eyes costume. He was sitting on a suitcase. "Something wrong?" he asked, hurrying up the mound. "Tell me first if the test was a success," Sachi said. Matsuo glanced at him without saying anything more. Apparently, his look said enough. "My God! What did you see?" "The end of the war. Their bomb works, and it's—" How could he describe it? "It's utterly devastating." He sat down and closed his eyes. He was exhausted. Everything seemed to be coming apart. The unbridled fury of the blast had opened a gash in him, and slowly, during the breakneck trip from Alamogordo, all hope of a negotiated peace had bled out. Japan would have to accept the American terms, no matter what they were. "I figured the test was a success," Sachi said. "The Americans—" He paused and shook his head. "Funny, I used to think of myself as an American." "Well, start thinking of yourself that way again, because right now, that's the best thing in the world to be." "Yeah, maybe. Anyway, I found out why our Filipino friends' orders were so rushed. The Americans were so confident of the test that they delivered one of the bombs right here to Hunter's Point just 2 days ago." He smiled slyly at Matsuo. "And it's going out on the Indianapolis." Matsuo stared at Sachi. "You sure?" "As sure as I can be of anything in this war. The message came through yesterday. That's why I'm here. You've got to see to it that the Indianapolis never delivers that bomb." "That won't work," Matsuo began. "Sure it will. We know its route now, too. It stops at Pearl Harbor, Tinian, and Guam. Tinian has the biggest airstrips in the Marianas, maybe in the world. That's where they launch their planes to bomb Japan. That has to be where they're going to drop off this atomic bomb. But we won't know the ship's exact location at any one time." He patted the suitcase he was using as a seat. "If you can somehow use my trusty radio here to send out a signal, a sub can—" "You don't understand," Matsuo said. If the Indianapolis is sunk, they'll just send another bomb another way, maybe by air. One way or the other, an atomic bomb will be dropped on Japan unless I can get to the Supreme Command, or maybe even the Emperor, and tell what I saw. Don't you see? I've got to get home to tell them what we're up against. If I can stop the war, I can save Japan from these bombs. He thought of Meiko and Naka in an atomic holocaust like the one he had seen in the desert hours ago. Sachi, I've got to get back to Japan. You've got a chance. A message arrived through Panama while you were away. Someone will meet you in a sampan off the northern tip of Tinian after you arrive there. That was a relief. Maybe I'll get home after all. Home, he said. You're lucky you can feel that way about Japan. I don't really fit in all that well. Matsuo couldn't bring himself to voice his mixed feelings about America. I was raised here too, you know. Yeah, but you speak Japanese like a native. I don't. He was silent while Matsuo changed his clothes. Then he said, So the war's over? His voice sounded strange. Matsuo couldn't see his face. It has to be. What are you going to do after surrender? Try to get by, I guess. How about you? Don't know. Don't know at all. You could come to Japan. I don't think so. In Japan, I'd always be an American. So, stay in America. Why? I'll always be a lousy Jap here. Besides, I don't know if I can live here anymore after the way they've treated us. Don't know where I'm gonna go. Matsuo's heart went out to Sachi. He had an inkling of how he felt, a man without a country. He had some of those feelings, too. There must be some place you can call home. The sadness in Sachi's voice was almost palpable. Yeah, maybe. Maybe not. Anyway, we've got to get you back to Japan. That's the main thing. I'm sure they've beefed up security because of the bomb, but you'll get on board. His voice hardened with determination. I guarantee it. He took his suitcase radio and hurled it into the marsh. Matsuo wanted to ask him why he was throwing it away, but Sachi jerked his thumb over his shoulder toward Hunter's Point. Let's go. He followed in silence. Matsuo knew nothing about the usual security at American Navy yards, but it seemed to be an awful lot of guards about. He showed his papers at the main gate and was passed through with a curt, "Better move your ass, Cruz." As he hurried toward the dock area, he saw the ship. Although nowhere near the tonnage of Admiral Yamamoto's old flagship, Yamato, the Indianapolis was still a ship of considerable size. It had a strange shape. A dip in the superstructure amidships between the two stacks gave it an odd swayback appearance. As he neared, he saw a pair of seaplane catapults in the dip and a crane rising above them. He saw motorized launches on chocks and made a quick tally of the ship's visible weaponry. She was old, but she was big, with big 8-inch turret guns. She had probably stood off to sea and pounded her share of Japanese shore positions during the past 3.5 years. He saw 2 Marine guards and 2 men in plain suits flanking the gangplank. With his heart thudding wildly in his chest, he walked past them and stepped on the gangplank. "Whoa," said one of the civilians. "Let's see some paper, boy. We're going to have to take a real close look at the likes of you." Matsuo smiled shyly as he pulled out his orders and identification papers. He handed them to the one who had spoken. "Yes, sir." He hoped his accent would pass. He noticed the second civilian staring at him intently. "Another pineapple for the kitchen," the first muttered, flipping through the papers. The second said nothing. He had picked out the identification card and his eyes were flicking back and forth between the photo and Matsuo's face. "Just where is Baguio, Cruz?" the second said. Matsuo was glad he had brushed up on his Philippine geography. On Luzon, sir. How come you aren't there fighting the Japs? Sir, I have been working for the Navy since before the war began. I wasn't there when they invaded. Your papers show you've been working the mess in San Diego all through the war. How come you suddenly get to go to the forward area now? Matsuo was ready for this one. Sir, I did not want to be on a ship that might be shooting at my homeland. Now that the Philippines are free again, I want to go to the fighting. Sounds pretty good to me, the first civilian said, but the second still didn't seem satisfied. A Marine with a drawn pistol cut off the next question when he trotted up and leaned over the table. He spoke in a whisper, but Matsuo heard enough to pull his already tense insides into a strangled knot. Possible Jap spy? Don't know how reliable? Matsuo felt as if he had been shot. How had they found out? Who could have told them anything? Had Cruz had second thoughts about selling his papers? 1,000 questions, none of them answerable, and nowhere to run. He was trapped here. How'd he get in? Seen going over fence. Keep you informed. To hide his shock, he let his gaze roam the contours of the ship while he fought to slow his heart and calm his nerves. Over the fence? That could only be... You're sweating, Mr. Cruz, said the second civilian. Is something wrong? No, sir, Matsuo said quickly. Very hot, yes? Still that intense scrutiny. I don't think so. Matsuo glanced past him at a squad of Marines marching along the dock. They were scrutinizing the IDs of everyone they saw, and they were coming this way. This is it, he thought. It's all over. Visions of prison cells and firing squads marched before his eyes. Yet he stood rooted to the spot, refusing to give himself away. He would wait to the last second. If he couldn't bluff his way out, then he would have to act. No trials, no public humiliations, no endless waiting for the blindfold and the bullets. He would see it all settled right here on the dock. The squad was less than 100 feet away when a burst of gunfire shattered the stillness. Matsuo was jolted by the noise, as were the men at the table. The Marines turned and ran off in the direction of the shots, leaving Matsuo staring after them. He took no pleasure in the relief that flooded through him. He had a dreadful feeling about those shots. Matsuo held his breath as another Marine came trotting up to the table a few minutes later. His pistol was holstered. He didn't whisper as he spoke to the civilians. We got him. A Jap? Said the first civilian. What was he after? We'll never know, said the Marine. He's dead. Matsuo fought to hold his composure as an invisible band tightened around his throat. So casual. He's dead. It had to be Sachi. A friend, a good man, a brave man, one who would have been the most loyal of all Americans if his own country hadn't turned against every principle it was supposed to stand for and betrayed him. He's dead. Matsuo now understood the significance of Sachi's hurling his radio into the marshes. With the end of the war, he had seen himself as an orphan, a man without a country. Perhaps he hadn't wanted to live like that, so he'd provided a diversion for Matsuo. Cruz! Are you deaf, Cruz? The first civilian said. He was holding the papers and orders out to him. The second was walking off with the Marine. I said, you can board. Matsuo nodded, not trusting his voice. He hurried up the gangplank and did not look back. Matsuo was given no time to mourn Sachi. He was put to work immediately upon checking in. The galley was in chaos due to a large number of Navy personnel aboard as passengers to Pearl Harbor. The messing facilities were taxed to the limit, and all galley hands were working at double time. Matsuo was glad for it. 3 other Filipinos were in the galley crew, and the hectic pace allowed them only a few moments with him. They greeted him with bursts of Spanish in passing, which he managed to understand, and answered tersely with a few phrases he remembered from his days in Panama. From the very first, he adopted a surly, sullen attitude that invited no small talk. It seemed to work. For the most part, they left him to himself. Within hours of passing under the Golden Gate Bridge, Matsuo found the atomic bomb. He was on his way back from supplying the wardroom amidships with fresh coffee when he saw it. Not hidden away, right there in the open on the hangar deck, a 15-foot crate fastened down with steel straps and guarded by 4 armed Marines. He stood among the other crew members and passengers staring at it. Nobody seemed to know what it was, just that it was supposed to end the war. He heard comments about germ warfare. That seemed to be the accepted explanation, and for that reason, everyone was giving the crate a wide berth. Matsuo had to admire the secrecy under which the Americans had developed their weapon. When he got back to the galley, he was handed a tray stacked with a double lunch. He was given directions and told to deliver it to the flag lieutenant's cabin. Flag lieutenant's cabin? That meant this was a flagship. For whom? Was there an admiral on board, or was the ship returning to the war zone to meet him? He wondered what rank of officer he would find. Matsuo was startled when a U.S. Army captain opened the door to the cabin. Army? He would not allow Matsuo inside to place the tray, insisting on taking it himself and quickly closing the door. Matsuo decided he should learn more about that cabin. An hour later, he returned and knocked on the door again. This time, a different Army officer, a major, opened the door. "You are through with lunch, sir?" The major nodded. "Yeah, come on in." As Matsuo stepped inside, he caught a glimpse of some technical-looking equipment with an array of dials and meters before the other officer threw a sheet over them with an annoyed look. But it was the black cylinder in the middle of the floor that snared his attention. 18 inches long and fastened down by metal straps welded to the cabin deck and secured with a big padlock. He pulled his eyes away and went about stacking the dishes and coffee cups. He left as quickly as he could, but the image of that cylinder stayed with him. Professor Kakihana's words came back to him about the bomb needing an isotope of uranium to fuel it. Uranium-235, he had called it. What if the equipment in the cabin was to measure radioactivity from the cylinder? What if that cylinder contained U-235? And wasn't the atomic bomb development a U.S. Army project? That would explain Army officers on a Navy vessel. The more he thought about it, the more Matsuo became convinced that the flag lieutenant's cabin housed the heart of the atomic bomb. He would have to learn more about that particular area of the ship. He made sure he was available when the dinner tray needed delivering, and the breakfast tray on Tuesday morning. By lunchtime it was, "Where's Cruz? This tray's gotta go up to officer country." He was sure by then he could pick the lock and carry off the cylinder if he had enough time, but then what would he do with it? He took a cigarette break on the fantail deck that night and watched the Pacific churn luminescent in the cruiser's wake. The stifling humidity of the night had brought the crew and passengers up in search of a cool breeze. They had dragged cots and mattresses and sleeping bags along. Every hatch and every vent was open. Matsuo was no nautical engineer, but he knew that if a torpedo blew a hole in the hull below the waterline under these conditions, the ship would go down in minutes. Fortunately, the chances of running into a Japanese submarine in the eastern Pacific these days were nil, but it gave him a bad feeling about the ship. Death seemed to hover over it. Last night he had awakened from a dream of blood-red water cut by gliding fins and filled with slashing teeth. His imagination was undoubtedly being fueled by the knowledge of the nature of the ship's cargo. His ears were still ringing from the gunnery practice this afternoon. Those big 8-inch batteries were deafening when they let go, and even after they stopped, the silence was only relative. The whine of the turbines below never slackened. The ship was making good time. Too good. All 4 engines were running at top speed and edging her toward 30 knots. They're in a hurry. And with good reason. The sooner they delivered the atom bomb, the sooner it could be dropped, and the sooner the war would be over. I'd hurry too. He reached into his pocket and fingered the lengths of wire he had filched from the machine shop. They varied in gauge from 1/8-inch copper to hair-fine steel. He had a pair of needle-nose pliers to bend them to order. All he needed was time alone in the flag lieutenant's cabin. That time came the next morning when he stopped by the cabin to pick up the breakfast dishes. No one answered his knock. Both officers had been up and dressed when he had delivered breakfast, so the odds of someone being asleep inside were slim. Matsuo checked up and down the corridor. Empty. A few bends in the heavy copper wire yielded a makeshift key for the clumsy latch-bolt lock under the door handle. His third try brought a solid click as the bolt slid back. He was about to push the door open when he heard voices coming from the gangway at the near end of the corridor. One of them sounded familiar. Rather than duck into the room, he relocked the door and stood where he was, as if waiting. "Afraid to say anything in sickbay. Afraid I'd give myself—" The voice cut off as the 2 army officers entered the corridor and saw Matsuo. "Sirs," Matsuo said, feigning surprise, "I have been waiting for you to answer the door." "We just had a tour of the ship," one said. He opened the door and let him in to pick up the dishes. Matsuo hid his bitter disappointment as he eyed the cylinder longingly. He might never get another chance. When the Indianapolis rounded Diamond Head at 8 a.m. the next morning, the public address system announced that they had set a new world's record for the 2,100 miles between the Farallon lightship and Oahu. The ship charged into the narrow mouth of Pearl Harbor and let off its passengers, but none of its crew. While it refueled, Matsuo looked toward Ford Island and got a sad, twisting feeling in his chest when he saw the remains of the Arizona still settled on the harbor bottom, covered by rainbow sheets of oil still leaking to the surface from below. By 5 p.m., they were on their way out to sea again, making full head toward Tinian. Without all those extra passengers to feed, the pace in the galley now seemed quiet and sedate. Time should have dragged, but the week's trip across the Central Pacific to the Marianas seemed to fly. Although he was constantly on watch for an opportunity to enter the flag lieutenant's cabin alone, the days were never long enough to provide one, and the nights were each an interminable headlong rush across the dark sea under blackout conditions. Since the army officers never left their cabin after lights out, Matsuo allowed himself to relax at night, to go off-duty, in a true sense, and sit on the deck with other crew members and listen to them talk. He felt safe out here in the dark. He could let the role of Mariano Cruz slip away and be just another faceless voice in the night. Occasionally he would throw out a comment when prodded, but mostly he would listen. They were young, and he found most of them likable, except when they talked about dirty Japs. They had their differences in many areas, but were uniform in their feelings toward Japan. They hated the dirty Japs and were going to make them pay for Pearl Harbor and for Bataan and for all the lousy treatment they had given American prisoners throughout the war. And yet they were fascinated and awestruck by the suicide charges, kamikaze planes, and kaiten torpedoes that the dirty Japs hurled against them. Matsuo ached to explain the cultural differences to these youths, just as he had explained them to Hiroki, and twice he had caught himself on the verge of speaking. It would be dangerous to expose the slightest hint of sympathetic knowledge regarding the dirty Japs. He could expect no more understanding from these guys than from his own brother. In times alone, he would sit in the dark and wonder at the path of his life. He felt as if he had been robbed of all say in where it led him, that he had lost control and was now at the mercy of two huge, unseen opposing forces, one setting up obstacles, another helping him overcome them. The threads of his life and of others around him seemed to be drawing toward a common destiny. And where would that be? Tinian? He could not forget that last sword dream either. Frank and Meiko together again, without him. During the week-long voyage to Tinian, Matsuo perfected an almost foolproof method of eavesdropping on the army officers. He would stand outside their cabin door with a tray half loaded with dirty dishes. If he heard one of them approach the door, he would retreat down the corridor. If someone entered the corridor, he would simply walk away from the doorway as if he had just left the room. The vigil yielded little useful information other than the fact that theirs was not the only atomic weapon. They referred to this particular bomb as Little Boy, but Matsuo learned that another bomb was ready, one called Fat Man. Then, on Wednesday night, half a day away from Tinian, the subject of targets for Little Boy came up. "Well, Tokyo is out," said one of the officers. "The big boys feel the Emperor will be more valuable alive after the war." Matsuo's spirits rose upon hearing that. At least someone in America had insight into the Japanese mind, but they soon plummeted. "A number of cities have been saved for the bomb. I don't know which one they'll choose. I think Groves is pushing for Kyoto." Matsuo reeled away from the door. Kyoto? They couldn't. They wouldn't burn out the city that housed the soul of Japan. But deep inside, Matsuo knew they would indeed. Gladly. He had to stop Little Boy. The Mariana Islands. The Indianapolis reached the Marianas the morning of its 10th day out of San Francisco. Matsuo crowded on deck with the rest of the crew as Tinian hove into view. They were all excited, jostling for position to see if they could spot something on the little island that would give them some clue as to the nature of this superweapon that was supposed to end the war. They saw sheer, rusty brown cliffs rising from the water, topped by typical tropical vegetation. The island was a rough oblong, 5 miles by 12, with no mountains to speak of, but it supported the biggest airfield in the world. Matsuo glared at the island. This was where the B-san squadrons loaded up their bombs and took off on the daily raids that were reducing Japan to rubble. And this was where the atom bombs would be loaded and sent to destroy Kyoto. He had to find some way to delay the arrival of the bomb without getting himself killed. All he needed was enough time to get to Japan. Once there, he would tell the Supreme Command what he had seen and bring the war to a halt. He could save Kyoto and everyone in it. But he was helpless. The U-235 was sitting in a cabin on the deck below him, and he couldn't get to it. Maddening. A flash of color to his right caught his attention. Army beige. After momentary paralysis at the sight of both army officers leaning on the rail, peering toward the island, he was pushing roughly through the other sailors and running below decks as fast as his legs would carry him. The corridor outside the flag lieutenant's cabin was deserted. Matsuo slipped the ready copper wire key into the lock and entered. Once he was sure the cabin was empty, he fairly leaped upon the lockdown cylinder. But before touching it, he studied it, memorizing the exact position of the padlock, the metal straps, everything, even down to the tilt of the steel ring in the cylinder's top. Then he went to work on the padlock. A tough one, and he hadn't tried something like this since his boyhood days in San Francisco. Time. He needed time and had none. His body wasn't helping either. Tremors in his hands, thumping in his chest, sweat coating his fingertips and making the wire slip instead of turn. Every slip ate time, irreplaceable time. He concentrated on Nagata's teaching. Control the breathing. Flow into the wire. Suddenly, he felt the twisted wire catch the tumblers. He gave it a sharp turn and almost cheered aloud when the shackle popped out of the padlock case. He flipped the metal straps aside and pulled the cylinder free. Heavy. Lead heavy. He began unscrewing the end piece, using the ring for leverage. It was a fine thread. 2 full turns moved it only a 1/16 of an inch. He kept turning, repeatedly drawing the perspiration from his hands. How long did he have? How much luck could he count on? Finally, the end fell free. Inside was another cylinder about the length and diameter of his forearm. He slid it out and laid it on the floor. He immediately began screwing the outer cylinder lid back into place. He was drenched with sweat now, and his hands were slipping all over the slick metallic surface. When the lid was fully tightened, he dried the cylinder with a napkin, slipped it back under the metal stays, turned it just so, and refastened the padlock. Matsuo stepped back and surveyed his work. Was that how he had found it? It seemed right. He picked up the breakfast tray he had delivered earlier, placed the inner cylinder on it, and covered it with a napkin. One last check to be sure he hadn't left any of his makeshift picks behind. Then he was out the door, locking it behind him, and off down the hall carrying the tray before him. All he had to do now was find a hiding place for the inner container and hope the army officers would not notice any change in the lead cylinder's weight, nor the missing tray and napkin. An hour later, he was back on deck with the rest of the crew, watching as the aviation crane lifted the 15-foot crate from the hangar deck. The Indianapolis had anchored about half a mile offshore, and a barge-like craft had come alongside. Matsuo watched with relief as 2 seamen brought out the now empty uranium cylinder, suspended by its ring on a pole between them. The 2 army officers following behind gave no sign that anything was wrong. For the first time since he had boarded the ship, Matsuo allowed himself to believe he might actually have a chance at pulling this off. Meiko pushed the tiller hard to leeward and ducked under the swinging boom as she brought the little sampan about. As the crude lug sail filled with air, she let out the main sheet and headed southward along Saipan's west shore on a broad reach. The island's cloud-wreathed mountains reminded her of Maui, and a pang of remorse and remembrance undulated through her chest. She was getting the feel of the boat. She had spent many a summer sailing Sagami Bay, but the sampan was waterlogged, which made it heavy and clumsy, though once it was on a tack, it held true. She was dressed in a faded sarong and had a tangle of fishing nets in the bow. Should the need arise, she was all set to play the part of an island fishing woman. Hopefully, she would be left alone until after dark. Then she would point the little boat south toward Tinian. She gazed at the low mound of land rising from the sea. Tinian, only 4 miles away. Matsuo was due in today, and if all went as she planned, she would meet him there tonight. This had not been easy to arrange. She had known that Matsuo's friends in naval intelligence, and there were many, had been baffled and angered by the Navy's refusal to send a submarine to bring him back to Japan. Meiko was sure Hiroki and the Kakureta Kao were behind the betrayal, but she dared not voice her suspicions because she had no way of backing them up. Shigeo and some other of Matsuo's closest friends took up the cause with naval intelligence. Matsuo must be saved. After weeks of arguing and cajoling, they finally prevailed upon their superiors to make a try at picking him up at the designated spot. Meiko convinced them to let her go, arguing that a sampan had a better chance of slipping past the American shore patrols if it was piloted by a woman rather than a man. And so, here she was. Naval intelligence had used one of its last remaining reconnaissance subs to bring her to the eastern edge of the Philippine Sea, off Saipan. They had surfaced before dawn this morning, freed the inverted sampan from its lashings on the afterdeck, set up the mast, and set her to sail in the dark. She had food and water for a few days, and a compass and sextant hidden away in the prow. After she picked up Matsuo off the north end of Tinian, they would sail to a specific latitude and longitude where the sub would meet them. Meiko saw a patrol boat speeding along outside the reef line. She continued her attack and hoped it would hold its own course. It didn't. It swung toward her and picked up speed. Meiko closed her eyes and wished it away, but when she opened them again, the boat was closer. It pulled alongside, and a sailor signaled to her that she was going to be boarded. She smiled and nodded as she angled the sampan into the wind, but her insides were knotted up tight. "We looky see, lady," said one of the sailors in pidgin English as he stepped into her boat. "No hurty, just looky see." Meiko kept smiling and nodding. Yes, looky see, okay." "Fishy fish?" another American said from the boat. He looked like some sort of officer. "Where fish?" "Just sail," Meiko said. That did not seem to sit well with the officer. She should have foreseen this. She cursed herself for not thinking to bring along some fresh fish to show. "Oh-ho!" said the sailor on her ship. He was reaching into the prow. "What have we here?" He brought out the compass and sextant and held them up. "Not your usual sampan gear." The officer on the patrol boat drew his pistol but didn't point it at her. Mine! Meiko said, trying to hide her panic. "To sail, far!" He shook his head. "I don't buy that, lady. Not one bit." They took her on board the patrol boat and towed her sampan into the harbor. She was taken to a Quonset hut and left in a hot, stuffy, bare room furnished only with a battered table and 2 chairs, where she waited all day. They fed her lunch, then dinner. They let her use the bathroom down the hall. At times she dozed in the chair, resting her head in her arms on the table. Darkness fell, and they lit the single bulb hanging over the table, yet still she remained confined, alone. What were they doing? Were they going to hold her forever? She had to get to Tinian to meet Matsuo. They had to let her go. Then the door opened, and she heard a male voice in the hall. It sounded like the young officer from the patrol boat. "All we've got on her. The instruments are Japanese make, but that doesn't mean anything. This island has been in Nip hands forever. Everything left over is Japanese make. We didn't find anything else worth mentioning on her boat." "You think there's nothing to her, then?" said another voice. It sounded thick, tired. "I don't know what to think. Your group ordered the extra patrols. You wanted a search of every single boat we found, and you wanted to question anyone the least bit suspicious. I'm just following orders." "So you are. Wait out here. I should be through in a couple of minutes." An officer entered and closed the door behind him. He was thin, sallow-complected, with loose bags under his tired eyes. He looked bored. But that boredom vanished when he saw Meiko. He stood statue-still in the center of the room and stared at her with wide blue eyes. Meiko wanted to cry out with anguish as she recognized him. It was Frank. Tinian. Matsuo had spent the day in a state of intense agitation, expecting the Americans to come storming out from the island any minute to search the Indianapolis for the missing U-235. But the harbor remained peaceful and quiet as the cruiser refueled through the underwater pipeline from the tank field at the north end. Around dark, when the refueling was complete, Matsuo knew it was time to leave. He sneaked forward to the anchor chain locker where he had hidden the inner cylinder of uranium. As he held it in his hands, he wondered, "Can I do this? Can I possibly succeed?" The odds against him were astronomical, yet the one thing that kept him going was the knowledge that, after what he had seen in the New Mexico desert 10 days ago, nothing he did could possibly worsen the fate the Americans had planned for his country. He tied the cylinder to his back with strips of sheet he had torn from his bed, then slipped through the anchor port and shimmied down the chain. The water was warm as he slipped into it, and he began a silent breaststroke toward Tinian. He smiled to himself. Mariano Cruz had jumped ship and disappeared. Matsuo Okumo would emerge on shore with the soul of an atomic bomb strapped to his back. Soon, if luck and all the gods and all his ancestors were with him, he might be able to cut a bargain with the armed forces of the United States of America. Saipan. It seemed to take forever to find my voice. Meiko. Really Meiko. Sitting on the other side of the table, looking like she hadn't aged a day since I'd last seen her. She looked as shocked to see me as I her. I managed to make it to a chair and sit across from her. I was shaking like a guy with malaria. Somehow I got a cigarette between my lips and lit it. "My God, what are you doing here?" I said when I could speak. She seemed to find her own voice with equal difficulty. "I did not intend to be here, and I don't wish to be here. Beyond that, I can say no more." She looked at me with those eyes, those soft, brown, almond-shaped eyes. "Have you been sick, Frank? You don't look well." Christ, I needed a drink. If I hadn't known better, I would have thought she was genuinely concerned. "Oh, I'm doing just fine," I said, letting just a tiny fraction of the pain and grief and bitterness seep through. I wanted to scream, to get up and throw my chair through the window, to take her by the throat and throttle her until her face turned blue, but I sat there and kept my voice calm. "I'm eating well, getting plenty of exercise, and at night, if I'm restless, I lull myself to sleep with thoughts of all the thousands of men my wife helped kill at Pearl Harbor a few years ago." She seemed to cave in at that. I watched her composure crumble as tears rolled down her cheeks. "Oh, Frank, I'm so sorry for that. But you—" She didn't fool me. "Can it? What are you doing here, Meiko? Working on another sneaky way to kill a few more of us? Aren't you satisfied with your score from Pearl?" Her face suddenly hardened. "And aren't you satisfied with the women and children you incinerated in Tokyo last March? Must you go from city to city, slaughtering more and more?" That hit home. I had talked to a few of the men who'd been on the March 9 run. They told me they could smell the burning human flesh all the way up in their B-29s, thousands of feet over Tokyo. It got so bad some of them puked in the planes. But I wasn't going to let her sidetrack me like this. I'd had nothing to do with that, but she'd been directly involved against Pearl. "Lieutenant?" said a voice from the door as I was about to speak. I looked and saw Crowley, an ensign from communications, poking his head through the door. "What?" I didn't want to be disturbed now. "Word's just come from Tinian. There's an emergency of some sort. They want all intelligence personnel over there on the double. I'm busy now. This is top priority. All intelligence. No exceptions. The shuttle leaves in 20. "What sort of emergency?" "They wouldn't say, but it's a big one. Somebody's pretty shook up on Tinian." He smiled. "And Captain Abrams said to tell you that you're riding with him." Oh, God, I thought. It's a wilt. "When do we leave?" "Yesterday," he said, and was gone. Of all times to get called away. I wanted to wring the truth out of Meiko. If she were here on Saipan, I knew Matsuo could not be far away. And more than anything else in the world, I wanted to get my hands on Matsuo Okumo. But I had no choice. I was the Navy's greatest living authority on the wilts. After a long lull, they had started up again. Most of the recent wilts had been around Okinawa, but that didn't mean they couldn't return to the Marianas. Reluctantly, I gave Meiko over to the Marines for safekeeping until I got back, then headed for the helipad. "A wilt?" I whispered to Abrams when we were airborne in the chopper. He shook his head. "Then what's so big that the Tinian people can't handle it themselves?" I asked in a louder voice. The half-dozen other intelligence officers aboard turned toward us. "Glad you asked." He pulled a sheet of paper from his breast pocket. "This was hand-delivered to me from Tinian Command half an hour ago." He paused to let the significance of that sink in. It wasn't lost on us. The matter was so sensitive that it wasn't going on the air in any shape or form. Tinian Command didn't even want the rest of the U.S. forces to know it had trouble. I was beginning to get a sense of how big this really was. "What do they want?" someone said. Abrams scanned the paper. "They want us to find two things, a man and a 15-inch metal cylinder. Preferably both, but they'll take either." He went on to explain what he knew. The cylinder had been shipped to Tinian within another cylinder aboard the Indianapolis. It had been offloaded this morning. Sometime tonight, Tinian discovered that the inner cylinder was missing. By that time, the Indianapolis had set sail for Guam. A group from Tinian intelligence took a seaplane out to the cruiser and discovered that a galley helper who had been in the same room with the cylinder numerous times was missing. He was last seen on board in Tinian Town Harbor. The Tinian intelligence group was still searching the Indianapolis, but was pretty sure the galley helper had jumped ship at the harbor. "We have a photo of this guy?" I asked. Abrams shook his head. "No. All we know is that he's a bearded Filipino named Mariano Cruz." "What's in the cylinder?" "I don't know. They won't say." "Swell," someone said. "We'll be combing 30 square miles of tropical island in the dark looking for a thief with no face who's stolen something we're not allowed to know about. Good luck." I leaned back and thought about this. Something had clicked when Abrams said Filipino. I thought of Meiko being found off Saipan in a boat with a compass and sextant hidden in the prow. I pictured Matsuo with a beard and maybe some darkening pigment on his face. I put the two together and realized that Matsuo had the balls for this kind of stunt. "He's not a Filipino," I said. "He's a Jap." They all stared at me. "You a psychic now, Slater?" I didn't want to let on that I actually knew the guy posing as Mariano Cruz. They might think it could influence my judgment, and I most definitely did not want to be taken out of this search. "Call it a hunch," I said. "Just remember what I said when we catch the guy." Tinian. Matsuo smiled at the sight of all those Americans running around in mad confusion. He crouched in the lush vegetation and watched through his field glasses from atop Mount Lasso. Not much of a mountain, less than 600 feet high, he guessed, but it sat dead center on Tinian and gave him an excellent view of the island's activities. He had a clear view of the 4 parallel runways, each over 1.5 miles long, that took up most of the north end of the island. And now they had finally discovered that the uranium projectile was missing. He had waited all day for that. If they had not found out on their own, he would have been forced to go down there in the morning and tell them himself. He had changed his plans. He could not meet his contact off the north end tonight. He had to go about this another way. With security in such a state of alarm now, he doubted he could escape the island anyway. He watched a helicopter land and disgorge 6 Navy officers. As they walked toward one of the buildings, Matsuo began to turn his attention elsewhere, then snapped back to the group. Something about the way one of them walked. He focused his field glasses on that particular officer. By all the gods, it was Frank. Frank Slater. Matsuo followed him until he disappeared behind the door of the Quonset hut. He smiled ruefully. So, old friend, our paths cross once more. Could all these crossings be pure coincidence? Matsuo sensed more strongly than ever the workings of unseen forces. Was some sort of destiny at work here, nudging him and Frank, and perhaps even Meiko, along convergent paths toward a common fate? He could only wait and see. Right now, he welcomed Frank's presence. He owed him an apology. And he wanted to ask a question that had been nagging him since his last stay in San Francisco. He settled back and waited for Frank to emerge. It wasn't long. I headed down Broadway past the central bomb dump. I usually liked Tinian, a unique place. Still plenty of jungle and even a few sugarcane fields left that hadn't been plowed under to make airstrips. For the most part, though, we had made it over completely since taking it from the Japanese. Whoever had been in charge of the design must have been a New Yorker, one with a sense of humor. He must have seen some resemblance between this oblong island and Manhattan, and he must have been homesick, too, because the island now had Broadway, 8th Avenue, and West End Avenue running north and south, streets numbered in sequence from 42nd to 125th running east and west, and even a Canal Street and Wall Street far below at the southern end. But tonight at 2 a.m., the humor palled. I was beat. Sailors, Air Force men, and Marines, everybody who could be spared, was out beating the bushes all over the island. Even a few scientist types were roaming around with little boxes that clicked and buzzed and rattled. The louder the clicking, the more excited they got. I didn't understand it, and I was too tired to try. I wanted to call it a night, but knew I couldn't. Even though I didn't know exactly what I was looking for, I knew it was damned important. I hadn't realized just how important until we'd had our briefing on arrival. The big man himself, General Curtis LeMay, just promoted to Chief of Staff of Strategic Air Forces, had come over personally from his headquarters on Guam. A brigadier general named Groves, wearing the Army Corps of Engineers insignia, had done most of the talking, all about how important this mysterious cylinder was to the war effort, how many thousands of American lives it would save, but it was LeMay's presence that had really lent the briefing weight. This was big. I needed a drink and a bed. I had no hope of getting the latter, but I was looking for Abrams to see if maybe we could do something about the former. I was walking south along a relatively deserted stretch near the foot of Mount Lasso's dark rise when I heard a rustle in the bushes to my left. Suddenly, someone was walking beside me. I glanced up and knew him instantly. Without thought, without the slightest hesitation, I launched myself at Matsuo's throat. All I could see was the smoke, the flames, the diving planes, the floating bodies, and the burning water at Pearl. Their blood was on his hands. I wanted his on mine. A .45 automatic sat forgotten in a holster on my belt. I flailed at him madly, wildly. Hoarse screeches rasped in my throat as I pounded my fists against him. The pummeling backed him into the brush. I followed, throwing lefts and rights, and even kicking him when I had the chance. He partially deflected some of my more vicious blows, but he allowed most of them to land. I began to realize that he could defend himself far better than he was, that he was taking the punishment willingly, as if he thought he deserved it, as if he wanted it. That stopped me cold. We were off Broadway now, in the foliage. I couldn't see Matsuo's face. He was just a darker shadow within other shadows. I was breathing like a guy who had just run the Boston Marathon. "Hello, Frank," he said in his perfect English. I'm sorry about what I did to your arm. That was unforgivable. I wanted to kill him. I started for him again, but he shoved me back, easily. Tell me something, he said. When did you break our diplomatic code? None of your fucking business. What can it matter now? It's of no strategic importance. We don't use that code anymore. Then why the hell do you want to know? Because if the answer falls after a certain date, I'll invite you to beat me within an inch of my life. If it falls before that date, I won't let you lay a hand on me. I wondered what he was getting at. Then I remembered what Sam Knapp had told me on Balajuro on the last day of his life. 1940, I told him. Sometime in the late summer or early fall. I heard a sharp intake of breath. You're absolutely sure? Of course. We had machines that could decipher purple, that's what we called it, faster than your own people could. After a moment of silence, Matsuo spoke. His voice was strained. If that is the case, then don't you dare raise your hand against me again. If you do, I will break your arm. I could tell he meant it. And don't you ever call the Pearl Harbor raid a sneak attack in my presence. Ever. Now, just a goddamn minute, I began, but he cut me off with a voice like ice. The first 13 segments of the 14-part message were transmitted to our Washington embassy more than 15 hours before our first plane appeared over Oahu. They left little doubt that we were breaking off diplomatic relations. The final part, containing the formal break, arrived more than 6 hours before the attack. That's a lie! I didn't want to believe it. It couldn't be true. It was just rumor. But it jibed so perfectly with what Sam had said. No. His voice was low and sad now. It's true. I had known Matsuo long enough to know he was telling the truth. My stomach turned. He said, Why weren't you warned? That was the question I wanted answered. That and so many others. The questions showered down around me like hail, threatening to drive me to my knees. Pearl was in the area threatened by Japan. Why hadn't we been given purple magic? Why hadn't we been given any way to mount an effective aerial reconnaissance? Why had all those ships, 96 of them, been in Pearl at once? It was like waving a red flag at the Japanese. And how come the two truly indispensable ships in the fleet, the big carriers Lexington and Enterprise, were conveniently ordered out just days before the attack? I think your government is just as responsible as mine for the lives lost at Pearl Harbor. That's insane! I don't think so. I've given this much thought in the past few weeks. Your confirmation that our diplomatic code was broken over a year before the attack has brought everything into focus. You don't get off the hook so easily, Matsuo. I have no hope of that. You see, I helped plan the attack. But I didn't know that I was playing directly into the hand of your President Roosevelt. You expect me to believe that my own president planned the deaths of 3,000 sailors in his own navy? You're out of your mind. I doubt President Roosevelt and his circle ever dreamed so many Americans would die. With their usual American smugness, they underestimated our leaders, men like Admiral Yamamoto, and our weaponry, like the Zero. They probably expected better resistance from the Army fighter squadrons on Oahu, squadrons we destroyed on the ground. But it doesn't matter what they expected. The fact remains that they made Pearl Harbor an irresistible target. Would American isolationists have cared if we attacked the Philippines or Borneo or Korea or Australia? Would that have rallied them to war? Of course not. FDR needed an attack on Americans, and to that end, he purposely left your Pacific Fleet exposed and unwarned. His reasoning was simple. If properly alerted, The fleet would have put to sea and dispersed. If we had come upon an empty harbor, we would have turned back. Result? No attack. And no attack meant no way to go to war. No, you don't believe that any more than I do. Unfortunately, I do believe it. Suddenly, he sounded extremely wary. We have men like that in my own government. Christ, it couldn't be true. Yet everything Matsuo was saying fitted so perfectly with all the doubts that had plagued me before and since the Pearl attack. I couldn't fight it any more. We were set up. And I had to wonder, had I personally been set up? I thought about the harbor diagram locked out of its safe so conveniently on Saturday and given over to the ONI man with the Japanese wife, me. Had someone known that Matsuo and Meiko had been meeting? Had the plans been just one more nudge toward attack, a final cherry on top to make Pearl Harbor an irresistible target? I wanted to lie down. I wanted a drink, lots of drinks. I wanted to weep. But that is all in the past, Matsuo said. What you should know right now is that I have stolen your country's atomic bomb. It took a moment for my brain to switch to the present. Atomic bomb? I've heard rumors, but it's one of the world's best-kept secrets. But the bomb is real. It exists. His voice sounded mechanical. It's slated to be dropped on Kyoto. I stole the uranium projectile. There's no bomb without it. So that was what all the excitement was about. An atomic bomb. I'd just read about one in a science fiction magazine called Astounding Stories. It was supposed to be the ultimate weapon. Now I understood what General Groves had said about saving countless thousands of American lives. The Allied invasion of the Japanese mainland was still in the planning stages and probably wouldn't start till November. But I'd seen casualty estimates of up to 1 million Americans. An atom bomb could change all that. Where is it? I said. An automatic question. I didn't expect an answer. Hidden. I knew I was going to have to bring him in or die trying. I couldn't let an atom bomb fall into Japanese hands. I edged my fingers toward my .45. Who is the highest-ranking officer on the island? He said. The one in charge of bombing Japan? My hand was resting on the pistol stock. All I had to do now was get it out of the holster. I kept my voice as calm as possible. As of a few hours ago, General LeMay. Would you take me to him? I laughed with relief, and Matsuo must have thought I was a little crazy. Sure. Let's go. This was a meeting I just had to see. General Curtis LeMay stormed around his commandeered Quonset hut office. His elation at my capture of Mariano Cruz had quickly turned to raging frustration at Matsuo's flat refusal to give up the uranium projectile. The scientists had come in and got excited over all the noise Matsuo caused in their little clicking machines, which I learned were called Geiger-Muller counters. That appeared to be proof that Matsuo had been in contact with the cylinder. They were finally shooed out, and now only 5 people remained in the room. Beside Abrams, General LeMay, and myself, there was Major General Groves, a pudgy, middle-aged man who I learned was in charge of the atom bomb project. He sat behind a desk, looking tired and nervous, nibbling chocolates. Outside in the hall and all around the building, however, a ring of white-helmeted MPs stood guard. Matsuo sat impassively in the center of the room, secured to his chair by 4 pairs of handcuffs, one for each wrist and each ankle. I was taking no chances. "You think this is a game, mister?" LeMay shouted. He was on the husky side, with a full face tending toward jowls. His dark hair was parted high and combed up boyishly in the front, not yet 40. He was already a 2-star general, the youngest in the Army Air Force, the man who planned and executed the March 9 Holocaust of Tokyo, and was said to be a brilliant tactician. I got the distinct impression he might have been the one to say it most often. I never saw him without a cigar. Maybe he thought of it as a parallel to MacArthur's corncob pipe. Matsuo looked at LeMay impassively as the general continued to work up steam, hauling his bulky frame back and forth in front of Matsuo, his cigar puffing like a locomotive stack. "You've got no leverage here, mister," he said with a faint Midwest accent. "We're going to find that cylinder with or without your help, but it'll go easier on you if you tell us where you hid it. Otherwise, we'll comb this island inch by inch until we find it." "I did not say I hid it on the island," Matsuo said softly. Groves shot out of his chair. "You mean it's in the ocean?" "I only said it is hidden," Matsuo replied. "You know," LeMay said, "we Americans don't believe in torture like you Japs, but I'm going to find somebody around here to give you a dose of your own medicine." "Excuse me, sir," I said, sensing that this could get out of hand, "but that won't work." "Yeah?" he said with naked belligerence. "How do you know?" "Look at him." LeMay stared at Matsuo, perhaps truly doing so for the first time. He saw what I saw, implacable determination. Matsuo used the moment perfectly. "I will give you back the uranium projectile," he said. LeMay chomped on his cigar. "In return for what?" "For the end of the war." He waited a few beats in the dead silence of the room, then continued. "That is what you wish to use the atom bomb for, is it not? To end the war? You can still use it for that, but without exploding it." "Oh, really?" He glanced at Groves. "We're all ears, mister." "I will return to Japan and convince the government and the military that they cannot withstand the weapon you have developed. I'll tell them what I saw at Alamogordo and—" Groves shot from his seat. "What do you know about Alamogordo?" "I was there." "Impossible!" Matsuo proceeded to tell the general what he had seen. It sounded like the most frightening science fiction I had ever heard, but as he spoke, I watched the color drain from Groves' face and realized with horror that Matsuo wasn't exaggerating. "Your little scheme won't work, mister," LeMay said. "We have plenty of atom bombs." "You have one other." Matsuo's face flashed with defiance. "It is called Fat Man, and it is still in the United States." "My God! My God!" Groves muttered, rubbing a trembling hand across his eyes. "He knows everything." "Well, we'll get Fat Man here and use that." Matsuo met LeMay's glare calmly. "After you explain how Little Boy was stolen from right under your nose, do you really think they'll want to trust the only other existing atom bomb to your security again?" That shut LeMay up. He looked like he was ready to have his own little atomic explosion inside his head, but he fumed in silence. I watched Matsuo. I had to admire him. Part of me still hated his guts, but another part responded to his courage and to what he wanted to do. He said he wanted to end the war without using the atom bomb, and I believed him. And he was one hell of an intelligence officer. "Sending you to Japan is out," LeMay said finally. "You'd never come back. Then we'd have neither you nor the bomb. Forget it." "You have my word," Matsuo said. "Your word isn't worth a nickel, pal." Not true. I knew Matsuo would die rather than break his word, but no way I'd ever convince LeMay of that. He'd want insurance. Then inspiration struck. "I know a way," I said. "Meko!" Matsuo tried to leap up when they brought her in, but the chair and the cuffs held him back. His Japanese composure slipped completely, but only for an instant. Then it locked back into place again. She started toward him, but the MPs held her back. "Oh, Matsuo, have they hurt you?" The way they looked at each other, the need, the love, the undeniable bond between them was like a knife in my gut. "Who is this?" LeMay said. "His wife," I told him. LeMay's face suddenly relaxed into a satisfied smile. "Well, well, isn't this cozy?" Then his smile vanished and he whirled on me. "How come you know so much about this guy?" "He used to be my best friend." After I said that, you could have heard a butterfly's wings flapping across the room. I had already put one foot in it. I decided to go for two. And she used to be my wife. The cigar dropped out of LeMay's mouth and rolled on the floor. Abrams was staring at me as if I'd grown another head. I saw Matsuo's eyes leave Meiko for the first time since she had entered the room. He looked at me with a slightly cocked head, then briefly inclined his upper body an inch forward. The tiniest of bows, but an acknowledgment of the trouble I could be buying myself with those statements, and a vote of confidence and of gratitude. He had guessed what I was up to. It took a while to explain everything, but when I showed them my right arm, Meiko turned away at that point, and how I couldn't make a tight fist, I could see the doubt in their faces begin to fade. The whole point of this story is that Meiko is our insurance policy. Matsuo will return for her. He went to Hawaii to bring her back to Japan. She was sailing to Tinian in a sampan to pick him up. They're devoted to each other. God, it hurt to say that. One would never desert the other. He'll be back. "We've got to risk it," I heard Groves whisper to LeMay. "We've got to get that bomb back. I can't call Washington and tell them it's been stolen. Christ!" "Never," LeMay said. Groves glanced at Meiko, Matsuo, and me, then pointed LeMay toward the office door. "Outside!" It seemed to take them forever out there, but when the two generals returned, LeMay's face was dark with anger. He glowered at Groves and seemed to hate us all. He walked over to Matsuo. "Okay, mister, listen up. There was a big conference in Potsdam yesterday. President Truman, Attlee, and Chiang Kai-shek signed a proclamation setting out surrender terms for you monkeys. I'll get you back to Tokyo, and I'll give you 72 hours to either get your government on the air to accept those terms or get yourself to a pickup point we settle on. If the time limit passes and we don't see or hear from you, I'll get Fat Man here and I'll personally see to it that your wife is tied to it when we drop it on your hometown." Matsuo returned his glare. "For the record, I grew up in San Francisco." Hiroshima. Shimazu watched Hiroki as they sipped green tea. The brazier smoked between them, obscuring, then revealing his student's haggard, drawn face. These days, during the work week, Hiroki functioned as a cheerleader of sorts, going from one cabinet office to another, bolstering the courage of the ministers, encouraging the chiefs of service to keep fighting, to keep resisting those who wanted the empire to surrender. A harrowing task, Shimazu knew, one with ever-diminishing returns. At least he could find shelter here at times. Even as he watched, Hiroki's features were relaxing as he lost himself in thought while sipping tranquility from the bitter liquid. "How are plans for the final defense going?" "Very well, Sensei. As per our suggestion, General Anami has put the War Ministry to work, distributing 10 million bamboo spears to the people. Daily classes in their use have begun. When the Americans come ashore, not only will they have to contend with the black winds, but with a populace armed down to the last woman and child. We shall deal the Americans such a blow for setting foot upon our islands that the few who survive will scurry back to their side of the Pacific, never to darken our shores again." Shimazu could not resist smiling behind his mask. "I do not think a single American foot will ever get close enough to make those bamboo spears necessary." In response to Hiroki's puzzled expression, Shimazu reached behind him and brought forward a small, carved teak box. He lifted the lid to reveal a vial of clear fluid resting on a bed of deep blue velvet within. Hiroki's eyes widened. "Is all that ekisu?" "Yes," Shimazu said. 4 ounces of it." Hiroki was on his feet. 4 ounces? We've only been able to distill a few drops at a time until now." "The process has been perfected while you were in Tokyo. More is being distilled at this very moment." "Then we've done it. We can now begin a true offensive with the black winds." Shimazu nodded. They knew the ekisu worked. They recently had tested their few meager drops on Okinawa. On each occasion, a child, one of the surgical failures, had been sedated, submarined to the island, given a few drops of the fluid, then left on shore. Each had succeeded in becoming a black wind shoten. "We'll need more children," Hiroki said. "Perhaps not." Shimazu closed the cover over the vial of ekisu and put the box aside. It was too precious to risk spilling. "I think we can use the little mongrels we keep upstairs most effectively against the U.S. fleets at anchor in the harbors they've taken from us. Consider. A woman rows a boat near a nest of American warships in, say, Manila Bay. Just a mother and her child in a tiny open boat. Certainly nothing for a mighty cruiser or aircraft carrier to fear. She stops rowing and gives a dram of clear fluid to the child. Moments later, a kuroikaze strikes with full force, and when it has finally passed, Manila Bay is still full of perfectly undamaged craft, just as before the storm. However, they now are death ships, manned by corpses." Hiroki's eyes glowed. "Yes, think of the terror. They will be afraid to board their own ships." "But that is only the beginning," Shimazu said, exhilaration rising in him like a tide. "We will take this war to their own soil. All we need is one dedicated man to go to America with a supply of the ekisu. Their cities will suffer like ours. What a perfect use for the kuroikaze! All their factories, all their planes, all their ships and bombs and cannon will be useless against black winds within their own borders." Shimazu said, "And the message will be clear. Leave Asia. Leave the Pacific. Return to your families now, or you won't have any." "Then the seers were right. We can win this war. We will win it." "You doubted?" Shimazu said. Hiroki lowered his eyes. "With all the difficulties we've had, Sensei, how could I not?" Shimazu privately admitted that he, too, had had his moments of doubt. "But now you see how it all follows the vision. We have suffered through our darkest moments, and now we have the means of final victory in our hands." Hiroki sighed. "As long as the defeatists in the government do not surrender first." Shimazu smiled. "Have no fear of that. I have seen a copy of the enemy's terms." He had been terribly concerned on his first reading of the Potsdam Proclamation because it called for the unconditional surrender of the Japanese armed forces without mentioning the civilian government. The implied dichotomy was a very obvious inducement to the Diet to cave in. However, upon rereading, he noted to his great relief that the proclamation made no provision for the preservation of the imperial line. Without such a guarantee, Not even the most craven of the defeatists would consider placing his name upon such a blasphemy. "It is unacceptable to anyone Japanese," he told Hiroki. "What of this atomic bomb the Americans are supposed to be developing?" "A myth," Shimazu said. "A rumor they themselves have planted in a desperate attempt to save themselves from the task of storming our shores. I have learned through our contact in naval intelligence that my brother is expected back from America soon," Hiroki said. "I wonder if he has learned anything about this bomb." Shimazu stiffened. Matsuo returning? This was not good news. It could further complicate an already complex situation. The younger Okumo was more resourceful than Shimazu had suspected. He could not be allowed to live any longer. The way was clear. Matsuo was the Okumo who must die, and the sooner the better. "It will not matter," he told Hiroki. "I thought you said he would be isolated in America until after the war." "I thought I had arranged for that to be the case. How is he returning?" "That remains elusive. Either naval intelligence is not completely sure at this time, or they are restricting the information to a few select people." "The route is not important. When he returns, send him to me." "What if he brings proof of this American superweapon?" "There can be no proof because there is no weapon. The Americans are still many years away from perfecting such a thing. It was a fool's errand, but it worked well to our advantage. No matter what your brother says, the terms of the Potsdam Proclamation are unacceptable. His voice will go unheeded." Shimazu hoped that would be the case, but one could never be sure about these things. "But I am concerned how my brother will react when he learns about the child and my role in his abduction. He is so unpredictable. I fear he will be uncontainable." "Have no fear. Send him to me." Shimazu could not allow one man to interfere with the Empire's destiny, especially not now when they were so close to success. "What if he will not come?" "You have squads of Kempeitai at your disposal in Tokyo, do you not? Surely they can manage to bring one man to Hiroshima. Once he is here among us, I am sure I can reduce his power as a threat to our plans. Send him to me. I will see to it that he is contained. Forever." Tokyo. The rubber raft grated against the sand as Matsuo grounded it on the southwest shore of Tokyo Bay. He leaped out, punctured its rubber flank, then kicked the deflating raft back into the gentle current and watched it drift away into the dark. He was wearing only a white shirt and khaki pants, but already he was sweating. Summer had settled upon Japan with a vengeance. "Is it this easy?" he thought, as he walked along the deserted sandy shore toward the ruins of Yokohama, once the busiest seaport in Japan. The American submarine had breezed past the darkened Yokosuka lighthouse and into the bay, surfaced long enough to put him off, then submerged again. Was the Japanese Navy now so oil-impoverished that it could no longer mount even rudimentary shore patrols? Luckily, the enemy belonged to a different race. Otherwise, Tokyo would be crawling with American spies. He thought of Meiko's last words before he had left her. They had been allowed one brief embrace on Tinian. As he held her close, she had whispered a Hiroshima address in his ear, then said, "Naka is there." There had been no time for clarification before they were pulled apart. Somehow he had to get to Hiroshima and find out what she meant. The urgency in her voice left no doubt of how important it was to her. But first he had to stop this war. Father would know how. He picked up his pace toward Yokohama. It would be dawn soon. He had no time to waste. Matsuo is home! That was the news that greeted Hiroki at the front door. He fought the urge to turn and flee through the streets of Akasaka. Instead, he forced himself to cross the threshold and go to where his father and brother were having tea in the room overlooking the garden. Matsuo rose and bowed correctly, as a younger brother should. Hiroki knew this was for father's sake. Matsuo's face was deeply troubled. His eyes held a haunted look. Something was wrong, but what? Hiroki searched those eyes for hatred, for anger. He saw neither. Could it be that he had not yet spoken to Meiko? Yes, that had to be the answer. Meiko had vanished since their confrontation at the Hiroshima site. Matsuo had not seen her since his return. He didn't know of Hiroki's part in the child's abduction. Relief flooded through him. "My son," father said as Hiroki joined them. His lined face was drawn and his eyes were feverish. "The Americans have an atomic bomb. Matsuo has seen it." Hiroki froze as Matsuo looked at him. "It's true, Hiroki. I saw the test. We must never allow one of those bombs to fall on Japan." Hiroki steeled himself. This couldn't be true. "They bomb us every day. This will merely be a bigger bomb. You don't understand. The bombs they drop on us now are like firecrackers compared to the atomic bomb." Hiroki suddenly realized that Matsuo was afraid. He had never seen his brother show fear of anything. By the hidden face, what had he seen? "So what should we do?" Hiroki said with a display of contempt. "Roll over like whipped curs and surrender ourselves to their every whim? Would you prefer to sit here like ants on a hill and allow them to kick at us until our islands are reduced to lifeless rock and our race and our culture are obliterated from the face of the earth? I hardly believe that to be possible." Hiroki was not sure how to react. He did not want to appear too openly scornful. Matsuo was most convincing in his tale of an American atomic bomb, and that made him dangerous. If he ever got the Diet's ear, the defeatists there could end the war before the Order had a chance to bring the full fury of the Kuroikaze against the Americans. "Hiroki." Matsuo seemed to be at a loss for words. He ranged about the room, his slippered feet scuffing on the tatami. "How can I convince you? You've seen what months of bombing raids have done to Tokyo. Imagine all this destruction and more occurring within seconds from a single bomb." Hiroki swallowed. Was that possible? No, he could not believe it. They had somehow tricked Matsuo, but he wouldn't say that. Better to smile ruefully and try to gain his brother's confidence. That might allow him some say in Matsuo's course of action. "Seems to me there is little left to destroy here. What more can they do?" "You don't understand. They have been saving cities for these bombs." "Saving?" "Yes. We all know that certain cities on Honshu have been left untouched by the bombing raids. We've been attributing that to luck or oversight. It's neither. The Americans have been preserving entire cities so they could wipe them out with a single bomb. And do you know the target for the first bomb?" Hiroki's mouth went dry. "Hiroshima?" Father said, "Where?" "Kyoto." Father shot to his feet. "No, it cannot be allowed." "That's why I came here, Father," Matsuo said. "You must arrange an audience for me with the Prime Minister and the Cabinet. We've got to convince them." Father shook his head. "That, I fear, will be a waste of time. Too much opposition from the military, and even from the cabinet members already tired of the war. They're afraid to press for peace. They're well aware of the atrocities our troops have perpetrated. Unconditional surrender for them is tantamount to placing themselves in the docket of a war crimes tribunal. They would see Japan reduced to rubble before surrendering." Hiroki wanted to cry out in anger. Father sounded like a defeatist, but held his tongue. "There's been enough destruction," Father went on. "I was in favor of this war. All three of us were. But it has gone all wrong. It is time to stop it." "But if the Prime Minister can't help," Hiroki said, "who can?" He had to know their plans. "We'll go straight to the Emperor." Hiroki's mind reeled. The Emperor. He had never thought of that. A direct appeal from Matsuo describing the devastation of Kyoto and the lives that would be lost would undoubtedly sway the Emperor. His Majesty had been carefully shielded from many of the unpleasant truths of the war. If Matsuo was allowed an audience, the Emperor might very well order a surrender. In fact, Hiroki was certain he would. All that was needed was a single word from the Emperor, and the war would stop immediately. "Hiroki," Father was saying, "surely with your influence you can arrange an audience." "Yes," he said quickly. His mind raced. This might be his chance to stop them. "Leave it to me. I'm certain I can. That is the only way. Only the Emperor can end hostilities in time." He headed for the telephone in Father's study at the far end of the house. "I will call immediately." Wednesday, August 1st. Matsuo saw his brother staring at him as he walked out to the car. He checked over his navy dress uniform. "Is something wrong?" "Do you think an audience with His Majesty is a proper time for the wearing of ceremonial weapons?" Matsuo placed his hands over the handles of the katana and wakizashi thrust through his belt. He found the question odd. He had always worn Nagata's daisho with his dress uniform. As far as he was concerned, the swords were an integral part of it. He wondered why Hiroki was asking. "These swords have served the Emperor throughout their lives. They deserve to be with me now." He looked around. "Father isn't coming?" Hiroki shook his head. He seemed edgy. "This is an audience for one. I will accompany you as far as what is left of the Imperial Household Ministry. After that, you are on your own. The Emperor will see you in the Obunko." Matsuo nodded. Most of the buildings in the palace grounds had been destroyed by fire in late May, when airborne firebrands from another of the endless incendiary raids had wafted over the high stone walls. The Emperor had been safe in his air raid shelter, but when he had addressed his subjects on radio the following day, he had seemed almost pleased to be sharing the hardships of other Tokyo residents. Matsuo was sure the Emperor would want as much as he to prevent an atomic bomb from falling on Japan. But would he believe him? Would he call for surrender? Matsuo spent the 3.5 miles to the palace trying to quell the rising tension within him. It had taken Hiroki 2 days to arrange, but finally he had been granted a private audience with the Emperor. The prospect was almost terrifying. Yet he could not let his awe of His Majesty overcome him. He had to be persuasive, more persuasive than he had ever been in his life. He had to convince the Emperor to announce an end to the war before dawn tomorrow. That was when his time ran out and the American sub would surface for him outside Hiroshima Harbor. He had to be there to meet it. If not, Kyoto would be reduced to a slag heap and Meiko would die. If his audience with the Emperor was successful, the deadline would become meaningless. The war would be over. "It's all on me," he thought. The realization made him almost physically ill. He turned his mind to other things. He thought of Naka. He had been shocked to learn of the kidnapping. Meiko had said nothing of that, only the address in Hiroshima and that Naka was there. The torment she must have been through, and alone. But if she knew where he was, why hadn't she told anyone? Matsuo realized Much was running beneath the surface here that he didn't understand, so he had said nothing. He allowed father to continue to think that the child was missing. What did Hiroki think? "Where were you when Naka was abducted?" Hiroki looked at him with bland puzzlement. "Naka? Oh, you mean Meiko's son. I was at the temple that night. Can you imagine the audacity of those bandits, breaking into the Count's house that way?" "There was never a ransom note?" "No, but someday they shall be found, and then—" "Someday very soon," Matsuo said. "When the war is over, I shall devote myself to tracking them down, and then they shall pay." He placed a hand on the grip of his katana. "Dearly." Hiroki looked away. "I shall help you." Suddenly the car slowed to a stop. The gray stone expanse of the Imperial Palace wall was in sight, but armed men were blocking the road just ahead. "Who are they?" Matsuo asked the driver. Hiroki replied, "They appear to be Kempeitai. I understand that they have been conducting random inspections of vehicles nearing the palace." "On whose authority?" To Matsuo's mind, the army's secret police were little more than hoodlums. "They fear an assassination attempt on His Majesty." "They surely are not going to stop you and me." "It might be best to cooperate," Hiroki said. "They are very concerned for the Emperor." Matsuo looked at his brother more closely. He was drenched in perspiration. This was the moment Hiroki had dreaded. He had to get Matsuo out of the car so that the Kempeitai members could arrest him and hold him for questioning. In reality, Matsuo would be bound, placed in another car, and taken to Hiroshima, where he would be handed over to Shimazu for safekeeping. But there was no telling what Matsuo would do. He was so full of anger. Hiroki could sense it coiled within him, ready to lash out at the slightest provocation. He was like a live grenade with the pin pulled. The slightest jostle would spring the safety lever and he would explode. The leader of the Kempeitai group leaned down to the driver's window. "What is your destination, please?" "The Imperial Palace." He looked back at Hiroki and Matsuo. "Everyone will please step out for inspection." "I am an officer in the Imperial Navy, and I have an audience with the Emperor," Matsuo said. He tapped the driver on the shoulder. "Drive on." The Kempeitai leader drew his pistol, an old Taisho 04, and pointed it at the driver. "Everyone out, please." Hiroki could see that Matsuo was fuming. He tried to calm him. "Resistance will only cause us further delay. Just allow them to go through the motions of searching the car for a bomb. After all, they are doing this to safeguard the Emperor." Matsuo gave him a strange look, but complied. Hiroki followed him out on the same side. The leader of the Kempeitai kept his pistol leveled at them both. He took one look at Matsuo, then turned to Hiroki and bowed. "Okumo-san, I thought you said he would be unarmed." Hiroki wanted to shrink inside his clothes and hide from the look of astonishment and anger on his brother's face. "This is prearranged, my brother?" "The war must go on, Matsuo. You must understand. I can't allow you to bring about surrender. We will win. We finally have the means to drive the Americans back to their own shores with the Kuroikaze. We will win." "Then they'll bomb us from there, Hiroki. Don't you see? They can use their atomic bombs to return Japan to its original molten lava without risking more than a few American lives. It's over, Hiroki." "I can see why Okumo-san wished to keep you from the Emperor," the Kempeitai leader said. "Go with them, Matsuo," Hiroki said softly. "No harm will come to you." Matsuo looked around at the 5 Kempeitai who surrounded him. His shoulders slumped in resignation. "I guess I have no choice." Yes, said the Kempeitai leader. "Come, quietly." He stepped toward Matsuo and reached for the swords in his uniform belt. Suddenly, Matsuo was moving. His katana was unsheathed, its blade flashing in the morning sun. It rose and fell in an arc, and suddenly there was blood spurting from the Kempeitai leader's throat. Before the others could respond, someone else was screaming and holding a spurting arm stump. A Kempetai managed to level his rifle and get off a shot, but Matsuo was no longer there when the bullet arrived. It struck another Kempetai instead. The rifleman's head suddenly leapt from his body in a geyser of red. And then it was over. It hardly seemed to have begun, and yet now 4 Kempetai lay on the ground, and the 5th was running as fast as he could toward the remnants of downtown Tokyo. Matsuo stood among the dead, dying and wounded, like the avenging ghost of a samurai from some forgotten era. Hiroki saw murder in his eyes as he stepped forward with his bloody sword leveled. "Matsuo?" Hiroki felt the door handle digging into his spine as he pressed himself back against the side of the car. Matsuo wouldn't kill him, would he? Not his own brother. "Where was I to be taken, Hiroki?" "To Hiroshima. To the Kakureta Kao Temple. Matsuo, you must There's no temple in Hiroshima." "Yes, there is. We moved there while you were gone. Are there many like you in the Kakureta Kao?" Hiroki straightened. "If you mean ready to fight on until the final victory, yes. We will fight to the last man. And the heads of the army and navy are with us. And the Ministry of War. You will not get to the Emperor. Your cause is hopeless." "We'll see about that." Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. "Where in Hiroshima is the new temple?" Hiroki shook his head, saying nothing. Matsuo stepped within a foot of him, began to lift his katana. "Matsuo!" Matsuo pulled on a loose fold of Hiroki's kimono and ran his katana blade along it with the cutting edge up. Hiroki felt his face redden at this deliberate humiliation. The driver turned his back so as not to see. When Matsuo finally dropped the fabric, his blade was clean. Hiroki's kimono was smeared with blood. Hiroki said, "I will kill you for this." Matsuo sheathed his sword. "We will settle this after the war. As for now, I am going to see the Emperor." "The Emperor?" Hiroki laughed. "You have no appointment for an audience." "Then I shall get one now." "Do you really believe that will be allowed? Are you such a fool as to think we let anyone other than a select few have His Majesty's ear?" Hiroki pointed to the walls of the palace. "We control all access to the Emperor. Your cause is lost." As he laughed again, he saw his brother's face harden. "There has to be a way." He shoved Hiroki and the driver away from the car and threw himself behind the wheel. Without another word, he sped off toward the palace. Hiroki shook his head as he watched him go. He knew Matsuo had not a chance in the world of reaching the Emperor. His little display had not gone unnoticed by the Imperial Guards. They surely had heard the shot, and they undoubtedly had seen Matsuo kill or maim 4 men. Did his brother really think the guard would even let him onto the palace grounds, let alone speak to the Emperor? But just to be sure, Hiroki would contact the Minister of Information and see to it that Matsuo was smeared in all the Tokyo newspapers. He would be labeled a murderer, a traitor, a madman. No one in all Japan would even listen to him, let alone allow him within sight of the Emperor. Matsuo raced toward the main gate to the palace grounds. As he pulled up to the bridge that led across the moat, he saw the Imperial Guard forming a cordon across the ramp, their rifles all pointed his way. He slowed to a stop and stepped out of the car. "I must see the Emperor." "The Emperor is seeing no one today," said the captain of the guard. "It's important," Matsuo said. "A matter of life and death for all Japan. You must let me see him." "You must go through the proper channels." "Please!" "Leave now, or we will arrest you," said the captain. Matsuo was suddenly furious. There didn't seem to be anything he could do. Hiroki and his ruling clique had locked the Emperor away from the entire world. He heard only what they wanted him to hear, saw only what they wanted him to see. Matsuo pounded a fist on the car top, denting it. He had to get in there. Without thinking, he slipped back behind the wheel, threw the car into first gear, and gunned it toward the Imperial Guard. If he could just get past them, just get onto the palace grounds, he could find a place to take shelter and hold them off until the Emperor heard of his plea for an audience. He wouldn't care if he was executed immediately afterward, as long as he could have the Emperor's ear for 3 minutes. The Imperial Guard opened fire immediately. Windshield glass shattered around him, cutting his face and hands. He kept his head low and shifted into second as he rammed past them. Suddenly, another 24 of the guard appeared at the far end of the moat. They too opened fire, riddling the car with bullets. Too many. He would never make it across the moat alive. Matsuo slewed the car around in a screeching turn. The right fender caught the stone guardrail as he came around. It ripped off with a tortured shriek, and then he was jamming the accelerator to the floor and tearing away from the palace. A few shots sang past the car as he fled down the road, past Hibiya Park and the ruined Imperial Hotel. He was bleeding from numerous facial cuts, and one of the bullets had creased his shoulder. He could not stay in Tokyo. The only place he could go now was Hiroshima. Tinian. Meiko watched Frank across the table from her. He was smoking in silence, leaning back in the chair with his feet up on the table, blowing smoke rings. Since Matsuo had left, he had brought her here twice a day to be interrogated. He had asked her a few questions the first day, but none since. She had explained how Matsuo had shown up on Oahu the week before the attack, how she had truly thought him dead until that moment. She didn't know if Frank believed her or not. He talked a lot. Often he talked about the war, how it had affected Americans, and asked her how it had affected Japan and how the Japanese people felt about it. He talked on and on about Pearl Harbor, almost as if he were talking to himself about how ill-prepared the Pacific Fleet was. Sitting ducks, he used the phrase over and over. Meiko was beginning to get the feeling he blamed his own country as much as Japan for the attack. She didn't understand that. When he wasn't talking about the war, he would just sit there on the other side of the table and smoke. And in the silence, Meiko's thoughts invariably turned to Naka. Was he all right? Had those masked monsters hurt him? Thinking of Naka with Frank present brought her to the inevitable. Meiko sensed that, despite her unforgivable betrayal, Frank still harbored some feeling for her. It was deeply buried, and she had no desire to resurrect it, but there was something he had a right to know. "I have a son," she told him. "That's nice." "He will be 3 years old next week." "Good. I'm glad for him." He took a deep puff from his cigarette. Meiko waited for the progression of smoke rings, but none came. He suddenly lowered his feet to the floor and began to cough. "Next week?" Meiko nodded, smiling. "You bitch!" he said, his face livid. "You mean you were doing double duty in the rack between me and Matsuo? Why, you—" "He has a birthmark," Meiko said quickly before he could go too far. Frank stopped. "Birthmark?" Meiko nodded. She drew her fingers from above her left eye up to her hairline. "It's red." Frank's face went slack. His trembling fingers leapt to his own birthmark. Like this?" "Almost exactly." As Frank stared at her, tears began to form in his eyes. "Oh, God, Meiko. Tell me you're lying. For once in your life, admit you're lying." Meiko felt her own eyes brim over. She realized now that she loved 2 men and had hurt one of them terribly. This one. "I've never lied to you, Frank. Never." Like a man in a trance, Frank straightened from his seat and stumbled around the table. He held his arms out to her. She hesitated a moment, then rose to embrace him. A son! My God, I was a father! I had a son! And I was holding Meiko in my arms again. It was almost like we'd never been apart. I didn't know whether or not to tell you, she said. I didn't know if it would bring you joy or more pain. She leaned back and looked at me. I've caused you enough pain. I let her go. That you have. But this... His name is Nakanaori. I knew the word. Reconciliation. Nakanaori. It didn't make up for everything, but it did go a long way toward healing wounds I'd thought would fester forever. A son. We call him Naka. We? A sudden thought chilled me. What did Matsuo say? How did he hated all of us at first. You, me, Naka, and refused to give the baby his name. A burst of vindictive laughter welled up in me. Matsuo thought he had won it all, but Meiko gave birth to my son. But by the time Naka was 1, Meiko was saying, he came to love him like a son and has raised him as his own. Naka calls him father. He has been very good to your son, Frank. The laughter withered away inside. Would I have done that for his son? Could I have done that? Naka and I would have died in the March firebombing of Tokyo if not for Matsuo. I shuddered. LeMay's bombers had almost killed my boy. But where is he now? In Hiroshima. Matsuo is stopping in to see him before he returns. She struck me as oddly hesitant and vague. Then she brightened. Perhaps he'll bring Naka back with him. Oh, I don't know about that. Meeting a sub at night is risky. I'd hate to think of him taking a chance like that. But if he did, oh God, if he did, to think, my own son. 3 years old, and I'd be meeting him for the first time. It made my knees go soft. I hadn't been particularly anxious for Matsuo's return. Now I couldn't wait. Then she told me how the child had got to Hiroshima, and why, and the joy in me damn near died. Thursday, August 2nd, Hiroshima. Matsuo had watched the building in the Kannonmachi section throughout the late afternoon and into the evening. It was now after midnight, and he hesitated on his next move. Was this the right address? Could Naka really be here in this old factory? He had seen a few men come and go. They had not looked like factory workers, yet he'd noticed nothing remarkable about them either. A delivery of vegetables, but little other activity. Near sunset, he had seen 2 little boys looking out at the city from a second-story window. His field glasses showed that neither was Naka, but now at least he knew there were children inside. He had to go in there. If Naka was being held prisoner, he had to find him and bring him back to Tinian. Everything else was set. He had used his officer's uniform and naval intelligence standing to requisition a launch from the garrison at Hiroshima Castle. If there was a search out for him, word apparently had not yet reached Hiroshima. He got the launch. Then he had set about finding his way by water to the building in question. It didn't take long. Hiroshima was a collection of 5 finger-like islands divided by the estuarial branches of the Ota River. Nothing in the city was very far from the water. He saw a lot of Hiroshima along the way. He liked it. Its black tile roofs and profusion of gardens gave it a provincial look. Although unscarred by the incendiary raids that had leveled so many other cities, was this another of the cities the Americans were saving for their atomic bombs? It was haggard and careworn from the war. But people still bustled along with an air of industry and purpose. And all about the women and older children took time out from school and their daily work to drill with bamboo spears against the day when the Americans charged ashore. He turned his mind from the absurdity of it. Eventually, he was able to tie up the launch within a quarter mile of the old factory. All he had to do now was find Naka. By the time his watch had edged on to 1 a.m., he knew what he would do. He had been watching the windows. Even at this hour, it was hot and unbearably humid out here on the street. It had to be worse inside. All the windows on the second floor were open. They were of no use to him, but on the ground floor, a few remained open. With a flashlight from the launch in his back pocket, Matsuo crept toward the building and hoisted himself atop a stack of wooden crates along the west wall. A quick glance through the window showed a dimly lit interior. A cluttered expanse of concrete floor lay directly below him. He slipped through, lowered himself to the floor, found a dark corner, and waited. Shimazu was suddenly wide awake. Someone is here. An outsider. He rose from his futon and fitted his silk mask into the skin folds that secured it to his face. He then went to his chest, where he kept his case of dokuippen. He withdrew a glistening 2-inch sliver and held it carefully as he folded his hands inside the sleeves of his kimono. He walked through the dark toward the steps that led down to the first level. He would not raise the alarm that would bring everyone rushing from their futons. No, let them all stay asleep up here. He had a feeling about who this intruder was, and he wished to confront him. Matsuo heard footsteps. Had he made too much noise? No, these were slow and measured, like a sentry's. He saw the single figure walk by. The guard's features were indistinct. Matsuo squinted into the dim light and gasped. There were no features. The face was covered with a silk mask. Kakureta kao. The guard must have heard his sharp intake of breath, for he turned and approached Matsuo's hiding place. Who's there? Matsuo waited until he was under the open window, looking up at it, then sprang. He rammed both hands against the back of the guard's head, driving it against the stone wall. A dull thud, a sigh, and then the guard went limp. Matsuo lowered the limp form to the floor and stood over him. What was the Kakureta Kao doing hidden away here in an old Hiroshima tin factory? Suddenly, the pieces were beginning to fit. Naka's disappearance, Hiroki, the children disappearing in Tokyo. A picture was forming, but of what he could not say just yet. He began to scout the first floor. In a cubicle that once must have been the factory office, he found crates of written records, all varieties, from ancient scrolls and rolled manuscripts to ledger books. One of the ledgers was open on the desk. He played the flashlight over the pages as he flipped through it. It seemed to be medical in nature, describing surgical procedures. Then he came to a list of patient data and stopped. Names were followed by sex and age, all below 5 years. His pulse quickened. He looked ahead again and read the surgical descriptions more closely. Slowly, he went cold. He read on, skipping from page to page, turning them faster and faster. The latest anesthesia had been employed, and aseptic techniques had been rigidly followed to avoid post-operative infection, but each case described the same ghastly procedures. The systematic, step-by-step mutilation of a small child. Enlightening, is it not, Okumo-san? Matsuo nearly cried out at the sound of the voice behind him. He whirled and shone the flashlight into the speaker's face. Shimazu's unmistakable green eyes did not even blink. He was here. He had come on his own, sneaking in like a thief. How wonderful. After hearing Hiroki's report of the debacle in Tokyo, he had despaired of ever getting close enough to Matsuo Okumo. Yet here he was. Truly, the all-knowing face was smiling tonight. Shimazu could have tried to poke the little dokuippen into the skin of the younger Okumo's neck as he stood leaning over the desk, but had decided against it. Matsuo might have sensed his presence at the last instant and put up a struggle, and in that struggle the poisoned sliver might have punctured the wrong skin. Besides, he wished to savor the moment. He had held off killing Matsuo for nearly 20 years. Better to let the man become used to his presence, let him assume he was in no immediate danger, and then use the dokuippen in an unguarded moment. The younger Okumo recovered quickly from his shock. He picked up a ledger from the desk. "What are these atrocities?" "Surely you've heard of the Kuroikaze, Okumo-san. And surely you've approved of their use against the Americans. True, they haven't been as effective as we might have wished, but they have caused considerable damage and much consternation among the enemy, and will prove even more valuable in the near future. But there's a price to pay for such a weapon, and you've just seen it." "Children?" Matsuo said, his face twisted in revulsion. "You mutilate children for the Black Winds?" Shimazu kept his tone as matter-of-fact as possible. He enjoyed shocking this young pup. "I knew your sentimental reaction would be typical of what we might expect from the rest of the populace, so the nature of the Black Wind Shoten was hidden from them. Really, what has age to do with it? Since when is someone too young to sacrifice for the Emperor?" "Where is Naka?" "Who, may I ask, is Naka?" Shimazu said, knowing perfectly well who he meant. "My son." "Really? I was given to believe you had no son." He raised a finger as if inspiration had struck. "Unless you mean that miserable little Zashu you kept around your house. Yes, he's here. Hiroki obtained him for us." "My own brother?" "And why not? Mongrels make the best shoten, and this child carries none of Hiroki's blood, nor any of yours." "Has he been mutilated like these?" he said, holding up the ledger with his left hand while his right crept toward the grip of the katana in his belt. Shimazu saw the murderous expression on the younger Okumo's face and realized with a start that he was looking his own death in the eye, that he might have only a few heartbeats left if he did not give the right answer quickly. "No, no, that is no longer necessary." "Take me to him." "Of course. He is upstairs." He turned his back on Matsuo and led him out of the old office. As they crossed the factory floor, an idea occurred to him while passing the door to the shoten room. "Would you like to see the shoten?" "The children?" Matsuo said. He shuddered visibly and shook his head. "No, I don't think so." "Oh, but you must." As he pushed open the door into the darkened room, Shimazu heard the whisper of steel behind him. He turned to see Matsuo standing ready with his katana. "This had better not be a trick." "No trick, I assure you," Shimazu said, fascinated by the odd pattern of light shimmering off the blade. "They have given everything but their lives for the Emperor. They deserve at least passing honor." He switched on the newly installed light and watched Matsuo cautiously approach the door. Shimazu stayed close beside him. He knew how the younger Okumo would react. For a moment or two he would be mesmerized with horror. That was when Shimazu would strike. The end will be quick, Shimazu thought. Too quick for his gaijin-like arrogance. First, paralysis of all the voluntary muscles, followed by the involuntary muscles. He would fall to the floor like a puppet without strings, and while he was staring up at Shimazu, his lungs would cease to fill with air, and his heart would slow to a stop. The brother carrying the seeds of the Order's destruction would be dead at last. He tightened his grip on the dokui-pen hidden in the sleeve of his kimono and moved closer. Matsuo refused to let the monk get behind him. He might be armed, or he might try to lock him in this foul-smelling space. As his eyes adjusted to the light, he heard a breathy, rustling chorus of misery. Then he saw the children, sprawled all over the room like limp bags of sand. Eyeless sockets, fused nasal passages, open mouths. And from the corner of his eye, he caught a sudden flash of movement. Instinctively, he ducked away and swung with the katana. Shimazu cried out and clutched at his wrist as his right hand tumbled free through the air. Matsuo saw it sail out the door, trailing a crimson stream, a thin brown needle still clutched between its thumb and forefinger. Shimazu sank to his knees. Twin geysers of blood pumped into the air momentarily before he compressed the arteries with his left hand. "Guards!" he screamed. His voice had lost all its languorous and sinuous qualities. It was now harsh and ragged. "Guards! Kill him! Kill him!" Matsuo was tempted to slit his throat to shut him up, but knew it was too late. He hurried out to the middle of the floor. Naka. He had to find Naka. But as he looked around, he saw a dozen or more of the Kakureta Kao guards pour from their quarters with drawn katana and charge toward him. Quickly, he saw his choices. He could stand and fight and probably be killed, or he could run. If he ran, he might survive. But that meant leaving Naka here. He cringed at the thought, but saw no alternative. "I'll be back, Naka," he promised, as he turned and ran for the door. "I haven't deserted you. I'll be back." Then he was out into the night and running through the streets of the Kannomachi district toward the water. He jumped into the launch, started it, and roared south toward the inland sea. "I'll be back, Naka!" he shouted to the night, seeing that little round face before him. "By all that's holy and otherwise, I'll be back!" Tokyo. Hiroki was worried about father. He seemed so morose. He had barely spoken all day. Hiroki found him kneeling before the household shrine, clutching a picture of mother. "You mustn't blame yourself, father. Matsuo has become slightly mad." Father looked at him with heavy, world-weary eyes. "Your brother is not mad. He is the sanest of us all." "But you've heard the reports. You've seen the papers. He killed 4 men, then tried to attack the emperor, tried to break through a cordon of the Imperial Guard. He has betrayed us. He has betrayed all Japan." Father shook his head. "No, Hiroki. You betrayed Matsuo. And it is you and yours who have betrayed Japan. I am a part of it too. I am directly involved. Because of you, I now have one son I cannot see because he is a fugitive, and another I cannot believe because he is a liar. Please leave me, Hiroki. I wish to be alone." Crushed, Hiroki bowed and complied with his father's wishes. He dragged himself to his office on Sanno Hill, but father's words and anguished expression haunted him there, weighing upon him like a mountain. He could not think, could not concentrate. If only father understood. Maybe that was the key. Sit down with father and explain to him the seer's visions, the ekisu for the Kuroikaze, the plans Shimazu and he had for spreading terror and death throughout the United States. Once he understood all this, he would see that Matsuo was wrong and Hiroki was right. Japan could not surrender. He hurried home to find the house silent and empty of servants. Alarmed, he ran upstairs to father's sleeping area and found him lying dead in a pool of blood, his wakizashi protruding from his ruined belly. He had committed seppuku, alone, without a second. Hiroki cried out his rage and anguish. This was Matsuo's fault. Friday, August 3rd. Tinian. I watched Matsuo's eyes as he stood before LeMay and Groves in his wrinkled navy uniform. If anything, they looked more haunted than before he'd left. He seemed to be suffering the tortures of the damned. I'd been heartbroken that he hadn't returned with my son. Meiko felt the same. Matsuo, I could tell, was heartbroken by the message he bore. No surrender. That was all there was to it. I looked at the two generals and was shocked to see the relief on their faces. Relief? I realized then that they'd had more than the obvious reason behind their reluctance to allow Matsuo to return to Japan. Not because they were afraid he might betray them on his peace mission. They'd been afraid he would succeed. They wanted to drop that bomb. Ending the war had something to do with it, but damn it, they wanted to see the actual effects of an atomic bomb on a real, live, full-sized city populated with hundreds of thousands of real, live people. Japanese people. Kyoto was going to be their test site, and its residents their lab rats. For the first time in my life, I fully understood the phrase, cold-blooded. "All right," LeMay said, yanking the cigar from his mouth. "We're sorry you failed, but now it's time to live up to your end of the bargain. Where's the projectile?" "You must agree to 2 conditions before I tell you." LeMay flew into a rage, pounding the desk, storming around the office in a tantrum. "No conditions! No conditions whatsoever!" It would have been comical had the man been someone other than U.S. Chief of Staff of Strategic Air Forces. "Let's hear him out, sir," I said. "You be quiet!" he shouted. "I don't want to hear another word out of you." He swung on Matsuo. "And you're looking for a firing squad." "There must be a pistol nearby," Matsuo said. "Do it now." "And your wife, too." "I'm sure she won't mind." Curtis, General Grove said, as if placating a spoiled child. "Let's hear the conditions. This may be much ado about nothing." He pointed to Matsuo. "Go ahead." "First condition," Matsuo said, "is that the target city be changed from Kyoto to Hiroshima." LeMay slammed his palm down on the desk. "No, absolutely not." I scrutinized Matsuo, trying to figure out what he was up to. There had to be a trick here. And then I saw his tortured eyes and knew, no trick. Matsuo had just made the most brutally wrenching decision of his life. He knew an atomic bomb was going to be dropped on Japan one way or another. He could do nothing to prevent that. If he held out until death on the location of the little boy projectile, it would be only a matter of days before a fat man was flown in. Either way, Japan lost. But for some reason I could not fathom, he was saving one city to condemn another. Why? "Now, wait a minute, Curtis," Groves said to LeMay. "Just wait a minute. Hiroshima has been an alternate target all along. That's no problem." To Matsuo he said, "But give me a good reason to make the change." "The black winds that have left so much destruction in their wakes." "Black winds?" LeMay said. "The wilts!" I cried. "He means the wilts!" They were both interested now. "What about these black winds?" Groves said. "The apparatus," he seemed to stumble over the word, "for causing them is in Hiroshima." "And why should you want to tell us that?" LeMay said. "I have my reasons." All right, LeMay said. "What's the second condition?" that I be allowed to return to Hiroshima and bring my son out before the bomb drops. Naka? I had just remembered that Meiko had told me that Naka was in Hiroshima. My son was in the city where Matsuo wanted the atomic bomb dropped. LeMay stared at him. Your son? How do we know you won't pull something tricky? You'll still have his wife here as hostage, I said. How do I know he won't send some suicide squad here to blow everything up, or try one of those wilts? And don't tell me that his wife's life will make one goddamn bit of difference. I know better. Matsuo said, a suicide raid would only make sense if Little Boy were the only atomic bomb. Since it's not, the raid would accomplish nothing. How do we know you've even got a kid? He does, I said. A 3-year-old boy, in Hiroshima. LeMay glared at me. I glared back. And to make sure he doesn't pull something tricky, I'll go to Hiroshima with him. LeMay and Groves went outside for another whispered conference. This one was nowhere near as long as last week's. When they re-entered, LeMay said simply, Okay, it's a deal. Matsuo said, I have your word as American officers on both points? Groves nodded. You do. Yes, LeMay said impatiently. You have my word, too. Now, where's the goddamn projectile? Matsuo hesitated. He shut his eyes. His lips drew into a thin, tight, wavering line. For a moment, I thought he was going to cry. After what seemed to be an interminable pause, he pointed a trembling finger down at the floorboards of the office and spoke in a barely audible voice. Right under here. Saturday, August 4th, Hiroshima. Hiroki could not bring himself to look at the bandaged stump of Shimazu's truncated forearm. I will survive, Hiroki, his master said, his eyes heavily glazed from the medications he was taking. The loss of a hand is nothing. The words did not comfort Hiroki as he knelt abjectly before him. He felt miserable, physically and emotionally. It is entirely my fault. If only I had... If only is a fruitless pursuit. It leads nowhere, yields nothing. My father is dead because of Matsuo. Seppuku may be an act of strength or weakness. In your father's case, it was because he could not continue on the path he had been treading. He was afraid to see his journey through to its end. Hiroki experienced a flash of resentment. How dare anyone imply that father was a coward? But a moment's thought told him that Shimazu was right. Father had been afraid to go on. His seppuku had been an act of retreat. But if not for Matsuo, he would still be alive. And you would still have your hand. He pounded his fists on the floor. He is a madman. With his swords and his outmoded beliefs, he is like some old samurai. A true samurai would fight to the death, Shimazu said. So will Matsuo, Hiroki said, his rage a hot spike behind his eyes. Because the next time I see him, I will kill him. No, Shimazu cried. Hiroki was stunned by his master's intensity. What? You must not spill your brother's blood. Not even a drop. Never. Hiroki sensed more in this outburst than mere revulsion at fratricide. Shimazu's eyes had lost their dreamy glaze. He seemed terrified. You've said this before, Sensei, but after what Matsuo has done, I do not understand. It will mean the immediate destruction of the order. Hiroki wanted to laugh, but the intensity of Shimazu's gaze prevented him. You must explain this, Sensei. Shimazu took a deep breath. When you were brought into the temple and underwent the motsu, the seer said there would be 2 Okumo boys. Matsuo would not be born for years, Hiroki thought.
And that, should one spill the lifeblood of the other, the order would be no more.
But how can that be? Why would my killing Matsuo destroy the order? Shimazu shook his head.
I do not understand it myself, but the seers have never been wrong. They have been difficult to interpret at times, but this was very clear. Should one spill the lifeblood of the other, the order will be no more.
Hiroki turned the phrases over and over in his mind, but could find no other way to interpret it. I accept the seer's warning, Hiroki said finally. He saw his master visibly relax. Yet, Matsuo cannot be allowed to live after what he has done.
I agree.
The glaze began creeping back into Shimazu's eyes.
But I do not think we have to look for him. I am sure he will come to us. For that reason, I am directing you to find a nearby ryokan and stay there until we have dealt with your brother.
But sensei...
He will return for that miserable little zashu he values so much. I have tripled the guard at night and doubled it during the day. They have been instructed to kill on sight. If you are here, we run a terrible risk that you will become involved in the struggle. That might mean the end of us. I want you out of harm's way.
Hiroki bowed. If that is your wish, sensei.
It is. We will move the mongrels and all members of the inner circles to the upper floor. The scrolls and records will be stored there, too, for safety. The altered shoten will remain on the ground floor, as will the acolytes and all of the guards. We will be ready for your brother when he returns. He will not last long.
Hiroki bowed again. Something nightmarish about plotting the death of his own brother. He wondered if he had ever truly loved him as a brother. But that didn't matter now. Matsuo had gone mad, murderously so, and his wild stories about an American atomic bomb threatened the very future of the empire. It was tragic, but he had to be stopped. He had to die. Tinian. Abrams and I entered the office right behind General Groves, who threw himself into a chair and wormed a small white paper bag from his pocket. The worry lines that had grown in his face over the past few days were soothing out now. "Well?" LeMay said. He was the only other person in the room. He glanced at Abrams and me with thinly veiled annoyance. Our presence was tolerated, I think, because besides the scientists and the 2 Army officers who had arrived aboard the Indianapolis, we were the only 2 other people on the island, perhaps in the world, who knew that the U-235 projectile had been stolen. "It's all there," Groves sighed. He pulled a piece of chocolate out of the bag and popped it into his mouth. "The projectile is intact." "Good," LeMay smiled and rubbed his palms together. "Did the OK come through from Washington?" Groves nodded. "The President signed the order. We can drop an atomic bomb any time after today, weather permitting." "OK. I've had planes waiting to head for Kyoto to scout the weather." "Kyoto?" I said. "Sir, I thought the target was changed to Hiroshima." "Nah, I just told the Jap that to make him cough up the uranium." "You gave your word," I said. I felt Abrams nudging me in the ribs to shut up, but I wasn't going to shut up. "Your word, as an American officer." LeMay looked at me like I was some sort of bug that had just crawled out of the jungle, but I wasn't backing down. He said, "That was against my will. The Jap had us over a barrel. I'd have promised him anything." I looked at Groves. "You promised too, sir. Doesn't the word of an officer in the United States Army mean anything?" LeMay started toward me. "That'll be just about enough." "He's got a point, Curtis," Groves said. "For Christ's sake, Les! That was blackmail!" "Still, the word of a U.S. officer should stand for something, don't you think?" He smiled quickly. Besides, as I said, Hiroshima has been a prime alternate all along. It doesn't cost us anything to keep our word. It's just the principle that I object to. I opened my mouth to ask what was so unprincipled about keeping your word, but Abrams stopped me with a sharp, anticipatory nudge in the ribs. When can we leave for Hiroshima? I said instead. I didn't promise you anything, LeMay said. How come you're so interested in going with the Jap? You got some sort of deal working with him? I couldn't tell him that the son we were going to try and save was mine and not Matsuo's. I want to see him get his kid out, that's all. I don't trust you, Slater. He chewed on his cigar and stared at me. He knew I wanted to go, but he didn't know why. I had the feeling he would anchor me here in the Marianas out of pure spite. But I'll make a deal with you. You're so big on keeping your word and such, let's do this. You give me your word of honor as an officer that you never breathe a word of what's gone on here since last Thursday, and you can go. You have my word, I said, as long as I live. And you, Abrams? I want the same from you. Abrams hesitated. I'll have to explain this little trip from Saipan. That can be arranged. All right. Abrams was a career man. He would now be owed a favor in a very high place. You have my word. So, when do we leave for Hiroshima, sir? I asked again. Couldn't be too soon for me, LeMay growled. And get this straight. That bomb will be dropped on schedule, whether you and that Jap have made it out of there or not. I could tell by his expression that he'd shed no tears if we were caught in the blast. Yes, sir. When will that be, sir? Monday morning, if the weather's right. Now, why don't you two take a stroll? General Groves and I have something to discuss. We saluted and left the office. Abrams went to make arrangements for his trip back to Saipan. I stayed in the area of the general's office. The MPs had been pulled, and so I was on my own. I wandered around by the office window to see if I could hear what LeMay wanted to discuss without Abrams and me. I leaned against the outer wall and listened. Well, probably not, I heard LeMay say, but if it ever gets out, we'll look like grade A assholes. So, what should we do? Groves said, talking with his mouth full. I think Slater and Abrams will keep mum, but that Jap, he might try to make a name for himself after the war. Ask for his promise in exchange for letting him go? You'd trust the Jap's word? During the ensuing pause, I could almost see LeMay chewing on his cigar. Hey, what about this? What if we change the time of the Alamogordo test? I don't get you. Look, this Jap says he saw the test, drove a stolen plane back to San Francisco, got on board the Indianapolis, and stole the uranium. What time was the test? Oh, around 2:30 in the morning. It was scheduled for 2, but we had a little delay. Fine. We'll change the official record to show that it took place at 5:30 in the morning. You didn't have a little delay, you had a big delay. 3.5 hours worth of delay. I'm not following you, Curtis. Don't you see? If the test took place at 5:30, he couldn't have made it to Frisco in time to board the Indianapolis before she sailed. If he says he did, he'll look like a liar. I don't know. A lot of people saw that test. All military or security or government-employed scientists, right? You can get them to keep the lid on, national security and all that. If the official record says 5:30 a.m., that's what people will believe. And if you change your records to show that Hiroshima was the prime target all along, that's another mark against him. He'll look like a nutcase. I could hear the growing enthusiasm in Groves' voice. You know, this could work. This could really work. It will work. I guarantee it. We just fudge a few figures and no one will be the wiser. I walked away, smiling. They were going to all that trouble when all they had to do was ask Matsuo for his promise. That was the best security on earth. Meiko watched Matsuo as he sat and stared out the barred window of the interrogation room. Frank had arranged for them to be alone for a while. 2 MPs stood guard outside the door. He had been staring this way an hour. Her heart broke for him. It broke for Naka, too, still a prisoner of the hidden face. She knew Matsuo would have brought him back if at all possible. She just prayed that her child was all right, prayed that he did not know the danger he was in. She had her own pain, but knew Matsuo was suffering a far greater. "Did I do the right thing, Meiko?" he asked her for the 20th time. "You did the only thing you could do." "I could have died without giving them the uranium." "But if they have another bomb, what would that have accomplished?" He sighed wearily. "Nothing. At least this way, I can be sure that the heart of the Kakureta Kao will be destroyed. With them out of the way, perhaps all their puppets in the government and the military will allow a surrender. Perhaps the destruction of Hiroshima by an atomic bomb will prompt the emperor finally to take matters into his own hands and tell the soldiers to lay down their arms." "Then some good will come of this," she said, trying to bring a ray of light into the gloom that enveloped him. "If you died and they brought the second bomb in and dropped it on Kyoto, the Kakureta Kao would continue unscathed." "They're so sure of victory," Matsuo said, slamming his hand on the table. "It's idiotic. They would keep us in the war through a second and third and fourth atomic bomb, waiting for that final victory." "So you did the right thing. Either way, a city would die. You forced the Americans to choose the one with a cancer at its center." Matsuo nodded absently and stared out the window again. After a while, he said, "Why did you tell Frank about Naka?" Meiko tensed inside. "I felt he had a right to know." Matsuo nodded. "I suppose he did." "I'm sorry. I know I should have asked you first, but they wouldn't let us talk." He turned to her and smiled. "That's all right. I didn't want him along at first. I thought he might slow me up, hamper me, but I've changed my mind." "Won't it be dangerous?" "Yes, but with 2 of us going, we've a better chance of getting Naka out. I think it will work out for the best." He went back to staring out the window for a long time. His voice, when he finally spoke again, had a faraway quality. "Meiko, did you know that almost 1/3 of a million people are living in Hiroshima?" "I know." She tried not to think of all the children she had seen playing in the streets of the doomed city. "I know." Sunday, August 5th. We stood on the edge of the tarmac, Matsuo, Meiko, and I, watching as the plane that would take 2 of us to Iwo Jima warmed up its engines in the red light of a cloud-streaked sunset. A couple of MPs stood a dozen feet behind us. Matsuo cut an odd figure there, dressed in his Japanese Navy officer uniform. I was in civilian clothes. "You don't have to come," Matsuo said to me. "Yeah, I do." "You heard what your general said. If the weather's good, that bomb gets dropped at 8 tomorrow morning no matter what." I shrugged, trying to look brave. "I don't have much else going for me. Besides, that kid deserves a chance. I'd like to get a look at him." "Suit yourself." Matsuo pointed toward the fence 50 yards away. "Isn't that General LeMay?" I looked. The portly frame and chugging cigar were unmistakable. "Yep, that's him. I'd like to speak to him before I go." "I doubt very. Ask him for me, will you?" I knew it was useless, but I went anyway. To my surprise, LeMay agreed. "Sure, why not?" he laughed.
Just make sure he doesn't have those swords on him."
Matsuo's daisho had already been loaded on the plane, along with my sidearms. I had the MPs bring him over. He stood across the wire fence from LeMay and looked at us. "I would like to speak to the general alone, please." LeMay nodded hesitantly and waved the MPs and me off a few feet. I saw Matsuo lean toward LeMay and speak a few words. The general stiffened and straightened away from him. Matsuo backed up a step and bowed. I wouldn't have believed what happened next if I hadn't seen it myself. LeMay raised his right hand and touched his fingers to the visor of his cap. It was a half-hearted salute, but a salute nonetheless. Meiko waited for Matsuo to return to her after talking to the general. Frank and the MPs were a ways behind him. He took her in his arms and crushed her against him. His voice was a tight whisper in her ear. "Goodbye, Meiko," she heard him say. "I love you. I've always loved you, and never anyone else." He leaned back and looked at her, his eyes searching her face as if memorizing every pore. "I just wanted you to know that before I left." Her heart was suddenly thudding in her chest. You sound as if you're not coming back." "I may not. It will be dangerous." "But you must. Promise me you will." "If nothing else, I will get Naka back to you." "Naka is not enough." What was he trying to tell her? "I want you both." "If there is a way, we will both be back here Tuesday morning." "I can't choose between the two of you," she said, clinging to him. "I can't." "The choice is not yours." He kissed her. "I love you." He crushed her against him and kissed her again. His voice broke. "I love you so much." And then he was off and walking toward the plane that would carry him and Frank on the first leg of their journey to Hiroshima. Meiko stood between the two MPs and cried and waved until the plane was airborne and had disappeared into the north. Finally, they led her way to her makeshift cell near the central bomb dump. Monday, August 6th, Hiroshima. Our motorized inflatable planed out nicely on the smooth surface of the water. We seemed to have all of Hiroshima Bay to ourselves. We cruised in the dark past the airport and up a canal. Matsuo said it was a branch of the Ota River, but it looked like a canal to me. The boat was unmarked, even to the point of painting over the Evinrude on the little outboard motor. I stayed hunkered down under a tarp, watching ahead as we passed under countless bridges, some heavy-duty, some little more than footpaths, black ribbons against a starlit sky marred by only a few puffy clouds. "Perfect weather for a bombing," I said. Matsuo said nothing. I looked at my watch. 3:15. The Enola Gay would be overhead in less than 5 hours. The sub that had brought us was waiting on the bottom out in Hiroshima Bay. It would surface at 5 o'clock. If we missed the rendezvous, it had orders not to wait, and I didn't expect them to linger. The sun would be up by then, and I couldn't blame them for not wanting to risk getting depth-charged, especially not now at the tail end of the war. So we had less than 3 hours to get Naka free and out into the bay for the pickup. Plenty of time. At least I hoped so. If we were late, we'd have to do whatever we could to get out of range of the bomb. We only had so much gas, and I doubted we could row it. About 6 miles upstream, we stopped along a nondescript stretch of bulkhead and tied the boat to the nearest piling. It took us a few minutes to assemble our gear. As Matsuo shoved his swords through his belt, I strapped on a Service 45. "You can't take that," he said. "The hell I can't. I didn't have any swords and wouldn't have known how to use them anyway. Stealth is the way we must go. Shots will bring the police and awaken all the kakureta kao. If you think I'm going in there unarmed, you're nuts. From what he had told me about these hidden-face monks, I wasn't taking any chances. You have a bayonet. I know. I wasn't sure I could shoot another man. I knew I couldn't stab one. But I'm taking the gun, too. He sighed. Last resort, then. Promise? Okay. Life or death. We stowed the grappling iron and rope in the sack and were ready to go. Wait! Matsuo withdrew his wakizashi from its scabbard and began cutting at his uniform. What are you doing? Resigning from the Imperial Navy. As I watched, he methodically stripped his uniform of every insignia, every button, every ribbon, hurling each into the water as he cut it off. When he finished, he was left with a naked blue tunic. I am now Ronin, a masterless samurai. I didn't say so, but to my mind, Matsuo had always been masterless. He had never wanted to be, completely American, and I knew somehow that no matter how hard Matsuo had tried to be a good Japan man, the Emperor had never completely owned his soul. Now he was cutting himself free from everyone. I wasn't wearing a uniform I could deface, but I said, "So am I." He looked at me sharply, and I think he understood. After figuring out what I had about the Pearl Harbor attack, I was feeling sort of isolated and masterless myself. "Let's go," he said. He led me a few blocks, then stopped on a corner and pointed to a 2-story, flat-roofed building across the street. "Naka is in there." I stared at the old factory. My son was in there. Christ, my son. "Where?" Matsuo pointed. "Second floor, 3rd window from the right, I think." "You think?" "I saw little boys staring out the window there. It's all I have to go on." "How do we get in?" Matsuo led Frank across the street to a heavily shadowed corner at the rear of the tin factory. He removed the grappling hook from his sack. He had covered its steel shaft at each of its 3 tines with rubber hose and electrical tape to muffle its impact. He uncoiled the rope and began swinging the hook in small arcs. "What about the door?" Frank whispered in his ear. "Guards on the 1st floor." Even if no one was on the 1st floor, he would not want to bring Frank in there. He might see the children in the walled-off area. Matsuo could not bear the shame of having Frank witness what his countrymen, only a few, yes, but still Japanese, had done to those poor children. Frank pointed to the 3rd window. "But you said Naka's over there." "There might be a guard in the room with him. This window up here opens into an empty room." "I hope." Matsuo remembered from his surveillance of the building last week that the rear corner window above had remained dark all night. He hoped the kakureta kao had not found a use for it since then. "I'll climb up, find Naka, and send him down to you on the rope." Frank glanced up at the window. "You're going in alone?" "Somebody has to be out here when I lower Naka. He knows me. You might frighten him." Frank nodded. "Guess you're right. Let's do it." He began swinging the hook in a circle. When it had built up enough momentum, he let it fly. It sailed up over the edge of the roof and landed with a dull thud. Not much of a noise, but like a crash of thunder to Matsuo. He held his breath and waited, watching the windows and doors, waiting for someone to look out to see what had caused the noise. He allowed 2 minutes to pass. When no one came out to investigate, he began to pull gently on the rope, slowly dragging the grappling iron along the roof until he was sure it was firmly snagged on the coping. "Steady the rope for me," he told Frank, then began to climb. The rubber-soled canvas shoes he had got from the Americans were silent on the factory wall as he hauled himself up, hand over hand. He reached the 2nd-floor window and peered inside, dark and quiet. He eased himself through and waited. He sensed the walls of the small room, sensed its emptiness. He leaned out, signaled to Frank, and pulled the rope up through the window. Frank crouched and disappeared into the shadows. With no telltale rope hanging from roof to ground, chance of accidental discovery from the outside was small. Now to find Naka. He turned on his flashlight. The room was filled with books, papers, scrolls, much like the cubicle downstairs. In fact, some of these looked the same. Here was the ledger of surgical procedures he had seen last week. The flashlight beam fell on the front page of Yomiuri Shimbun, a Tokyo newspaper. The words, "Attack on the Imperial Palace," caught his eye. It told of the treacherous attempt by a naval officer named Matsuo Okumo to penetrate the defenses of the Imperial Palace and assassinate the Emperor. It said he had spent his early years in America and was quite possibly in league with the enemies of Japan. A nationwide search was underway to capture him. Matsuo smiled at his brother's inventiveness. He was about to toss the paper aside when he spotted a familiar face in the lower left corner of the page. Father. He read with growing horror how Baron Okumo had committed seppuku upon learning of the disgrace brought upon his name by his younger son. Matsuo dropped the paper and closed his eyes. Was there no end to this? He stilled the quaking in his chest. It seemed somehow obscene to weep for a single man, even if he was your father, when so many tens of thousands would die here in a few hours. Perhaps father was the lucky one. He would never know the terrible reality of the atomic bomb, never have to see Japan bow and surrender. He was beyond all that now. Matsuo would mourn him later. First, he had to get Naka out of here. Then he would look for his brother. He turned off his flashlight, opened the door, and peered out into the hall. A single bulb burned in the ceiling by the door to the stairs. Otherwise, all was dark and empty. No sign of sentries. They were probably all downstairs guarding the first-floor windows. The stairwell door gave him an idea, a way to buy himself some extra time later. He stepped out into the hall and crept toward it. Shimazu suddenly realized he was awake. He lay on the futon and wondered why. The stump of his arm was throbbing, but not terribly. The pain was less each day. He had even cut back on the analgesics. He still took the healing elixirs, though, and smeared on the ointments to prevent infection. But why was he awake? Was someone here? Had the younger Okumo returned? He could not tell. He tried to expand his senses, to reach out and search through the building for an interloper, but his reach was gone. The medications had dulled his senses. He pressed his ear to the floor. All was quiet below. The guards would have raised an alarm if Matsuo had broken in or even attempted to. Still, he rarely awoke before he wished without a reason. He had a feeling something of enormous importance was about to take place. He folded his legs under himself and sat on the futon, listening. Matsuo found the door he gauged to be opposite the third window. He stuffed the flashlight into his pocket and placed his hand on the grip of his katana. With a single motion, he opened the door, slipped inside, closed it behind him, and stood there in the dark, listening. Soft sounds. Children breathing in peaceful slumber. His left hand found the light switch, flipped it. As the low-wattage bulb flared to life, he tensed, ready to strike at whomever had been placed on guard here. But he saw only children. 8 of them dressed in short pants and shirts, rubbing their eyes and squinting in the light. He spotted Naka immediately and went to him. "Everyone be quiet," Matsuo whispered to the boys as he hugged Naka's little body against him. "I'm just going to take Naka away for a while. The rest of you go back to sleep." "Can't we come too?" one of them said. "These are my friends," Naka told him. He turned to the boys with obvious pride. This is my father." They all rose and bowed. Matsuo returned the bow. "I'm so very sorry, but I can only take Naka." Their faces fell. Naka looked up at him with his innocent eyes.
"Please? Nobody likes it here."
Matsuo stared at their little round faces and pleading eyes as they clustered in a circle about him. So young, 3 and 4 years old. He knew he could not leave them behind. But the risk. "We are sneaking out of here," he told them. "If you make a noise, they will catch you and bring you back. So you must be quiet. Is that understood?" The circle of faces nodded gravely. "Very good. Just do everything I tell you, and we'll all be out of here in a few minutes." He arranged them in a line, each with a hand on the shoulder of the one in front of him, then turned out the light and led them into the hall. Only 30 feet to the storeroom door. He prayed to any god who was awake, to the kami of this old factory, that no one would trip. It was the longest 30 feet of his life, but they made it without a mishap, and he sagged with relief when he was able to close the storeroom door. Then he gathered them all by the window. He knotted the rope around Naka's middle, looped the excess between his legs, and tied the end one last time at the small of his back. It wouldn't be a comfortable harness, but it was a short trip, and he couldn't fall out of it. He lifted Naka to the windowsill. He saw Frank come out of the shadows below. The child clung to him. "Don't be afraid. I'll let you down slow. It'll be fun. But tell that man down there that more children are coming. Can you say it?" Naka rolled his eyes, his "of course I can" look, and said, "More children coming." Matsuo started to lower him, letting the rope slide slowly over the sill. When it went slack, he looked out. Frank had him in his arms and was waving. Was this Naka? Was this my boy? I hefted him in my arms. "Are you my son?" I wanted to say. "More children coming," he told me in Japanese. "More? We were only supposed to get one." I set him down on his feet and began to untie the rope. Then I realized it would speed things up if I didn't. I slipped the boy out and left the harness intact. It was immediately sucked up along the wall and into the window above. I pulled out my flashlight and shone it in the little guy's face. Bangs covered his forehead. I pushed them back and looked. There it was, the Slater stain. This was my boy. Mine. Mine and Meiko's. He was unmistakably Japanese, but I swore I could see my mother somewhere in his face. The emotions tumbling through me at that moment were indescribable. Christ! I wanted to lift him up and hug him till he couldn't breathe, but another child was coming down the wall, and I had to catch him. How many were there? We were stretching our luck here, but I didn't care. The important one was out and down and standing beside me. "Here comes Akio," he told me. "Be careful." We'd only just met, and already this 3-year-old was giving me orders. I loved it. One after the other came down. As the rope went up for the 7th time, I asked my son, "How many more?" "Just Masakazu is left. Then my father will come." My father. I could tell by the pride and love Naka put into those 2 words that Matsuo had indeed been a father to my son. What he had done to me in Hawaii no longer mattered. I owed him. I looked up at the window. Where was that last child? Matsuo looked around the room. Had he miscounted? Where was the 8th? He thought he had sent only 7 down, but the room was empty. He glanced out the window. Frank stood below, looking up expectantly. Matsuo counted 7 little forms around him. He looked back at the door. It was open. Cursing silently, Matsuo stepped out into the hall. Finding it empty, he hurried down to the children's room. There was the 8th, the smallest of them all, curled up on his futon, sucking his thumb. He whimpered as Matsuo came in.
I don't want to go. I'm afraid.
What's your name? Matsuo said softly as he knelt beside him.
Masakazu.
Come with me, Masakazu, Matsuo said as he gently picked him up. The child was trembling. I'll take you down myself. But as he carried the child through the door, he began to cry. Shimazu leaped to his feet. A child? In the hall? He pulled open his door and stepped out just in time to see an adult figure carrying a child into the storeroom.
He's here!
He shouted.
Guards! He's up here!
Doors all up and down the hall and around the corner began to open. The confused babble of the monks filled the air. Shimazu called to them.
He's here! He's in the storeroom! He's taking the child! He's the one who must be killed!
Where were the guards? They should be up here by now. He heard muffled pounding from the end of the hall from the direction of the stairs. He hurried to the stairwell doors. He saw them moving slightly, almost bulging toward him, heard the shouts and grunts of the guards behind them. And then he saw the problem. An iron bar had been passed through the door handles and twisted into a tight loop, locking the doors shut. Shimazu pulled on the bar, trying to straighten it, but with only one hand to work with, it was useless. If only I had both hands! The other inner circle monks were handicapped worse than he. They would have to find a way to kill the younger Okumo without the guards. The last child was coming down, screaming bloody murder all the way. He was scared half to death, I knew, but that didn't make me want to shut him up any less. He was howling to wake the dead. I stood under him with my arms raised, ready to catch him as soon as I could. The sooner, the better. Good thing, too, because suddenly I heard Matsuo cry out in pain above. The rope lost all its tension, and the kid plummeted toward me. He screamed louder than ever, but I caught him and muffled him against my shirt. I looked up. The rest of the rope was trailing out the empty window. "Matsuo!" I called as loudly as I dared. "Matsuo!" The blaze of pain took Matsuo so completely by surprise that he released the rope and lurched around, clutching at his thigh. "Die!" said a voice from the floor. "You are the one! You bear the seeds! Die!" Matsuo looked down and saw a bald, legless monk inching closer and raising a bloody dagger for another stab. Matsuo backed away, but the monk came after him, and he was not alone. Like a foul tide oozing into the room, they came. Their masks were off. The light from the hall gleamed on their naked scalps. Mind-numbing hatred leered in the sickly white of their exposed faces. They came, some limbless, some eyeless, or noseless, or earless. They came, one with no limbs at all, worming his way toward Matsuo on his belly with a knife clutched in his bared teeth. My childhood dream. Only this is real. He slid along the wall, trying to escape the sight of their wizened, distorted forms, the scuffing shuffle along the floor as they neared. The one with a bloody knife slashed at him and missed. An eyeless monk inched forward with tiny steps, a knife in one hand, his free hand groping before him. Matsuo was in a corner now, with nowhere left to go. The old fear had come back, reaching out of his past, paralyzing him with revulsion. He was a child again, alone in the dark, alone against these monsters. "He is the one," they said, pushing each other on. "He is the one who bears the seeds. He is the one who dies." And then Matsuo's hand brushed against the grip of his katana, and he knew he wasn't alone. He was not a terrified child now. He was a man, a samurai, Ronin. The sword seemed to leap into his hand, its Masamune blade whispering out of its scabbard and striking straight down, splitting the nearest monk's head in two. He began hacking his way through the monks. This was not battle, this was methodical butchery. But then he thought of those mutilated children in the cubicle downstairs and put extra strength behind his strokes. Shimazu was lifting the lid on the chest in his room when he heard the sound of splintering wood. It came from out in the hall. He hurried out to look. The relentless battering of the door by the guards had finally borne fruit. One of the handles had ripped out of the wood. They were now pouring into the hallway.
"In there!"
He pointed to the storeroom.
"He's in there! Kill him!"
Matsuo had killed enough of the monks. As much as he loathed them, he took no satisfaction in butchering them. His own attacks on their already mutilated bodies only sickened him. When he had cleared enough room, he turned and leaped for the window. He could slide down to the ground before anyone was even sure he was gone. As he reached the rope, he heard the crash of the stairwell door and Shimazu's shouts. There was no time to escape. He called down to Frank in English, "We've got trouble. Take them to the boat. I'll hold them off." He couldn't see Frank's face in the dark, but he heard him. "You're not coming? I'll catch up later. Get going." He turned toward the clatter behind him. When he saw the doorway full of armed men, well-armed men, with all their limbs and senses, charging toward him, he knew he wasn't going to catch up with Frank and the children. He would have liked a chance to say goodbye to Naka, but as long as Frank got him back to Meiko, that was all that really mattered. Besides, this wasn't such a bad way to go. He could think of worse. He lifted his katana into the vertical ready position and leaped into the center of the room to meet the charge of the guards. I brought the children to a halt about a block from the tin factory. I had been herding them along when it struck me like a blow that I'd lived through this before, or something just like it. Matsuo alone back there, facing a ferocious gang, while I headed the other way, just like when we were kids. No, not again. I'd suffered under the weight of that memory for almost 20 years now, wishing I could go back and change things. I'd be damned if I was going to add another such memory to my list of regrets. I couldn't go back to 1926, but tonight I could damn well make sure Matsuo didn't face all those goons alone. The trouble was time. My watch said 4:10, and the stars were starting to fade into the sky. Our sub would be rising out of the bay in less than an hour. "Stay here," I said to the kids. "Right here." I took Naka by the shoulders. "You'll be in charge, Naka. Make sure nobody goes anywhere. Understand?" He nodded. "Is my father coming soon?" "I'm going to bring him back with me." He smiled. The first time I'd ever seen his smile. "We'll stay right here and wait." I ran full tilt back to the factory. Above, the sound of steel upon steel rang from the window, mixed with grunts and cries of pain. I grabbed the rope and began pulling myself up. It had looked easier when Matsuo did it. My feet kept slipping on the surface of the wall. The rope kept sliding through my hands, burning the palms, but I managed to reach the second floor. I'll never forget what I saw through that window. Half a dozen fundoshi-clad swordsmen slicing, stabbing, and jabbing at a lone man in a bloodied Imperial Navy uniform. 3 of their number lay dead or dying on the floor, along with the deformed corpses of what looked like bald-headed monks. Blood was everywhere, and dancing about, his sword singing through the air as he wove a web of steel between himself and everybody else, was Matsuo. But he was wounded, a cut down his right cheek and bloody tears on both sleeves of his tunic, and I could tell they were closing in. I hesitated only a second, then pulled out my .45 and began firing through the window. 2 guards fell with the first 3 shots. Matsuo took advantage of the surprise to cut down 2 more. The rest retreated to the doorway where they crouched. I couldn't read any expressions through their masks, but they looked ready to charge again. I swung my legs over the windowsill and slid into the room. "Hiroki!" Matsuo shouted. "Where are you, dear brother?"
"He is not here,"
said a voice from out in the hall. The guards backed away and parted ranks to let a tall, thin monk through. He stood alone in the doorway. His bandaged, handless arm gave him away as the head monk Matsuo had told me about. "Where is he, then?"
"That is none of your concern."
He stepped into the room and stared at me, then turned to Matsuo.
"I knew you wanted to surrender, but I never dreamed you were in direct league with the Americans."
"That is none of your concern," Matsuo said, mimicking him.
"But do you really believe you can get away with this? Even in this deserted district, word of gunfire will reach the police soon enough. And should you escape this building, all of Hiroshima will soon be looking for you and those children. You will be captured, and they will be returned to us. You will have accomplished nothing."
Matsuo waved his sword at the bodies cluttering the floor around him. "Nothing?" Matsuo moved without warning, darting forward to pull the monk further into the room and slam the door shut in a single motion. "Stay out there, and Shimazu will live," he said, as they began pounding on the door. "Open the door even an inch, and he will die." What was on his mind? I wanted to get out of here. The dead bodies all around us, 2 of them my doing. These monks, the smell of blood and slit intestines was turning my stomach. He placed the tip of his bloody katana against the monk's throat. "Sit." The monk glared at Matsuo.
"I am not afraid to die."
"I'm not going to kill you. Sit, or I'll send your left hand to keep the right company." The monk sat. Matsuo turned to me and pointed to the window. "Get the boys moving. I'll be right behind you. I want to have a few words with Shimazu-san before I leave." I nodded and went down the rope. Shimazu could barely contain the frenzied rage exploding through him as he sat amid the bloodied bodies of his brothers of the order and watched Matsuo stuff scrolls and record books into his sack. This traitor, this dog, he kills us, then he steals our secrets. The grief, the anger inside him, so intense, made him weak. He could barely speak.
"Why are you taking those?"
"Because without them, no one will ever believe any of this ever happened."
"It's futile to try to escape. Why not surrender and get it over with?"
Matsuo looked at him. "Would you take me in trade for the lives of the children?" Shimazu was immediately suspicious. Was he truly offering himself to the order? "I will personally flay you alive," he thought, then calmed himself. He must consider this rationally. The order still needed a few zashu for its purposes, but it could afford to let these go. Others were easily available here in Hiroshima. But more than anything, the order, and he, Shimazu, needed the younger Okumo eliminated. This night, he had already done incalculable damage by laying waste to all the inner circles. The frenzy rose in Shimazu again as he realized that it would take a generation or more for the order to recover from what this one man had done. No question now. Matsuo Okumo truly bore the seeds of the order's destruction. He was infinitely dangerous. It was worth anything to remove him before he did more damage, worth anything for the opportunity to personally wring the life from him.
"That is an interesting thought,"
Shimazu said in his calmest voice.
"Very well."
He held out his hand.
Give me your sword, and there shall be no pursuit of the American and the children."
"Oh no," Matsuo said, shaking his head. "I don't trust you. I will only surrender to my brother." A trick? Perhaps. Perhaps not.
"Your brother alone?"
He shrugged. "No. He can have Kempetai or temple guards with him. I don't care. As long as Hiroki is there, I know I'll get a fair hearing." Yes, Shimazu thought, feeling the angry throb in his empty wrist and smelling the reek of death around him. Fair and just. Justice will be done.
"I shall send for him."
"That won't be necessary. I will meet him later this morning, 8 o'clock, on the Aioi Bridge."
"Why there?"
"It is a public place." Matsuo smiled knowingly. "Less chance of treachery." The younger Okumo's caution allayed some of Shimazu's suspicions. This might work.
"Very well. I shall tell him."
"Tell him 8 o'clock or not at all. I won't wait long."
"He shall be there."
"Good." And then he was out the window and gone. Shimazu sat unmoving amid the bodies of his fellow monks and felt his heart grow heavy within him. "I weep for you, my brothers. You began the approach to the hidden face, but were cut down before you were blessed with the sight of it. I shall avenge you, my brothers. Tomorrow, the agonized cries of the one who did this shall comfort you in your sleep. This I promise you." He rose and stepped over the bodies to reach the door. He had to wake Hiroki at the inn where he was staying and prepare him for this meeting. Nothing would go wrong this time. I stood in the bobbing rubber boat as Matsuo handed the children down to me one by one. They were happy and excited about going for a boat ride. When only Naka was left, he picked him up and cradled him in his arms and spoke softly to him. "Not much time, Matsuo," I said, looking at the ever-lightening sky. "Let's get moving." Still holding Naka, he turned and looked down at me. "We're not coming," he said in English. "What?" was all I could manage. "Naka is staying with me." I stood there, mute with shock. I hadn't expected anything like this, but the shock gave way to anger almost immediately. I ripped the .45 out of my holster. "Put my son down. You're both coming back to the sub." Matsuo smiled and handed Naka down to me. "That's what I wanted to hear, Frank. I told him you were taking him to his mother and I'd catch up later." All my insides suddenly twisted up into tight little knots. "Later? There is no later for this city." He nodded. "I know." "You're staying? You're really staying?" I suppose I should have seen this coming. "You can't mean that." "Help Meiko take good care of him. Take good care of Meiko too. You have a place in her heart. She loved you once. She can love you again." I wanted to scream at him, but I kept my voice low. "This is crazy. It proves nothing, accomplishes nothing. It's pointless." "Perhaps," he said softly. "But I must be here when that bomb is dropped." He jabbed his thumb back over his shoulder toward the houses and factories. "I must be with them." "They won't know the difference." "I will." I tried another tack. Damn the time. "Look, you don't even know for sure that LeMay is going to keep his word. He could have the Enola Gay and the bomb on their way to Kyoto right now instead of here. I don't trust him, and you shouldn't either." "I don't. That's why I gave him my solemn word that I would be standing on the Aioi Bridge at 8 a.m. this morning. Ground zero." I felt a lead weight settle in my stomach. The proximity fuse would detonate the bomb 1,800 feet over the Aioi Bridge in the heart of Hiroshima. He smiled. I don't think he'll be late. Matsuo, keep those books and scrolls we took from the order. Someday you may want to tell about what happened here. They'll be your only proof. He squatted and reached down. Goodbye, Frank. We shook hands. I wanted to say something, but my throat was locked. I wanted to cry. He said, Thank you for coming back for me. It gave me a chance to say goodbye to Naka. We're all square now? For my part, yes. And you? For my part, too. I wouldn't let go of his hand. We're friends again? He nodded. Friends. The words poured out of me. I couldn't let go of him, couldn't let him stay here. I haven't got any other friends, Matsuo. None at all. And now, after all these years, I've got back the best and only friend I ever had, and I don't want to lose him. He said nothing. God damn it, Matsuo. I should pull out my .45 right now and shoot you in the leg and drag you on board and save your goddamn life. A true friend would never keep another friend from doing what he must do. I released his hand. He untied the mooring ropes, waited till I pull-started the motor, then kicked us out into the gentle current. I opened the throttle to full. We were cutting this awfully close, but we were moving downstream. Hopefully, that would give us extra speed. Wave to your father, I told Naka in Japanese. I felt as if someone were choking me. Naka waved. We all waved. Matsuo waved back until he was lost in the shadows and the mist clinging to the water. I have a very bad feeling about this, Hiroki said as he sat next to Shimazu in the rear of the car. The sun hung like a bright ball over Hiroshima Bay, warming the city. Despite the shady interior of the car and a lightweight kimono, Hiroki was sweating profusely. It wasn't that hot yet. Matsuo is playing some sort of game with us. It's not in his character to give up without a fight. There's a catch here, a trick of some sort.
Possibly, Shimazu said from behind his mask. That's why we have brought the Kempeitai along.
Hiroki glanced ahead at the 8 members of the military secret police marching before the car. 8 more followed. They afforded scant comfort to his already jangled nerves. The howl of the air raid siren shortly after 7 o'clock this morning during breakfast at the ryokan had ruined his appetite. Fortunately, only the single warning blast had sounded. The intermittent wails signaling a definite attack never came. The all-clear had sounded while Hiroki was waiting for Shimazu to meet him at the ryokan. Shimazu continued.
But I doubt there's a trick here. It was a trade on your brother's part. Himself for the children. I read in his face a sincere desire to surrender to you.
He will be armed, and I will not.
That is your greatest protection. I was glad you were safely away at the ryokan last night. He was looking for you. I'm sure to engage you in combat and slay you. But no matter how much hatred there might be between you, he will not attack an unarmed man. If there is one thing I know about your brother, it is that.
Hiroki had to agree with his master. Matsuo considered himself a samurai, like Nagata. He would follow the code. Still, after seeing the carnage his brother had wrought upon the order last night, he felt as if he were about to stand naked before a runaway killing machine. As Matsuo approached the Aioi Bridge, he spied a patch of wild daisies growing at the northeast corner. He picked one and carried it to the center of the span, where he laid it on the railing. Not long now. He had had a bad moment earlier when the air raid siren had gone off. He thought LeMay had jumped the gun, but when the single plane had made 2 passes back and forth over the city at about 30,000 feet, then flown off, he knew it was a weather scout checking to see if the target was visible. It was visible, all right. A clear, bright, beautiful morning with the city awakening to greet it. He wished Hiroshima was still asleep. It would have made these moments so much easier. But the place was alive and bustling with activity. Children going to school, people going to work or to the market, walking, riding bicycles, pushing carts, pulling rickshaws, especially here on the Aioi Bridge. The bridge was a T-shaped structure straddling a branch of the Ota River at a crotch where it subdivided into 2 more channels. It connected 3 of Hiroshima's 5 islands. People passing by glanced at his torn, bloody uniform and looked away. He wondered what they made of him. As the sun warmed the bridge, Matsuo looked around at the sea of white walls and black-tiled roofs. 2 structures dominated the scene. High on a mound, Hiroshima Castle stood dark and imposing inside its moat to the northeast, with Mount Futaba rising behind it. He could hear the sound of the soldiers in the garrison doing their morning calisthenics in its courtyard. Just southeast of where he stood was the domed Industrial Promotion Hall at the water's edge. Someone was opening a row of windows on the 2nd floor. Rising beyond that was the tower of the radio station. To the west, a cadre of youths and older men began their day's work, clearing the local fire lanes. Only minutes left to live, all of us. He felt as much at odds with the world around him as ever, but inside he was strangely at peace. No longer was he warring with the American within. He had at last come to terms with that part of himself. He knew that what he had done in the past week would have been impossible for someone raised as a pure Japan man. But did I make the right choice? He looked at the people passing and wanted to weep, wanted to stop each one and apologize for what was about to happen. But he could not apologize to everyone about to die. That was why he was here on the bridge. Not because he wanted to die, he wanted so very much to live. He had so many things he wanted to do, to see, so many things he would miss. Japan and its spirit, the children he would never have, and Meiko. But he had condemned this city and its people. If not for him, the atomic bomb would be flying somewhere else right now, and everyone around him here would go on with their lives through the morning and into the afternoon, with only the news of some terrible new weapon destroying a faraway city to disturb them. But their morning was going to end as it was just beginning. Because of me. He had done it to ensure the extinction of the Kakureta Kao. He had to share the fate of the innocents of Hiroshima. He owed them that much, at least. And Hiroki had to share that fate as well. He glanced at his watch. Almost 8 o'clock. Where was Hiroki? The bomb would be overhead at any moment. And then he saw the marching Kempeitai and the car. They stopped at the edge of the bridge. Hiroki got out. Before he closed the door, Matsuo spotted a masked figure in the back seat. Shimazu, too. Excellent. We waited on the bottom of the inland sea about 25 miles out of Hiroshima. I spent the time with Naka and the boys. They were awed and thrilled by the sub. I managed to lose myself in their excited smiles until 7:45 when we surfaced. This is it. Lookouts were posted on the conning tower, and movie cameras were set up on the deck pointing due west toward Hiroshima. Nobody on board knew what was supposed to happen. All they had been told was that a new superweapon was going to be used on Hiroshima at 8 a.m., and they were to record the event from out here. Only, it wasn't going to happen precisely at 8. The Enola Gay was running about 15 minutes late. The first mate handed me a pair of Polaroid welder's goggles and invited me up to see the Big Bang. I left the kids with a couple of seamen who had taken to them and went on deck. I couldn't believe a single bomb could yield a blast as powerful as the one Matsuo had described. I wanted to see this for myself. Besides, I felt I owed it to Matsuo. As I stood on the deck and waited, I wondered how I was going to explain this to Meiko, and wondered what my future with Naka would be. I wanted to get to know him, be a father to him. He'd need one. And despite all that had happened, I wanted to be near Meiko too. Maybe we could work something out. The men on the deck grew quiet. The breeze died. Even the usually noisy gulls, wheeling, dipping, and gliding over the sub, became silent. Nature sensed the coming cataclysm. The only sound was the gentle lap of the inland sea against the hull, and the laughter of Naka and the boys playing below. Hiroki swallowed hard as he approached Matsuo. He tightened his hands into fists to hide the trembling of his fingers. At least he had 16 Kempetai with ready rifles behind him. He had almost failed to recognize his brother among the people thronging across the bridge. Leaning on the railing in his torn, bloody navy tunic with all its insignia cut off, a smile on his lacerated, blood-smeared face, and a daisho in his belt, he looked deranged. "I see you've brought company," Matsuo said, bowing with exaggerated respect. "Welcome to my new office." He's a madman. You wanted to surrender?" "Yes, dear brother." The Kempetai raised their weapons, and Hiroki could not help flinching as Matsuo reached for his swords. But he left them in their scabbards as he removed them from his belt. He presented the daisho to Hiroki with both hands, holding it horizontally, scabbards first. Hiroki took the swords and quickly tucked them under his arm. He should have felt safe now, but he did not. He saw Matsuo glance quickly at his watch and frown. "I am now your prisoner." "This is not like you." Matsuo shrugged and smiled. "It doesn't matter anymore." "Very well." He could not understand his brother's attitude. Something was wrong here. He wanted to be away from Matsuo as soon as possible. Hiroki turned to motion the Kempetai forward. They would escort Matsuo back to the tin factory where the order would deal with him. "Wait," Matsuo said. "Let's talk a minute. About father." Hiroki stiffened. "What is there to say? He could not face the disgrace you brought upon him." "I brought? Or you brought?" Matsuo was not smiling now. "He wanted me to see the Emperor. You betrayed us both." That stung. It was not his fault father had committed seppuku. It was Matsuo's. But he kept his face expressionless. He wanted Matsuo calm until the Kempetai led him away to a safe distance. "I suppose I am partially to blame," he said in a mollifying tone. "I have had the advantage of knowing how this war will end since long before it began." "Oh, really? How did you know that?" Hiroki saw him glance at his watch again. Why does he keep doing that? What's he waiting for? "The seers have predicted it." Matsuo smiled again. "The seers are wrong." "The seers are never wrong. They predicted the initial victories, the ensuing defeats, the return of the Kuroikaze, and then, in our darkest hour, the blazing light from above, bright as the sun, the Emperor ascendant in final victory." His brother's eyes widened. Blazing light from above? Bright as the sun? He began to laugh, a harsh sound tinged with hysteria, devoid of humor. Do not mock what you cannot comprehend. I'm not mocking your seers, only your interpretation. I congratulate them. They foresaw the atomic bomb. He laughed again, derisively. The sound nudged Hiroki past fury into rage. His hand found the grip of the katana Matsuo had handed him. Be silent, or I'll cut you down where you stand. Matsuo grinned and threw his arms wide. Yes, go ahead, do it! Hiroki unsheathed the blade half its length. Shimazu started forward in his seat in the rear of the car as he saw the partially bared blade of the sword gleam in the sun at Hiroki's side. No! The younger Okumo seemed to be taunting Hiroki, daring him to kill him. It mustn't happen. And then suddenly the gleam died as the blade was thrust back into the scabbard. Shimazu slumped back in the seat, drenched with perspiration. He tapped the driver on the shoulder. Get out and tell the Kenpeitai I said to take him into custody now, immediately. I can't, Hiroki said, as he slammed the sword back into the scabbard. Matsuo noted that his brother had to force himself to let go of the grip. He realized with a pang that he should have sent Nagata's daisho back with Frank to save them for Naka. Now the swords would be melted to slag in the coming atomic fire. He glanced at his watch again. 8:13. Where is that plane? Isn't it coming? He had to keep Hiroki here, keep him talking. And he had to keep his rage and loathing under control. That was the hardest part. Visions of those paralyzed, eyeless, tongueless, mutilated children flashed before him, and he felt murder blow through his heart like a blast of Arctic wind. His own brother. How could he have been a party to such a thing? Why can't you? He said blandly. Brotherly love? I am forbidden. By another vision. Really? How interesting. What did this one say? That if either of us killed the other, the order would be doomed. But enough of this. It's time to go. Suddenly, Matsuo heard the sound of a plane. He looked up and saw a high-flying B-29, a black speck in the blue. A mile behind it came a second plane, and a mile behind that, a third. Better late than never, as the Americans say. Matsuo stepped toward his brother. In a single seamless motion, he pulled his katana free, leaving its scabbard still clamped under Hiroki's arm. The blade's strange, mottled surface reflected the morning sun as he drew it back over his right shoulder. This was the moment. No turning back. This is for the children. He put all his strength into the stroke, bringing the blade around in a horizontal arc and severing his brother's head cleanly from his body. As twin geysers of crimson shot from the stump of Hiroki's neck, Matsuo swung his blade in the faces of the astonished Kenpeitai and charged the car where Shimazu sat. With luck, he would make it that far before... Blazing light from above turned all the world intolerably white, intolerably hot. Across 25 miles, through the shaded thickness of my welder's goggles, I winced at the brightness of the flash. I saw the gigantic rising fireball, heard the rolling thunder that followed, watched the water ripple with the shockwave. I was staggered by the incalculable fury of the weapon. But not so the other men with me. They were whooping, cheering, and dancing about on the deck. I stood there like a Puritan minister at a wild New Year's Eve party, clenching my jaw as I watched the mushroom cloud that held the ashes of my boyhood friend, Matsuo Okumo. Nothing left to say, nothing left to do but begin healing the wounds. I tore off the goggles and pushed through the revelers as I headed below to be with my son. Our son. This concludes the reading of Black Wind, a novel, by F. Paul Wilson. Copyright 1988 by F. Paul Wilson. This book was read by Brian Nishi. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Writers House LLC and was produced in 2020 by Blackstone Publishing, which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Publishing. If you would like to obtain a monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.